Volume 5. Chapter 400 Right of Inheritance. Right of Inheritance. Yes, it's finally that time. We've finally reached chapter 400. Now there are less than 200 chapters left until we've caught up with the author. We are so happy that so many of you have been coming along for the ride so far. Let's make these last 200 or so chapters an absolute blast. And here's the quote of the chapter. A son can bear with equanimity the loss of his father, but the loss of his inheritance may drive him to despair. Norton Lyscott. Locke, take a rest. Look, you're already sweating all over, said Sylvia as she wiped the sweat of Lorist's face with a linen cloth lovingly. When word of how Lorist had insisted that he take her as his wife even at the cost of going against his house's officials and knights, including holding a meeting just to scold those who'd objected and forcefully suppressing their opinions, spread to Sylvia's ears through the gossiping maids, she felt incredibly moved and seemed like a completely different person. All her low spirits and depression faded away at once. With her mood changed, her appetite returned to normal and she was getting much better sleep, unlike before when she still required Lorist to accompany her at night, holding her hand. She would panic whenever she couldn't see him. She was a 2-star gold rank, so now that her emotional problems were gone, her body recovered quickly and she soon regained her stunning beauty. She was still as clingy as usual though, which made Lorist feel a little troubled by what he had done. It wasn't that he didn't have a chance to finally bed her. There had been an instance one night where he'd made out with her enough that she was willing to dive into the river of love with him. But for some inexplicable reason, he'd decided to resist the urge and leave it for after their marriage. After all, the best moment should be left to the most important night of their lives. So, he spent the 2 months at Fernrock with his self-imposed celibacy. While Diliana and 2 other concubines were there too, he had no time to cheat. Currently, he was living in the room next to Sylvia's. While they didn't sleep in the same room or bed, they were practically next to each other. Sylvia slept lightly and couldn't do so without Lorist remaining by her side. She would be woken by the slightest movement. There was this one time Lorist had received an urgent military notification and had to deal with it in his study. However, it was a false alarm. A newly formed garrison squad had gone missing during its training session in Black Forest. The officers thought it might be a barbarian attack. So, Fernrock's troops were put into battle stations. After waiting for an hour, the squad made it back safely. Relieved, Lorist left his study and saw Sylvia in her night robes with her maidservants huddling in the corner of the study's mini-lounge. According to the maidservant, when the princess realized Lorist wasn't by her side after waking up, she wanted to look for him no matter what. When she found that access to the study was restricted, she decided to wait in the lounge until he came out. Seeing Sylvia's panicked, loving eyes, he had no choice but to forget looking for his concubines to relieve him and accompany Sylvia to her room to lull her to sleep again. Every morning, he was greeted with Sylvia's smile before he had breakfast with her and headed off to his study to work. The local defense forces expansion had gotten underway recently. Even with Freyar and Belnick in charge, Lorist still had to personally sign off on the transfers and appointments. He also had to gain an understanding of the newly appointed knights and pay attention to the mine's development, as well as the fort to be built there. There was also the matters of the overhaul of the Northland's roads and the general construction endeavors within the Dominion. Having to provide general oversight to everything made Lorist so busy he usually didn't even have time for lunch. But no matter what, he still had to accompany Sylvia for dinner every evening. Diliana and his 2 other concubines, Daisy and Maria, joined them. Fenazali and her elder sister Ariadne still hadn't returned from New Dina Barony. Diliana's son was already almost 2 years old, so she brought him with her all the time. It didn't bother Lorist, but Daisy and Maria felt a little vexed when they saw the gazes Lorist gave his child. Ever since he'd returned 2 months ago, he still hadn't made a move on them. Lorist had his share of troubles. Celibacy was taking quite the toll on him, but he didn't have the time to relieve himself. These days he was busier than ever during the day. And he spent the night with Sylvia. He only had his stupid mouth to blame for suggesting they left their best moment for their wedding day. Even though Sylvia had already recovered more or less, whenever Lorist tried to strip her after a making-out session, she would always say the same thing with teary eyes. "Locke, do you still love me? Didn't you say you would leave it for the best night of our lives?" Lorist slapped himself to calm his fire. Though she was right in front of him, he couldn't dig in at all. Sometimes, he was so sexually frustrated he was tempted to crawl into the 2 maidservants' beds. If not for his fear of inadvertently waking her, he would have done so long ago. "I wonder how long I can last." Lorist counted the days since he'd last relieved himself. "Why was I so stupid to set the wedding for the 11th month? It's only the 7th. Looks like there's still quite a wait." Though he had a rare free day today, he had to go to the training grounds behind the mountain after having breakfast with Sylvia. It was the first day Howard would officially enter secluded training to work on the Dan Ocean refining technique. Given that he'd experience teaching the technique to Reedy, it wasn't too hard to repeat the process with Howard. Lorist left after teaching him some key points and making sure he wasn't making any mistakes. Nowadays, the one who served by Lorist's side was Ginolio, Senbad's son. He had only just turned 16 and awakened his battle force a year ago. Senbad had already written Lorist a letter to remind him so he wouldn't forget his promise to take him in as a disciple. Before this, Howard had already mentored him for a month to show him the ropes as Lorist's attendant. Though Ginolio was only 16, his physique was incredible. Lorist himself was only 1.86 meters, but Ginolio was a solid 2.06, at least 20 centimeters taller. He was also big-boned and looked really tough overall, much to Lorist's displeasure. As Howard was shorter than 1.8, Lorist could easily stroke his head or pat his shoulders to praise him. However, given his new attendance, he had to tiptoe to do the same. The thing most unexpected of this new addition, however, was neither his height nor his girth, but his neat handwriting. It completely disproved Lorist's theory that his mother had been the letter's author. At the same time, he also realized that Ginolio was a gifted academic. He was so good that even Lorist felt he was inferior. He once asked his new disciple how he'd learned so much. The honest and frank kid said it was all thanks to his teacher. It all started when Senbad pledged to serve House Norton loyally and recalled that Lorist said he would be taking Ginolio as his disciple. He knew that Lorist had done it merely to appease him. However, he feared a person with his background might be looked down on by his peers in the house, so he decided to make sure his son wouldn't. Senbad, in a flash of inspiration, thought that letting his son actually become Lorist's disciple would secure his position. So, he thought of everything he could do to nurture his kid to appeal to Lorist. From his early childhood, Ginolio underwent physical training to mold his will and took classes to learn the traditions and etiquette of knights. When he was 12, Senbad attended a household night meeting and heard Potterfong praise his own son, Howard, for his avid interest in reading. Upon hearing that Lorist greatly favored Howard, Senbad realized his son was nothing more than a slightly literate hunk of muscle. This won't do. I have to make Ginolio proficient in both the physical and intellectual. I can't have him lose out to Howard if I want Lorist to favor him. So, Senbad started looking for tutors. He couldn't find anyone suitable even after many months of searching. Everyone he came across was either too young or too old. The old ones without an impressive reputation made him feel they probably didn't do well in their field, while the younger ones couldn't inspire his trust. As his wife was quite the beauty, he didn't feel safe having young male tutors around. Given that he was the commander of a Norton Legion and often had to go out to sea for months on end, them having an affair with his wife was a realistic possibility and he definitely wouldn't allow it. In the end, he found Ginolio a female tutor that 8 years the child's senior. She was young and beautiful and it was said her father was a famed scholar who had passed away from illness during the Civil War, leaving her and her mother to fend for themselves. When Senbad learned that she was at least 4/5 as accomplished as her late father, he was convinced and hired her as Ginolio's private tutor. The woman proved worth her salt. Within 4 short years, Ginolio became a refined scholar. The interactions they had also let him not only develop respect for her, but also love. The reason he could write so finely was because of the painstaking effort he took to mimic his teacher. That female tutor of yours is really something, for her to be able to educate you so well. Oh, and, Ginolio, do you really like her? Personally, a difference of 8 years isn't much of a problem. Since I'm your teacher now, I can find a way for you, teased Lorist. Ginolio smiled bitterly. Thank you, teacher, but there's no longer a need. She's my father's concubine now, Lorist couldn't find the words to react. He just patted Ginolio on the back softly. After returning from the training grounds and having lunch with Sylvia, he took a stroll through the gardens. Tea time soon came. Sylvia quite liked Diliana's son and played with him the whole time. Lorist was glad that Sylvia treated his concubines rather well. As the three present knew that Sylvia becoming House Norton's matron was already set in stone, they got along with her without any issues, save for how she monopolized Lorist the whole time without letting him look for the concubines privately, much to his frustration as well. Having nothing better to do, he had Ginolio practice some basic swordsmanship techniques and pointed out his flaws, fully enjoying his role as teacher. He also demonstrated some techniques a number of times and ended up sweaty. Just as Sylvia was lovingly wiping the sweat off his forehead, a guard came to make a report. Your Grace, Baron Kedden requests an audience. Ever since Supervisor Hansk was made governor of Siloas, Kedden had taken over the census department of which the former used to be in charge. Coupled with his responsibilities as the Human Resource Department head, Kedden was busy almost all the time. Had something happened in the Dominion for him to request an audience? Hansk, Spiel, and Kedden were old hands in the house who came from Maplewoods. They were the three administrative talents trained by the old butler, Glaze, himself. Kedden was the first to get along with him after he took over the house and also the first to pledge his fealty. Kedden was the only supervisor among the three who hadn't expressed any objection to Lorist's decision to marry Sylvia. When he entered the study, Kedden made a bitter smile and an exasperated expression. "Your Grace, Madame Irina had me come over to remind you not to forget the promise you made back then." "Huh? What's going on with Irina that Kedden had to personally make a trip?" thought Lorist as he dove into his memories. Lorist and Irina's relationship had worsened quicker than ever these last 2 years. As the only maidservant Lorist had bedded since he returned to the Dominion and the first concubine to birth him any offspring, Irina should have received the most love and care. However, she had an odd quirk in that she wouldn't leave Maplewoods. Given that Lorist was busy traveling around to develop the Dominion and expand his power, Maplewoods rapidly lost its importance as the house's headquarters. Nowadays, the Bastide was a forgotten corner in the Dominion, something akin to Irina's domain. Lorist had once fought with her because of their son, Lyscott. The 8-year-old was raised into a lawless tyrant thanks to how much his mother spoiled him. Lorist had given him a harsh beating and took him away from Maplewoods to put him in the care of Malek's wife, though Irina threw a massive tantrum upon being informed of it. But after Lorist threatened to strip Lyscott of his rights as the first successor, Irina stopped causing trouble. In the days thereafter, Irina wallowed in depression in the Bastide. She hated how Lorist took her beloved child from her and binged all the time. In the 2 years since, she had doubled her girth. She was no longer the petite girl Lorist had bedded all those years ago. "Your Grace, Irina's father was a household knight and he took care of us very well back in the day. But he perished in battle for the house's sake, so we took his daughter in. It was because of that connection that Baron Hansk was so against your marriage with Sylvia. I have come here because of Irina's beckoning to remind you of your word to not change the position of Lyscott as the first successor," explained Kedden. Lorist was struck with a sudden realization. It turned out that Irina was worried that after he married Sylvia, their child would come to be the main contender for Lyscott's position as heir. After all, Irina was only Lorist's concubine. While Lyscott was on the household registry, the son of the main wife usually carried far more weight than that of a concubine. Sigh. What the hell is this? Even though I'm still alive and well, they're already discussing succession. If I do become a sword saint, I might even outlive my sons. Come to think of it, it isn't weird for a sword saint to have to attend his grandchildren's funeral. Tell Irina to stay put in the Bastide and warn her to keep her imagination in check. During the year-end celebration this year, I will make her a life peer, a baron, and Maplewoods will be her dominion. It will only be reclaimed by the house 100 years after her birth date. I hope she will live out the rest of her life happily. As for my sons, the elder one has already changed a lot and I will send him to attend Nico Academy when he is 12. Before that, I will allow him a trip back home for a meeting with his mother. Since the younger one is still by Irina's side, I hope she doesn't spoil him like she did Lyscott. That will be all, Baron Kedden. Understood, Your Grace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 401 Way to Settle the Debt. Way to settle the debt. Your Grace, Oceanic Legion currently has 12 Blitz-class warships, 8 Swift-class warships, 46 LLDM, large long-distance merchant, class vessels, 124 MSM, moderate speedy merchant, class vessels, 184 MAM, moderate armed merchant, class vessels, and 44 LAC, large armed cargo, class vessels. Other than that, there are 13 LW, large whaling, class ships and near 100 moderate and small fishing boats, for sailboats, and 5 training vessels in Bullhorn Bay for maritime training. There is also a large base at Flagfish Ridge on Siloas. We also have a small flotilla of 12 patrol warships. The whole Navy has about 58 personnel. Due to the profits of the trade and fishing that offset part of the Navy's expenses, it costs the house just $280,000 to $350,000 annually. It's only a third as expensive as Firm Rock and Tiger Soar. Oceanic Legion's Blitz-class warships were built based on the Windstorm. They bristled with bronze cannons. The Swift-class warships were based off Flying Fish of Dawn's design, with the steel ballistae replaced with 9 smaller bronze cannons. With impressive ranged attack capabilities and mobility, the class could be considered the ocean's cavalry. Charade was holding a thick stack of documents concerning Oceanic as he reported to Lorist. Lorist was prepared to make up for the deficit brought on by the 4 local defense legions' reorganization by first cutting the fleet's budget. Commander Senbod has already received his orders. Right now, he is traveling from Siloas and will arrive in half a month. We will also have to host a meeting with the senior officials of the Navy. During the 4th month, he also submitted a request for the fleet's Blitz-class warships group to be expanded and hoped the shipyard at Bullhorn Bay may deliver 6 within the next 3 years. I already turned the request down. For now, the shipyard is busy with House Kenmay's order of 12 LLDM-class and MAM-class vessels. It will take 2 years to finish the order. There's no way we can fit the construction of Blitz-class warships in, said Charade. That Kenmay's fellow is really moving fast. I remember I passed a document last year about building ships for House Kenmay's. It was for 2 LLDM-class vessels and 8 MAM-class vessels, right? Yes. The total cost is 150,000 gold, including training the sailors and their weapons operators. They have already sent 800 people to be trained. How about this? Write him and ask. If he doesn't mind, we can sell him the MAM-class vessels left over after we downscale the fleet. He wouldn't have to wait 2 years that way. The boats still at 70% condition should be more than enough for their trading activities. Naturally, if the ships are already being constructed, that'll go according to our agreement. Only offer to sell them ships in place of those not started yet. There's also this proposal I thought up to reorganize the fleet. Take a look. When Senbot arrives, you could discuss this with him and we'll make amendments as necessary, said Lorist as he handed Charade a document he'd drafted with painstaking effort over the last couple of days. Charade gave it a quick read before he gasped. Your Grace, you're going to develop Bullhorn Bay and North Sea? Silo was too? Lorist nodded. Charade continued to read it and, when he was done, gave it some thought. Your Grace, you're really going all out with the budget cut. You're practically leaving only a fifth of the current legion intact. Lorist stood up and walked to the large Dominion map hung on the wall. I have no choice. We've been far too busy with conflicts on the continent. We didn't really pay attention to Oceanic. I didn't think it would have expanded this much. Almost all the small fishing boats have been drafted and the personnel already exceed 58,000. I was really shocked when I heard you guys talk about it. Even though Senbot is a rather responsible person and carries out his assignments without issue, especially with regards to how well he managed the fishing and trading activities, this isn't what I want. Maritime trading should be a sector that rakes in huge profits. But right now, be it fishing or trading, the profits can't even completely cover the Navy's expenses. The House still has to subsidize it with 300,000 gold every year. Naturally, I'm not suspecting the officers of corruption. After all, Spiel is the one taking care of the House's finances. He's done well with regards to preventing exactly this kind of thing. But after analyzing the files, I realized what we were doing wrong. Oceanic was formed to protect our coastlines and islands. At the same time, it possesses great military might that will let us open new trade routes and fishing grounds, and prevent attacks on our fishers and merchants. Senbot has successfully managed to do that and the Navy is already the Northern Ocean's hegemon. There are no enemies that can threaten us by sea anymore. But he got something wrong. He believes we should regulate everything in the ocean and take in every sailor into the Navy to keep our position. That's not what I want. A force that regulates everything isn't a Navy. It's a maritime trading organization. One our House has to fund. Lorist punched lightly on the map by Bullhorn Bay. Just look at North Sea and Bullhorn Bay. Why do you think they aren't growing any busier? Having stayed at Moranti for so long, we know well why High Gold is known as the #1 bay on the continent. It's vigor. Yes, vigor. I've given it lots of thought. Look at Bullhorn and North Sea. Why aren't there more people? Why aren't they busier? It's simple. The Navy regulates every vessel traveling to our dominion and even sets the dates in stone. Now, look at our maritime trade. Currently, there are only 2 trade routes. The first one goes from Shiarsia to Hanayabarda, and then to Siloas. It carries mainly spice and the daily necessities we produce. The other stretches from Siloas to North Sea. But what we have to pay attention to is that the endpoint for both of these routes is Siloas. Any other trade we have is done through merchant guilds Jigda and Peterson. I suspect they're suppressing our profits. They're treating us like suppliers and that's why our profits aren't enough. Actually, there are many business opportunities we can use. For example, we can trade with the coastal nobility in the former Red Lease Kingdom, or ship our goods directly to Folic. We might even go all the way to Golden Bay further south. Due to our arrangement with the Peterson Merchant Guild, though, all our trade with the Union is done through them. Jigda Merchant Guild uses most of the spice we import and they've even suggested an agreement like the one we have with the Petersons so they can be the middlemen for our produce in Golden Bay. I want to decrease the Navy's size. It should focus solely on military matters and become a reliable Navy. As for the merchant vessels and fishing boats, we can form a number of guilds to manage them. Apart from our ships, we'll have the civilians invest. We'll let them purchase our goods to do business elsewhere. We can just tax them. Bullhorn Bay will only become vigorous again if we do it this way. Our free trading civilians can also use a loophole in our agreement with Peterson Merchant Guild and bring our produce to other markets. That's why I've decided to develop Bullhorn Bay, North Sea, and Siloas. Charade flapped the documents in his hand. But Your Grace, aren't you cutting the Navy a little too much? According to your proposal, the whole Legion will have less than 50 ships and only 8,000 to 12,000 personnel. It's more than enough. There will be no Oceanic Legion in the future. Only North Sea. Senbod will also no longer be Legion commander. Instead, he'll be made an admiral, smiled Lorist. Is this really appropriate? I'm not well versed in maritime combat, but the Union's invincible fleet has over 200 warships. Every time they patrol the southern seas or Golden Bay, they mobilize up to 100. And yet, you've decided to further split North Sea into two separate units. I just feel our forces are too sparse, questioned Charade, doubt-filled. Hee, don't even compare the Union's invincible fleet with our house's North Sea. They only use traditional tactics like boarding. To our Blitz-class ships, they are just slow-moving targets. Whether it be mobility or ranged attack capability, there is no maritime force in Grindia that can compare to us. Frankly speaking, the naval technology we use in North Sea is at least 200 years ahead. We can form a flotilla with 6 blitzes as the main force, 4 swifts as the pursuit force, and 2 or 3 LLDMs to carry supplies with 10 MSMs to protect them. The patrol flotillas will protect our overseas dominions, our trade routes, and the civilian ships that travel them. We can make 2 such flotillas and rotate them. Even though I don't intend to North Sea size, I am prepared to outfit the supply ships and guards with bronze cannons to improve their overall ranged attack. After mocking the Union's invincible fleet and talking about outfitting bronze cannons on all patrol flotilla ships, Lorist thought for a bit. We have to finish the plan to deal with Oceanic by year's end. All the ships not included will have to be maintained and renewed. I intend to announce the news to the nobles and rich civilians during the year-end celebration so they join the maritime trade industry as well. Naturally, regardless of whether they form their own trading fleets or guilds, we house will get 3/10 of their revenue as compensation for developing North Sea, Bullhorn Bay, and Siloas. Understood. I will draw up a concrete plan and submit it as soon as possible, Charade said as he put the papers in his hand into his folder, before he took out another. Your Grace, look at this plan to revamp the transportation routes in the Northlands. Just as Lorist was about to receive it, he heard Ginolio's cry from outside the room. Lady, this is His Grace's study. You can't enter. Who are you? Where's Howard? Said the familiar voice. I'm Ginolio, His Grace's attendant. Senior Howard has gone to the training grounds. Oh, a newbie? Make way, brute. I have something urgent to discuss with Locke. No, you can't go in. Don't force my hand. Scram. A 1-star bronze rank like you actually dares block me. What a waste of your build. A loud crashing echoed through the door. It seemed Ginolio had been pushed into a corner. Charade hurriedly put the folder down. There seems to be trouble. Let's discuss things another time, Bat. With a bitter smile, Lorist looked at the study's door. The moment it was pushed open, Ariadne rushed into the room angrily, followed by Ginolio who had just gotten up from the ground. He tried to stop her with a red face. You shall not enter. Ah, Your Grace. Charade made it to the entrance and patted on Ginolio's chest. Big guy, don't worry. His Grace won't blame you. This young lady here is not someone you can afford to offend. He turned back and nodded to Ariadne. Good day, Miss Ariadne. You've become much more beautiful since the last time we've met. Apologies, Baron Charade. Was I being too rash and interrupted your meeting? This time around, Ariadne's behavior was that of a polite young lady as she made a knight's salute. However, the female half-body riding armor showed quite a bit of her cleavage. Charade smiled with a hint of schadenfreude. No worries. We were just about to wrap up. I'll take my leave now. Do speak with His Grace if you need anything. When the door was closed, the look of anger returned to Ariadne's face. Ari, you're being too rude. That aside, I'm glad to see you. Is Fenazali here as well? You two were gone for quite some time, said Lorist with a hurried smile. Oomph, us coming back is the last thing you want, isn't it? You should enjoy your days with your princess, snorted she. Hey, come on, what are you so mad about? Who angered you? You idiot. You said House Norton would gain a strong ally if you married the princess, so I tolerated it. But now. House Faisablin is your enemy and yet you're still marrying her? So you were lying back then, huh? Ariadne kicked in Lorist's direction, but he quickly sidestepped. Hey, keep it to words, okay? Let's talk. I'll keep kicking until you die, you bastard. You want me as your lover? Done. My aunt also became your concubine and gave you a child. While the two of us are fine with this, my sister gave you her first time. At least don't anger her if you can't take her as your wife. But you made even her your concubine. We Dina sisters and my aunt are already your women, so you better make sure you make it up to my sister. Ari, don't try to spin this any other way. Fenazali wanted to become my concubine willingly. It's not like I tricked her. I don't care. I want a satisfactory answer, insisted she before she leaped into his embrace and locked her arms. It had already been 2 months. Now that her body was pressed against his, he began to lose control. You came right when I needed you, how delightful. I love you so much, Ari, said he as he kissed her and removed her half-body armor. A little shocked, she struggled. Are you crazy? It's still morning. Before she could finish her though, her mouth was plugged with Lorist's tongue. She soon turned into a helpless lamb and began to twitch gently Lorist's every touch. He hurriedly pushed her against the wall and hauled her up in the air facing him with both hands before entering her. Author's note, we're saving 18,000 characters by not going into details. I'll leave it to your imagination. After one time against the wall, once on the desk, and another on the sofa, Lorist felt completely refreshed like a sage rid of worldly desires. Even while leaning against the sofa with the soft-as-clay Ariadne hugged in his arms, his hands didn't stop working her body. Ari, why did you come back all of a sudden? Is there something wrong with your dominion? I didn't intend to come back. I was just sending my brother to attend Nico Academy, and dropping by for a visit. My sister's gone to see the princess. And I'm here to see you, you bastard, to settle our debt, Even though Lorist didn't let up in the slightest, the first female knight of House Dina wasn't going to cast away her pride and dignity so easily. I like the way we're settling the debt quite a bit. I'm not kidding, I'm totally serious. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 402 Marital Bliss. Marital bliss. Variability is one of the virtues of a woman. It avoids the crude requirement of polygamy. So long as you have one good wife, you are sure to have a spiritual harem. Norton Lorist, on wives and women. Ariadne had been bullied by Lorist into forgetting the initial goal for which she came. In the afternoon, she hurriedly left Fernrock to return to the Dina barony in Delamock. According to her little sister, their younger brother would study in Nico Academy for 3 years until he turned either 16 or 17. After awakening his battle force, he would attend Dawn Academy. This was the plan Lorist had for the descendants of his house as well. He didn't expect Ariadne to remember it and have her younger brother to go through the same process. As the regent and knight of her house, there was much she had to deal with in the Dominion. After all, the Dominion was rather new and problems frequently surfaced. For instance, it was common for the folk to slack off at the Dominion Lord's expense. So, she couldn't stay at Fernrock any longer. She returned in a carriage instead of heroically on horseback like how she came, much to her sister's curiosity when she was sending her off. Why does my sister look so fatigued and sleepy? She wasn't like this when we meet at noon. Ariadne did bring a new train of thought to Lorist apart from sexual relief. He finally found a good way to placate his 4 concubines. So, he ordered Ginolio to set up the rooms beside his study into bedrooms which he called resting rooms. He secretly brought his concubines into the rooms for some deep and intimate interactions, ridding them of their dissatisfaction. Sigh, I've sacrificed quite a lot for my household's peace, thought he. These days, Fenazali, Diliana, Daisy, and Maria flocked to him like bees to flowers. He didn't have any free time. Perhaps because of their envy, they vented it on him for how much he spoiled and tolerated Sylvia. Now that they'd finally got their chance, they wouldn't rest until at least 4 rounds each time. In the end, Lorist was forced to put off his duties until after tea time. Maria and Daisy attacked him together. He spent tremendous amounts of effort on dealing with them and wondered whether Diliana and Fenazali would request the same treatment the next day for the sake of fairness. Gosh, a new problem always surfaces when the old one is solved. He now believed the usual one-man one-wife convention in his previous world was actually meant to protect men. Even a person as well endowed with talent as he was tired after dealing with 4 concubines. How were those who had tens and hundreds of women in their harems faring? He couldn't help but suspect those harem owners were constantly being cheated on. It was all Sylvia's fault. Even though they were recognized concubines, they had to go about mingling with Lorist like they were having an affair. If I have a proper schedule, then they won't come at me in droves. But thinking about Sylvia's current weak girl state, he felt it was best he didn't shock her too much. Actually, Sylvia's overthinking this. Since I wouldn't give up on my concubines for her, it's natural I wouldn't give her up for the concubines either. It didn't mean he was an unfaithful man and taking Sylvia's feelings for granted. The main reason for the current state of affairs was that Sylvia had come into the picture a little too late. The 4 concubines came before her. As Lorist wasn't someone who could just cruelly ignore Sylvia's affection, he made the responsible choice to treat all of them fairly even if it meant lots of trouble for him. Yes, that was most definitely it. Charade was currently seated in Lorist's study and enjoying a drink from the wine rack. He was one of the few who knew about the real purpose of the adjacent rooms. He was the one who had a secret path built between them and the rear castle so Lorist's 4 concubines wouldn't have to pass through the central hall to meet with him. That way, they would be away from prying eyes. However, Charade was quite dissatisfied at how Lorist's performance was decreasing as a result. "Your Grace, you were late by more than half an hour again." Apologies, muttered Lorist as he pulled on the bell beside the wall. Genolio entered from outside. "Awaiting your instructions, Your Grace." "Some Max, please." "Right away, Your Grace." "Aren't you going to have some fruit wine?" asked Charade, a bottle in hand. "No thanks. I'll only be thirstier the more I drink. Is there anything important with which we have to deal today?" When they started talking business, Charade put the bottle down and picked up his folder. "Quite a bit, in fact. This is the proposal to reorganize Oceanic Legion submitted by Commander Senbod. Most of it is as you have specified." "Oh? Did he not voice any objections?" Charade shook his head. "No, Your Grace." Instead, he acted as if a huge burden's been lifted from his shoulders. In his own words, "I was sure I couldn't hold on any longer. The stress of managing 58,000 subordinates is really taking its toll on him." He said he felt something was off when he had to give permission to 10-odd small fishing boats to go out to sea and mentioned focusing on patrolling is much more relaxing than sitting in the office all day managing the entry and exit of transport and shipping vessels, becoming less and less like the commander of a legion. "All right then. It seems we've saved him from all the troublesome matters." Lorist took the proposal Charade handed him and gave it a quick look. 1 patrol flotilla made up of 6 Blitz-class warships, 4 Swift-class warships, 4 LLDMs and 12 MAGs, middle-class Agile Guards, a total of 3,483 crew, makes approximately 7,000 for 2 such flotillas. If we include the Guard Brigade of 3,200 stationed on Siloas, the 4 guardships docked there, and the 5 training ships and marine recruits at Bullhorn Bay, North Sea Fleet has a total of 61 ships and 11,082 hands. Not bad. Commander Senbod believes the guard ships built as merchant vessels to be outfitted with bronze cannons should be further reinforced. Otherwise, they won't be able to take the recoil. They face the risk of rupturing. I've already considered that. Funds will be provided, Lorist said as he read the proposal. Also, have the flotilla at Haniabarta included in Northsea's chain of command. The 12 warships also have to undergo similar modifications. Their crew have to be reorganized in the same fashion as well. Understood, Your Grace. Let the ranks of Northsea be Admiral of the Navy, Commodore, Captain, Lieutenant and Commander for the shipboard Marines leader. Senbod will be the first Admiral of North Sea. Understood, Your Grace. I will have the order drafted tomorrow. Lorist flipped to the next page. Over here, separate our merchant fleet from the guest ferrying fleet. We just have to control the merchant fleet. Let others deal with the ferrying service. Maybe there will be some nobles who use their personal networks to start new ferry routes. Just collect dividends. Also, we'll keep our whaling fleet but let go of fisheries. The nobles or rich civilians can easily catch more fish than us. Not only will we gain dividends, they will also be taxed. This will allow the merchant guilds that enter the market to become more active. After discussing the matter of Northsea's reorganization, Charade brought out another document. Your Grace, this is about the end of Governor Hansk's term on Siloas. The garrison commander Molasink and Vice Commander Wellickson have reached the end of their terms. How should we deal with this? Do we let them stand for another term? Time really flies. Each term lasts 5 years. He shook his head. No. Transfer the officials and knights whose terms have ended back. We can't have them stay overseas for too long. Have Hector take over as governor and transfer Hansk back to the Dominion. As for Molasink, isn't 2nd Century lacking a commander? Have him take that post. Let Wellixon serve as one of Northsea's commodores. The rest of the knights and officials are at your disposal. But, Your Grace, who will serve as Hanayabarda's governor? Do you remember Butler Boris? He's been in charge of various matters in our Dominion's administration for several years now. Given how hard he's worked to make some contributions, entitle him as an honorary baron at the year-end celebration. He'll serve 2 governor terms on Hanayabarda. After he returns in 10 years, make him a landed noble. Similarly, have the knights and officials transfer to Hanayabarda and serve 2 terms and promote them when they return. There was no other choice. Given how far out Hanayabarda was, only promotions and beneficial treatment would be appealing enough for people to accept a position there. Then, to which department will Baron Hansk be transferred? Aren't we trying to revamp our roads? Have him take care of it. This is something the prosperity and development of the Northlands depend on. I can rest assured if Hansk is placed in charge. Hey, why are you clicking your tongue? Charade laughed coldly. So this is your revenge against him for causing such a huge commotion over your marriage. Now, his position has fallen from a governor to a traffic planner. Then again, Baron Hansk's luck with people had always been rather bad. Being an old servant of House Norton, he frequently rode on his seniority when dealing with Charade and the others who came with Lorist to the Northlands. The instances of conflict had decreased quite a bit during his term as governor of Silawas. After giving it some thought, Charade felt it was best for the man to be taught a lesson by being sent to the wilderness, so he didn't feel obligated to straighten out Lorist's behavior. It was his fault for being so vocal about his objections to Lorist's marriage in the first place. While he hadn't minded Spiel's objection, which was brought to him in private, Hansk's rallying of officials to object in unison was a huge mistake. It wasn't an objection in Lorist's eyes, but rather a threat. Nothing. My tongue itched, that's all, said Charade as he hid his disdain for Lorist's payback. Since they both knew what was going on, there was no point in mentioning it outright. Also, the formation of First Sentry is complete. Baron Belnick led the Legion to Fort Goldridge, so it should be time for Els to return. Right. Have him bring the guards back, Lorist said as he downed a mouthful of Max. Also, I'm planning to have Els serve as the Legion Sergeant Major and a Colonel of Jaeger as Josk's aide. Reedy will take over as the Guard Brigade's Major with Pat as the Brigade Sergeant Major. What do you think? The affairs of the Guard Brigade are not my concern, Charade said with awareness of his position, but I'm fine with Els being appointed Legion Sergeant Major of Jaeger. You're finally willing to let him free, huh? Lorist laughed. It's not that I wasn't willing before. The time just happened to be right now. Both of you are important friends of mine. You're a baron now, so I felt Els should have the opportunity to rake in some achievements to catch up, lest you throw around your status in front of him in the future. I don't have the time for that. I'm so busy I don't even have time to get intimate with my wife. I sleep right after returning home. Unlike you, who fucks around in your restroom in the middle of the day, Charade said with a squint. Also, there's one last thing. Zonvan, Vice Supervisor of the Construction Department, reports the Duke's Manor in Roaring Bear is mostly completed. He hopes you will find the time to make a visit. If you have any part with which you're not satisfied, changes can still be made. I'll let you arrange a visit yourself. I have to take my leave now. There's much more waiting for me. At dinner, Sylvia posed a question that greatly unnerved Lorist. Locke, did you notice Anna, Finley, Daisy, and Maria become more beautiful all of a sudden? It's like their skin is glowing with youth. I asked them how they did it, but they weren't willing to tell me. Do you know? Of course. Wasn't it because of the moisture I provided? Before Lorist thought of how he should answer, the 4 concubines laughed in unison. After giving them a harsh glare, he turned to Sylvia and said with a smile, perhaps they've been taking enough beauty naps. There's a saying in Moranti, beauties are born through sleep. Only enough sleep will maintain a woman's beauty. No wonder I don't see them in the morning sometimes. When I visit them in the afternoon, they're still asleep. Sylvia felt as if she suddenly understood the secret to beauty. However, she soon revealed a troubled look. But Locke, I don't understand how they can sleep like that. I can't do it no matter what after I wake up. They sleep early because they've been tired out. Lorist wiped the sweat from his forehead. Well, that's to be expected, my dear. You're a 2-star gold rank. They don't have battle force. The energy you have makes it harder for you to sleep. Also, can you visit Roaring Bear in my stead? The city used to be called Gildusk. It's the city in the southern part of the Northlands. The Duke's Manor was just completely renovated and we will be married there. It will also be our home afterwards. If there's anything with which you're not satisfied, you may ask them to change it. Can't you go with me? Asked Sylvia expectantly. I'm afraid not. I'm heading to the east, before going to Bladej Mountains and North Sea. I really don't have the time. I have to trouble you to make the trip on your own. It's going to be our home in the future, so I hope you can make sure it's perfect, said Lorist as he shrugged. All right, I'll make the trip, said Sylvia with a disappointed look. What about them? Asked Sylvia as she looked at the other concubines. They'll go with you, Lorist decided. We will all live together, after all. Let them pick their own residences there. You will make the trip together. That was just in line for Lorist to get some rest. He had been rather troubled by their aggressive advances lately. Sylvia nodded. All right, dear. We'll make a quick trip and return. Well, you don't have to rush, Lorist said with a pause. Also, there are many manors belonging to the former nobles and duke. Pick one for each of you and they will be yours. All the income generated by them will belong to you personally, but they're not hereditary. The term of ownership only lasts for your lifetime. As for Sylvia, I've picked Cherry Blossom Ridge for you. You might want to check to see if it's to your liking. Kaiawea. Before Sylvia could reply, the four concubines screamed with excitement and joy. It was something completely out of their expectations. At first, they were rather unwilling to accompany Sylvia to the southern part of the Northlands, but now they were itching to leave right away. They all rushed to give Lorist hugs and kisses. All right, that's enough, said he with much difficulty as he tried to push them aside. Seeing that Sylvia was pouting in a corner, he hurriedly went to console her and relieve her jealousy. How will I spend my days going forward? Too many women is nothing but trouble, thought he as he slumped back into his chair. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 403 Negotiations. Negotiations. Negotiation in the diplomatic sense assumes both parties are more anxious to agree than disagree. We weren't anxious at all. Duke Kenmay's name, in his memoirs, Rise of the Empire, regarding the negotiations between his alliance and House Faisablin. After sending Sylvia and the concubines off, Lorist prepared to head to the eastern part of the Northlands. But before he could, he received an urgent letter from Kenmay's. After more than a month of negotiations, Kenmay's and the envoys Duke Faisablin had sent over had finally come to an agreement regarding resuming trade between the Salt Merchant Committee and the Faisablin Dominion. Kenmay's, Phelim, and Shazine would hurry to Firmrock in a few days to meet with him so the agreement could be formally signed and take effect. Lorist had no choice but to delay his journey. He waited at Firmrock. During the day, he would visit the training grounds behind the mountain to guide Howard in the Dan Ocean Key refining technique while he gave some pointers to Reedy and Genolio in the ways of the sword. At night, he would sit quietly in his study and read scrolls and documents. Now that the women had left his side, he suddenly felt the world was much calmer. Kenmay's and Shazine arrived after 5 days, as expected. Phelim's arrival was late by a day. Apart from Kenmay's expressing his disappointment at Sylvia's absence, he got into the negotiations pretty much immediately. I've upped the prices of 47 products, it's just too bad they aren't big sellers. Don't worry, though, you'll each still get about 400,000 each, said Kenmay's. Though he was a duke, he was ever so excited about what little profit he would be gaining from the deal. Naturally, the announcement wasn't directed at Lorist. House Norton only had a 10% share in the committee, not much at. That they had obtained tens of thousands as dividends over the last few years was already rather good. Like Kenmay's had said, quantity was king. House Norton's income came mainly from the production of goods in the factories within their dominion. The good were 8/10 of all the Salt Merchant Committee's trade stock. That part alone already made the house a hefty sum, and its share of 3/10 of all the factories in the dominion would further add to the benefits. It didn't even include the tax yet to be levied. However, Phelim and Shazine's eyes shone brightly upon hearing the figure. Their forces cost them quite a lot to maintain. Even though the soldiers weren't nearly as well taken care of as the Nortons, the cost still amounted to 500,000 in any given year. With the dividends, their military expenses wouldn't be that huge a burden. While House Norton and House Kenmay's contributed financially to the Dominion relocation of the two other houses, the help didn't extend to the next year. Phelim looked at the agreement with slight disappointment. Why is there no agreement for a ceasefire? Even though Phelim had already reclaimed the house's old dominion in southern, it neighbored House Faisablin's. Firmrock was still there holding a tight defense line against House Faisablin's forces and the grassland barbarians. The conflict hadn't yet stopped. Only a ceasefire agreement would allow Phelim to rest assured. Otherwise, he couldn't be confident enough to develop his dominion. He would have to mobilize his forces at the slightest commotion. Well, Kenmay stammered, before he said embarrassedly, I apologize. It completely slipped my mind. He had, in fact, forgot about it. He'd only worried about the prices of products during the negotiations. For example, 50 kilos of salt originally cost 1 gold Ford, but the current price was 5 gold for 50 kilograms. Given that the 4 houses were the victors, Ken Mays wanted to get back at House Faisablin as much as he could. Don't buy it if you don't have to. I'm sure the plains have lots of salt lumps through which you can crunch, he had said, arrogantly. He was in a strong position in the negotiation. He completely forgot how great it felt to have all the power. It was common knowledge that salt lumps would cause disease for livestock if consumed after dilution in water. It was, even more, the case with humans. Death was a common occurrence. Now House Faisablin was trapped on the plains and had their trade routes cut off. They had no choice but to purchase salt from the 4 houses. If House Faisablin felt it was too expensive, they didn't have to buy it and could feast on unseasoned food. It wouldn't take more than 3 months for a huge commotion to break out in the Dominion after the supply of salt was cut. Looking at the envoy's angered and unwilling face as they agreed to the sky-high price, Ken Mays felt incomparably elated. So what if you've occupied the Greater and Lesser Golden Creeks and have gold mines in your hands? The gold you dig up will end up with us anyway. It made him forget the most important point, the ceasefire treaty. In other words, both sides were still in a state of war even if no conflict had broken out between them in a few months. Where are the envoys now? Asked Lorist. He followed me to Firm Rock, answered Ken Mays hurriedly. The negotiation will require your agreement before it can be formalized. Also, the location of the transaction still has to be determined. Also, the 2 envoys say they want to have an audience with Princess Sylvia. Have them come to my guest lounge. I will speak with them, Lorist said before he turned his head to Shazine and Phelim. You 2 should come along. If Duke Faisablin really admitted his loss, then he will agree to a ceasefire. It would be a relief to him as well since he would no longer have to station any troops on the border. The 2 envoys the Duke had sent over to negotiate were 2 old men. The first was tall and had a white goatee. He introduced himself as the house's chief supervisor, Faisablin Aradoc. Lorist had heard from Sylvia's 2 maidservants that Aradoc could only barely be considered a member of the house. Though he bore the Faisablin name, he was from a distant branch family. Despite that, he was incredibly loyal to the Duke and held his trust. The Duke often let him carry out sensitive assignments. The other was short and fat and felt approachable, with a beaming smile. He introduced himself as Napole. He had no surname. Lorist quickly recalled coming across the name in a list of important people in House Faisablin. Not only had Napole been on the list, he had also been marked for extra attention. According to the reports, his father was the leader of a small grassland tribe, while his mother was one of the nobles. During one of the raids, his mother had been captured to be a sex slave for the father and Napole was born from their escapades. The tribe was soon swallowed by a larger one, and his father died. His mother was violated to death, leaving Napole a lone orphan slave. When he turned 16, he secretly contacted Duke Faisablin and orchestrated the large tribe's extermination. It was the first and crucial victory the Duke achieved during his expansion of the Empire's territory and the formation of Eastwild. Oddly enough, Napole didn't have an official position in the house. He was a rather mysterious figure. But he was the author of most of the plots Duke Faisablin used against the tribes. Including the reselling of goods purchased from the Salt Merchant Committee, the roping in of the subservient tribes, and the enlistment of barbarian cavalrymen from said tribes to deal with the other tribes that refused to submit. Everything had something to do with the short, fat old man. As Lorist checked out the 2 old envoys, they did the same to him. Their gazes soon focused on Lorist alone, despite the leaders of all 4 houses being present. The new Duke of the Northlands is really average-looking. His height and looks are average and unappealing, just like any guy one might come across in the street. In actuality, Lorist wasn't nearly as charismatic and naturally good-looking as Ken Mays. Neither was he handsome like Shazine or heroic and dignified like Phelim, but the 2 envoys were brighter than most and didn't easily judge people on their appearance. Additionally, they had heard about the Duke's thoughts on the 4 houses. The Duke specifically stated that the truly threatening one was House Norton, or, in other words, Lorist. And, frankly, the Duke didn't really regard the other 3 seriously. Back in the day, the 3 houses wouldn't even stand a chance to queue up in the line to kiss his arse even if they wanted. House Ken Mays was originally a clan of merchants that had purchased a title from the second prince. The Duke considered them nothing but rich impostors. They didn't merit attention. While House Phelim had been quite famous a century earlier, they were a shell of their former selves now. Count Phelim fought for the second prince and died on the battlefield during an ambush. It ended with them having to pay to keep their status as landed barons. They couldn't even make the slightest sound as the second prince sent his men to desecrate their ancestral burial site to look for hidden treasure. As for Count Shazine, his background was even more unworthy of mention. Being a gold-rank knight that formerly served the old Duke of the Northlands, Loggins, he was ordered to attack House Norton and was taken captive. After that, Duke Loggins made a huge mistake by putting the responsibility on Shazin's loss. As a punishment, he forced Shazin's father to hand over his fief and become their vassal so they wouldn't be labeled as traitors. In the end, when Duke Loggins gathered the Northlander army to take on House Norton, Shazin sat quietly and watched as the army was dominated and massacred. He even launched his own attack out of nowhere by allying with the enemy and sweeping Duke Loggins' dominion clean. Not only did Shazin manage to get a huge sum of money, he also inherited most of House Loggins' forces. Had it not been for Lorist, the other houses would be just a mess. House Faisablin wouldn't have a hard time dealing with them. It would be no different from how he dealt with the southern nobles that occupied Windbury. But with House Norton's protection, the alliance became a solid and mighty union that everyone had to regard cautiously. So great was their might that they could give even the Andanak kingdom a run for its money. Their ability to exterminate Madrasa and Iblia was testament. And the key to the alliance was House Norton. The one whose decision had real weight was Lorist. It was what the Duke told his envoys to remember. "Please take a seat," Lorist said forthrightly, "let's not beat around the bush. I want to know of Duke Faisablin's intentions. Is he willing to cease hostilities, or does he merely want to buy time and resist the four houses stubbornly without admitting defeat?" Aradok rose from his seat and saluted. "Revered Duke of the Northlands, whether the hostilities are to be ceased is up to you. If you stop invading our lands, hostilities will cease. Everyone knows it was the four houses that started this war. You attacked First Frontier without declaring war first. The Duke was forced to resist as a result. Even though we are currently in a disadvantageous position, we will not submit to threats of force. Just like how we defeated Jaeger in Wild Husbandry, we are confident we can obtain victory in the end." Lorist laughed. "Ever the stubborn ones. Your mouths are harder to crack than a duck's bill. Very well, if you don't admit defeat, all the better for us. I've always wanted to bring my forces to House Faisablin's grasslands for a stroll. Worry not, we will carry out our deal according to the trade agreement. War is war and business is business. As long as you have the money, I won't stop the goods." "I object, Your Grace, your actions oppress a prestigious house of the former empire. This is an act all nobles scorn. Not only will you be unable to execute your plans, House Norton will also be denounced by the peace-loving and nobles, that—" "Oh, really?" Lorist said with a cold laugh, "The former empire is gone, lost in the ashes of the fire set by the three princes themselves. Let me remind you that the four houses side with Andanak. His Highness Auguslo is the true heir to the throne and House Faisablin stands with a traitor prince. You call our attack unrighteous, but, to us, we're merely trying to quell a rebellion. In contrast, the actions of your Duke in the capital of Windbury is the issue more worthy of spreading and scrutinizing." Supervisor Aradok was completely speechless. However, Nepal stood up immediately. "Revered Duke, our Duke doesn't wish to engage in war. He has always believed his true enemies are the barbarian tribes on the northeastern Great Plains. Actually, our Duke was most pained by the war that broke out between us. If our Duke is willing to cease hostilities, how would you treat House Faisablin?" Lorist shrugged. "Given the history between us, military negotiations and talk of trade in military equipment are out of the question. If House Faisablin really wishes to cease hostilities, keep your forces no less than 50 kilometers away from the border. If there is any incident that requires our attention, you must first inform our border guard. All your trade deals will also have to go through Salt Merchant Committee. At the same time, your house's military affairs will be transparent. If there is any movement you want to undertake, you must first inform us. Other than that, Wild Husbandry is important to the safety of the Northlands, so we want to have the rights to station troops there for our safety." "Not possible. Why don't you retreat from the border? Why can't we station any troops in the Northlands?" objected Aradok with a furious start. "Simple, we're the victors," Lorist said with the heavy hand of the winning side. "Does Duke Faisablin want peace, or war?" That. Though Aradok had wanted to argue, Nepal gave his arm a grab. The tall geriatric shut up and lowered his head. "Your Grace, we have already sent Princess Sylvia over as proof of our intention," replied Nepal humbly. Lorist stood up. "Since Duke Faisablin's mind is made, then you may discuss the details of the ceasefire with Duke Kenmays. But I have to say I'm not in favor of how Duke Faisablin treated Princess Sylvia. Your Grace, we would like to pay the princess a visit. I wonder if we may." "Apologies, Sylvia has made her way to the Duke's manor in Roaring Bear. You should know where it is. She's gone to check out her new residence. Also, I'd like to mention that I will be holding my wedding ceremony there in the 11th month. Sylvia will be my wife. She will become the matron of House Norton. I extend my heartfelt invitations to Duke Faisablin to visit so he may participate in his granddaughter's grand wedding. I will graciously await his arrival, but... After Lorist finished, he turned and left coldly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 404 Salt Merchant Committee. Salt Merchant Committee. Opportunity is missed by most people because it is dressed in servant's garbs and looks like work. Duke Kenmaze on his decision to manage the Salt Merchant Committee. The blade cut as quickly as it fell. With but a few words, Lorist set the terms of the armistice in stone and left. All that was left was to negotiate the smaller details. Even if the alliance was the victor, the terms of House Faisablin's surrender couldn't cause them to lose sovereignty and be completely humiliated. The world of Grindia was unlike Lorist's previous one. The conditions he'd put forward were already rather excessive, relatively speaking. Normally, when two houses fought, the losing side would have to pay a large sum in wealth to end the war. If they didn't have money, they could cede part of their dominion, or pay regular tributes. Naturally, there would be additional interest if the price was paid in installments. Lorist didn't need House Faisablin's money, however. Now that they had cut off their trade routes, the house's wealth would be sucked out by the Salt Merchant Committee sooner or later anyway. It was a longer-term money-making solution. Even after the armistice was signed, Lorist wouldn't let his guard down against House Faisablin. Only damned fools would think the war was over and everything was fine after the signing of an armistice. However, the most important conditions of the armistice were the retreat of House Faisablin's forces 50 kilometers away from the border and the ability to station troops in wild husbandry. At the very least, it would give Lorist more time to react to sudden changes as well as limit House Faisablin's ability to choose the battlefield. 2 days later, Kenmaze brought the armistice's draft to Lorist to look over. Apart from the perfunctory explanation that the conflict between the two houses started because of a misunderstanding, the clauses on the retreat of House Faisablin's troops and the necessity to notify the four houses' garrison forces about any military movements were included. Similarly, any military mobilization of the four houses' garrison had to be announced beforehand to prevent any misunderstanding. These conditions don't apply to the assault legions stationed at the border of the two sides, only the garrison forces. Why so? Asked Lorist. Kenmaze hurriedly explained. Supervisor Aradoc and the other envoy insisted on fair treatment. They mentioned that even after House Faisablin's forces retreat 50 kilometers behind their borders, the presence of Firmrock Legion at the borders of Southern and Eastwild unnerves them. They requested that only garrison forces would be allowed to be stationed at the borders. No offensive military force of any kind may be stationed at the border. Since we already ceased hostilities, I thought it didn't really matter, so I agreed. Sheesh, you're always giving me more trouble, Lorist said as he glared at Kenmaze with a smile, before he instructed, Genolio, after this, have a copy of the ceasefire agreement made for Potterfong. Tell him tomorrow to change the name of Firmrock into Firmrock Garrison and call it a Sentry Legion. Don't make any changes beyond that. Also, send this fellow here a bill for the costs of changing the Legion's banners. Kenmaze shrugged. Come on, you're being far too petty. You can't even pay 100-odd gold fords out of your own pocket, . Lorist ignored him and continued reading the document. What followed were the stipulations of trade. In actuality, after the signing of the agreement, all things in which House Faisablin wanted to trade, ranging from the smallest piece of paper or salt crystal to things like cows and horses, had to go through the Salt Merchant Committee. For example, the things they purchased from the committee just recently was actually worth not more than 600,000 gold fords. A few years earlier, they could have purchased it for around 800,000 gold fords. But now, the hiked prices pushed it as high as 2 million. It was no wonder Kenmaze proclaimed so gleefully that Phelim and Shazim could get up to 400,000 gold fords in dividends. In matters of trade, Kenmaze was still reliable. The fellow loved being the middleman and would be more than happy to take in goods with his left and sell them with his right. At most, he had to coordinate their transport. He was completely unlike Lorist, who liked to develop his dominion. According to Kenmaze's own words, not only did developing means of production contain great risk, the value of the good would depreciate if they couldn't be traded. If the cost of production is high, the product would also lose its edge against its competitors. From time to time, funds would also have to be provided to develop new or improved versions of the products. All of it was rather troublesome and far more stressful than merely reselling goods like he did. After reading the last clause, Lorist expressed his dissatisfaction. What's this? House Faisablin refused to recognize our occupation of the whole of wild husbandry? I had no choice. I said all I could, they were only willing to compromise up to Soxius. We can occupy everything north of it, but everything south of it is still theirs, effectively splitting wild husbandry in two. They said occupying half of wild husbandry would be enough to ensure the Northland's safety. I've tried my best, but I couldn't convince them otherwise. So I had no choice but to bring it to you as it is now, said Ken Mays as he made a helpless expression. The territory did include a good portion of wild husbandry, 2/3 of it, in fact. But much of it was raided by Jaeger quite early on in the war. It was desolate and ruined. House Fiesblin's Fourth Frontier suffered defeat after defeat following the ambush, causing what remained of their forces to escape to Saxius and stand guard there. It wasn't until Duke Fiesblin's arrival and ambush with 100,000 barbarian cavalrymen that wild husbandry was reclaimed. The armistice would recognize the Norton's occupation of the land already conquered by Jaeger. It seemed this was the Duke's baseline. Since the part of wild husbandry to the north of Saxius was ruined, it'd be better to let the Nortons have it as a show of sincerity. After a moment of silence, Lorist decided. Then let's leave it as is. Have them sign. There's another question we need to settle, Ken Mays said. How long do you want the armistice to last? Armistices, and their associated conditions, had limited terms. It was a sacred agreement in the Wargod's name that the sides involved would not take hostile military action against one another for the time the agreement was valid. When the armistice expired, however, the two sides could continue the war or negotiate an extension. If both sides reconciled during that time, however, a peace treaty could be signed and neither side would treat the other as an enemy any longer. Trade would resume and borders would reopen. The number of troops stationed at the borders would also be decreased to save on military costs. Lorist laughed. Let the two envoys go back to the Duke and decide this for themselves. They're free to choose how long they want, be it 1 or 3 years. We don't need to bother ourselves with what House Fiesblin believes, even if they think they can recover and get back at us. The moment they strike, we will give them an even harsher lesson. Maybe, we can inflict so much pain on them they'd rather die instead. This is the extent of our might. Ken Mays was completely stoked after hearing what Lorist had said and could feel his blood boiling. All right. I'll tell them, word for word. They'll be allowed to consult the Duke and are free to choose how long they want the armistice to last. We couldn't be bothered to care. But the next time they dare to attack us again, the price of our products will no longer be as low as they are now. We'll double them at the very least. After saying that, Ken Mays marched out of the door arrogantly. But just as he exited, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and walked back in. Locke. I'd like to ask you something. Baron Charade mentioned that you're going to sell a large number of LLDAM-class vessels approximately 70% complete. Is that true? Sheesh, can't you discuss private matters after finishing the official ones first? Lorist nodded, nonetheless. Yes. The house is cutting oceanic, so we have a lot of large and small ships we aren't going to use. Are you going to sell them all? No. I will announce this during the year-end celebration, as well as the development of Northsea, Bullhorn Bay, and Siloas. The rest of the boats will be auctioned off to the nobles and merchants so they form their own guilds to start trading and fishing. Oh, so that's it. Ken Mays said with a dismayed expression, I thought you would simply sell the ships instead of holding an auction. I didn't think you were planning to do that, Ha, Lorist laughed loudly. Do you want to bet for how much these ships will sell? Here I am worried that I don't have enough to meet demand, and you want to buy them cheap? That's not good, you know. Then again, I suppose you can invest in the guilds. Maybe, you can even form a guild yourself. I won't form a guild since trading at sea is not my specialty. It doesn't feel nearly as safe as relying on you anyway. So, that's out of the question. The Salt Merchant Committee already tires me out enough as it is. Also, the committee has the ability to trade at sea. The order our house made at your shipyard was so we could form our own merchant fleet. But the houses will also have to go through the Salt Merchant Committee to get goods to trade. At most, I'll give them some small benefits, nothing huge, said Ken Mays gleefully. Lorist was completely speechless looking at Ken Mays, who was even prepared to profit at his father's expense. However, he couldn't help but admit that Ken Mays was an incredibly intelligent man who understood the true extent of the benefits of cozying up to a huge backer. The Salt Merchant Committee was Ken Mays' self-run business. He had a 5/10 share of the company and also took half of the profits it generated. The other half was split between Phelim, Shazine, and Lorist. Lorist owned only 1/10 of the committee whereas Shazine and Phelim each owned 2/10. At first, the three houses, save for the Nortons, each owned 3/10. But Phelim and Shazine felt bad for profiting off it for doing nothing, so they each gave 1/10 to Ken Mays and left him completely in charge. The committee was originally formed as a joke. They didn't think Ken Mays would grow it into the largest merchant guild in the eastern area of the Northlands. It traded in goods to upwards of 300,000 gold fords annually. It became an essential source of income for the four houses. To Phelim and Shazin, who couldn't manage finances well, the committee's dividends were a great help. Kenmays himself also got quite a lot of benefits, so many that he could take out nearly 1 million gold fords in wealth and supplies to aid House Shazin and House Phelim during their dominion's relocation. On one occasion, a conversation between Kenmays and his father spread to Lorist's ears through Furybear's agents. Kenmays' father said he shouldn't give up on the family business for the sake of running the Salt Merchant Committee. But, when Kenmays brought out the committee's accounts, the color drained from his father's face almost immediately. Kenmays' intentions were clear: the committee's turnover had long exceeded that of the house's business. Kenmays mentioned that he was already used to trading in excess of millions of gold fords, and that the house's entire business wouldn't even amount to 1 million, not worth mentioning at all. Enraged, his father said that no matter how small the house's business was, it was still something their house owned. He mentioned that Kenmays running the Salt Merchant Committee so successfully was a waste of his talents since half of the profit was earned by others, and that Kenmays had to occasionally take a smaller cut to help Phelim and Shazin out by rounding up their dividends. His father also complained about how Kenmays didn't allow his house to gain any benefits, as seen with his punishment of one member that faked accounts to get some benefits in the committee. Apart from firing him, a large number of people from House Kenmays were kicked out as well. Kenmays merely laughed and called his father old for not being able to see the situation clearly. The four houses had already united in alliance, and House Kenmays had the weakest military of the four. They couldn't even compare with House Norton when it came to funds. He was thankful that the three were even willing to form an alliance with his house, and the reason he focused so much of his effort on running the committee was that he wanted to do his best to contribute to the alliance. If the three other houses were really interested in going all out in business, they would have hired their own men to run the committee and kick House Kenmays out. That way, they would earn even more. Since they had placed their trust in him, he wouldn't let them down. He mentioned that even if House Kenmays' own business got a large deal, apart from having to take care of the capital themselves, they would even have to bow their head to the other nobles and bribe them for their favor. Even if the deal got 300,000 in profit, less than 100,000 of it would be left for them. If they were unlucky, their efforts would probably end up wasted and they would only have themselves to blame. But the committee had House Norton, House Phelim, and House Shazin backing it. With that much might behind them, they didn't have to bow down like House Kenmays' own business. They could reach anywhere within the four houses' sphere of influence. In fact, he was confident that as the influence of the four expanded, the committee could even connect to thus far uncharted territories and perhaps develop into a body not inferior to the Union's Big Seven guilds. Kenmays told his father the reason he worked so hard to manage the committee was his determination to make the alliance last as long as possible. Whether it be providing huge financial support to House Phelim or rounding up the dividend of Count Shazin, it was all for the sake of the alliance's longevity. House Kenmays' position among the four houses could only grow more and more secure this way. And with the forced development, the house would truly be included in the ranks of the traditional peerage instead of being considered as an outlier commoner who happened to be rich. After hearing what Kenmays had to say, his father thought silently for a long time before he finally sighed. Soon after, he called a household meeting where he abdicated and gave his son his position. He made it clear that he would only manage the household business in the future. All household affairs would be managed how Kenmays saw it without question. That was the real reason Lorist trusted Kenmays so much. Only when the alliance had members who were aware of their position could the alliance last and develop in the long term. "Alright, stop showing off," Lorist said as he tapped on Kenmays' shoulder. "Since you're prepared to take the committee to the seas, hear a bit of my advice. You may purchase a fleet for the committee, but don't form a large one just yet. Test the waters first, if you will. As for the safety at sea, it's nothing about which you have to worry. House Norton's North Sea will protect the vessels. However, it's on you to establish the market. As the old saying goes, the man who leaves sooner than others picks the best apples." "I know. After sending the two envoys off, I'll go look for Baron Charade," said Kenmays as he left joyfully. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 405: The Storm Brews Again. The storm brews again. "Joe, have you recovered?" The moment Lorist entered Jaeger's campsite, he saw Josk drenched in sweat training with his green longbow. It seemed he had been training for quite a while. Upon seeing them arrive, Josk hurriedly bowed. "Your Grace, I've more or less recovered. I feel like I have moss growing on me. I was in bed for 3 months, but I've been busy with recuperation training for the last 2 days. You should watch your condition. Your injuries have just started to recover." "You know haste makes waste," Lorist said as he dismounted and handed his horse's reins to Ginolio. "Some introductions are due." This is the gold-ranked divine marksman, Baron Josk. Josk, this is Genolio, my new attendant. Josk wiped the sweat from his face with a linen cloth and nodded. Where's Howard? He's in seclusion training like Reedy. It'll last 2 years. Josk noticed Els. Hey, Els. He walked up to him and gave him a bear hug. Lorist smiled. Joe, Els is Jaeger's Legion Sergeant Major now and the colonel of his own division. He's yours now. I'm relieved you get along. Great, Josk exclaimed excitedly, I was just worrying about having no one to help me since Yuri's still injured. This is great news. How's Yuri recovering? The herbalist said his injuries are recovering well. But he will need more than a year to retrain his battle force. Lorist nodded. I'll send him to Roaring Bear to recover by my side. Maybe I can help him increase his speed. Also, Jaeger's rank should be filled by now, right? I'm not too sure, Josk said, hesitantly, you know Waxham is usually in charge of such things. I've never asked. But seeing how busy the camp is, I suppose they're full. Good. Apart from the 3,500 new recruits from the Dominion, there are another 10,000 transfers from local defense to Jaeger. The remaining 30,000 used to be elite cavalrymen in Madras armies. Now you've mostly recovered, I can stop worrying. Use the remainder of the year to train. You'll deploy in wild husbandry spring next year. Are we finally going to take revenge? Asked Josk, elated. Lorist shook his head. I know this might disappoint you, but the Alliance has negotiated an armistice. It will take effect after Duke Faisablin decides the term and sends it back. We'll deploy in wild husbandry next year because in the armistice House Faisablin will recognize our occupation of half of the province up to Saxius. In essence, we've retaken the territory Jaeger conquered. Josk was silent for a moment before he cleared his throat. Your Grace, we were far too incompetent. Our loss brought the house shame. Loris took up Josk's shirt hung on a nearby pole and slung it at his body. This isn't your fault. Jaeger managed to sweep wild husbandry and send Fourth Frontier running haggardly in the early days. This is already far beyond my expectations. Your loss was due to the insidious Duke. Even I wouldn't fare much better if I were in your position. Josk put on his clothes, tidied himself and guided everyone into the main tent. He had the guards blow the horn to summon the commanders. Josk kept his position as the Legion's general. Els was made Legion Sergeant Major and Colonel, and given command of his own division. Waxama was made Legion Sergeant Major as well and Chief Logistics Officer. Many others were made majors, with command of brigades, and captains, with command of regiments. Idlewoke, commander of the 23rd Local Defense Brigade, who had successfully managed to defend Pedro, had been transferred to Jaeger and given the position of Division Sergeant Major and Major, with his own brigade command. After the new positions were announced, everyone discussed the lessons learned from their loss and also announced a few new measures. First, Lorist was changing Jaeger's loadout. 2 years of experimentation had shown that Jaeger's current loadout was rather lacking in actual battle. Coupled with the fact that many sets of the loadout ended up in House Faisablin's hands after the Legion's defeat, the house had to change the style and color to prevent the enemy from sneaking in unnoticed. The remaining 20,000 sets would be reclaimed and stored. Second, the house would not provide Jaeger with new Caraballisti. It was also a decision Lorist had made personally. He'd had a discussion with Charade, Friar, Belnick, and several other knights at Fernrock about the circumstances behind Jaeger's defeat. The revelations were shocking. Pete's 3rd Division had been encircled and eradicated because it had 2 extra brigades of Caraballisti. It had also enabled Duke Faisablin to attack Yuri's 2nd Division, who approached to reinforce the 3rd. Jaeger is predominantly light cavalry. The main threat of light cavalry isn't their offensive power, but their impressive mobility that allows them to come and go unannounced. Why were Duke Faisablin's light cavalry legions able to pose such a threat? He doesn't have Caraballisti with impressive firing range, yet every time he comes for us, we have to face him with full alertness like we're facing a great foe. The reason is that we're afraid he could strike our weaknesses. Our supply line, medical stations, and food stores can easily be sabotaged. The whole legion will be affected if they're hit. It's because of those factors we lose the initiative in confrontations with their light cavalry and have to watch for them fearfully. Light cavalry should be quick to move and fast as lightning when they attack. They are the best tools for penetration, stalling, sealing, pursuing and reconnaissance. The Caraballisti is one of the most threatening ranged weapons in our arsenal. Even though they also have rather high mobility, they're slow in comparison to light cavalry. Giving Jaeger Caraballisti is like chaining a horse to a carriage. It would lose the ability to run and escape quickly. Had Pete not had the burden of 2 Caraballisti brigades, he could have escaped in any direction the moment he noticed the grassland barbarians approach. It would make it near impossible for 100,000 barbarians to encircle 3rd Division. Had the 2 Carabalisti brigades not been present, all it would have taken to break out was to charge in a direction. There's no way the grassland barbarians could have held them back. It's such a shame that Colonel Pete had no choice but to stand his ground because of the 2 Carabalisti brigades. We have to learn. You're the house's only light cavalry legion. I have hopes for everyone in Jaeger. Though House Feiselblin's frontier legions are our enemy, we have to learn some of their strengths. They are the strongest light cavalry force in the former empire. We have to learn from our failure. We must surpass them, and the house will definitely provide you with the best equipment we can. I hope by the time you return to the great northeastern plains, you will be unstoppable. Lorist turned to Josk. Joe, I'm marrying Sylvia in the 11th month. The marriage will be in Roaring Bear. I'd like you to be my best man. Josk didn't say a word. Lorist smiled. Joe, marrying Sylvia isn't the same as making peace with House Feiselblin. I personally believe Duke Feiselblin will be our most formidable enemy as long as he remains alive. Please don't fault Sylvia for her identity. She's been abandoned by the Feiselblins. Your Grace, I believe you, but I don't want to attend your wedding, nor do I want to be your best man. Would that be all right? No. Just look at the friends I have around me. Even Els got married. You're the only one I have to be my best man. If you get married before the 11th, I won't force you. Josk wore a look of exasperation. Then I'd rather be your best man. Thank you, Joe. Lorist thought to himself happily, I managed to rope another one. The next morning, Lorist found Tarkle bumbling towards him with ragged breath. What's up, Tarkle? Why, your Grace? Battle has broken out. Battle? Who attacked? No, not us, and nobody attacked us. Why, your Grace, let me catch my breath, Tarkle rested for a moment before he recovered. I almost choked to death. The strong wind didn't help either. Alright, stop complaining. Where did you say battle broke out? Did it happen between the Second Highness and the Union? Or did he attack the 4 central duchies? Lorist unleashed a flurry of questions at once. It's not the Second Highness, your Grace. It's the Ford Trade Union and the Mid-Southern Kingdoms. It started a month ago, said Tarkle as he took out a huge stack of newspapers from the Union. So they finally started fighting. The lightning has been striking without any sign of rain for well over a year now. The real deal finally began. Lorist breathed a sigh of relief. Time really flies. Lorist recalled the conflict back in Moranti when he brought Kenmaze and the others there for a trip with something that happened 4 years back. He had convinced Academy head Levens to move Dawn Academy to the Northlands. Dawn had already been operating for 2 years straight and had about 1,000 new students. After the unfortunate experience in Moranti, President Peterson expressed his apologies. Lunmord, who stayed at Moranti, sent word that the Big Seven guilds had punished the newly entitled nobles by confiscating the titles of a few dozen who caused too much trouble and sending more than 10 to the gallows. In the end, they managed to stabilize the situation and established a code of conduct for the newly entitled nobles. Also, they made the new nobles pledge to not do anything uncivil and also legislated regulations on how one could manage their dominion. After the situation stabilized, the Big Seven began talks with the surrounding kingdoms and duchies in hopes they could reopen the trade routes and stop seeing the Union as an enemy, essentially returning their relationships to how it had been before the war. The Union also pledged they wouldn't set their sights on their new neighbors' territory and tried their best to restore amicable relations. The shape of the Grindian continent resembled a really uneven shuttle, small in the north and large in the south with a few cracks. The area inhabited by humans encompassed only 2/3 of the continent and looked a little like a crescent moon. The northmost area inhabited by humans was the Northlands, which was actually near the middle of the continent. Further north, and separated by the Magic Dragon mountain range, were the wildlands where humans had yet to set foot. It was marked by the endless stretches of ancient forests and domineering mountain ranges. Stretching south from the Northlands was the territory of the largest superpower in days long gone, the Christian Empire. Ford Trade Union's territory started in the Falic Plains. Around the Union were kingdoms and duchies of varying sizes. Including the Union, there were around 34 nations, and they were known as the 34 mid-southern countries. Further south was where the second and third-ranked superpowers among the 3 great nations on Grindia, the Roman Empire and the Coistan Khanate respectively. Neighboring the 2 greats was the Kalia Kingdom. All 3 had a sword saint. It was precisely because of the sword saint's presence that the Roman Empire and the Coistan Khanate, who used to fight frequently, had managed to maintain a fragile peace for the last 3 decades. Kali also managed to remain safe despite neighboring the 2 large superpowers because of its own sword saint. Further south was the Great Amanjiro Channel where the Sink Peninsula was located. There were 5 or 6 nations on the peninsula whom fought constantly. They had been in conflict for a few centuries, but none had managed to win. But due to its position at the southernmost tip of the continent, the peninsula was quite poor and had never garnered the attention of the mainland. Even the Roman Empire, nearest to them, didn't bother to annex the forest-filled, barren, and undeveloped peninsula. After the War of Glass, the Union had absorbed the territory of 9 nations. Coupled with the Lormo Duchy, which had seceded from the Christian Empire, as well as the 2 provinces of the now-defunct Redleys, the Union was now the nation with the largest territory on the continent. At the same time, the 34 mid-southern nations that stood united to resist the 3 superpowers north and south lost 10 of their members. Faced with the Union's domination, the remaining nations united to seal off the Union's trade routes and cut off all relations with it. It was a heavy blow to the unprepared Union. After the Big Seven stabilized the Union's internal affairs, they began talks, but there was hardly any progress. As a result, the Union formed 2 standing legions of 140,000 men and stationed them on their borders. The 24 mid-southern nations didn't cower, though. They mobilized nearly 200,000 soldiers to guard their side of the borders. Both sides remained in a stalemate for more than a year and ended up going to war. It seemed that both were unable to withstand the huge amount of resources it took to sustain such armies, so they decided to duke it out for a quick conclusion. Your Grace, 2 months ago, the Roman Empire and Coistan Khanate went to war yet again. Tarkal informed. Roman eliminated Kaliai as well, and the Windstorm Sword Saints' whereabouts are unknown. Oh, then again, the 2 nations are too far away from the Northlands. Lorist didn't really care. There's another piece of bad news. Lunmord was forcefully conscripted and sent to the front lines. The Union announced this matter concerned all of its citizens and they would have to fulfill their civil duties by joining the military. The reports we just got from Moranti were collected and sent back by Lunmord's 4 wives. They arrived half a month later than usual. What? Poor Lunmord. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 406 Inspection. Inspection. Gossip is a very dangerous tool. We should be more wary of the gossiper than the gossip they bring. Tarkal. Lunmord hadn't told his wives that he was collecting information for the house. What Lorist wanted was current news and details about the situation and movements of the surrounding nations. The most crucial information he required was the military deployments and other movements of those nations. However, the reports from the newspapers of Moranti Tarkal brought over were merely gossip and hearsay. They mostly contained autoerotica and chivalric romance without a trace of actual political information. There were 12 issues of a small tabloid called Moonlit Tales included among the things sent back. They contained 12 chapters of a serial erotica with a female protagonist whose husband was a sailor. The story was roughly about how after the protagonist's husband set sail, 12 handsome and rich princes on white horses showed up out of nowhere. The novel described in detail the protagonist's complex emotions and psychological state. After the protagonist spent night after night in debauchery with the 12 men, she made up her mind to run away from home with one of them. However, another prince who deeply loved her was jealous and hateful. After killing the lucky man, he committed suicide. Given how the situation changed, the remaining 10 princes left the protagonist. All she could do was sit by her windowsill alone day after day, waiting for her husband's return. Put. Lorist was having breakfast when he decided to browse the tabloids. The moment he read about the 12 nights of pleasure, he spat all the food in his mouth out immediately. Fortunately, he had been eating alone. It would have been far too rude otherwise. Isn't this plot far too ridiculous? I even thought it would be that kind of stereotypical story where the protagonist would gradually get to know the 12 princes and they would seduce her one after another and mate like rabbits. The author even described every interaction as peaceful and moving and also flushed out the protagonist's state of mind. The readers no doubt had no choice but to join in. I didn't think there would be such a twist. This erotica changed into tragedy in a flash. It's just like having a bucket of cold water dumped on you just as things are getting exciting. It's like being rendered impotent all of a sudden. The author's kidding, right? I wonder how many people curse their name for this kind of ending. He imagined at least one of Lunmord's wives actually read stories like this as a hobby. It seemed there was a good chance he would be cheated on. However, he did wonder why Lunmord was sent to the front lines. While he was a 2-star silver rank, his swordsmanship was nothing of note. He was only good as a second-rank herbalist. Perhaps the Union had quite a lot of casualties, hence their need for Lunmord's talents as a herbalist. Putting aside the matter of Lunmord's conscription, the conflict between the Union and the mid-southern nations was big enough news itself. The only thing was he lived too far to the north and couldn't get first-hand information on the situation. Formerly, the reports Lundmord collected for the house would be sent through Peterson Merchant Guild when their trading fleet headed to Silowas. Needless to say, it was a rather time-consuming process. At least half a month would have passed by the time the reports made their way to the Northlands. The house had trained messenger eagles and established a communication system, but Lundmord wasn't equipped with similar facilities. The messenger eagles couldn't carry too much, they were difficult to train, and there were people who yearned for such eagles. The house had once tried to supply Lundmord with an eagle. But nobles from the Union had forcefully bought the eagle in less than 3 days. Fortunately, it flew back to the Northlands soon after. As for Lundmord, his house in Moranti was ransacked for days on end until the nobles were sure the eagle hadn't made it back to Lundmord. After finishing breakfast, Lorist had Ginolio call Tarkle. You should send someone to Moranti to teach Lundmord's wives the proper method to collect reports and information instead of collecting and sending back a random assortment of gossip and advertisements and stuffing rotten yammer, thinking they can pass it off as the real deal, Lorist said as he pointed at the documents. Just look at this report here. It's basically nothing but Union propaganda about how the conflict broke out because of the mid-southern nations' demands for the Union to hand back the territory they occupied. The mid-southern nations' army would have to be insane before they'd make those kinds of demands. Those eradicated nations have long lost the successors to the ruling families. These merchants are truly far more ruthless than nobles. What's the point of reforming those nations if the successors are no longer there? Also, would the Union really agree to spit out the meat it has swallowed? There must be some other reason for the war. Not only are we unable to gain anything from these tabloids, they're just spewing crap to trick people into buying them. Very well, Your Grace. I'll send someone. I was just thinking of sending some people to Moranti to find out why Lundmord was conscripted, Tarkle said, some hesitation. But Your Grace, what's that about yammer? Do you mean yam? Lorist gave it some thought and came up with an explanation. Back when I was studying at Moranti, I heard my neighbors talk about this merchant at the nearby crop market who would stuff rotten yams that wouldn't sell among the good ones. That's how that saying came about. Tarkle said with a look of admiration. Your Grace, your wisdom stretches far and wide. Lorist's face reddened slightly. Spare me the flattery and just focus on your job. Send someone to Moranti to teach Lundmord's wives how to collect proper information while investigating whether Lundmord was forcefully conscripted or whether he offended someone he shouldn't have. Or, the Union has entered a state of general mobilization because the start of the conflict went rather badly. Make sure to find out about the circumstances that led to the war. As for Lundmord, I believe he's been sent to the front lines to serve as herbalist for the injured, so he shouldn't be in immediate danger. However, it's best if the people you send can find him quickly and serve as his guard. Noted, Your Grace, Tarkle said as he turned to leave. Lorist stopped him. Wait, Tarkle, said he with a furrowed brow, pacing around the tent nonstop until Tarkle felt dizzy from following Lorist with his eyes. Since the breakout of war a month ago, has the Second Highness made any moves? He should be the one most delighted by this turn of events and start something huge in the meantime. It's extremely weird that he hasn't made any moves yet. His silence is far too weird. I'm not used to. Your Grace, the first thing we did after we received word of the war was check on the Second Highness. We set up 3 messenger eagle stations around the capital, but all 3 report nothing out of the ordinary. The Second Highness hasn't acted at all, neither has the Imperial Local Defense Legion nor White Lion received any orders. I just sent someone else to confirm. We should hear from him in a few days. Very well. I know how meticulous you can be. Go about your business and make sure to keep an eye on the Second Highness. I'm worried this king is up to something no good again, praised Lorist with a satisfactory nod. The first thing on his itinerary was the visit to Jaeger's camp. He would then head to Goldridge to check on the mining facility's construction and the early mining operations. He would thereafter travel to Northsea before finally heading to Bladedge Mountains. He would visit Nico Academy to check on Telesti and his 2 beloved daughters and head to the Gunpowder Research Laboratory, the Black Iron Refinery and the Weapons Forgery. It would be the start of the 8th month by the time returned to Firm Rock after the whole trip. Lots of construction was going on at Moonspring, situated along the way to Goldridge. The town was located beside the lake where the 100,000-strong barbarian army had been defeated. It would be the supply point for Fort Goldridge and the mine. As the lake was shaped like the circular moon, Lorist named it Moonspring, so the new town under construction came to be called Moonspring as well. The first stages of the road construction from Moonspring to Goldridge was already complete. It was a road half a meter above the Black Forest's ground level, wide enough for 4 carriages to cross side by side. The road was built so the house could send reinforcements to Fort Goldridge in case of a barbarian army attack. The path still required some time for the clay and stones to be made secure and strong. Not only would it have to be flattened and leveled well, they also had to prevent it from collapsing in heavy rainstorms during the rainy season. It took less than half a day to arrive at Fort Goldridge. Even though the trip was uneventful, the sights along the way were rather garish given the heads staked along the branches of the trees. According to one of the supervisors in charge of the construction project, the captive barbarians often tried to escape during the first month of the project. There would be more than 100 barbarians captured daily, and they were beheaded and had their heads staked through the tree branches along the road as a warning for the other barbarians who were considering a desperate escape. The captives only started behaving more obediently after about 4,000 of them were killed. Having been a Dominion lord for more than a decade, Lorist was cold enough to no longer be bothered by such things. He pretended that he didn't see the heads at all. Genolio, however, was but a 16-year-old boy. He hadn't seen such a harrowing sight ever before and shivered on the back of his horse. Lorist gave him a glance. "Puff your chest out and sit tight. This is nothing worth mentioning or being afraid of. If you've seen the sea of corpses of the poor folk of Silo was left behind by the horrid slave traders and the human head pyramid I erected on Hanayabarta, you will not mind something like this." "Yes, your grace," said Genolio as he sat straight up. Even though he still felt a little apprehensive about looking at the heads, at least he was no longer shivering. Belknap came to greet them with a regiment of troops. Fort Goldridge's basic construction was done and the rest of the work was progressing smoothly. According to Belknap, the fort and walls construction was proceeding incredibly well without any interruption by the mountain barbarians. Perhaps after the extermination of their army, they had learned the true might of House Norton and no longer dared to cross them lest disaster befell them again. Spiel was still at the gold mine busying himself over designing a better set of protocols to regulate the mined gold. Grandmaster Sid, on the other hand, had left 2 months ago, leaving his eldest son in charge of the development of new mining facilities and ways to transport the mined ore. Satisfied with what he saw, Lorist left for Northsea after resting for 2 days. He was surprised to find that Ken Mays was still loitering around the city when he arrived. Ken Mays also excitedly informed Lorist that he had just purchased 6 LLDM class vessels as well as 18 MAM class vessels in the name of the Salt Merchant Committee for the fleet he was building. He was also setting up a firm for the committee in Northsea which included an office and a storage area. However, he did complain about how he couldn't buy ownership over property and only the rights to use them, making it so that he had to request official permission to even renovate the buildings as well as being taxed heavily on an annual basis for usage of the land. Lorist shrugged and answered that he didn't have a choice since it was the land of House Norton. As the inheritor of the position of House Leader, he alone had no rights to sell the rights of the house's land to others, so selling the rights to use the land was a compromise he had to make. The house would still retain ownership over the land, whereas those who bought the rights to use the buildings or land could continue about their business without affecting the development of the Dominion. Ken Mays, however, quickly and acutely noticed the hidden implications in Lorist's words, which reminded him of the 2 special sectors at the southern part of the Northlands where land was sold exclusively to nobles. He found another lucrative business model and pestered Lorist to talk about it in detail with him, but Lorist didn't have time to entertain him. So, he sent Ken Mays off to look for Kedden after agreeing that he would consider Ken Mays's plan to develop the real estate industry in the 7 towns of Felicitas. After checking on the reorganized North Sea fleet and the shipyard at Bullhorn Bay, Lorist headed to Nico Academy. Telesti had already heard of the news of Lorist's marriage with Sylvia that would take place during the 11th month. Even though she insisted that she would remain single given her oath to the god of knowledge and wisdom, Simon lied, she did bear Lorist 2 cute daughters. The position of matron of the house was within her arm's reach, yet she had refused Lorist's marriage proposal and pushed Lorist to Sylvia instead. It wasn't known whether she was regretting her decision or reeling from the shock of the reality of her lover's marriage to another woman. During Lorist's 5-day stay at the academy, Telesti behaved completely opposite her usual distant and cold demeanor and pestered Lorist every single day, causing him much physical and mental fatigue. But given that he understood what Telesti was worried about, Lorist tolerated her antics and treated her kindly. He also promised that he would construct a manor at a scenic location near Nico Academy for her to keep as her own private land. After leaving Nico Academy, Lorist went to Bladej Mountains. His first stop was Professor Bulba's laboratory. It was the main location where the cannons were being tested. The brigade of 3,000 guards was secretly stationed there to master the secret weapons of House Norton, the bronze cannon carriages. Unlike the bronze cannons issued to North Sea Fleet, these cannons designed for land use were far lighter and were mounted on a steel carriage frame. Each carriage would be pulled by 2 horses, allowing the cannons far greater mobility and swifter reaction to orders than the catapults of Thunderbolt Brigade. Major Jim, who had just recovered from the backlash he suffered when attempting to break through the gold rank, and Vice Major Paulo Bins, who used to serve in the 1st Local Defense Brigade, would be in charge of the Bronze Cannon Brigade. It was too bad for the both of them that it took 3 whole years for the cannon designs to be revamped and perfected. Through test firing on various different terrains, they also developed fitting orders and protocols, but the war with House Faisablin ended just when they were ready to be deployed. Lorist also felt that it was a huge shame since these land-based bronze cannons cost the house almost 5 million gold fords to realize. So far, there were a total of 200 of those cannons and 3,000 guards. That was the unit that the house spent the most on, and they were also the most powerful force among all others. Lorist believed that when they were finally deployed on the battlefield, no enemy would be able to resist their thunderous assault. The Black Iron Refinery should be further down. Grandmaster Sid wrote me a letter saying that there was a surprise waiting for me there. I can't wait to see what it is. Let's go, Genolio, said Lorist after he bid farewell to Jim and the rest. Yes, Your Grace. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 407 The Oddity of the Second Highness. The Oddity of the Second Highness. I find it amazing how people can change their behavior. One day you mean something in their lives, and the next it's like you don't exist. Second Highness. Grandmaster Sid's surprise didn't really shock Lorist much. The experienced smith had developed another type of steel he had named Sid 303. Lorist noticed Sid was gradually developing the traits Siroba had when it came to naming things after himself in an attempt to be remembered for generations to come. According to Sid, Sid 303 boasted the best elasticity of all the steel types they'd been using so far. It was extremely suited to fashion spring plates and ballistae arms. And the results of their experiments showed ballistae made with the new material could be fired even further with even more force. The maximum range was at around 400 meters. Lorist also realized that Sid was really intent on having him replace the arms of the ballistae with his new material, but he refused in the end. So far, the house's Kara ballistae were still far ahead of the other factions. Even if other people could obtain a few, they would still be unable to forge similar steel arms. There was no need to spend unnecessary funds to upgrade them. But even so, the new material was still a decent step forward in their overall technological advancement. As opposed to Sid's disappointment, he was more interested in the new forging kilns that allowed for the creation of the new steel. After 2 years of experimentation, the Grandmaster had finally managed to come up with flame-resistant bricks he used to make a kiln that could refine black iron in extremely heated conditions. Sid 303 was created precisely through those kilns. After black iron was sent into the kiln and melted, Sid performed numerous tests by adding in various different metals before finally coming up with the recipe for the new material. To be more precise, Sid 303 was an alloy of different metals. As Lorist wasn't educated in the ways of metallurgy, he wasn't interested in hearing Sid's lecture about the crucial points to look out for in forging metal. Instead, he found it a huge shame that the people of Grindia didn't use any form of coal or petroleum. He didn't know whether it was because they hadn't discovered other sources of fuel because logs were far more readily available. Grindians used mainly wood and charcoal for metallurgy, and when they needed to raise the temperatures, they would resort to powdered fire crystals, but the temperature wouldn't stay high for long. That was one of the reasons Grindians couldn't develop their technology quickly. Grandmaster, I'd like to ask you about the compact crossbow you showed me. I wonder if there are any improvements that managed to lower the production cost? An awkward expression appeared on the Grandmaster's face. Apologies, Your Grace. As the cost of producing the compact crossbows was too high, the moment the house cancelled their order, Grandmaster Felon and I stopped researching it. I was busy testing new steel alloys while Grandmaster Felon was caught up with a huge order of 20,000 longbows. We were both far too busy with other things. The construction of each standard longbow took up to 2 years. The wood required would have to undergo multiple rounds of soaking and drying, and it was a really cumbersome process overall. Lorist recalled the longbow order was made for the local defense brigade's longbowmen. Given how the two Grandmasters must have presented the compact crossbows after they did their best and exhausted every idea they had to improve it beforehand, he could understand why they weren't willing to continue pouring their efforts into its development. I recall you mentioned the reason the cost was so high lay with the materials, right? Given the variance in elasticity in the steel you used to produce, only a small portion could be used. Their small size meant a lot of materials would be wasted after making the small individual parts. Those were the factors that inflated the cost, right? Indeed, Your Grace, Sid admitted. Because of the unstable kiln we used back then, the steel we produced would vary in some form or another even if identical ingredients and amounts were used. Additionally, the elastic nature of the steel isn't obtained simply just through repeated forging. For instance, while we can fashion mithril into steel, the material would lose its elasticity after forging, so it's not easy to find materials suited to make compact crossbows, hence the immensely high cost. Out of 10 forging attempts, only 1 or 2 would be successful. Since that's the case, now that you've developed this new kind of steel, why haven't you considered using it to make compact crossbows? Since Sid 303's recipe is already set and stabilized, making mass production possible, I suppose this could greatly decrease the production cost. Sid appeared stunned before he snapped with ecstasy. That's right, why didn't I think of it? I was too fixated on the Carabalisti I forgot the house was looking for a weapon to replace longbows. Your Grace, I'll look for Grandmaster Felon right away and improve the compact crossbows immediately. Wait, Grandmaster Sid, there's something else, Lorist said as he stopped the man. Go discuss with Grandmaster Felon. If the elasticity of the steel material really is this amazing, see if you can fashion it into a bow which can be wielded and fired on horseback. Then, compare it with the longbows we use. Since Jaeger was just reformed, we require a weapon that can be fired on horseback and isn't inferior to longbows. Understood, Your Grace. We will come up with a weapon the house can use soon. We'll work till our deaths if it means we can be of use to the house, said Sid excitedly. Lorist facepalmed as he watched Sid's figure disappear into the distance. To be frank, he wondered if he had set the technological tree in the wrong direction. Ideally, he would have liked to develop firearms. But nobody was willing to get into researching them. Sid and the rest were going further and further on the path of cold projectile weapons like crossbows to the point they managed to come up with new highly elastic steel, yet they weren't willing to foray into the field of firearms at all. Nowadays, the Carabalisti of House Norton already stood at the forefront of ranged weaponry thanks to Sid and the rest's efforts. But now, they were going far deeper down that path and even researching how they could improve bows and crossbows to increase their power and range. Even though he had already provided some concept drawings and designs of firearms, the Grandmasters showed no interest. He wondered if he should start a new research division specifically for firearms research, but the number of talented people required wasn't easy to find. After leaving the Black Iron Refinery, he checked on Ironforge Castle. It was the central weapons production plant the house had set up at Bladedge Mountains. The weapons and equipment produced at Sid's would be sent north for polishing and inlaying to make the standard equipment set used by soldiers. It was a huge production plant manned by 3,000 workers. Apart from bearing the burden of providing armaments to the house's forces, they were also tasked with providing arms for the house's allies. The person in charge, Baron Kimura, had been waiting outside for quite some time. So far, the most important assignment Ironforge Castle had been given was the production of the 60,000 sets of light cavalry armor Jaeger required. The armor was based on Sid's latest designs, with some adjustments after surveying the Jaeger's men and considering their suggestions. Sid basically redesigned the whole thing and made quite a number of changes. The armor's color was also changed from black to gray. Last year, Kimura was in charge of logistics and support during Iblia's conquest and had performed wonderfully, earning Lorist's praise. Even though the war was now over, the large defensive infrastructure projects had just been started, so Kimura's duties as chief logistics officer were yet to finish. Though his job did get much lighter as the situation wasn't that urgent. Kimura appointed an aide and had him stay in Windberry while he made his way to Ironforge to welcome Lorist for the inspection. By the time Lorist made it back to Fern Rock after the inspections concluded, it was already the 7th day of the 8th month. After visiting Howard at the training grounds, he went to his study and noticed Charade was waiting for him on the sofa with another huge stack of documents. This time around it was mostly about Northsea's and Jaeger's budgets. There was also another letter addressed to him sent from Roaring Bear. It was actually a correspondence from Sylvia. She mentioned that she loved the scenery around Cherry Blossom Ridge, which he had given her as a gift. There were a few things she wanted changed, so it would take a few more days before she returned. Have the invitations been sent? Asked Lorist as he signed the documents. On Grindia, noble wedding invitations usually had to be sent out half a year before the wedding. It was especially so for someone of Lorist's status, being head of House Norton and Duke of the Northlands. Not only would he have to notify all the house's vassals, even the entire kingdom's nobles had to be invited. It wasn't an issue of familiarity, but rather of noble pride. Fortunately, the Second Highness had wiped out most of the peerage a few years earlier and left barely any remaining. For once Lorist was thankful to the Second Highness. He didn't have to worry about having to interact with nobles with whom he wasn't familiar. As the wedding would take place in the 11th month, the messengers had to be sent out at the end of the 6th or the beginning of the 7th. Some powerful nobles on Grindia notified their guests almost a year in advance because of the time needed to travel across the continent. Additionally, the guests required time to prepare a wedding gift. However, it wasn't too troublesome in Lorist's case since House Norton's sphere of influence mainly covered the northeastern area of the empire. Most of the invitations were sent successfully. However, only a few nobles from the capital will attend. Almost all the nobles the Second Highness entitled claimed to have too much to do and expressed their regret. They did say they would send gifts to congratulate your Grace's marriage, though, replied Charade. Did the Second Highness have anything to say? That's actually the weirdest part, Charade said with a furrowed brow. our messenger couldn't meet His Majesty. The messenger said after the palace staff received the invitation, he was told to rest at an inn and await news. But when evening came, someone was sent over to relay that His Majesty was far too busy with other matters and wouldn't attend. He did mention that he would send messengers over to give his blessings. It really made me wonder after hearing what I did from the messenger. I can't help but think the Second Highness is up to something. What could take up so much of his time that he couldn't even spare any time to attend your wedding? Also, the kingdom seems rather quiet, as if His Majesty went into hiding. He actually didn't even meet our messenger face to face. Talk about being rude. Lorist put down the documents in his hand. I wonder if you've heard news of the Union going to war with the mid-southern nations? Lunmord was conscripted and sent to the front lines as well. It'll take more time for us to gather reliable information. However, what rouses my suspicion is how the Second Highness is laying low despite the situation. There doesn't seem to be any abnormality in the capital at all. Logically speaking, His Majesty should be taking the opportunity to rub more salt in the Union's wounds. He's always been all about reuniting the Empire, and now the Union occupies quite a number of the Empire's provinces. Why is the Second Highness letting such an opportunity go? I can't figure it out. It all seems too weird. Ugh. I haven't heard of this at all. Oh well, it's got nothing to do with us anyway, Charade said as he shook his head. We're too far away from the Union, it's no surprise the news is delayed. However, the Second Highness's 2 legions should be standing off against the Union at the border, so he should have received the news long ago. If it really is as good an opportunity as you suggest, then it truly is weird that he hasn't made any moves. Hey, do you think he isn't in the capital? That'd explain how he didn't show up to meet our messenger. Lorist looked stunned. What Charade just said seemed to set his thoughts down a completely different path. He pulled on the bell rope to summon Genolio. Genolio, send someone to get Tarkle. Tarkle soon showed up. Tarkle, send some messages through our eagles to the capital. Order our informants to investigate how long it's been since the Second Highness showed up in front of anyone. Who is in charge of the kingdom right now? Find out if anything odd is going on in the palace. Understood, Your Grace. I will get to it immediately. 3 days later, Tarkle met with him once more. Your Grace, here's the report our informants sent back. It's been more than a year since His Majesty appeared publicly. According to the maidservants, they haven't seen him for quite some time now. However, they did confirm that he's been residing in a section of the palace guarded by his personal guard. Nobody's been permitted to disturb him. Word is that he's been afflicted with some weird disease, hence his self-imposed seclusion. However, the palace supervisor and the 3 other ministers were allowed to see him. There were some documents signed during that time and the manner in which matters were dealt with largely stayed the same. So, the kingdom's situation has remained stable. A weird disease? Lorist wondered as he stroked his chin. Impossible. What kind of disease can make a 3-star gold rank fall so sick? It's almost impossible. Maybe he was poisoned or assassinated? Tarkle gave it some thought. Assassination doesn't sound too probable. Otherwise, the kingdom would have fallen into chaos long ago. It doesn't seem like poison either. If that were the case, the palace would be hiring lots of herbalists just like when the 3rd prince was poisoned. All the herbalists in the kingdom were summoned to the palace. However, there's one thing worth noting. Your Grace's cousin's sister, Glacia, seems to have lost the Highness's trust and has been relieved of her duties. Currently, she's living alone in her private residence. Oh? Lorist mused with a furrowed brow. Is this true? It is. Miss Glacia didn't seem willing to divulge any details. She did say she would travel to the Northlands and attend the wedding, though. Lorist paced around, head lowered, and wondered about how odd it all was. At the very least, it's certain the Second Highness is staying in the palace. Whatever, there's no point racking my head. The truth will come out one day and I'll know up to what the Second Highness has been. Leave it be for now. Have our men watch the palace and report anything out of the ordinary immediately. Understood, Your Grace. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 408 Carriage Track. Carriage Track. Here's the last release of the week. CYA guys on Tuesday as usual. On the 17th day of the 8th month, Sylvia, Fenazali, Diliana, Daisy, and Maria returned to Firmrock. Back then, the Northland South was the most prosperous area and Duke Loggins and the other Northlander nobles had built lots of mansions there. After the Dominion relocation, the whole of the Northlands had fallen into House Norton's hands and the manors consequently ended up Lorist's property. After settling on the plan of developing the Northlands, 27 of the mansions not too important to the plan were set for demolition, leaving only 11 known for their magnificent scenery. Lorist allowed Sylvia and his 4 concubines to take their pick. Cherry Blossom Ridge was known as the most beautiful manor in the Northlands. Every year after the rainy season, flowers would bloom all over the hill, decorating the trees and coloring the air with fragrance. Heaven on earth. When the breeze rustled the leaves, flower petals would scatter all over, creating a rather dreamlike scenery. Even though Sylvia missed the blooming season, the trees full of cherry blossoms made her unable to keep her excitement in check. Cherry Blossom Ridge used to be where Count Shazine Hennard shacked up with his 5 concubines, though, so she decided to renovate the castle to better suit her tastes. With Sylvia yammering on about the manor and the beautiful sights and the 4 concubines, who'd also picked manors with which they were satisfied, they soon engaged in a boasting match, much to Lorist's dismay. In the end, he had the 5 women leave the room for peace and quiet using his work as an excuse. However, before they left, they complained that calling Gildusk City of the Roaring Bear was a bad idea, and that the way laborers built the city referred to it, Rage Bear, was far easier on the ears. Ugh. Does City of the Roaring Bear really sound that bad? Asked Lorist as he shrugged to Charade. Well, it's a real mouthful no doubt. It does sound a little weird, opined Charade honestly. The names Lorist came up with were usually rather subpar. But why would the laborers come to refer to it as Rage Bear? Lorist was really curious about this. He felt City of the Roaring Bear sounded far more cultured and refined. Have you forgotten about the skyward-facing Raging Bear statue in the central plaza? The plaza is known as Rage Bear Plaza, and it didn't take long for Rage Bear to stick as the city's name. In fact, apart from referring to the city in front of your grace and in official documents, all the knights and officials simply call it Rage Bear. It's much simpler and more convenient. Fine, Lorist conceded, I admit I don't really have that good a naming sense. Let's just call it Rage Bear from now on. It's not like I really care whether it's the name I came up with or not. Your Grace, 'tis but a small matter rectifiable with a notice. On the note of what we just discussed, the relocation of Rage Bear Knights Camp to Firm Rock, I wonder if there's anything we missed. The original location of Rage Bear Knights Camp was Blededge Castle, built atop the 2 flattened hills near Northsea. It was built there to protect Northsea and reinforce Tortoise Hill Fort and Hydebull Fort in case of a barbarian invasion. But the barbarian army had been defeated and there was no way they would make it into the Dominion for the next decade or two. So, stationing Rage Bear Knights in Blededge Castle was a huge waste. Since Lorist was going to move to Rage Bear soon, Firm Rock would be left empty, the perfect place to put the knights. Lorist ticked the document and signed his name. Have Turman bring the knights over and move the local defense brigade from here to Blededge Castle. Only start moving on the 15th of the 9th, though. There are still some officials in the midst of moving to Rage Bear. I leave it all to you. Charade nodded. No problem. Many departments have already started. 1 month will be more than enough time for the move. By the time we reach Rage Bear, preparations for my wedding with Sylvia must begin. We'll also have to receive lots of guests. I hope you're well prepared. Don't worry, Your Grace. We've planned everything already. Those involved know what they're doing. A knock landed on the door at that moment. Genolio walked in. Your Grace, Baron Hansk requests an audience. Hansk rushed into the room angrily. You're doing this because I went against your marriage, right? You even wanted to marry a woman from an enemy house. Even though there are so many women in this world, you decided on the most unsuitable one possible. As a loyal servant of House Norton, going against you is the right thing to do. I didn't think you'd not only ignore my warnings but also strip me of my position. Ridiculous. Hansk was going to give it to Lorist. He was prepared on having an argument even if he would anger Lorist more and be demoted even further. As a loyal servant of the house, he would let everyone see how far he was willing to go for the sake of the house. Greetings, Your Grace, said Hansk as he made an official salute. Supervisor Hansk, I was worried about you all this time. Now you've come, I can finally rest assured. Come, sit down. Are things at Silowas taken care of? Lorist smiled warmly as if he didn't see any trace of anger on the man's face. He didn't refer to him by his title of Baron and instead called him Supervisor like he did in the old days to express familiarity. Genolio, serve Supervisor Hansk some tea. No need, Your Grace, Hansk replied with a straight face, I have settled matters with Governor Hector. I only came back to make my report now because I was waiting for him to arrive. Very good. Supervisor, I know it must have been really tough on you to be away from home for so long. Why don't you take some time off? Your Grace, serving the house is what I ought to do. I'd like to know what the house has planned for me. Well, we already have all the Northlands. In the coming 2 years, we will develop it as a whole. Look here, supervisor. Lorist pointed to the map hung on the wall. Only by building roads can we move towards wealth. With better and more efficient transportation, the Northlands can be unified as a strong unit. Not only will the transportation of resources be secure, good roads will also enable us to send forces swiftly to any part of the Northlands. Here is plan. We will invest 1 million gold fords into this project. The house's future depends on this undertaking. There is no more suitable person to whom to give such a heavy responsibility than you. You've been transferred from Silowas to take charge of this project. It was a complete checkmate. The infuriated Hansk looked half as angry as before in a mere moment. So Lorist didn't transfer me to punish me. Instead, he's going to entrust me with such an important task. He glanced at Charade, sitting on the sofa, and made a stiff smile. Your Grace, this huge task doesn't really need me, does it? I'm sure Baron Charade here can. No, he won't do. Lorist exclaimed. Charade rolled his eyes. To be frank, he doesn't even qualify. This is a matter that concerns the dominance of our house over the Northlands. An undertaking that will ensure peace and safety for a century to come. While Baron Charade is great at dealing with administrative tasks, he's not nearly as experienced or reliable as you when it comes to managing huge projects. And of the other officials, Spiel is good at dealing with money but not construction. Kedden is also foreign to it. In fact, the only better fits would be Hector and Boris. But think about it, you're a senior and Hector your aide. As for Boris, I can't trust him fully. He used to be someone of House Kenmays, after all. Even though he's been rather loyal, we can't be sure. This is something that will affect our house for the whole of the next century. How can I leave it in their hands? Someone suggested Shadecamp, but he's one of my servants, he isn't as qualified as you. I've always felt you're the best candidate. Hansk was smiling so bright his face was full of flowers. Lorist managed to instill in him a sense of pride and isolation felt by those on the top. Who could take care of such an important project if not he? Though the anger had long faded, he still felt he should at least try to act humbly. Your Grace, you hold me in too high regard. Actually, I think anyone else can do just as well. It doesn't have to be me. Shadecamp and Boris both have experience developing transportation networks. They might be more appropriate. Lorist shook his head. Hansk, this project is more complicated than you think. If it's a simple matter of building roads, anyone can do it. But the road the house wants to build is the first of its kind. It hasn't ever been built on before, not once on the entire continent. It will be remembered by historians and books will be written about this historic project for generations to come. I insist you take charge. Huh? Building a simple road will leave my name in history? How's that possible? At best, it'd just be a passing mention in the Chronicles of the house. On the XTH day of the XTH month of Year X, Supervisor Hansk concluded the project to develop the transportation system for the whole of the Northlands and allow for better resource transportation and so on. Is it really such a big deal? Seeing Hansk befuddled, Lorist laughed. Hansk, just look at this design. After squinting and looking for a moment, he finally noticed something odd. Your Grace, why is there a wider and smaller side even though the road only stretches in one direction? Hee Supervisor Hansk, this is a new invention, the carriage track. Come have a look. I have a model. The wall between the room next to the study had already been knocked down. The other room was renovated into a display room. When they entered, they saw a huge sand table occupying half of the room. It was a sand table depicting the Northlands. Hansk could recognize Firmrock, Maplewoods, Northsea, the southern part of the Northlands. He found it odd that there were still wires circling the map. Look, these are the carriage tracks I mentioned, said Lorist as he pointed at the wires. Upon closer inspection, Hansk realized they were not mere wires. Instead, they were parallel wires separated into segments by smaller wires intersecting horizontally. Ugh, my eyes are really starting to fail me. I really need to get Master Manchini to fashion me a pair of glasses. I heard they help vision a lot. Even Boris had quite a few made and wears them all day. Your Grace, what will the carriage tracks be good for? He couldn't understand their purpose no matter how hard he tried. This is an invention of Grandmaster Julian's. It was designed to be used for mining by sending mined ore to the surface on minecarts without relying on people or animals. It greatly decreases the cost of mining. It's a rather great idea, I've decided to use it elsewhere as well. After 2 years of experimentation, we finally have a sample and a model here. According to our estimations, if the Northlands relies on these tracks to ferry goods or passengers, the cost of transportation can be decreased by as much as 2/3. It will multiply our efficiency several times over. Lorist took a model carriage. Look, supervisor. These carriages' wheels are not made of wood, but a round metal frame. The carriage wheels fit snugly in the tracks. Now look, when I connect all 4 carriages and give it a slight push, dot. But your grace, these carriages can travel on the ground without the carriage, right? It's different. Not nearly as efficient, Lorist explained. On the tracks, it just needs 4 horses to pull 4 carriages. On land, however, each carriage needs 4 horses. The speed is also inferior and it needs 12 more horses for the pulling. Before he repair our roads, traveling to the southern part of the Northlands on horseback takes at least 2 days, while traveling on foot takes around 6. It doesn't even take into account interference from the weather. If you bring along 4 carriages, you'll also have to hire coachmen to take care of the carriages and horses. It will also take at least 4 days. But with these tracks, with a resting station every 20 kilometers, you can make the same trip in less than a day. Hansk wasn't an idiot, he quickly realized how much cheaper this system was. He still had 2 questions that bothered him, though. If the wheels are changed into round metal frames, won't it impact its movement on land? Also, would the round frames affect the tracks after being used on land? How will we maintain the tracks? The costs involved seem rather high. Lorist nodded and picked up 2 circular metal objects. Your concerns are justified. But I've already considered them. Look at these. They are tires made of resin. They're elastic. If the carriages are to be used on land, we will fit them with these tires. Not only can it absorb some shocks, it can also prevent wear and tear on the metal wheels. The only problem is the slightly high cost. Each costs a large silver. But there are also other ways, such as tying wood or vines to the wheels. While they aren't shock absorbent, they're good enough to prevent damage from friction. Lorist then slipped the metal wheel models into the tires. Just like that. As for track maintenance, don't worry. Unlike our highways, we'll correct tolls from those who use the tracks. Given the immense cost and time savings, the merchants who use it will be more than happy to pay the toll. Naturally, it can't be set too high either. It must be based on the number of carriages and horses. I estimate we can make the money we spent on the tracks construction in about 3 years. Each set of tracks can also be used for around a decade, so the toll collected in the last 7 years will be pure profit. This is why I said this undertaking will be forever enshrined in history. The tracks are a never-before-seen method of transportation. I am sure it will be honored greatly in the annals of history. It was after much consideration that I decided to task you with this huge undertaking. There's no better person. Any thoughts? Your Grace. By now, Hansk was remorseful and moved. I pledge I will complete this glorious task. Please rest assured, Your Grace. I won't disappoint you. As expected of one of the pillars of House Norton. Lorist praised, then I shall delegate this task to you. The design, monitoring, and engineering departments are all prepared and ready. You can start tomorrow. There's no need to wait for tomorrow. I'll start immediately. This is too important to delay, even if for just a day. Hansk was filled with a sacred sense of duty. He bowed respectfully before turning to leave in large steps. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 409 War in the South. War in the South. The supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. Unknown. Aren't you being a little too sneaky, Your Grace? You're obviously trying to get him out of the house's central administration, yet you made it sound so appealing, what with his name being remembered across the centuries and how the project will heavily affect the house's future. Charade spoke while stretching after Hansk had marched out proudly. To be honest, we already have the departments ready for the project. We just have to carry it out according to the plan. Hansk's presence won't make much of a difference. We could easily put your name on the project instead. I'm sure he won't take to this kindly when he finds out. So would it be better to get into a huge argument instead? Didn't you see how jumpy he looked when he came in? If I really got into a fight now, it would unnerve the other officials, especially the older ones. I have to leave him some face either way, Lorist said with a shrug. The old officials like Hansk think the house has reached the peak of its power. Now they think they've succeeded, they just want to maintain the status quo, hence their vehement objections to the new policies. They believe stability is paramount, they don't understand we're still in an era of war. If we don't advance, we will begin to lag behind. The House might have control over the Northlands and influence over 5 other provinces, but our enemies aren't going to sit around and do nothing. The old officials can't really see what's going on. They think we're safe. Hansk is the head of the officials and he is the leading member of the status quo faction. He thinks I don't know it, but the officials he promote are mostly those born in Maplewoods. He believes the older generation are more reliable even if they don't really qualify for their positions. He's also really apprehensive towards migrants. As a result, a lot of our policies and their execution are being held back because of friction in the administration. I'm sure you've read Tarkel's reports. The exposed corrupt town mayors of 3 towns in Felicitas were all people from Hansk's faction. Most of the officials who objected to my wedding with Sylvia are also from Maplewoods. At first, I didn't really mind it because I thought to have multiple factions in the house was nothing surprising. I was going to leave it unattended as long as it didn't affect our operations. Had it not been for Kedden's reminder, I wouldn't have been made aware of how influential Hansk has become. With but a call from him, 2/3 of the officials responded. He was the best person to be sent outside to supervise the construction project. Even if he knows my true purpose, he still has no choice. After all, I didn't lie when I said this plan will indeed be a huge development never before seen. His name will be chronicled in our history along with the never before seen carriage tracks. Your Grace, don't forget we've planned most of the development for the Northlands. With our 800,000 captive laborers, the project will take at most 3 years. What will you do with Hansk when he comes back? Lorist smiled. Don't worry. Winston and Delamock are under our control. The 2 provinces will also require development. At the very least, carriage tracks must be laid to increase resource transportation efficiency. It is also the key to keeping hold of the provinces. After these 2, there will still be our allies' territory in Southern and Sigler. Hansk will be forgotten by the time he returns in no less than a decade. I'd like to see how much of a chance he stands in returning to the center of the administration. Charade had his mouth agape for a moment before he forced himself back to normal. Locke, you're becoming more and more a real duke. I suppose I should take that as a compliment? Loris laid back into his chair. In a flash, 14 years have passed since I returned to the north. People will change one way or another. If my old self from 14 years ago showed up in front of me now, I doubt I'd recognize myself. The citizens of Wild North were revolting, and when I brought our forces to attack the town, I couldn't press my assault when I realized the ones guarding the walls were women, the elderly, and children. It ultimately resulted in my failure to take the walls. But now, I can order my soldiers to behead more than 100,000 captives without batting an eye. What does it mean to be a noble? I came to understand it only after serving as a Dominion lord for a decade. One cannot change the world with hot-blooded passion alone. You will be changed by the world instead. In my case, all I wanted was to defend my territory. But after being forced to retaliate against our enemies over and over again, I had you guys go around conquering with me, ending with the whole Northlands becoming our territory. Now I've taken the title of Duke of the Northlands, I realize I'm sitting at the edge of a volcano. If I don't expand and progress, all that awaits me is doom and ruin. A knock on the door interrupted Lorist's long-winded dissertation. Genolio entered and announced, Your Grace, Sir Tarkel is here to see you. Tarkel brought with him lots of information about the war between the Union and the Mid-Southern nations. Oh, so it was the Mid-Southern nations army that loosed the first arrows, The Union is the retaliator? Lorist had thought the Union had lashed out first because the Mid-Southern nations tried to seal off their trade. Indeed, Your Grace, Tarkel said as he handed over a newspaper. This was the first large-scale conflict that had occurred between the 2 sides during the 11th month. The Mid-Southern nations army attacked a Union camp. After killing around 300, they occupied the site. The Union promptly retaliated and the 2 sides struggled for control of the camp for more than 20 days before they retreated to their respective camps when winter came. How did their negotiations go down? Asked Charade. It wasn't conclusive. 3 months ago, Chronicles published some rumors about the negotiations, Tarkel said as he searched for the paper in question in stack. It says that the Mid-Southern nations demanded trade tariffs on any trade done by Union in their territories be raised from 10 to 20%. The Union refused and requested the original conditions to be reinstated, which the other side refused in turn. How's the war looking? Asked Lorist. Here's a report Lundmord wrote before the conflict broke out. As you predicted, he had been conscripted because there was a lack of herbalists on the front. Though he's on the front, his life is in no danger. We also sent 2 silver ranks to serve by his side as his bodyguards. Tarkel handed Lorist a few more letters. Lorist browsed them quickly. In them, Lunmord stated that apart from his bad luck that forced him to leave his 7 wives unattended, he was also worried about his 16 daughters. He asked Lorist to adopt them in case of his untimely death, as well as pensions for each of his 7 wives so they could live out the rest of their lives without worry. Just as Lorist was getting rather pissed at reading Lunmord's pointless ramblings, the writer finally got to the point. Lunmord summarized the situation after the war and said he noticed something odd. The two sides seemed to be putting on a show and that they didn't really go all out. Both sides held some of their forces back. A few of the Big Seven didn't even deploy their troops to the front lines, and the mid-southern nations also seemed content with the situation. They bothered to press the attack. The forces would be comprised of the armies of a few duchies or kingdoms, and they would fare horribly against the Union's properly prepared defenses. The army's general is Duke Lor Fustat, a rank 1 blademaster, Lorist muttered. Sounds familiar. I think I've heard it somewhere before. Tarkle, do you have any information on this blademaster Duke? Tarkle shook his head. No, Your Grace. The mid-southern nations are too far away and we haven't yet been able to set up our informants there. Charade answered after a moment's hesitation. I know him. He was in Marathi 15 or 16 years ago. He was only a marquis back then and was at the 1-star gold rank. He was there to take the most beautiful girl of Dawn Academy as his wife, a girl bearing the name of Windsor. Lorist felt a rush of emotions as the painful memories buried in the depths of his psyche resurfaced. He recalled the moonlit night when his first love stood by the side of the middle-aged gentleman, leaning in his embrace and speaking intimately. His heart was being shredded as he struggled to make it back to his quarters. The next day, the middle-aged gentleman showed up and politely asked him to leave the girl's home. While Lorist didn't remember how he looked, he did remember the golden phoenix badge he wore on his chest. The girl was Lorist's first love in both his lives. He wondered if the elf-like girl who danced under the moonlight was doing well. She was the one who wedded Duke Lor Fustat. 16 years had passed without a word from her, and time had healed his wounds and almost wiped his memories. He looked gratefully at Charade. Given that Tarkle was there, Charade had reminded him who the Duke was in such a roundabout way. Alongside the recollection, he also remembered that Duke Lor Fustat was no simple noble. Back then, he had ruined Lorist's plan of restoring his first love's noble house to glory and ended up winning the hand of his lover. After reading through the rest of the squabbles between the two sides, Lorist furrowed his brow. This is really odd. Duke Lor Fustat shouldn't be this incapable. As the general of 200,000, how is he held back by such simple defenses? If we were faced with something similar, we'd wipe it out in 3 days. It does seem weird, Your Grace, Charade said in deep thought. I remember the weakest of the Big Seven, Shiktar, took the Yorubaha as its dominion. It is near the Golden Coast and is sandwiched between the Union and Tednini Mountains as well as the 24 mid-southern nations. It's only separated by 1 duchy from Jigda. Since the mid-southern nations formed an alliance, why didn't they wipe out the guild's dominion right next to them? It really seems fishy. Lorist pulled on a string to ring a small bell and Genolio came promptly. Do you need anything, Your Grace? Head to the accounting department. Bring me the trade records for merchant guilds Peterson and Shiktar, instructed Lorist as he took out a rolled-up map of the continent. Immediately, Your Grace. The records were quickly brought over. After a simple look over by Charade and Tarkle, Charade said, Peterson Merchant Guild's trade records have stayed the same over the past half a year. There's nothing unusual about their orders. They haven't requested any additional military equipment. The good news is they paid back more of the debt as well. They now only owe about 300,000 gold fords. They'll clear the debt in another year. Not satisfied yet, Lorist asked, did they not ask us to sell them more food? No, Your Grace, Charade said with a shake of his head. Over the last 2 years, the 2 southwestern provinces and the imperial capital reaped great harvests. The Union occupies a few provinces of the former empire that neighbor the 2 southwestern provinces, so it's likely their harvests went well as well. The Union's food shortage should have been solved. Your Grace, Tarkle interjected, Shiktar has been increasing the volume of their orders. Apart from buying 2/3 of our spice, they also increased the amount of daily necessities and luxury products. Our informants questioned their sailors and have found they were transporting the goods to the Roman Empire and the Khawistan Khanate. They even praised our goods for being quick sellers. There isn't nearly enough to satisfy the demand. Did they ask us to sell them more weapons? No, said Tarkle with a shake of his head as well. I smell a conspiracy. Lorist stroked his chin in deep thought. Look at the map. The southmost Roman and Khawistan went to war after 30 years of peace. This time, they worked pretty well together to wipe out Kalia between them first before going all out against each other. The 24 mid-southern nations also went to war with the Union. The flames of war burn all over the continent. The northern part of the continent where we are has stabilized somewhat. It's really odd when you think about it. Charade, however, thought of another question. Kalia was wiped out even though they had a sword saint, and that very sword saint's whereabouts are unknown. I wonder if Roman and Kawiston's sword saints forced him away. Sir Charade, there are 4 known sword saints on the continent, right? Asked Tarkle. All are in the south. Apart from Roman and Kawiston's sword saints, there's just the missing sword saint and Jigda's, correct? Charade nodded. Yes. However, Jigda Fire Sir Sword Saint is said to have been living in seclusion for more than 2 decades now. He hasn't shown himself to anyone and nobody knows whether he's still alive or not. The Christian Empire used to have 2 but they fell during the century-long conflict with the Union. The Union also had a sword saint, he died alongside one of ours. The Union ambushed and killed the other, but they paid a ridiculous price, setting the historical precedent of burying a sword saint with hordes of blade masters. Charade was quite well informed about historical trivia like this. Alright, sword saints are too far out from where we are right now. The conflict between nations is still rooted in the military might of each. Tarkle, I hope you will pick a group of reliable informants and send them to the mid-southern nations. We have to get a better understanding of the situation, especially anything relating to their elites, such as the army's general, Duke Lor Fustat and his household. I don't mind if it takes some time. The war will not end quickly. Even though it's quite far away, I still hope we can gain a better understanding of it. Understood, Your Grace. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 410 Before the Grand Wedding. Before the Grand Wedding. A successful marriage requires falling in love many times. Always with the same person. I suppose Lorist has failed already. Charade, reading quotes in preparation for his speech at Lorist's wedding. Regardless of how savage the war in the south was, it wouldn't affect the factions in the north. As some officials and knights had gladly put, the territory that used to be part of the empire had burned with the flames of war for decades after the 3 princes' power struggle. Now, it was finally the other nations' turn to suffer. Lorist didn't feel inclined to focus on the 2 war zones. He was busy moving from Firmrock to Ragebear. Though he could order thousands of soldiers around without a problem, he was completely helpless when it came to dealing with household matters. Fortunately, Sylvia was around and performed as one would expect of the matron of the house. She coordinated the servants with great efficiency, keeping what should be kept and throwing out what wasn't needed. It didn't take too long for them to finish packing up and leave. He praised her handling of the matter with admiration. I'm used to moving. This isn't anything to be surprised over, replied she nonchalantly. On the 21st day of the 9th month, Lorist arrived in Ragebear with the administrative departments from Firmrock. From that day onwards, Ragebear was the Northland's capital and the center of administration for the house. It was built on a flat piece of land with no difficult terrain or moas. A few hundred years earlier, there was a hill that wasn't taller than 100 meters there. An unknown noble had built a rundown stronghold and made it his headquarters. After a few different owners, the cruddy place gradually developed into a large castle built of stone. It wasn't until later that House Loggins was entitled Duke of the Northlands and given a fief there. The first Duke Loggins didn't fancy living in the cold, lone castle and hired 2 well-known architects to build the largest city in the region with the castle at its core. The city came to be named after the 2 architects and it developed into the first city to have a population over 100,000 in the Northlands. As a result, the southern part of the Northlands became the most prosperous area of the province. Before Lorist returned to the Dominion, it was the most prosperous and merry place to be. Compared to the magnificent city, Maplewood's Inn was but a little bastard in a little rural corner. Duke Loggins only had himself to blame for making the wrong enemy. He had designated Lorist an easy and plentiful target on which to prey, resulting in the ultimate burial of his house. Following Duke Loggins's defeat, the regional capital attracted the ravenous second prince. The founder and ruler of the kingdom not only confiscated Duke Loggins's property, he also sent the Duke to Windbury with the excuse of letting him stay there to recover from his sickness. The poor Duke fell prey to bandits right after leaving the Northlands and his whole family was exterminated. Thus, a house of the former empire with hundreds of years of history met their demise. When Lorist once again defeated the Second Highness and the 100,000-strong allied noble army of the Northlands, he formed the alliance of 4 houses and Gildust became part of Baron Shazin's dominion, with the Duke's manor falling into his hands. However, the capital of the Northlands had already been Lorist's 2 sieges. The rich had fled to House Norton's dominion. While Shazin did control the city, the income it generated wasn't much. Given that he didn't have enough money to sustain himself, Shazin didn't bother to take the extra mile in managing the place. With the Dominion relocation, Shazin's title was raised to that of a count and he moved his household all the way to Delamoc, causing the capital to finally fall into Lorist's hands. Given its strategic location convenient for traffic, Lorist decided to move the headquarters there. He also ordered Grandmaster Siroba to reconstruct the castle which had already stood for centuries and to revitalize it once more. Lorist wasn't too satisfied with the first city blueprint of Ragebear Siroba brought him. He had requested he design a city that could accommodate at least 300,000 citizens. Even though the current population was less, he believed it wouldn't take long for it to turn busy after the house's various departments moved in. Siroba found himself was rather troubled because the city was originally designed to be only able to hold 100,000 people. That was how wide the old city was. Lorist thus decided to have a central castle constructed at the center of the city as the main base of operations for the house and his residents, just like Fernrock. The protected areas beyond the walls would be where the rich and members of the peerage would stay. As for the rest of the land, it would be split into plazas centered around business areas, military camps, and other facilities. As for commoner residences, they would be built outside the walls. That would essentially double the area of the city and avoid the trouble of having to reconstruct the city from the ground up. Currently, the east of the city was already connected to the two special noble areas, separated only by a man-made canal 3 meters wide. Clouds of dust could be seen from a distance. It was apparent that the nobles who bought their land there were busy building their own manors. Carriages and people filled the streets and gave the city a merry atmosphere. The Duke's manor at the center of Ragebear had almost doubled in size. The old manor was designed with the concept of a garden in mind, but Siroba had built a 5-story tall castle as per Lorist's request. The old and new designs were fused without damaging the gardens. Out of consideration of safety, Lorist's residence was built atop the 100-meter tall hill where a new castle was constructed. It was connected to the administrative center through the walls. It almost seemed like there was another citadel built within Ragebear itself. By the time everyone had settled down, it was the start of the 10th month. Lorist saw himself becoming busier as he hurried around to welcome the nobles who had arrived at Ragebear early to attend the wedding. On the 17th day of the 10th month, Lorist's elder cousin, gold-ranked knight Glacia, brought her family along. Glacia returned to the Northlands with her mother and 2 younger brothers. According to young Lorist's memories, his second uncle's wife, his aunt, was a sickly beauty. She looked more or less how he remembered, just much paler and older. She was still sickly as usual and feared cold winds or strong light. After a short chat, she retired to her chambers. Lorist really wondered how a person like that had managed to survive the turbulent times of civil war. It was Lorist's first time meeting his 2 cousins, however. One of them was 28 and a 2-star silver rank. He was obviously not as talented as Glacia when it came to training. The other was 22 and at the 2-star bronze rank, a little worse than the former. Glacia claimed they were more academically inclined and would serve as officials in the future. Glacia herself had changed a lot. Not only did she look much paler, she had also lost a considerable amount of weight. It didn't take Lorist long to pick up on something, so he asked her about the Second Highness. At first, she wasn't really willing to discuss the matter, but she later helplessly confessed that she had broken up with him. That was why she had lost her position as the leader of the city guard. She had brought her family back to the house and said she wouldn't go back. Why? Lorist wondered, why did the Second Highness break up with Glacia? Doesn't he know this means he will no longer get our aid? He might even be cautiously regarded as a potential hostile. Putting aside Glacia's father, who has loyally fought as an imperial knight and served as a brigadier general before perishing on the battlefield, Glacia followed the Second Highness loyally for more than 2 decades as well. Not only did she charge into one dangerous battle after another, she was also his lover. How could the Second Highness put an end to such a long-lasting relationship? Glacia didn't reveal any details no matter what. With a completely cold expression, she said that she was worn out and wanted to spend the rest of her life quietly. She had returned to the house mainly because of her 2 younger brothers. The imperial capital was not a good environment for them to grow and develop. Given how House Norton was at its peak, she wanted to entrust the elder to Lorist and send the younger to Dawn Academy. Though he was a little older than the rest, the youngest sibling was smart and curious and would definitely be quite capable in the future. Lorist was still fraught with curiosity, but there was no way he could force Glacia to tell him anything she didn't want. As for their quarters, Glacia could pick one of the 6 remaining manors. Even if she said she wanted to live in peace without agreeing to serve the house, she was still a gold-ranked knight and a member of the house. She deserved one of the manors. Lorist didn't suspect for a moment Glacia was sent by the Second Highness to spy on him. Pulling off an act like breaking up to sneak into the house as a spy was nothing but a joke. He was sure the defeated look on her face came from true emotional shock. Otherwise, she wouldn't say anything like wanting to live in seclusion. The simple arrangements for the brothers were nothing about which to be suspicious either. The elder would join the local defense brigade while the younger would attend Dawn Academy. 2 days later, Lorist put the matter behind him. Apart from instructing Tarkle to send people to the imperial capital to find out the specifics, he was busy receiving the visiting nobles. There was one day he had to meet 16 different nobles. His face was sore from all the smiling. The date of the grand wedding had already been decided. It would take place on the 8th day of the 11th month. It was the reason for the sudden influx of nobles who came forward to present their gifts. There were also many merchants with honorary noble titles coming over to better their relations and ask Lorist construct 2 more special noble areas so they could buy land and build their manors there too. When Charade came over, he told Lorist something to which he didn't know how to react. Sometime earlier, the house had released a notice stating that honorary nobles from other nations could spend a sum to convert their honorary titles into those recognized by House Norton. However, given that the fee was rather high, many merchants were unwilling to pay. So, many of them cut corners by becoming honorary nobles of Andanak because House Norton was also part of the nation. They headed to the imperial capital to purchase noble titles from the Second Highness which were half the cost of conversion, allowing the Second Highness to earn more than 100,000 gold fords for doing nothing. It also made the Northlands see an influx of near 100 honorary Andanak nobles. Charade said to teach those who cheaped out a lesson, the 3rd special noble zone soon up for auction should only be sold to nobles that converted their honorary titles to those of House Norton. After all, those of the house should look out for themselves first, even if they were of the same nation. Naturally, while the other honorary nobles from the kingdom couldn't purchase any land, they could still buy smaller villas. It was the only way they could raise their status. It was a given that they would be inferior in comparison to those that purchased their own land to build their manors though, and it was the lesson they would be taught. Lorist agreed and left him in charge. I wondered why there were so many new honorary Andanak nobles lately. So they came over from the imperial capital, huh? Explains how there were more people than I could spare the time to greet. During the last 3 days of the 10th month, Duke Fizablin's 2 envoys, Aradok and Napol, showed up once more. They brought the Duke's reply: the armistice would last for 3 years. The Duke had already signed and sealed the document, but Aradok didn't seem happy. When he presented the document, he mocked House Norton for downgrading their mighty Fernrock to a mere garrison. It seemed House Fizablin had realized the banners of Fernrock, currently stationed at the borders, had garrison appended. In essence, House Norton exploited a loophole in their agreement, but House Fizablin couldn't do anything about it. Lorist wasn't embarrassed in the least. Fernrock had always been a garrison legion, were his words. Before the war, they had guarded Fernrock Castle. They were only moved to the borders to defend them. The 2 envoys didn't think Lorist would be so shameless as to insist that Fernrock was a garrison legion. Their faces darkened with anger. Apart from signing the armistice, they also came to carry out 2 instructions. The first was to negotiate the ransom of the 40,000+ soldiers of Third Frontier. Last time, they only managed to ransom the household knights and household members. Now, they believed that, since the armistice was signed, Lorist should allow the soldiers ransomed to reunite with their families. Lorist refused without even thinking about it. Are you kidding me? If I release the 40,000+ soldiers, Duke Fizablin can build another frontier right away. There's no way I'd be crazy enough to agree. Fortunately, the 2 envoys knew their request had touched Lorist's baseline and weren't too stubborn. The other mission was to visit Princess Sylvia. They said they had brought something to her per the Duke's orders. Out of curiosity, Lorist sent for someone to bring Sylvia over and went to see what Duke Fizablin wanted to give her. He didn't think that after checking the 3 large, 4-wheeled carriages, Sylvia would actually hug Lorist and start crying. The carriages carried all her possessions, ranging from the toys with which she played in her childhood, to clothes, other daily necessities, and the decorations she used in her quarters, including even a small cushion and rug. Apart from that, a dozen servants came along, and they were all those who had taken care of her since her childhood. Sylvia resisted the urge to continue crying after a while before she thanked the 2 envoys and instructed the servants of the castle to bring the 3 carriages to the back. She brought out a sack of gold coins and heavily rewarded the dozen old servants, but she refused their request to stay and serve by her side before returning to the backyard. Lorist had the 2 envoys taken care of after telling them they would be welcome to attend his wedding before rushing to the backyard. To his surprise, he found Sylvia starting a fire and tossing everything from the 3 carriages into it as she cried. Lorist asked her what the stuff was out of curiosity. She leaped into his embrace and whimpered. "Locke, all I have right now is you." Feeling a rush of emotion, he finally understood what was going on and hugged Sylvia tightly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 411 The Wedding. The Wedding. In marriage there are no manners that must be kept, and beneath the wildest accusations no criticism. Each is familiar with that ancient child in the other whom may erupt again at any moment. We are not ridiculous to ourselves, we are ageless. That is the luxury of the ring. Empress Faisablin Sylvia on marriage in a letter to her daughter. Your Grace, word of Princess Sylvia burning all of the gifts Duke Faisablin sent has spread all over Ragebear. The knights and officials, as well as the landed nobles, are praising Her Highness. They all have good things to say about her becoming house matron, reported Charade the next day. He himself found Sylvia's actions quite praiseworthy. Lorist didn't really know how to react. Human imagination was practically boundless. Sylvia had burned everything the day before to vent her feelings. She was torn when she saw Duke Faisablin send over everything she'd ever owned, as if he wanted them out of the house, as if he no longer acknowledged her as his granddaughter. Why hadn't even a single member of the house come over to attend the wedding if this was not so? She took it as an act of cutting ties with her. She was filled with grief and pain. In a fit of rage, she'd burned all the toys, clothes, and products she'd used since her childhood. Since you won't acknowledge me, I won't acknowledge you. Let's burn it all so nothing remains to remind me of you. I'll have nothing to do with House Faisablin from now on. After accompanying Sylvia for the night, Lorist had realized she was rather naive when it came to such things. She was like a 10-year-old lass, still immature. He could understand why this was the case, though she had, after all, grown up in a very isolated and protected environment. She simply had no way to know the world's woes and the human mind. Which was why she had jumped to the conclusion that House Faisablin had been trying to cast her away. He thought further than that, though. He was reasonably skilled at reading between the lines. He believed the Duke had no intention to abandon Sylvia. Instead, it was meant as a reminder to Sylvia of the time she had spent in the house, to remind her of her origin. There was no need to send them over otherwise. The servants were also brought over so Sylvia would have people she could trust to help her manage her daily life. Additionally, there would be someone available to deliver any messages to the house. As for House Faisablin not allowing anyone to participate in her wedding, it was probably to avoid arousing the others' suspicion and to not put Lorist on alert. Unfortunately, the Duke had not expected the usually intelligent princess to be ignorant when it came to emotional matters. Lorist's stomach ached from his suppressed laughter, but he had to maintain his solemn facade and console the girl. When Duke Faisablin received word of what had happened from his envoys, he would definitely be dumbstruck and regret his decision. Hee, old fox, you didn't think there would be this kind of misunderstanding, huh? It'll be even harder when you come to clarify things later. While it's easy to stick and pull out a thorn in a person's heart, healing the wound left behind is not so easy. Though the matter seemed relatively simple, word was that Sylvia had burned the Duke's gifts in the name of House Norton and cut off all relation with House Faisablin. Many people praised her. There were no idiots, everyone understood the implications of leaving Fernrock at the borders of Southern and East Wild as well as Jaeger's reformation. Even if they had signed an armistice, House Norton still considered House Faisablin an enemy. They were even preparing for the next war when the last one had barely ended. Naturally, Lorist didn't bother to correct the misunderstanding. In fact, he couldn't be happier. He just asked Tarkle to watch House Faisablin's servants closely and make sure they didn't linger in the Dominion. Given how Sylvia had already heavily rewarded them, even if they had been exiled, they should be able to start a new life somewhere else. If they really remained in Ragebear, it was a sign that they probably had other intentions. Lorist would not allow them to meet Sylvia, lest she pity them and allow them to stay at her side. It would only sow the seed of turmoil. After sending Tarkle off, Lorist lay on the couch tiredly. Sylvia had been crying and couldn't sleep the night before. He had naturally lost his sleep as well. Sigh, tell me, how many nobles must I greet today? None, Your Grace. I've refused all requests for audiences. You may rest. Charade was rather considerate when it came to such matters. Thanks, Lorist said as he rolled on the couch to find a better position. I leave the rest to you. Also, the wedding is in 7 days. Is everything in order? Don't worry, everything's prepared. Will Your Grace stay here or travel after the wedding? Though the folk of Grindia didn't have a tradition of going on honeymoon, nobles would usually go for a trip. Normally, they would travel around their dominion. Some would travel to places with good scenery. Their trips were always expensive. There had once been a king who had spent 3 years on the road with his wife. He had traveled to nearly all the nations on the continent. It was recorded as the longest post-wedding trip in history. Well, I'll live in Cherry Blossom Ridge outside the city, Lorist said. Winter will come soon. I'm too lazy to go around traveling. I'll spend winter on the estate and travel around the Dominion with Sylvia come the 4th or 5th month while I check the defenses and troops. Since we don't have any major undertakings on the table for next year, we just have to keep our forces in shape, and my Dominion secure. I leave the administration in your care, Dot. Charade nodded. Very well. You ought to rest. Lorist and Sylvia's wedding cost 1.37 million gold fords and was known as the most expensive wedding in the last century. The cost of the ceremony itself was around 100,000 gold fords. The greatest expense was the gifts. To get all the citizens into a festive mood, all commoners received a gift bag including a small silver. Men would receive half a kilogram of meat and half a kilogram of wheat wine, women a set of fine cutlery or some other daily necessities. As for retired soldiers, they received meat, wine, and a large silver coin. That alone cost nearly 800,000 gold fords. Surprisingly, Spiel wasn't that stingy this time. The main reason was that the mining in Goldrich had begun. The income the mines brought the house was estimated at around 2 million gold fords. Secondly, House Feiseblin had signed an armistice, and the resumption of trade on a large scale gave the house quite a boost. Lorist had also said that during the last 3 years the house had spent exterminating Madras and Iblia, the production of goods had been affected somewhat. The products that piled up in the warehouse couldn't be sold and the economy didn't look too good. So, giving them away as gifts would not only clear up storage space for new stuff to kick off the economy in the following year, it would also give the citizens who received the goods a taste of what they considered expensive. It would encourage them to spend their money acquiring the goods in the future instead of burying their wealth. Spiel found Lorist's reasoning incredibly sound. Just like how the house was giving away meat and wine a few years back, the house had traded weapons with House Feiseblin for livestock and made the western area of the Northlands into pastures. They initially thought the citizens' demand for beef and mutton would explode. They hadn't thought that apart from the household forces, the commoners were exceedingly thrifty. They would more or less only purchase meat once a month for a taste. They were used to hardship and loved to store their money up for the future just in case of any emergencies. The low demand resulted in an explosion in the livestock population instead. They had soon run out of places to make pastures. So, the house slaughtered some livestock every year and made jerky for convenient storage. Using the opportunity, House Norton conducted a detailed survey of the population. The survey revealed that the region's total population had grown to about 1.67 million. The Northlands now once again had the same population they had during the Empire's golden age. It was a really impressive figure. Though most of the population were migrants, it was only to be expected given how much damage the Civil War had wrought on the Empire, especially with the chaos caused by Duke Loggins and the other conflicts between the Northlander nobles. There was nothing much to say about the wedding. The whole city was immensely decorated and there were seas of meat and wine all over. Though the permanent residents of Ragebear weren't too many, the ones invited to observe the ceremony filled the city. First, Lorist and Sylvia paraded in the streets in a grand carriage. They then hosted a large feast and ball in the castle for the nobles and household members. When the silver moon was high in the night sky, the couple took up their place on the stage. Bathed in silver moonlight and with the nobles present as witnesses, they swore their love and respect and recited their nauseating oaths. They exchanged rings and had a church of the war god cardinal officiate their lawful wedding under the war god and silver moon goddess purview. The wedding was planned to be an incredibly traditional one by noble standards. Lorist felt it was not all that different from weddings in his previous life, with all the associated routines and the bride and groom being ordered about by others. In his previous life, after he'd retired from the military, he took over his father's little workshop and toiled to keep it running. By the time the workshop was running smoothly again, he'd realized he was already over 30, so he had his relatives introduce one partner after another. There was even a month where he attended 8 marriage meetings. He had been rather optimistic at first and had hoped he could find a partner that shared his values. He soon gave up on the idea. The millennial women he met were very materialistic and talks about his car, house, and bank account were the focus of the conversation. In the end, he stopped being picky. After shacking with the one who would be his bride for 2 months, he got her pregnant and they soon got married. His post-wedding life was plain, to say the least, and the couple didn't have many topics about which they could talk. It wasn't really a problem that his wife hadn't been a virgin. Most of the people in undergraduate studies probably messed around quite a bit anyway. He didn't have any specific requests, so he just went with it. The problem was that he and his wife held really different views. Though he wasn't really educated, he had served his country and shed blood and tears for it. The contribution of which he was so proud was considered something only a fool would do by his wife. She believed he had wasted his most important years, his youth. If he hadn't enlisted in the military and actually picked up some real skills, he would have probably managed to develop his little workshop into a large listed company. They would have had enough money to emigrate. Their first argument happened when one of his comrades came to visit him. It was his first time beating a woman in his life. He gave his wife a harsh slap. A cold war followed for half a year. They weren't willing to say a single word to each other. Had it not been for not wanting to hurt their daughter, they would have filed for divorce. The two slept separately, and, as a result, Lorist bet his secretary. Since the secretary, 10 years his junior, was really open and didn't mind relieving him of his manly desires, he didn't mind doing it. She didn't have that good a relationship with her own husband either, anyway. The flashback gradually faded. Right now, he had completely integrated into Grindia. Sometimes, he felt his past life was nothing but a distant dream he hadn't experienced himself. He was currently the head of House Norton, Duke of the Northlands, a Duke of the Andenac Kingdom. He had hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers at his beck and call. And now, he had a beautiful, fairy-like girl bound to him in matrimony. Just like the netizens of his previous life would say, he was in the prime of his life. After the wedding, Sylvia clasped his arm and took a walk across the venue. They received the greetings and congratulations of the household knights and officials, and the guests. She wore a blissful smile on her beautiful face and seemed more blinding than usual. When the midnight bell struck, Lorist took her to their new room. As opposed to Lorist, who was a little worn out from dealing with the pestering nobles, Sylvia was extremely serious. This would be the most important night of her life, the night she gave her innocence to her one, true love. Upon entering the room, to hide her anxiety, emotional turmoil, and fear, she looked for things to do. She made Lorist some macs, wiped the table, made the bed, and realized that she was sweaty all over by the time she ran out of things to do. She had her two maids prepare a bath. When she was bathing, she felt a little anxious about Lorist coming in with her, but also hoped he would at the same time. Her feelings fluttered with the contradictory notions. Lorist, however, didn't give it that much thought. "You're already meat on my table. Delaying the deed won't help." He let her go about however she wished. He felt physically and mentally worn out. Interacting with all those nobles had really taken a toll on him. Just like wearing a mask, he had to put on a hollow smile and think of something pleasing to say. It was far too troubling and tiring. Sometimes, he felt more willing to take on 10 rank 3 blade masters at once than dealing with nobles. The former was probably much easier. The moment he thought about how he would have to deal with the nobles in the future as well, his head numbed. Sentiments what could be expressed in a few curt sentences took ages for nobles to express. They beat around the bush too much. Though he mocked himself from time to time, the nobles regarded him with caution in fear of offending someone with his status. What's the point? It makes things difficult for everyone. Oh gosh, I'm tired. I suppose I ought to lie down for a bit. When Sylvia had finished her bath, she saw Lorist snoring. Bastard, this is the most important night of my life. How can you fall asleep? She stopped caring about hiding her body modestly and let her towel drop to the ground. She got into bed naked, bore her fangs, and gave Lorist's shoulder a harsh bite. Ooch. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 412 Survey. Survey. Hey everyone. Well, today is one of those special days when the universe conspires to crap on you. We just want to wish everyone a lucky Friday the 13th. May you step on all the cracks, spill of the salt, walk underneath all the ladders, see all the black cats, and so much more, and still come out fine on the other end. Here are our team's thoughts on today. Weird things are supposed to happen on Friday the 13th, right? Maybe I'll take the day off, Ryagawa. Don't be superstitious. Nothing will happen on Friday the 13th that cannot happen on Saturday the 14th, Prince. What are your favorite Friday the 13th sayings? Do you avoid anything on this particular day? Roughly 4 to 5 days after the wedding, Lorist brought Sylvia and his 4 concubines to Cherry Blossom Ridge. Logically speaking, newlyweds should have all the time with each other and it wasn't appropriate to have concubines come alone. However, Sylvia had no choice as her body was more sensitive than most and she couldn't handle Lorist's vigor. Every time he reached his peak, she would have long been expended, slumping down like mud, unable to even move her fingers. So, he had no choice but to have his concubines help relieve him. He left all his work to charade when he began his travels and only returned to Ragebear in the snow of the 12th month. There wasn't a choice as the New Year's celebration was on the horizon. It was the second celebration organized by House Norton and even more nobles would participate, landed or honorary. They all brought their families and filled up the city streets, bringing an aura of warm merriness during the cold, muted winter. The most important part of the celebration would be the entitlement ceremony. With Iblia no more and Winston firmly in House Norton's hands, Lorist could finally realize his promise to the nobles of Delamock. There were 19 noble houses from the province to be enfeoffed land in Winston. As for the 17 Winston noble houses that had defected, they would be relocated to Delamock. In contrast to the slightly down Madrasan nobles, the Winstonian nobles were elated. They had defected quickly and mobilized their forces during the barbarian army's attack on Pedro to help out. Also, since Delamock used to be the empire's main food store, its land was fertile and produced 3 times more than other areas. Those relocated there couldn't be happier. As for the nobles of the now-defunct Madras, they had picked the right side. Not only were they demoted when they were moved to Winston, the land there was also relatively poor. Lorist also had to announce the list of House Norton honorary nobles. Most were merchants who had spent money to be given their titles, while others were house officials who had shown decent prowess: Boris, governor of Hanayabarta, Professor Balbaugh of the Gunpowder Research Lab, Kristen, head of security, and several others. Lorist didn't entitle any landed nobles this time. It wasn't that he lacked candidates. Their contributions, time, or service just weren't enough to warrant it. Usually, New Year's celebrations would go on for 3 days. But many of the nobles who came to participate had already purchased houses in the wealthy area of the city. Kenmays had bought a large courtyard house nearest the Duke's manor to use as his residence. It was practically next to the central castle. Following the celebration, Kenmays hosted his own parties at his residence non-stop. As Lorist had said, he preferred silence while Kenmays thrived on merrymaking. He would spend most of the money he earned from the Salt Merchant Committee on events like these instead of developing his dominion and military. It took Lorist only a few days of residence in the castle to lose all patience with the noise coming from Kenmays' home. He took Sylvia and his 4 concubines to Cherry Blossom Ridge and stayed there until after the rainy season when the winter wheat was being harvested. Lorist returned to Ragebear and settled in for the spring. Once the spring sowing began, he finally went on a tour of the Dominion with his lovers. He took his time on the trip, unlike the previous year. He planned to check every location in detail, especially the 7 settlements towns. He also wanted to tour the countryside with Sylvia so she could show herself before the commoners and make her status as the house's matron known. The trip was rather costly. They handed out a large silver for each member of each garrison of each town they visited, about 300,000 gold fords worth. Luckily it had been budgeted for, so it wasn't an unexpected expense. As their destinations were quite numerous, the trip took some time. They only reached Northsea in the 7th month. From there, they were ferried to Silawas by a small contingent of the fleet by the same name. During the voyage, Lorist received more details about the war. The Union and the mid-southern nations were still engaged in minor skirmishes. However, a few nations' forces had suffered quite heavy casualties. Coincidentally, the 3 were near the Jigda kingdom. In other words, they were not far away from the Chichester Merchant Guild's territory. The Union spotted the opportunity and launched a major operation in the area. Their forces came by sea and landed on the border. Within hours they were across the border and pushing everything out of the way. Lord Fustat, general of the mid-southern nation's military, was greatly shocked and launched an immediate counterattack. It managed to force the Union back across the border, but the nobility that had lived in the area were already dead. None of the families now had any surviving heirs, save for one of the duchies, who now had but a single princess. Lorf had no choice but to station his troops in the decimated nations to keep the Union at bay. Meanwhile, the conflict between the 2 southernmost nations, Roman and Cowiston, seemed to be escalating. Both sides had launched 3 large-scale offensives with hundreds of thousands of troops. Both sides had also suffered comparable losses. It had developed into a full-blown war and neither side could now call it off. They were constantly moving soldiers around and the battles couldn't be more gruesome. It was as if they were trying to vent all the hatred of the past 2 centuries at once. Lorist stroked his chin. While those involved might be ignorant, we spectators aren't. There must be a scheme behind all this. In fact, it seems familiar. Didn't something similar happen with House Windsor's dominion? The 4 noble houses around it launched a coordinated attack, and when their forces were mostly defeated, a sudden savior popped out of nowhere to eradicate the aggressors, conquering the dominions of the 4 houses without much effort. Right now, the conflict between the Union and the mid-southern nations seemed to be going down the same path. The 3 nations' forces were first expended on the front lines, then the Union launched a surprise attack out of nowhere. Duke Lorf then leads his troops to fend the Union off, but the ruling families were wiped out already. He has no choice but to station his troops in these nations now. I bet the 3 will soon be assimilated into Jigda. They're working together. When he read the news about the war between Roman and Cowiston, he suddenly had his doubts. Why would these 2 nations go to war and wipe out Kalia? The 3 each had a sword saint. Kalia was relatively small, but they had managed to maintain the status quo for many years. No matter which side started a confrontation, Kalia would side with the other. Neither faction wished for the other two to mobilize their sword saints against theirs, so nothing ever came of the standoffs. Roman and Khawistan actually united and wiped out Kalia, and made their sword saint vanish. Then they go to all-out war? If they hadn't gone to war, they might have been attracted to the war to their north. Even Kalia might have tried to expand while the mid-southern nations were in chaos. However, the outbreak of war between Roman and Khawistan allowed one ambitious faction in the mid-southern nations the perfect opportunity to expand. The timing was too perfect. Duke Lorist's stationing of troops in the three nations and the inevitable absorption of their territory into Jigda Kingdom wouldn't be opposed by anyone. In fact, it couldn't have been more welcome. After all, their enemy was the Union, and the Union had exterminated several of their royal lines. Only Jigda's duke could save them from their peril, so they hurried to flock to his feet and side with him without hesitation. Lorist laughed bitterly. This scheme is truly wondrous. First, they incite conflict between Roman and Khawistan and have them tear each other's throats out. The bitter hatred brewed over 2 centuries won't be extinguished easily. Even if the conflict ends, both sides will be completely beaten up. It'll resolve the worries Jigda might have. They then incite war between the mid-southern nations and the Union and absorb the nations around them. It allows the kingdom to expand its territory and become another one of the superpowers on the continent. Lorist had already designated the general, Duke Lorf, the main culprit. It should be expected for the playing field on Grindia to shift greatly after the war. However, he didn't know how ambitious the Duke really was. How many among the 20 remaining nations would he swallow before he was satisfied? He picked up a folder on his desk, flipped it open, and focused on a particular page. It contained information about some of the alliance's members. The first entry was of none other than Lorf himself. Duke Lorf, member of the Jigda Kingdom's royal family and chief military strategist. Controls 80% of the kingdom's forces. His personal dominion exceeds the entire royal family's. He is known as the non-king king and the shadow king. His first wife passed on many years ago. Currently, he is happily wedded to his second wife, Windsor Prinna. She has borne him 3 sons and a daughter. The couple is happily married. Soul. Lorist tossed the folder to the ground with an expression bordering on crying and laughing at the same time. He didn't know what kind of emotion to feel as he recalled the moonlit night. Within the darkroom, the girl sat crying as she talked about how she had no choice but to marry the Marquis for the sake of her house. Lorist could recall the grief and hate he had felt at the time. He cursed the shallow mistress for suffering misfortunes after leaving him and leaping into the Marquis's embrace. It was too bad things hadn't panned out as he had imagined. It was obvious that his first love was living a blissful life. Whatever, it's been so long. Maybe that young missy has forgotten me. I have Sylvia, Diliana, Fenazali, Daisy, and Maria now. Why should I feel vexed about a relationship that ended more than a decade ago? Lorist smiled at himself mockingly and picked the folder up again. He analyzed the information about the Duke. The more he read, the more restless he became. Since the Duke is so powerful in Jigda, why doesn't he seize the throne and become king? Is he really that loyal to the royal family? Or does he have other reasons for not doing so? As he was on a ship, there was no one with whom he could discuss the matter. So, he put the thought in the back of his mind and had Ginolio archive the reports. He stepped onto the deck and saw Sylvia and his 4 concubines ordering the guards to toss the fishing net into the sea. Even though the ship was currently sailing, it didn't stop the net from being cast. Sometimes, there would be surprising catches. For instance, sharks lured into the trap by beef. They arrived at Siloas 3 days later. Pajik and Hector had already been waiting in the harbor. After Lorist surveyed the garrison, Pajik reported something that surprised him. Blademaster Shus, who had been training in seclusion in Seaview Manor, felt the time had come to advance a rank. He had taken his sword and entered the volcanic areas of the island alone. If he succeeded and broke through to become a rank 2 Blademaster, he would naturally return. If he failed, he would not. Lorist knew Blademasters took quite a long time to make their breakthroughs. At the very least, it would take a year. It required summarizing one's insights and identifying one's weaknesses. During that process, the Blademaster would continue training and refining his insights and feel for the next step to advance his swordsmanship. Blademasters usually headed to desolate, uninhabited places or harsh environments. It wasn't just a form of physical training, it allowed them to better attune to the changes in nature and gain inspiration to incorporate into their swordsmanship for further advancement. Since Shus had picked that path, Lorist could only pray for his success. He stayed at Siloas until the end of the 8th month. This time around, they would survey the eastern regions where Jaeger, Tigersor, and Firm Rock were. Out of Lorist's expectations, Jaeger's men weren't the least bit averse to Sylvia. In fact, they cherished the commemorative medals with which Lorist had come up. Who wouldn't cherish gold commemorative medals that could be traded for 3 gold Fords? When he finished his rounds and returned to Ragebear, it was already the 11th month of year 1780. A year had passed in the blink of an eye. The Dominion had truly grown too great. Before he could get 2 days' rest, Charade barged inside. "Your Grace, out of seclusion." "What? What part of me got out of seclusion?" asked Lorist, confused. "No, not you." Charade recovered his breath. "His Majesty. He came out of seclusion after breaking through to become a rank 1 Blade Master. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 413 Second Highness's Scheme. Second Highness's Scheme. Most schemes of political improvement are laughable things. Norton Lorist. What? The Second Highness broke through to become a Blade Master? After some thought, Lorist instantly came to an understanding. So the Second Highness had been cooped up in his palace for the past 2 years because he was making a breakthrough. No wonder he hadn't bothered to take advantage of the conflict between the Union and the mid-southern nations. Charade took out a grayish-white silk cloth filled with words. "Your Grace, this is the eagle message we received from the imperial capital. It says the Second Highness ended his seclusion 3 days ago. First, he secretly had an audience with most of his subordinates and officials to gain an understanding of the situation of the kingdom before he announced he had broken through to become a rank 1 Blade Master. He will hold a large banquet in celebration tomorrow." Lorist received the cloth and tossed it aside after reading it. "I wonder if he is a favored child of the plain. He has a freaking pest's vigor and won't die no matter how he's beaten. Although it seems like things are going south for him, he just pops up energetically out of nowhere and starts causing trouble. I was wondering why he was behaving so well when he was cooped up in the palace. I didn't think he had actually broken through and become a Blade Master." Charade, having spent lots of time with Lorist, knew he was referring to the Second Highness as a cockroach, but he still asked out of curiosity. "Your Grace, what is this favored child of the plain?" "Well, it doesn't mean anything complicated. Word is that there are some people exceptionally lucky across the multiple planes. No matter what danger they encounter, they will emerge safely and even make unexpected gains. For example, during a time of chaos, there will be a few exceptionally lucky people who manage to start great upheavals. Such people would eventually be known as legendary heroes. There are some who call them the plane's favored children. It's like they are loved by the plane on which they live itself." "Oh," Charade mused, "he's considered a plane's favored child? I don't buy it. If not for the fact that you gave him Whitelian's equipment and the funds he needed and mobilized our troops to restore him to the throne, I doubt he could have regained his position. I told you he's not one to sit around and do nothing. I wonder how gleeful he must be now he's broken through to being a Blade Master. Our peace will soon be disrupted." Lorist nodded with a smile. "It doesn't matter. Whether the Second Highness is a Blade Master is irrelevant. He's a smart fellow. He won't target us. The same can't be said for the duchies and the Union. He might soon deploy his troops to reclaim a few provinces while the Union's at war. We just have to wait for the plot to unfold, though." "You think the Second Highness will really mobilize?" "Of course. It's been 3 years since he reclaimed his throne. I'm surprised he hasn't deployed his troops even once in the past 3 years. Though he spent most of his time training in seclusion, he did manage to succeed. Now the kingdom's situation is stable and his subordinates and troops have become rather well trained, and, given how the Union won't want to fight a war on 2 fronts, there is no way this king won't cause trouble. His advancement will only make his attacks even more ferocious." However, Lorist's guess was mistaken. 3 days later, he received another eagle message from the imperial capital. "What? The Second Highness will survey the kingdom? What the hell is he doing? Isn't this the time to mobilize his legions and reclaim the provinces? For him to survey the kingdom at a time like this? Is this really the Second Highness we know? He couldn't be an imposter, could he?" Lorist was completely flabbergasted. He even suspected the Second Highness had been replaced. It wasn't weird for him to spend 2 years cooped up in the palace, neither was it odd for him to want to survey the kingdom afterwards. But, the eagle message stated he wasn't going to survey the provinces under his control. Instead, he was going to visit Sigler, Delamock, Winston, and Southern. What in the world is this bastard planning? Sigler was House Kenmaze's dominion and Delamock and Winston territories of House Norton according to the agreement signed between the Alliance and the Second Highness. Southern was Count Phelan's domain. Why didn't the Second Highness survey the provinces under his control? Why was he going to go to places not under his jurisdiction? Lorist definitely wasn't going to believe the Second Highness didn't have something else in mind. Maybe he regretted the contract and believed he had better bargaining power now he had become a blade master. If that were so, Lorist wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. Rank 1 blade master aside, he wouldn't even regard rank 3 blade masters. But, after some thought, he believed the Second Highness wouldn't be so irrational as to put up airs in front of him just because he had become a blade master. Lorist had defeated Xanthi, a rank 3 blade master, in front of the Second Highness' own eyes. Did the Second Highness make any other odd moves? Charade read the letter again. He shook his head. None, Your Grace. He only announced he was going to survey these 4 provinces. I wonder why he didn't include the Northlands. Is he planning something against us? Impossible, Lorist said as he stood up and went to the map on the wall to check out the route announced. Based on the might he currently has, going against us is a pipe dream. No noble would answer his call. They aren't idiots. If the Second Highness really thinks they will rally behind him just because he's a blade master, he wouldn't be the Second Highness we know. Also, there's no way he'd make his moves this public if he's truly going against us. I suspect he has other intentions. He didn't announce he would survey the Northlands. Since Delamock and Winston are under our control, it won't be out of the ordinary for us to send a squad in the name of escorting him. He's our king after all. We'll make out what he's planning when we follow along. Who will you send? Asked Charade. Logically speaking, Lorist was the most appropriate person to receive the Second Highness. However, he couldn't be bothered with meeting him, especially after the breakup between the Second Highness and Glacia. Lorist was filled with more animosity towards the little king than ever before. It wasn't unwarranted either. Glacia had followed the Second Highness into the battlefield at the tender age of 18. Not only had she been loyal, she had even been his lover. But they broke up after spending 20 years together. Not only was it uncalled for, it showed the Second Highness's hostility towards the house. Perhaps it was out of concern of House Norton that the Second Highness refused to let Glacia become queen. Do you want me to go? Charade thought he was suited for receiving the king given his status as Baron and the house's chief knight and administrator. Lorist shook his head. You won't do. Don't forget your identity. What about my identity? You're a gold-ranked knight. I'm worried he will ask you to spar with him. Given that he's now a blade master, he won't have much trouble showing off in front of you. And since you can't really refuse him, I don't want to see you return with a missing limb or 2. It's not like I can avenge you if he claims it was a sparring accident. That would be really troublesome. What Lorist was describing wasn't without precedent. When Duke Loggins went to pay the second prince a visit, his gold-ranked knight was messed with by the second prince's blade master. In name, the blade master claimed it was merely to give pointers. But it was actually a planned humiliation. It made the Duke lose a lot of face and even think several times over making his duchy independent. Ultimately his house was exterminated. There was a good chance Charade would be challenged to a duel in front of the other nobles so the Second Highness could show off his abilities. Losing face was not really a huge deal. The Second Highness wouldn't dare go too far, but, given Charade's poor swordsmanship, the worst result would be him suffering wounds. It was quite likely the Second Highness would deliberately try to wound him, knowing how important he was to the house. He would excuse himself by saying he was still unable to control his power after just breaking through and make it up to Lorist for heavily wounding Charade. Even if Lorist wanted to lash out, he wouldn't be able to and would have to swallow the loss. What if I have my father-in-law go along? Again, Lorist shook his head. Forget it. Even Angelic can't protect you. The Second Highness has other blade masters as well. What was that guy called? The one I met when I went to save Reedy. Manst or something. I think he's a rank 2 blade master. If you bring Angelic along, he would have to face Manst if he stands up for you. Since the Second Highness definitely can't face Angelic, he will have good reason to duel a gold-ranked knight. I have a good candidate in mind, said Lorist as he pulled on the rope connected to the bell. Genolio, where's Reedy now? Your Grace, first senior brother went to Firmrock to check on second senior brother. Send an eagle. Have Reedy come over. I have something I need him to do. Understood, Your Grace. You plan to let Reedy go? Yes. Don't look down on him just because he's a silver rank. His training in my technique allows his swordsmanship to rival that of a rank 1 blade master, maybe even exceed it. If the Second Highness wants to mess with him, he'll definitely be in for a pain. And Reedy is my personal disciple, no one can say I haven't honored the Second Highness. I'll just have Reedy take 1,000 guards along so others can't say I didn't do what was due. Pajik is a 3-star silver shielder, so the Second Highness won't cause trouble for him. Also, you can prepare a gift for the Second Highness to congratulate him for his breakthrough. Understood, Your Grace. 3 days later, Reedy and Pajik took 1,000 guards to Venades and Delamoc to await the Second Highness's arrival before escorting him around for his tour. Lorist pushed the matter to the back of his mind and stopped caring. As a result, Ken Mays hurriedly brought a squad of men to Ragebear 10 days later. Why have you come? Wasn't the Second Highness going to survey your dominion? Asked Lorist curiously. Don't even bring it up. That guy's there to show off. I have no intention of meeting him, said Ken Mays angrily. He asked your gold-ranked knight for a duel? Yes. That's fine, right? What's wrong with a gold-ranked knight losing? If he can't defeat one after breaking through, it would truly be a joke. Also, why are you avoiding him? It's no big deal if my household knight loses. The problem is His Majesty hasn't come to us just for a duel. He's here to have us deploy our forces. Deploy? Against the Union? No, against the 4 central duchies. Oh. Lorist's eyes sparked. The Second Highness had been targeting the 4 central duchies all along. No wonder his route was so weird. Going through southern and attacking the 4 central duchies truly was unexpected, but there were lots of benefits. Mainly, after supporting House Faisablin and fighting the 4 houses, they had suffered a huge loss and hadn't recovered yet. This would be a good opportunity to exploit. An attack from southern would also come out of nowhere. Even though the 4 duchies had already withdrawn their troops, they were still quite tight on the border. But, since they knew the 4 houses were more concerned with House Faisablin, they weren't in a rush to attack in fear of House Faisablin launching a surprise attack out of nowhere. After all, the Duke bore the moniker War God of the Plains. The 4 houses wouldn't dare be so careless. The part where the 4 central duchies faced the Second Highness was the swamp around Egret Lake. It was not suited to offensive since the 4 central duchies had greatly fortified the defenses there and even built a fort. As for the border between the duchies and the 2 southern provinces, they neighbored the Union. One would have to first breach Canbona, Baudulger, and Anderwaff before one could push the duchy's border. It was a much longer route. It appeared the Second Highness intended to first take care of the duchies as the Union fought their war before reclaiming the Empire's provinces the Union took a few years earlier. Given that the Union was caught up in another conflict, they couldn't provide support to the duchies. Since the kingdom had the strategic location at their borders facing the Union, the Second Highness could transfer White Lion to southern and attack the duchies without anyone noticing. He obviously wanted House Kenmaze's forces to join the offensive. Did you agree? No. I managed to avoid him with the excuse of having gone to North Sea to meet a lover. My father was the one who received him and he didn't agree to anything either. He just said he would consider it. The moment His Majesty left, I rushed over here to meet you and hear your thoughts. Alright, I have to think this over. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 414 Changes. Changes. Let no man deceive you with vain words, for because of these things cometh the wrath of the gods upon the children of disobedience. A long-lost holy scripture. No one expected the Second Highness would cause so much commotion during his survey. Your Grace, His Majesty organized a large banquet at Kobo yesterday. He invited all the landed nobles we entitled. He didn't poach the nobles under our jurisdiction but promised those who were willing to pitch in to help the kingdom's war against the 4 central duchies would receive great rewards. They might even get promoted and have their dominions relocated, recited Charade the letter Reedy had sent. Lorist didn't react at all. Charade looked at the letter again and digested its contents. Your Grace, if the Delamacan nobles are willing to go to battle for the Second Highness, what stance will we take? Let them be, Lorist said as he stood up from the couch. Such nobles can only take around 100 or 200 men. What help would they be? They might, in fact, make some contributions and be promoted and relocated, but isn't that a good thing? At the very least, we'll get their dominions back. Lorist wasn't off the mark in that sense. Most of the current Delamacan nobles were relocated from the Northlands and Winston. House Norton only had them under control, unlike nobles entitled by the house as vassals like Potterfong and Charade, basically an extension of the house. Delamac was a province controlled by the house. Like Winston, Lorist could entitle landed nobles or relocate others there. But he couldn't make the territory of the province his own. And though the Second Highness was the king, while he could promote those nobles, he couldn't increase the territory they occupied as it was power reserved for those in direct control of a province. All he could do was relocate the nobles and give them dominions elsewhere, taking the nobles under his direct rule out of the areas Lorist controlled. As Lorist had put it himself, he couldn't be more willing to let the Second Highness do just that. If he relocated the landed nobles, the territory left behind could be used to entitle new nobles and increase the number of his direct vassals. It would only serve to increase his house's influence. Not only was it a good thing, it also decreased the number of unpredictable variables with which he had to deal. However, such good things never fell from the sky. It was no longer the time when a knight with 100 scattered soldiers could be considered a strong force. Those who rushed to answer the Second Highness's call were only going to become meat for the grinder. That's true, let's see how many the Second Highness can rile up. I believe they'll begin to hate this king after they suffer huge losses on the front lines. Without our forces, those nobles won't be able to glean any benefit by tagging along, snickered Charade. The Second Highness's tour progressed quickly. He stayed for just a day in Shazin's dominion before heading straight for Winston. Similarly, he held a banquet there and offered the same call to arms. The Second Highness's promise was received with loud cheers. The Madrasan nobles felt rather beaten by the demotion and decrement of their territory, and the Second Highness had come to give them a chance to rebuild their glorious names. They couldn't wait to grab the chance. On the 29th day of the 11th month, the Second Highness reached House Phelan's dominion in southern. After some talks, he casually went to the border where Firm Rock was for a visit before he returned to the imperial capital. Though Phelan offered to accompany the Second Highness, the latter refused politely. He wasn't going to bring many people with him, he was going to make a quick trip with 10 knights. Since Reedy and the 1,000 guards were by the Second Highness's side, and given how safe the border was with Firm Rock there, Phelan didn't mind and wished him a smooth trip. And then... What did you say? The Second Highness rushed into Eastwild, House Fiesablin's dominion, with only 10 knights? Lorist jumped with surprise. The news was far too surprising. Charade smiled bitterly. It's true. We are all dumbfounded. Reedy wanted to enter Eastwild with the guards, but he was stopped by Potterfong. They are now awaiting your orders. Lorist was seething. How did Reedy allow that to happen? Why didn't he stop the Second Highness? Charade looked at the silk cloth letter in his hand. Nobody could have predicted this. The Second Highness acted completely normally. After he arrived at the border, he checked out the defenses before he dragged Potterfong along and talked about the tactics we had used to retake Southern. In the afternoon, he discovered a herd of wild goats and said he wanted to add something to the night's dinner. He didn't allow Reedy to follow him, saying it'd scare the goats away. He rode forward with his 10 odd attendants. It was near evening and they quickly vanished. By the time Reedy and Potterfong realized something was off, the Second Highness was already long gone. Wait a second, what about the goats? Charade didn't know whether he should laugh or not. What does this have to do anything? They're fine. Reedy realized something was off because the goats were completely undisturbed. Lorist's expression was dark. The fact that the wild goats are fine means the Second Highness was merely looking for an excuse to leave, nothing surprising. It must have been something he's plotted for a while now. His visit to Southern and going over the tactics with Potterfong as well as his desire to hunt the goats are all excuses. I suspect his rallying of the nobles for the war against the 4 central duchies is nothing but a front he put up to divert our attention to ultimately allow him to enter Fiesablin's dominion. But your grace, even though House Fiesablin has signed an armistice with our alliance, the kingdom is still their enemy. Isn't the Second Highness serving himself up on a platter and seeking his death? Even if he's now a rank 1 blade master, Duke Fiesablin's rank 3. It would be far too easy for him to take the Second Highness's life. Charade didn't understand what was going on. Lorist leaned into his chair heavily and breathed a heavy sigh. You don't understand. He's not in the slightest bit of danger by going into House Fiesablin's dominion. There's no way the Duke will harm him. After all, the Second Highness is still a king. If House Fiesablin really harmed him and became kingslayers, we could completely ignore the armistice and uproot them in the name of avenging the king. That old fox will not give us such an opportunity. I'm worried about why the Second Highness went to Fiesablin without telling us. Is he going to start opposing us? It would be a valid reason for him to team up with Fiesablin. With one in the east and the other in the west, there's no need for us to worry about them if they're not working together. But it'll be troublesome if they join hands. No, I have to head to the border immediately to see if there's something I can do to fix this. Lorist grit his teeth. He really felt an urge to kill. If he could stop the Second Highness and the rest in Eastwild, he wouldn't mind killing them all and blaming House Fiesablin before using it as justification to ignore the armistice and destroy them. Since you're dense enough to take me for granted, don't blame me for not holding back. Even though you're king, you always have your eyes on me. You can't blame anyone for your misfortune if you actively seek death. As Lorist saw it, the Second Highness was obviously trying to get House Faisablin to work together with him. As for who they were joining up against, it couldn't be more obvious. Who else was there apart from him? Since that was the case, he believed the one who struck first would have the advantage. He didn't really hold the taboo other nobles did against kill kings. If he managed to kill them all in Eastwild, who would be left alive to tell the tale? Since House Faisablin would be there to bear the blame, what was there to fear? But, Your Grace, it's already the end of the 11th, winter is upon us, and even if we deploy our troops, it'll be too late. There's no need to deploy. I will head there alone. I'll first stay with Firmrock for a few days to see if there's any lead I can follow. No, Your Grace, you can't go alone, Charade warned, his hand holding Lorist's sleeve. You are the Duke of the Northlands and head of the house. You can't take this kind of risk. The New Year's celebration will take place in a month and you cannot be absent. Otherwise, everyone will be unnerved. It doesn't matter if I'm not there. It's not like we're going to entitle anyone. No, Your Grace, you really can't go. A knock on the door interrupted their back and forth. Genolio entered. Your Grace, there's a message from Firmrock. The second letter said the Second Highness left Potterfong a note in his tent. The note asked them to not panic and said he had indeed left for House Faisablin. He asked Potterfong to not worry about his safety. The Second Highness mentioned that he had taken Blademaster Xanthi as his teacher and that he could break through thanks to her acute teachings. He had wanted to send Xanthi back to House Faisablin and would stay there for the winter and return the rainy season. Nobody had to be sent after him. Upon reading the letter, Lorist's anger subsided. He really felt he had brought it upon himself. Why did he have to leave Xanthi in the Second Highness's care? It would have been much better to lock her up in a dungeon somewhere in his dominion. I didn't think the Second Highness would take that old witch as his teacher and even break through. He must have been goaded to go. I'm really making one misstep after another. It's all my fault for not noticing the subtle changes. With this in the picture, it was even more troubling to cause trouble for the Second Highness. Duke Faisablin, the old witch, the Second Highness, and Manst were all blade masters. Going into their headquarters, Crouch Tiger Castle, alone was a fool's errand. He'd lost all intent on heading to Eastwild on his own. Tell Potterfong I've been informed. He doesn't have to deal with the Second Highness anymore. Have Reedy sent back as well. Don't let him wait there like an idiot. Understood, Your Grace, said Genolio before he left. What will be our next move? Asked Charade. Now we prepare, Lorist said. We'll use generals to deal with soldiers like we use mud to deal with water. I'd like to see what the Second Highness can do with House Faisablin. I don't mind wiping them out if they force our hand. We'll strike whoever lashes out first. 10 days later, Phelim and Shazine rushed over. Kenmaze, who had just received the letter, also made his way over as quickly as possible. They were there to participate in the New Year's celebration and to discuss the Second Highness' sudden visit to House Faisablin and how it would affect them. I believe Lorist's guess is correct. It's obvious the Second Highness is trying to recruit Duke Faisablin by going there and taking the house under his wing. Though we don't know what kind of price the Second Highness will pay to win the Duke's loyalty, with Blademaster Xanthi guiding him, he will succeed. The Duke's submission will also cause his reputation to soar, surmised Kenmaze acutely. Do you think that the Second Highness's rallying of the landed nobles is merely a ruse to distract us from his true goal to visit Faisablin? Asked Shazine. I'm not too sure. I didn't meet him when he came to my dominion after all, said Kenmaze as he shook his head. Lorist's eyes brightened. Hennard, did the Second Highness promise you anything when he made his request? He did. He said if we exterminated the 4 central duchies, I would free to pick a province as my hereditary dominion. He also said he'd make me a duke. Lorist then looked at Phelim. He said he would promote me to duke and make southern my hereditary dominion instead of most of it being merely in my control. Charade shook his head on the side. Our king is behaving like he always does. He's still promising things that don't belong to him. Are you persuaded? Asked Lorist. If it were only that, I wouldn't even bother with him. But he pointed out that the bottleneck to Southern's development was the lack of manpower. If we attack the duchies, we can bring in large numbers of people to develop the province. I'm a little tempted, but I'm still considering my options, answered Phelim. I'm tempted, Shazine admitted. You know I'm not into developing my dominion. But can still gain wealth through pillaging and war, and it's really attractive. I was hoping to claim a mine or quarry as well. My descendants can only really have enough wealth if I did. The 2 silver mines and the copper mine in Sanderson Hills produces a tad too little. It wasn't wrong to say House Shazine was the most financially tight of them all. After taking Sanderson Hills as his dominion, Shazin was surprised to find that the mine's annual profit totaled just 300,000 gold fords. While other landed nobles would consider it a fortune, for someone with a huge force like him, it was just barely enough to cover his military expenses. Had it not been for the bonuses Ken Mays often gave him, he would have to consider downsizing his military. "What about you?" Lorist asked Ken Mays. "Father says the Second Highness promised to let us trade unobstructed across the kingdom, and he would even have all our taxes for 3 years if we agreed to deploy our troops. I don't really mind since my title can no longer be raised and our house has already occupied the whole of Sigilor. Even though it's rural, it's safe and we don't have much ambition anyway. Starting new trade routes across the kingdom isn't appealing either, and I can't be bothered by the meager tax savings I'll get. I'd rather he lock up our trade routes. I can simply travel by sea to access other areas for even better profits. But his offer is extremely attractive to the house's business my father runs. He wrote to me and hoped I would agree." Lorist contemplated in silence. "I believe the Second Highness wasn't lying about going to war with the duchies just to hide the fact he was planning on visiting Fisablin. First, he offered all of you different, but alluring, rewards. Second, he also made similar offers to the nobles. If he was lying about it, he would default on his promise and his reputation would fall greatly. But now he's gone to Fisablin, I can't really be sure what he's planning. It'd be best if we talk about this again when he comes back. There's no point in panicking now. I will meet him personally when the time comes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 415 Crossing the Border. Crossing the Border. Politics don't make strange bedfellows, marriage does. Queen Fisablin Kakan. Though the new year had arrived, it wasn't really delightful. Whether they were the nobles who came over to participate in the festivities or the four houses' high-ranking officials, they were all rather disturbed by the commotion caused by the king. The hushed conversations went on non-stop. Even Lorist felt foreboded. The reason was simple: Phelim and Shazin were rather attracted to the conditions the Second Highness had offered. To them, raiding the 4 central duchies for wealth before they recovered their might was an extremely tempting proposition. Lorist couldn't hate the Second Highness more even if he wanted to. He's a sneaky and insidious demon. I messed with him a few years ago and he suffered quite the loss from the agreement, but I didn't think he'd come back after just 3 years as a blade master and turn the tables. He's offered attacking the 4 central duchies as bait. The moment he tossed it out, it caught everyone's attention and even managed to shake our alliance. He made his way to the dominion of the Fisablins immediately after. If it were merely goading the nobles to attack the duchies, he couldn't be bothered to interfere. As long as the 4 houses didn't make any moves, the northeast would be stable as a mountain. Whether the attack ended in success or failure, it wouldn't affect his house's standing as the local hegemon. The problem now, however, was that Shazin and Phelim had been tempted as well. If both decided to join, would House Norton just sit back and do nothing? How would it affect their alliance? It wasn't that he hadn't considered reaping benefits for himself as well, but his plan could only be carried out in another 2 or 3 years. His most dangerous enemy was still House Fisablin. There had been many precedents of snakes not killed lashing out and biting back. House Fisablin might have admitted their loss, but they were far from completely beaten. Only after 2 or 3 years of economic and military pressure to make sure House Fisablin truly submitted could he turn his attention to the 4 central duchies. But now he realized his allies didn't share his view. Like Phelim had mentioned, House Fisablin was an injured beast. It would recover for the next 3 years, it was unlikely that it would try something in that time. As such, Phelim believed the 4 houses shouldn't just coop up in their dominions waiting for the conflict to resume. He believed they should instead use the opportunity to increase their might, and the best target was the duchies, whose force of 70,000 elites had already been wiped. Shazin also believed raiding other nobles was the easiest way to get rich. Be it taking wealth or manpower, both approaches would severely weaken the enemy and decrease their ability to resist. The duchies had already crossed swords with the alliance in their attempt to aid House Fisablin. It went without saying that they saw them as enemies. A little over 1 year earlier, they had managed to exterminate 70,000 elites. Surely they hadn't recovered yet. Even if they managed to get new recruits, their capability should be extremely low. Shazin was of the opinion that the 4 houses should use the opportunity to land an early strike instead of giving them time to recover. Even if the Second Highness wasn't there to lead the charge, the 4 houses would have to go to war anyway. Phelim had the intention to join in because he lacked manpower. Shazin intended to make a great haul. As for Ken Mays, at first, he didn't care whether he deployed his forces or not. But after considering that attacking the duchies would allow more trade routes to be opened for the committee, and the fact that the committee would still be limited by the duchies if they didn't attack, he changed his mind and expressed his willingness to send his troops to join the offensive. Lorist smiled troublingly at their reasoning. Ever since the duchies joined hands with the Union to defeat the Second Highness and exterminate Melian, they occupied 11 of the Empire's 29 former provinces and had a total population of 5 to 6 million. In terms of weather and terrain, the provinces were ideal for agriculture, business, and industry. Even during the chaotic era, the duchies were still far from utter defeat and still a force to be reckoned with. There was also the fact that they were branches on the same three. No matter which was attacked, the others would join their side. Back then, the first prince had lusted after their riches and led an army of 300,000 men against them. The duchies didn't have that great a start, but they didn't submit and resisted with all they had. The conflict lasted 3 whole years and they managed to not only chase the first prince out of their territory, they even crossed the border into Ridlician territory, forcing the first prince to surrender and sign an armistice. There was no telling when history would repeat itself. While it was easy to start a war, it wasn't easy to end one. What Lorist worried about most was that he would be dragged into the quagmire. Should that come to pass, not only would the house not benefit, it might even affect the entire house. It might even allow the old fox to strike back. It was not the result he could accept. That was also why he had a wait-and-see attitude. Bread had to be eaten bite by bite, and roads had to be traversed step by step. He wasn't prepared to start a war with another faction before completely defeating those he currently had. But so far, 3 out of the 4 members of the alliance hoped to do just that. It was quite the dilemma. If he supported them, it would disrupt the plan he had laid out. But if he didn't, the alliance might dissolve. Even if it didn't, they wouldn't see eye to eye as they did currently and cooperate so well. He suddenly realized why the Second Highness didn't visit the Northlands. If he did, he would have had to convince Lorist to participate in the war. If he refused, his allies, Shazin, Phelim, and Kenmaze would resolutely support his decision. If the whole alliance refused the Second Highness's call to arms, the war would end as a mere joke with the nobles the Second Highness managed to rally to join him. He would also be the butt of the joke. Kenmaze was rather witty in that he'd managed to avoid meeting the Second Highness altogether, but Shazin and Phelim were convinced by his slimy words. The Second Highness's move was rather well played. He had dug Lorist a pit to jump into without even having to meet with him. Whether he took the jump was his decision. If he jumped, he would prevent the alliance from dissolving at the cost of forcing House Norton into a corner in which they didn't wish to be. If he didn't, his allies would be alienated and the Second Highness couldn't be happier if the alliance fractured. However, the duchies were not as easy to deal with as one might think. Their 70,000 elites were completely decimated, but they had fought in the field. House Norton had lots of advantages and managed to win by taking them by surprise. But if they fought in the duchies, the enemy could coop up in their castles. Even if they relied on catapults, they would still have to suffer huge casualties. Charade was easier going. Your Grace, we have to fight. We not only have to fight, we have to pour in even more effort than others. We have to help Phelim and Shazin achieve what they want. Why? Lorist was really unwilling to fight this war. He had constantly been searching for an excuse to avoid it. We don't stand to benefit at all. Phelim wants manpower and Shazin wants wealth. Kenmaze wishes to develop new trade routes. Even the lands we conquer in the war won't belong to us. Everything will belong to the Second Highness. Tell me what benefit is in this for us? Charade laughed. There will be benefits. They just aren't apparent. For starters, if we agree, Phelim and Shazin will be incredibly grateful and the alliance will be even more secure. Additionally, didn't Shazin say he wanted different lands? A place with more mines? The 2 small silver mines and the copper mine in Sanderson Hills will be ours. We can claim a new dominion for House Shazin and the whole of Delamont will belong to us. Next, Phelim needs manpower and Shazin wants wealth. We need both. The Northlands population is just 1.67 million and, according to our development plan, we can only advance to the next step with a population of 3 million. We need at least double the resources and manpower we have now. Attacking the duchies and plundering their manpower and wealth is the best way to get what we need. Just look at our surroundings. Madras and Iblia have already been eliminated, the only target left is the duchies. Charade's reasoning made quite a lot of sense. After a few days of consideration, Lorist came to a decision. He would deploy his troops and attack the duchies after the spring harvests in the 5th month. He wasn't that worried about field battles. His main focus was the duchies' strongly fortified and protected castles, raiding them for their wealth and manpower, and limiting the casualties he suffered in the process. Fortunately, the house had expanded the 4th-century legions and it was time they gained actual battle experience. Time passed quickly and it was the 17th day of the 4th month. A piece of news arrived that greatly shocked everyone. The moment the Second Highness arrived at Crouch Tiger with his 10-odd knights, the war god of the plains knelt and teared up and expressed his regrets for all he went through. The Second Highness absolved his house of its crimes and Duke Faisablin announced the house was once more under the rule of the royal family's legitimate heir. He submitted to the Second Highness and would fight to unify the empire once more. Duke Faisablin didn't just make empty promises either. He presented 1 million gold Ford's worth of horseshoe gold to the Second Highness as military funds and 30,000 fine horses. House Faisablin's gift and submission were still within expectation. The truly surprising part was the Second Highness's response. He announced the days he spent at Crouch Tiger was rather delightful and that he had fallen in love with the Duke's one granddaughter, Kakan. He proposed, the Duke accepted, and the two were quickly married. The kingdom now had a proper queen. I have a feeling the Second Highness is ripping off the Second Prince, said Charade helplessly as he scratched his head. The Second Prince had gone to House Faisablin and the Duke allowed his promiscuous second daughter to marry him. The house's frontier legions supported the prince and he successfully founded the Iblia kingdom. Like Charade had mentioned, the Second Highness also found himself a wife after visiting House Faisablin. Ha, laughed Lorist coldly. He was the one most displeased by news of the king's marriage. His cousin had loyally followed the Second Highness for 20 years, but he broke it off so easily. Nobody would sincerely believe he got married because of love. It's obvious. I was confused at first when Duke Faisablin submitted so easily. So he still had this move. I say, House Faisablin's women are quite fortunate. They all have the knack of becoming queens. Your Grace, Princess Sylvia is wedded to you. She's no queen. Lorist suddenly realized that if Sylvia wasn't sent over by the Duke, she might have been the one with whom the Second Highness fell in love at first sight. Should word of it spread, he might really deploy his troops to fight the king and send the kingdom into another period of turmoil. Fortunately, Sylvia was already by his side. He couldn't be more relieved. A week later, Potterfang's message was presented. The Second Highness and Queen Kakan had brought a division 10,000 strong to the border and requested entry. The division was the Queen's Guard and would follow her after the wedding. At the same time, Duke Faisablin had Blademaster Xanthi lead another division from one of his frontier legions to accompany the procession. She was going to travel with the king to the imperial capital. Also, Xanthi requested to visit Sylvia and send her belated blessings. Lorist's face darkened. Duke Faisablin, you old miser. You gave your granddaughter Kakan a division of 10,000 troops, but you only sent 3 carriages worth of junk to your other granddaughter, Sylvia? Are you looking down on me? This is plain insult. Your Grace. Your Grace. Charade had to call out a few times to snap Lorist out of his vagary. What's up, Dot? How do we deal with this? Should we allow the king across the border? Asked Charade as he pointed at the message. Let them in. I doubt the bastard would dare act rashly here. Have Lowe's lead Tigersaur there and escort them. I will take my guards to Winbury and await their arrival. Also, send Duke Kennays, Count Shazine, and Count Phelim a message. Have them meet me at Winbury. Since we're going to discuss our strategy for the upcoming war, we might as well settle everything in one go. Understood, Your Grace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 416 Meeting. People think international politics is like a game of chess, with everyone sitting nicely on their side of the board. Everyone figures out their strategy, makes their move, and waits for the other side to respond. This is nothing like international politics. You want to screw your opponent as quickly and bloodily as possible, he should never even have a chance to react. Norton Lorist, after that fateful meeting with the king, his sworn enemy compared Duke Faisablin, and supposed to be allies. The horn blared loudly outside Winbury. Lorist organized a grand reception ceremony for King Auguslo, Queen Kakan, and Duke Faisablin. Standing beside Lorist was Duchess Sylvia. Her godmother and teacher, Blademaster Xanthi, would be there to see her. Sylvia was incredibly excited and pestered Lorist to attend the reception with her no matter what. Kennays and Shazine were also present. Phelim had left with Lowe's to escort the king over. Charade and the acting mayor of Winbury, Viscount Ides, stood behind Lorist. The two were engaged in a low-volume, heated debate. Viscount Ides understood well the reason Lorist had appointed him as acting mayor. Lorist had hoped trade would restore Winbury to its former glory as the center for livestock trade. He was arguing with Charade because they had different opinions on how to redevelop Windbury. Charade believed the trading center should be located outside the city to avoid affecting hygiene and the citizens' quality of life. Letting large quantities of livestock into the city would have severe effects on the environment. It was the main reason the king had killed the livestock market in the first place. Viscount Ides, on the other hand, believed that, since the population relative to the available land was low, allowing trade to commence within the city would improve safety. As for environmental pollution, he believed limiting the livestock to special trade areas would prevent it from affecting the citizens too much. Charade countered that the ratio of citizens to land might be low now, but it was in no way guaranteed to remain that way, especially not if the markets were reopened. There would be merchants flocking to the city after hearing word of its developments and settle down. Thus, as a measure of careful planning, keeping the livestock outside the city would save them the trouble of moving everything out later when the population increased, saving them much trouble in the long run. But Ides saw limiting trade only to the city outskirts a huge threat to safety. Charade proudly proclaimed there was nobody in the region that would dare provoke House Norton. As long as the forces existed, safety wouldn't be a concern. Though Ides was still filled with doubts, he yielded to keeping the trade outside the city due to Charade's overbearing. It, however, didn't stop him from having doubts on the time required for Windbury to regain its former glory. Seeing how blooming he was, Charade secretly told him about Lorist's decision to attack the duchies and said the skilled workers and leather merchants they would force to migrate would be moved to Windbury. With the city's restoration to its former prosperous state guaranteed, Ides's mood turned for the better. A light cavalryman appeared in the distance. He took out his horn and blew a long note. The king had arrived. Music, instructed Ides. The band started playing. They played the tune used during the most formal of welcoming ceremonies for one's liege. Lorist was seated on his horse with a neutral expression on his face. Sylvia looked really expectant. It seemed she had really missed her godmother. A handsome horse galloped in the distance. The moment the king heard Lorist was there to welcome him, he hurriedly rode ahead. He shouted before he was even close. "Ha ha! Locke, my friend. Long time no see. I've missed you to death." "You didn't miss me to death. You want to miss me after I die," thought Lorist. However, he had no choice but to dismount and salute. "Your Majesty, your loyal servant offers his greetings." The horse reared on its hind legs when the king pulled its reins. The second highness leaped off and took wide steps towards Lorist before giving him a hug. "Locke, my friend, are you doing well?" Lorist hugged back warmly. "My king, seeing you safe brings peace to my heart," smiled he. "You should know I've been very worried since I heard you traveled into Fizablin's dominion. I couldn't eat or sleep well. Luckily I can finally rest assured. As the king, you shouldn't be taking such risks." The Augustlo glanced at Lorist's face, blushing healthily. "Is that how a sleepless person with no appetite looks? I bet you can't wait for me to go back, huh?" thought he. In spite of his malcontent, he made the effort to look apologetic. "All right, Locke, we both know you would have stopped me if I told you I was going. As this matter is tied closely to the kingdom's future, I had no choice but to make the trip. Fortunately, Duke Fizablin was wise enough to change his ways and rejoin the kingdom. My rash actions paid off in the end." Lorist didn't even bother to smile convincingly as he looked at the dismounting duke and the blade master behind the king. "It truly is a fortunate affair, your majesty. You were actually able to recruit the mighty war god of the plains. It really is beyond expectation. I was preparing to uproot House Fizablin for good should you suffer any misfortune." Not only were Lorist's words incredibly rude, he also spoke them quite loudly. It was obvious the duke and blade master had overheard him. The duke merely shuddered without a change in his expression. Xanthe, on the other hand, barked angrily. "Would you have the guts?" Lorist laughed heartily. "Well, what do you say, Blade Master Xanthe? Long time no see, by the way. I see you've been having quite the good time at the imperial capital." The look on Xanthe's face was both angry and fearful. She suddenly recalled being taken prisoner in just a few strikes. Since then, she had developed a phobia of the young man. Even when Duke Fizablin was beside her, she didn't dare draw her sword and start a fight. Fortunately, Sylvia pulled Lorist harshly before leaping into Xanthe's embrace to resolve the tension. "Well," the king spoke, "Locke, I know the relationship between your house and that of Duke Fizablin is a little strained, you two even being at war just a year ago, but given that the Duke has returned to the kingdom and is willing to put in an effort to unite the empire, and that you've already taken Duchess Sylvia as your wife, your no in-laws, you should be more tolerant. As Duke of the Northlands, you should act as the role model for all other nobles. I hope Houses Norton and Faisablin can once again have amiable relations so the kingdom's citizens can spend their lives in peace and stability. Lorist really felt like punching the king in the face. Now you have what you want, you're advocating peace? You think it's really amazing to have House Faisablin doing your bidding, huh? Who knows what that old fox is planning? Do you really think House Faisablin would submit and return to the kingdom so easily? That old fox is already looking for a way out. He cooled down after seeing the king's sincere expression. He was well aware that Auguslo knew what Duke Faisablin had in mind, it was just that he didn't mind. In fact, he couldn't be happier if the two houses were on bad terms. He was more than willing to ensure the alliance always had trouble with which to deal. Since he could sit stably in the capital and watch the battle, he couldn't wait for the two houses to tear each other apart. Lorist bowed slightly. House Norton is willing to follow His Majesty's orders. As long as House Faisablin follows the alliance's regulations, we will naturally not consider him an enemy. Being able to get along will benefit the citizens. House Faisablin will just have to wait a little longer to be squashed. Our regulations will do what our weapons now can't. Lorist wasn't going to just let House Faisablin off the hook. He couldn't be bothered to care whether the Duke's granddaughter was the queen or not. He wasn't about to wait for the snake and the farmer to happen. Once the beast was locked in a cage, it shouldn't be let out ever again. The king was speechless. Lorist was obviously not going to listen to him and let House Faisablin off the hook. However, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to flip out at the moment. Fortunately, Kenmays, Shazine, Charade, and Ides came up to offer their greetings, stopping Lorist from saying anything else that might push the situation out of control. The carriage in which the queen rode finally arrived. Queen Kakan stepped out. Lorist went up to greet her, all the while checking her out. She was quite the beauty. It seemed the Faisablin genes were rather good. The men were handsome and the women beautiful. Sylvia was a step above Kakan, though. Kakan's arrogant and stuck-up expression gave Lorist the urge to laugh. He also noticed that Sylvia was standing to the side whispering something to Xanthi without bothering to greet her grandfather and cousin. After some commotion, everyone returned to their respective carriages and mounts and headed to Rose Palace under Ides's lead. Since Windberry had come under Norton control, the palace had become a temporary noble abode. Apart from Lorist, nobody was allowed to enter. Now that the Auguslo was there, Rose Palace naturally became his residence. Ides had had a grand banquet prepared. After enjoying the delicacies, Kenmays stood up to ask the key question on behalf of all the nobles present. Your Majesty, forgive my abruptness, but you mentioned you were going to attack the duchies. Is this true? Of course, the king replied seriously as he put the golden cup in his hand down. I spoke the truth. The rewards I promised are still up for the courageous to take. I also have an announcement to make in this regard. Duke Faisablin, the war god of the plains, will also deploy his troops for this endeavor. So far, there are only some minor details that have to be discussed. Once these negotiations conclude and the military preparations are ready, we will launch our attack. As the king, I hope I will have the fortune to witness the brave contributions of all the nobles on the battlefield as they fight and contribute to the kingdom. Auguslo's words inspired loud cheers from the seated nobles. Lorist toyed around with the cup in his hand as he contemplated the king's revelation about Duke Faisablin's participation. Unconsciously, his eyes drifted to the Duke and saw him raising a cup to him in a toast before he gulped down the wine. Interesting, old fellow. I wonder what in the world you're up to. When the banquet ended, the king asked Lorist, Faisablin, Kenmays, Thilim, and Shazine to stay behind. He hesitated for a moment but eventually asked Charade to join them as well. Lorist knew the true meeting was about to begin. After they took their seats, Auguslo came clean with his strategy. His plan was to mobilize the 56,000-strong White Lion Legion. It would be moved to southern before launching the invasion. The first step was to reclaim the provinces that used to constitute Melian, Mesen, and Rimad, and use them as the main base and springboard for further offensives into the core of the four duchies. As it was rather far away, he hoped to first seal southern and Rimad's border and wait for Waitilian's arrival. The operation was slated for the 8th month. Duke Faisablin, weren't you going to lead your frontier legions into battle? Can you tell me where you will attack? Asked Lorist, looking straight at the Duke. Duke Faisablin didn't reply or say anything. Auguslo stepped in. It's like this. House Faisablin will mobilize 2 legions. They will join in after we conquer Mesen. Mesen is connected to Shavaj and Forint, so I plan to divide our forces in 2. White Lion will work with the frontier legions to attack one duchy while you and the 4 houses attack the other. Attacking on 2 fronts will make the duchies unable to regroup and resist. We can only take the duchies down in one move like this. Lorist laughed coldly. It seems House Faisablin really is going to do its best for His Majesty's sake, for them to be willing to mobilize the only 2 legions they have left. What a rare breed of loyalty. Well, Locke, this is the part where we need your agreement, the king said sincerely. Right now, House Faisablin is just like House Norton, a vassal of the kingdom. Since you two have signed an armistice, as king, I hope the 2 of you can make up and work together to reunite the empire. I hope you will release Third Frontier's captured soldiers so the Duke can rebuild the legion. Since you know House Faisablin only has 2 legions left, you should also know that they will be the grassland barbarians' primary target when they send out both their legions. I hope you will be gracious and give the captured soldiers freedom so they can contribute to the empire's reunification. Ah, old fox, so this was what you were planning. Lorist merely smiled coldly without speaking. The king kept going on about thinking of the big picture for the sake of the empire, and that it was all only to be used to attack the duchies. Lorist looked at Shazine and Phelim, the 2 had their heads lowered. He then shot Kenmaze a glance and saw the latter was inspecting the teacup in his hand with intense focus. He suddenly felt his heart go cold. He waved smilingly to stop the king's rambling. All right. I agree to release Third Frontier's soldiers. But House Faisablin must make our losses up to us. I'll leave the details to Baron Charade and Duke Kenmaze. I am feeling a little unwell and have to excuse myself. Lorist then left swaggeringly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 417 The Allies. The Allies. Taking an ally is unlike taking a friend. A friend you stand by through thick and thin, it is a choice made based on emotions. Taking an ally is a business transaction, you take them for the benefits they bring. An ally that is not a boon is not an ally. Unknown. Did you guys come to an agreement? Asked Lorist faintly. They were in one of the most lavish mansions in the Windberry's noble district. It originally belonged to an Iblian count from Southern, but the mansion was sealed after the count received the death sentence for treason 4 years ago by Duke Faisablin. While Lorist could stay at Rose Palace given his status, he didn't want to mingle with the king, so he chose the mansion as his lodging instead. It was already almost evening by the time Charade returned. He realized Lorist was seated in his dark study watching night fall. When he heard his question, he undid his cloak and handed it to Genolio. Get me a bottle of wine. The tea I drank all afternoon left no taste in my mouth at all. Your Grace, we have come to an agreement. Duke Faisablin is willing to pay 1 million gold fords worth of horseshoe gold as ransom for the Third Frontier's 40,000 soldiers. However, he asked they all be armed properly, said Charade as he got a chair and sat beside Lorist. Hee, Lorist chuckled coldly. It seems House Faisablin still has quite deep pockets. Even though they just gave the Second Highness 1 million, they can still take out another for the ransom. It seems we'll have to increase our goods prices even further. However, his idea of asking us to supply his soldiers with gear is a pretty decent one. House Faisablin's Third Frontier Legion soldiers were originally armed with riding armor 103 which they ordered from the Nortons. Each set cost 65 gold fords. Following the Legion's surrender, their gear was confiscated, but now, Duke Faisablin intended to resupply his whole legion and purchase their freedom with 1 million gold fords. The plan did indeed merit praise. Your Grace, this agreement will only pass if you acknowledge it. If you don't, we can continue to bargain. We're not the ones in a rush anyway, but... Lorist shook his head slightly. It isn't that simple. What do our 3 allies say? Charade received the cup of wine Genolio poured and enjoyed a sip. Count Phelim and Count Shazine think since we're all nobles of the kingdom, not to mention our status as allies about to go to war together, we should spare House Faisablin instead of tightening the leash. Duke Kenmaze tried his best to negotiate on our behalf, but Duke Faisablin harped on about it already being his baseline and that there was no more room for negotiation. They can't bring out even a single gold coin more than they've already offered. As for His Majesty, he will naturally speak on Faisablin's behalf. He had indicated on multiple occasions to accept what was offered without going overboard. Lorist sighed. Whatever, there's no need to be so calculative at this point, lest others hail us as being stingy. Third Frontier is different from those we've caught in the past. Their family members live in House Faisablin's dominion, and, given that they were forced to surrender, they haven't really been convinced of their loss. They believe we won with underhanded tricks. It's especially the case with their general offing himself after the surrender to bear responsibility for his mistakes. The soldiers loathe us and are filled with the desire for vengeance. We can't use them in our own forces. The longer we keep them, the larger their hate will be. It's best we just let them go. Aren't you afraid you're releasing the tiger into the wild? Those soldiers will be quite the formidable force if House Faisablin goes to war with us. Charade wasn't fond of the idea of releasing the 40,000 veterans. A formidable force? Just by themselves? Lorist laughed heartily. I admit their mental fortitude and morale will make them more powerful in the face of our forces in the future. But so what? Are we afraid of them? True might is not defined by morale, but good equipment, decent fortifications, and coordination over the long term through harsh training and confidence built by numerous battles. When they face us on the field again, they will be defeated again. They will be crushed and left with nothing. What other might could they possibly have? Charade gulped down the rest of the wine. All right. We'll do it as you wish. Wait a second, Lorist said, don't let Faisablin off so easily. Ask Supervisor Spiel about the worn-out armor and weapons we got after exterminating Madras. I believe they're gathering dust and moss in the storehouses. Give that to the Legion and tell them that we'll sell them riding armor 103 at a discount. 50 gold fords each should do. We'll outfit them with that if they can bring out another 2 million. If he's not happy, he can come to me. Your Grace, isn't this a little too insidious? Duke Faisablin will definitely spew blood. You're practically giving his face a slap. Never mind. After all, the agreement only stipulates we give them equipment, not what kind. Lorist breathed a long sigh. I didn't want to do this either. I'm afraid the king will spread word of us not taking the bigger picture into account and House Faisablin will hate us all the way to the bone, but I really can't afford House Faisablin regaining their strength. Forget about the king, House Faisablin is our biggest threat. Charade stopped laughing and sighed as well. Are you still mad at Count Phelim and Count Shazin? They're our allies, but they're dragging us into the mud. Maybe we should consider dissolving the alliance. Actually, there are many in the house who think that, had it not been for the alliance, our influence would have grown even more. Lorist stood up and walked to the windowsill. He looked at the peaceful scene outside, at the houses and streets. Do you think so as well? That the alliance is a burden rather than a boon? Charade shook his head. I don't think so, but I feel you think a little too highly of our allies. Actually, even their combined might can't rival ours. Ever since our attack on Madras and Iblia, there are some in the house who started feeling you take care of our allies far too much. For instance, you allowed House Kenmays to occupy their own province and even form their own maritime trading fleet, giving them a huge cut of the profits of maritime trade in North Sea. As for Count Phelim, not only did we send out troops to retake his dominion, we were also willing to go to battle for his sake, sacrificing tens of thousands of our loyal soldiers in the process. Many officials and knights believe we suffered quite a bit of loss after our conquest of Iblia, and House Phelim managed to profit a lot. There's also Count Shazin. He was just a gold-ranked knight when we met him. If not for our support, how would he even be qualified to be brought up in the same sentence as us? I don't personally endorse these views, but I believe you do in fact look after our allies a lot. But I believe you have your reasons beyond my short-sighted view. Lorist chuckled. All right, enough with the flattery. If you're trying to flatter me, at least make it seem more convincing. I don't think you don't have any talent for flattering though. Maybe you might not believe this, but at first, I didn't really regard the alliance with that much importance. I only wanted to establish a method by which to export our produce. Putting the alliance aside, I was more concerned with the Salt Merchant Committee. I had hoped we could export our goods to other provinces through the committee. The reason I drafted the alliance at first was to put our allies' mind at peace, said Lorist with a lowered head as he paced about. Put their minds at peace, Charade was quite surprised. This was the first time Lorist had revealed his true motives. Yes. We all just happened to have the same goal of trapping the second prince. After that, we managed to eliminate the first legion. We also sucked all the landed nobles across the Northlands dry apart from our three allies with the excuse that those nobles worked with the second prince to attack our house. Think about how the Northlands would have ended up had I not formed the alliance. It's obvious that the three houses would have united against us. Since we wiped out all the other nobles, the three would have had no choice but to fight an enemy like us as one. Though we can mobilize our forces to defeat them, it would come at a great cost and the Northlands will be even more chaotic. That was why I formed the alliance. We will all stretch our influences outward and face the threat of Madras and Iblia together. It helped us gain the precious time we needed. What I didn't expect, however, was how that Kenmays was actually able to run Salt Merchant Committee so well and tied our four houses together with the profits he made. That's why the alliance still exists. Lorist had already paced about half the room. At first, I didn't really regard the alliance much importance. It was after Silowas was attacked and our expedition to exterminate the Haniobarda kingdom that I realized the alliance's importance. If we didn't have our three allies separating us from the outside world, we wouldn't have been able to develop as steadily and rapidly as we have. The Northlands is truly too large. It's a province, but its area is 3 times that of Delamoc. Given how strong House was back then, even if we managed to control the whole Northlands, we would have attracted lots of other hungry factions vying for what we had. Especially given that there are only 3 ways from the Northlands to the rest of the Empire. If those were sealed off, we would lose touch with the rest of the Empire. In one sense, it makes it easy to defend, but also hard to rely on others. Bullhorn Bay can reach the outside world now as well. A maritime trade route alone isn't enough to export our produce. We might have the strength to hold the Northlands for ourselves, but we have to rely on our allies. Even if we want to occupy the whole province, we have to use Dominion relocation instead of tearing up the alliance with military force. House Kenmays was one of our earliest enemies. When I first returned to the Dominion, they were laying siege at Maplewoods. Back then, House Norton was turtling up and could only endure their attacks, unable to fight back. Logically speaking, I should hate House Kenmays to the bone, right? But Duke Kenmays' father turned out to be quite the far-sighted man. He instantly made the decision to avoid the brunt of my troops and went to the eastern Northlands to lay his foundations anew out of my grasp, and even apologized sincerely. Later, I realized Kenmays himself was quite the talented man, not unlike yourself. You're better at taking the larger picture into consideration, Kenmays at business and social relations. It was my admiration for his talents that made us friends. Among our 3 allies, Duke Kenmays is the one with the most foresight. He knows as long as he can sustain the alliance, House Kenmays can transition smoothly from a merchant family to a proper house. That is why he toils away to run the committee. At the same time, as the influence of our alliance increases, Salt Merchant Committee's reach grows. It's as a win-win for Duke Kenmays. I've heard a local saying that goes, a fence requires 3 posts, a good man requires 3 helpers. Even though House Norton has a legacy over 3 centuries old, we were still a small house at the rural borders of the Northlands and couldn't compare to the ancient, powerful noble houses. In the days of the Empire, we were synonymous with loyalty, and that's the reason we stubbornly support the imperial family's true heir, the Andenac royal family. While taking up the burden is easy, putting it back down is not. You should know best how wary the king is of us. We can't go any higher under his wing either. We already have the highest possible vassalic title. Unless we found our own kingdom, which is impossible, there is no ladder left to climb. The Second Highness wouldn't allow it either. If we rebel, our reputation, earned over 2 centuries, would be ruined in a single moment. That's not something we can afford. Traitor is not a pleasant label to have, and I don't want to be scorned by thousands either. The alliance is incredibly important right now. Think about how we made the king suffer through cooperating with our allies. We managed to rake in huge gains and the king got nothing. In his eyes, the 4 houses are one unit and he can't target any us individually. All he can do is try and destroy the alliance. Without the alliance, he only needs to deal with us. Using rumors, he can destroy our reputation. But now we have our allies, he has to think twice before pulling something like this. That's also why I was enthusiastic about forming the alliance in the beginning. No matter which house the king decides to take on, he has to consider the 3 others' retaliation. The duchies are bait and we have no choice but to bite. Count Phelim has always wanted his house's glorious name restored, and given that development of his dominion is bottlenecked, it's no surprise he has turned his attention to the duchies. Count Shazin has always been rather bad at managing his dominion, and it's only reasonable for him to want to increase his wealth with plunder. The 2 swallowed the bait, so we have to stay with them through it all. Just like you said, our invasion will bring us benefits as well. This is a step we have to take to protect the alliance. We shouldn't allow a rift to form so easily. I didn't imagine that bastard would bring that fox into this, though. That old fox wants his men back to rebuild his forces. Count Phelim and Count Shazin have their vision blurred from the potential benefits. They didn't speak out against his request because they feared the invasion would be called off. That's why I agreed to release them. The only con is that we lost free manpower. We'll have to stop many of our ongoing projects. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 418 Plotting. Plotting. Tales of the Reincarnated Lord. Chapter 418 Plotting. In summer I plot and plan. In autumn I plow the land. In winter I move the groove. In spring I drench my wench. A poem from the Emperor's Diary. Charade left right away. Since Lorist had already given his okay, he had to start preparing the rest. He refused Lorist's request to dine with him and left in a hurry. As the chief administrator, there was much of which he was left in charge, so he couldn't just rest right after a decision was made like Lorist could. Lorist didn't expect Sylvia would return with an angry look right after Charade left. He was quite surprised. He had initially thought Sylvia would return late. At the very least, she should have had dinner with her godmother, Xanthi, instead of rushing over in a bad mood. She dug herself into his arms and teared up soundlessly like a lost child, distressing him greatly. Sylvia didn't have much mental fortitude, so he was very worried she might develop some kind of mental disorder at some point. After consoling her for a while, he came to know what happened. Xanthi had told Sylvia that after she took the king as her disciple and aided with his breakthrough, she wanted to find a good husband for her. She considered the king was a very good candidate, given his high status, impressive reputation, reputable family background, good personal combat skills, and rank as king. If she had wedded him, House Faisablin could have shed the reputation of traitor and even be one of the kingdom's top noble houses, perhaps even get out of their current predicament. But when the king was at the crucial point of his breakthrough, Xanthi received word of Sylvia's marriage. The news concerned the breakout of war between House Faisablin and the Alliance and Iblia's extermination. Xanthi had been really believed her goddaughter would finally be over the Norton kid. So, it really made her wonder what was going on when she heard about their wedding. She couldn't write it off as a joke either. The wedding invitation arrived along with the news. No matter how much she thought about it, she still couldn't remotely guess what was happening. She decided that Lorist must have forced the house to make Sylvia marry him. Unfortunately, she couldn't leave the capital, or she would have slaughtered her way into the Northlands to save Sylvia. The biggest loss was that Sylvia would lose her chance to become queen. She really wondered why the house couldn't delay it for another year. Counter to the picture Xanthi had in her mind of the situation, Sylvia couldn't be happier. She didn't care for the position queen and was more than satisfied that she could be with the man she loved. After finally meeting the godmother she had relied on from her childhood, she had told her everything about how she felt, including the harsh treatment she had received from the house and how hollow she had felt after she was abandoned and sent to Lorist as a gift. She also told Xanthi about what Lorist had done to nurse her back to health and the effort he had put in to make her his lawfully wedded wife. Xanthi grew more furious the more she listened. Everything was the Duke's fault. She dragged Sylvia over to her grandfather to settle the matter. The girl didn't want to meet the Duke, but she didn't have much of a say, not with a blademaster dragging her along. The old woman and the old man argued incessantly and Sylvia became a potted plant watching the affair. She couldn't bear to listen to their fight and tried to move as far away as she possibly could. Unfortunately, she encountered her cousin, Kakan, touring Rose Palace with a few others, as she tried to escape. Kakan greeted her as the queen and even sneered at her in front of everyone. The girl couldn't endure the humiliation and slapped her before running away. On the way, she started to feel more and more anxious about what she had just done and came to Lorist to tell him about it. Lorist laughed heartily when the story finished. "Dear, it's fine as long as you didn't come out worse for wear. In fact, it was worth it if you gave that queen a slap." But my cousin is the queen. So what? Slap her if you want." Lorist wasn't taking it seriously at all. If Auguslo really wanted the Alliance's support in the coming war, he couldn't bother with blame games now. He was too cold-blooded to care about the queen's face as long as it didn't affect him anyway. He wasn't the kind of king that would draw his sword for a beauty. Even if he did, he'd still have to consider whether a mere rank 1 blademaster could afford to do so against Lorist. "Your Grace, His Majesty has arrived," reported Ginolio. He informed the two that the king seemed rather angered, though he had only brought 2 guards with him. Well, I suppose it's only to be expected. He'd lose quite a bit of face if his wife was slapped without any recourse. No matter how bad their relationship, a husband has to stand up for his wife. Since it isn't appropriate to go after Sylvia, he has to come to me. Lorist let Auguslo in. He gave Sylvia's rear a light slap as he waited. "Go hide this out. I'll deal with this for you. I hope you last longer tonight." Sylvia gave him an embarrassed glance before leaving. He heard the king's loud footsteps as he entered. He didn't bother to stand up. Instead, he remained laid back in his chair as he stretched out his hand. "Forget this matter and I'll give you 50 catapults." "What do you say?" "Ah," Auguslo mused, 100, and I'll treat it as if it never happened." "Hee," Lorist laughed, shaking his head, 50. "That queen of yours ain't worth 100. No way, she is my wife and the kingdom's queen. Don't you think it's a slight on my reputation without at least 100 catapults?" The Second Highness's insistence was already clear. Lorist withdrew his hand. "Fine, if you don't want 50, then you'll get none. Do whatever you want, I'll take it all. Just tell me if you want to end our friendship." Auguslo was stunned. "Locke, what's the meaning of this? Why aren't you following the script?" he cried. "Script? What script?" Shouldn't we bargain a little more and settle in the middle? With that, we can both step down with our reputations intact. How could you end it all like this? Lorist laughed for a moment before his face sunk into a resting bastard face. My offer is final, 50 catapults and not one more. You should understand better than anyone that I offered you 50 catapults just because it's you. Do you think I would bother making it up to anyone else? Fine, 50 it is. Though Auguslo knew that it was already Lorist's baseline, he was still not satisfied. Why don't you go slap her again and give me 100 catapults instead? Lorist laughed so hard he lost his breath. Those 50 in your White Lion should be more than enough to take down quite a few walled cities and forts. You shouldn't be too greedy. Also, I can't be bothered to slap your wife. Come to think of it, I think you owe me an explanation for why you broke up with my cousin. Auguslo sighed and took a seat. A cup of wine. Genolio served some wine and immediately left again, closing the door to the study behind him. Lorist got the wine bottle and poured himself a cup as well, which he downed in one gulp, before handing the rest to Auguslo. The latter didn't bother with the cup. Instead, he emptied the bottle directly into his mouth. After a loud burp and a sigh he began. I have wronged Glacia. Of course you have. She joined you when she was 18 and has been by your side for 20 years. She charged into battle for you, fought wars for you, and served you in the night. She gave you all the time she had in the prime of her youth. Even if you're wary of us, you of all people should understand how loyal she was. I didn't think you'd abandon her so easily and let her leave. I really look down on you, Your Majesty. This just confirmed I was right not to cooperate with you. If this is how you treat a woman so loyal to you, how much easier would you throw us away once you had no further use for us, mocked Lorist coldly. You can't blame me, argued Auguslo. Since Lorist was being forthright, he didn't bother with false pretenses. Your forces are strong enough to exterminate nations like it was a mere stroll in the park, yet you're unwilling to help me reunite the empire. Do you really think I can not worry about you? I'm afraid your methods would be far worse if you were in my position. I'm already really tolerant of you. Tell me. Do you think I could really take Glacia as my queen? But, Your Majesty, you know we aren't the least bit interested in the throne. Our house's centuries-long legacy should be ample proof. We pledged allegiance to you because you were the legitimate heir to the royal family. You know I don't have much ambition either. All I want is to develop my dominion and spend my days in peace. It's really unfair for you to be so wary of us. No, the Second Highness said as he shook his head, Locke, I know you don't have much ambition. I have no choice. If I took Glacia as my wife, as the kingdom's strongest duke, you would influence its affairs one way or another. Given that Glacia is a Norton, you will always back her. Even if you pledge your allegiance to the kingdom, you can't promise that your descendants will do the same. I have to consider the future beyond those currently heading the houses. So you're saying you're taking a woman from House Faisablin so they can be our foil? You're willing to give up on Glacia, who has followed you for over 2 decades, just for that? Auguslo laughed bitterly. I won't deny I did hold the thought at one point. The real reason is to take House Faisablin back into the kingdom, including the old empire's 2 border provinces they control, and use them to attack the 4 duchies. Locke, you know my dream is to rebuild the empire. Through reuniting it, my name will be recorded and remembered in the annals of history. Blademaster Xanthi asked that I marry someone from the house. She said Duke Faisablin wouldn't be persuaded otherwise. At first, Princess Sylvia was supposed to be the one I married, but you'd already taken her as your wife. So, I simply chose another. I don't love her. I made it very clear to Glacia that I was doing this for the empire, nothing more. If she were willing I would have taken her as my second wife, but she would have none of it. Do you think I don't feel bad? I really don't have a choice. Since you were unwilling to help me, I had no choice but to ask House Faisablin. There's no way I can defeat the duchies with just 3 legions and 150,000 men. I need to borrow the strength of others. House Faisablin has deployed 2 legions. Coupled with the 4 houses, we have more than enough to wipe out the duchies now. After reclaiming the 11 provinces and recuperating for a few years, we can finally take back the empire's land the Union now holds. Lorist sighed deeply. He felt great pity for the king all of a sudden. For the sake of reuniting the empire, he was willing to take any step necessary, like he was possessed by a demon. He didn't hesitate to slaughter the traitorous nobles. He was also ready to sacrifice his love to gain House Faisablin's support. But people couldn't come to agreements if they weren't on the same page. Had it not been for his allies, Lorist wouldn't have bothered to help with the upcoming war. Fine, let's just consider this the last time. Alright, I'll join the war this time to sate your desire for revenge. I won't let you command our forces, though. We will decide how and when to attack. I guarantee we won't miss the opportunity should it present itself, so I hope you won't hold me back. Auguslo cracked a smile and gave Lorist a high five. Deal. The king was quite happy with the results of his visit and refused Lorist's cordial invitation to having dinner together. He said he had to go back to Rose Palace and comb the slapped queen down. Do you really think you can handle the scheming old fox? Lorist couldn't help but ask as Auguslo was leaving. The king smiled brightly. What do I have to worry about with House Norton around? Lorist shook his head, a bitter smile on his face, as he watched the king leave. Why, aren't you the real schemer here? You know the one I'm most wary of is Duke Faisablin. So you let them do what they please without much consideration. You understand that if House Faisablin regains their strength, they would slap me down hard first. You're letting them clutch your leg for a chance of surviving and rebuilding. I have been unconsciously made a weapon with which you threaten that old fox. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 419 Declaration. Declaration. It is not the oath that makes the man trustworthy, but the man the oath. Norton Lorist. The Second Highness soon left. He had to take the queen back to the capital before leading White Lion to Southern. His trip would take about 2 months, so the war would only start in the middle of the 8th month. Currently, it was only the 5th. A large military camp had already been built in Southern. House Norton's Tigersaur and House Phelim's Pegasus were the first to arrive. The 2 legions' camps sandwiched 3rd Frontier. Firmrock was still stationed at the border with Eastwild to maintain security. Lorist planned to mobilize Tigersaur, 2 sentry divisions, and 2 divisions from Jaeger. Tigersaur would be the vanguard. The sentry divisions and Jaeger's divisions were brought along for training, to provide them with experience. The other reason was to ensure numerical superiority so the Faisablins wouldn't do anything fishy. Even if they were on the same side, Lorist wasn't willing to let his guard down. Duke Faisablin had been acted within his bounds as of late. Even after seeing that the released soldiers were armed with only old and beaten armor and rusted weapons, he just sighed a few times and resisted the urge to make his objections heard. He moved in to live alongside his soldiers. Xanthi, however, sought out Sylvia to vent her frustration by talking bad about Lorist, forcing Sylvia to get her husband to give out thousands of better weapons and make up for it. Ken Mays mobilized 2 heavy armored divisions, but they would first meet up with White Lion before heading to Southern. Shazin mobilized all his forces. All 48,000 had departed and would arrive in Southern in another 10 days. It was apparent that Shazin was rubbing his hands in anticipation of a huge haul. As for House Faisablin, they were mobilizing 2 legions. Apart from the freed 3rd Frontier, they also mobilized another legion. They had brought quite a lot along, so their journey would take longer and they were estimated to arrive in Southern in the 6th month. Apart from the 4 houses and House Faisablin's forces, the landed Delamacan and Winstonian nobles had brought their private armies. The furthest ones even came all the way from the capital. They didn't bring many men, though. The smallest were around 10 strong, the largest around 100. They all traveled together in a huge convoy that totaled roughly 10,000 by the time they arrived. However, it seemed they weren't there to go to war, but rather, to make a killing pillaging. Much to Lorist's surprise, his lover, Ariadne of House Dina, also brought around 100 farmers. She even got into trouble the moment she entered the military camp. It was not surprising that a rare female knight would be teased by the rough crowd. However, she was far too short-tempered and got into a fight immediately, setting off an incident that resulted in 1 dead and 3 injured. The whole camp broke into a commotion. Lorist only discovered what was going on after sending Los to stop the fighting. Exceedingly troubled, Lorist had no choice but to send Charade to deal with it by paying reparations for and to the dead and injured. However, not only did Ariadne refuse to let it go, she even demanded Lorist avenge the 7 casualties on her side. Lorist had no choice but to have her men stationed at the campsite of the sentry divisions and punish her in his unique way in order to calm her down. Despite the various commotions, it was soon the 20th day of the 6th month. House Faisablin's 2nd Legion arrived. The moment Lorist heard the report Fernrock sent from the borders, he knew both he and Auguslo had fallen for it. The legion mobilized wasn't a frontier legion like they had thought, but rather House Faisablin's newly formed reserve legion, 35,000 grassland barbarians graced with 50,000 warhorses and a large number of leather armor and weapons for 3rd Frontier. They looked more like proper light cavalry again. That old fox, thought Lorist furiously as he glanced at Duke Faisablin. It so happened that the other was looking at him and even shot him a slight smile. Lorist nodded and had Los increase their guards. He had thought House Faisablin would mobilize both frontier legions and was wondering whether he should cause Duke Faisablin some trouble during the attack so they would lose more men and further weaken them. But now, there was no need. The reserve legion's loss wouldn't impact the house in the slightest. After all, grassland barbarians were a dime a dozen. As long as the house had money, they could recruit as many as they wanted. Duke Faisablin was obviously trying to save Third Frontier and used the reserve legion for the main charge. Though Lorist had gone through the trouble of arming Third Frontier with poor armor, the Duke now had a good excuse to not send them into battle. He had truly miscalculated. On the 27th day of the 6th, Lorist received Tarkel's report. The four duchies were aware of their movements and even knew the war would erupt in 8th. So far, Handra, Farkel, and Foran had prepared. Each had formed a legion 45,000 strong and were preparing to form a second. At the moment, the three legions were on the march to Shabbaj. They would likely arrive at Rimad by the 30th of the 7th. They would later set up fortifications with the intent of bogging them down at Rimad. They wanted to turn this into a war of attrition. Additionally, ever since exterminating Melian, Duke Shabbaj had moved their capital to Mesen Castle in Mesen. After their defeat during the war between the four houses and House Faisablin, they had sought to defend themselves from further attacks by stationing the Duchy's 2nd Legion in Rimad, the 1st Legion, 45,000 strong, in Mesen, and a division of 12,000 at Egret Swamp to prevent Auguslo from attacking there. Even if Shabbaj still had a population of around 800,000, having a standing force of 100,000 was definitely no easy feat, hence why the 2nd Legion relied mainly on the support of the three other duchies. When word of Andinak's upcoming invasion spread, Duke Shabbaj requested aid from his allies and held a recruitment drive. Mesen used to be House Melian's hereditary dominion. After it was conquered, the whole Melian family, save a 7-year-old boy and a 4-year-old girl left at the imperial capital, were put to death. Though Duke Shabbaj had moved his capital there, he couldn't capture the citizens' hearts, resulting in the snail-paced war preparations. Nowadays, the Duke could only rely on his 1st Legion. It was the greatest pillar of his house. He planned to join up with the three other duchies before heading to Rimad. Lorist looked at the map for quite a while before he sent someone to call Duke Faisablin, Phelim, and Shazin for an emergency war council. During the council, he briefly summarized the intel he had. Pointing at the map, he said, "So far, Handra, Forant, and Farkel's reinforcements have yet to arrive. While White Lion hasn't arrived for us either, given how urgent the situation is, I don't want to wait. Let's attack as soon as possible and force the reinforcements outside the border." Shabbaj contained 3 provinces. Rimad and Mesen were former dominions of Melian. The other province was Jigzai, the original hereditary dominion of House Shabbaj. Originally, both Jigzai and the neighboring province, Samora, belonged to them. But when Auguslo was trapped in Frederica, he asked Duke Melian to reinforce him by deploying his troops at Samora and fight with the four duchies. After Melian fell, Shabak occupied Rimad and Mesen while transferring their former dominion, Samora, to Farkel. The duchy now had an oblong shape. If Lorist and the rest could barge their way into Jigzai, they could gain the initiative. They could attack Forand in the south or Farkel in the west. As a result, the four duchies would be forced into a passive, reactionary position. Shabbaj would also have no choice but to turtle up and defend while the other three couldn't reinforce it at all. They would only be able to protect their borders. The others were all experienced veterans who could tell his decision was the best choice under the circumstances. Phelim and Shazin weren't a problem since they were part of the alliance. They all turned to Faisablin. If he insisted they wait for White Lion and Auguslo's arrival before launching the offensive, they would pretend Lorist didn't bring anything up and get ready for a long, grueling war. Duke Faisablin looked at the map wordlessly. Finally, he turned to Lorist and asked, "How do you all plan to attack?" "Simple," Lorist said as he pointed at Jigzai, which belonged to Shabbaj. "House Faisablin's Reserve Legion and Third Frontier, and House Phelim's Pegasus are all light cavalry. You can drive straight into the province and avoid the citadels all the way to Jigzai. Seal off Forand and Farkel's borders and pillage the two duchies to force them to send their reinforcements there instead. Count Shazin's forces and the nobles will go to Mesen and encircle Mesen Castle. We just need Shabbaj's 1st Legion trapped. I believe our surprise attack will catch the Duke off guard. They believe our attack will only start in the 8th. Their preparations aren't finished yet, so we can catch them with their pants down. Duke Shabbaj can only stay and defend Mesen Castle. As for Tiger Sore, they will deal with Shabbaj's 2nd Legion stationed in Rimad before regrouping with Shazin at Mesen. We can plan our next moves then. Your forces will have to hold the borders until then." Phelim and Shazin both agreed. Faisablin, on the other hand, just stared at Lorist. "2 conditions," he finally said. "First, you may not sabotage my legions. Second, you will pledge the logistics support is kept fair and is the same as that of the other houses." Swear to the war god in the name of House Norton's ancestors. I won't trust you otherwise. Lorist blushed, some sweat trickled down his neck. He had thought he was the only one cautious of his opponents. He didn't. Faisablin also saw him as a crook. Both sides were incredibly wary of a huge commotion breaking out. Fine, I'll swear, Lorist said, but you must also swear your allegiance to Andanak with Singwa as your witness and pledge to be serious in this war. Only if you swear publicly can I treat you fairly. Will you withdraw Firmrock if I do? Countered the Duke. No. That's a different matter entirely. Firmrock is just a garrison force. They aren't part of this war. What does your oath have anything to do with them? The two argued for the rest of the meeting before they arrived at a compromise and made their oaths publicly. Lorist was quite satisfied that he didn't have to withdraw Firmrock from the borders, and Duke Faisablin was assured he wouldn't have to worry about being caught in a trap. One more question. How will the spoils be split? Asked the Duke. Lorist gave it some thought. You keep what you get. To prevent conflict, we can even designate which areas will fall into whose jurisdiction. All right, agreed the Duke as he stretched out his hand. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 420. The battle begins. The battle begins. This is an operation by no means to be despised in war, although it is rare, and less brilliant than a great strategic combination which renders victory certain even before the battle is fought. Lowes, on surprise attacks, in his book A Treatise on War. On the 5th day of the 7th month, year 1781, the Four-House Alliance launched a surprise attack on the four central duchies Shabbage. On the 6th day of that month, House Norton's Tigersaur attacked the duchy's 2nd Legion. The battle lasted for half a day before the Legion finally crumbled. The Legion's general, the gold-ranked knight, Marind, escaped with what remained of the once proud Legion and withdrew to Farkle. On the month's 9th day, House Shazines and various other nobles' forces encircled Mesen Castle. Duke Shabbage guessed that his enemy was just above 100,000 strong and didn't dare to send the Legion he had in the city out. He huddled in the castle and waited for reinforcements. On the 11th day, Phelan's Pegasus and Duke Faisablin's Reserve and 3rd Frontier Legion arrived at Jigzai and began raiding the region. The troops defending the area soon fell into complete chaos. The neighboring provinces Samora of Farkle and Freewood of Forend were greatly alarmed. The reinforcements originally intended for Shabbage were diverted to Samora. Lorist's sudden attack had caught the four duchies completely off guard. They had focused their attention on Auguslo, not much had been spared for anyone else on his side. It didn't help that the logistics of effectively gathering information on an entire kingdom's nobles, each acting independently, was impractical. Do not forget that Lorist's Furybear was quite the novelty in its day. No one else had thought of setting up a network of professional informants. The duchies had both considered themselves and been considered by others the enemies of the four houses since the day of their defeat at the hands of Lorist at the behest of Duke Faisablin. Shabbage, who shared a border with Southern, had created a 2nd Legion to prepare for the inevitable, eventual invasion and sealed its borders with the four houses' lands. Phelan, who resided in Southern, also sent Pegasus to watch the border. The two sides had apparently completely antagonized each other. It was no longer a question of if they would go to war, but when. The locked border prevented people from crossing, but with it, information. The duchy's informants had to send their reports from Southern to the imperial capital, through the two southwestern provinces. From there it traveled all the way to Handra, before crossing over to Shabbage. Though they were only 2 provinces apart, the information had to make a huge detour and it took up to 3 months to reach the other of the border. The battle in Southern had happened 3 years ago by now. The reports the duchies managed to obtain were only about the conflict between House Faisablin and House Norton, such as Firmrock's attack on Boblage and the long-term defense they had set up on the border. They also got word of how Duke Faisablin had defeated Jaeger and House Phelan's development of its new dominion. The duchies had dropped their guard. Unlike Auguslo, the four houses' attention wasn't focused on them. They were still caught up in a war with House Faisablin. Given that the two sides were still entangled, the duchies reasoned they wouldn't be a target for quite a while. They regretted believing House Faisablin about how the four houses were nobles of Andanak, causing them to send their forces to reinforce the Duke. In the end, not only did they manage to antagonize the alliance, they also suffered a huge loss, nearly 60,000 elite infantry. Just 3 years had passed since the loss, but they had already dropped their guard. The way they saw it, with House Faisablin giving them trouble in the great northeastern plains, the alliance wouldn't have enough resources to turn on them. So, they focused on Andanak's king. They were aware that he hated them to the bone for betraying the empire and had had his eye on them for a long time. They didn't dare to be careless and overlook the man called the new generation's war god. Hence why the news of Auguslo breaking through and becoming a blade master was such a shock. His tour of the northeastern territories drew their attention even more. He even convinced Duke Faisablin to return to the fold. By the time news of the planned expedition reached their ears, it was already well into the 5th month. Even they would require some time to rally their armies. Shabbaj's reinforcements would arrive only barely in time. Each duchy normally only had one standing legion, with the exception of Shabbaj. The moment there was an invasion, they would rally more men, split the usual force in half, and fill their ranks until they became 2 legions, their experienced veterans leading the new recruits. This way, the overall strength of their legions didn't decrease by much. One of the legions would stay at home and defend the duchy from whence it hailed, and the other would mobilize to meet the enemy. If the war dragged on, the 2 legions would switch regularly, so neither ever became too fatigued. After receiving word that Auguslo was going to attack them through Southern, Handra, Farkle, and Foreign, all ran conscription campaigns and sent their legions to Rimad whilst keeping a close eye on the king's movements. The king was going to return to the imperial capital to move White Lion from the borders of the 2 southwestern provinces to southern. By the time that was completed, it would already be the 8th month, and the attack would only take place in the middle of the month. The reinforcements would have erected their defenses around Rimad already. The only thing left was to wait. The duchies weren't in a rush and did everything according to plan. They indeed hadn't predicted that Lorist would attack more than 50 days earlier than planned without waiting for the king. It completely flabbergasted the dukes. Didn't they say Auguslo's White Lion was still only at Delamoc? Weren't they going to join up with Duke Kenmaze's 2 heavy armored divisions? Given their speed, it would take at least a month more to reach southern. Why has the Northlands and House Faisablin started already? Aren't they afraid of the king's rage? Dukes Farkle and Foreign snapped out of their days and started to panic when news came from the front lines. Phelim's Pegasus and Duke Faisablin's 2 light cavalry legions had barged into their duchies and begun raiding the settlements. Not only did they take wealth and riches, but also citizens. The 2 dukes cursed Duke Faisablin angrily for forgetting how they helped him and betraying them. He conscripted more men and started setting up defenses at their borders. At the same time, they asked Duke Handra for help. Given the situation, neither of them could be bothered with Duke Shabbaj. Their forces were mainly infantry, though they lacked cavalry entirely. They had agreed to aid the Duke 3 years earlier because they had been guaranteed a steady supply of steeds, but the plan was ruined by Duke Norton. Not only did he break the trade route with House Faisablin, he also unknowingly disrupted their supply of steeds. Though there were some in the duchies, there weren't enough to form a proper cavalry unit. As a result, their forces were completely helpless when faced with Faisablin's 2 legions and Phelim's Pegasus. With their hit-and-run tactics, Farkle and Foreign's garrisons were forced to act defensively. They had to sit in the settlements and wait to be attacked. This persisted until the reinforcements arrived Samora's border. Once the 3 legions secured the border, however, they suffered horrendously. Duke Faisablin's suggestion to leave 3rd Frontier at the border to hold the enemy's reinforcements while the reserves barged into Foreign through Freewood all the way to Foreign's capital, Petro, had struck home hard. The fires of war spread across the duchy. Duke Foreign was completely overwhelmed. He tried to hold down the fort as best he could whilst he sent word of his predicament to the other dukes. Lorist had Tigersor press forward and destroy all the crucial forts and attack the village strongholds around Rimad after eradicating the duchy's 2nd Legion. At the same time, he instructed his 2 divisions from Jaeger to sweeping across the province and capture all the civilians and scattered soldiers. They were to be moved to the Northlands. Los finally arrived in Messene 2 months after the war began and joined up with Shazin. The whole of Rimad had already been swept through. Only wasteland was left. Duke Shabbaj, who had been cooped up in the castle, finally made the decision to break out. The city had a native population of 70,000, which had swollen to 100,000 with the refugees from the countryside. There were enough people to defend the city and the food stores could last for a year, but the Duke was getting too worried. He hadn't just sat around and waited for the hand fate had dealt him to be revealed. He tried his best to engage Shazin's forces, but he didn't gain much. The reason was simple. Shazin had a stalwart defense. The city had 3 main gates and House Shazin's forces could be split into 2 light infantry and 2 light cavalry divisions. Count Shazin stationed his 2 infantry divisions at the 2 side gates. He left the main gate to the other nobles. Their mission was to hold the camp when Shabbaj's 1st Legion attacked so the Count could lead his 2 light cavalry divisions in a counterattack. By putting up a false show of strength, Shazin managed to dupe the Duke for a while, during which he hurriedly pressed the construction of the small forts. By the time the Duke was aware of what was going on, the forts were already complete. Duke Shabak had once tried to use 3 divisions to attack the stronghold near the north gate, but Shazin's 2 light cavalry divisions responded with an easy pincer. The men were forced to drop their equipment to escape. The attack cost the Duke 5,000 men. He didn't sally forth again. He might be a rank 1 blade master, but he hadn't reached the rank through his own efforts and insight. He had relied on large amounts of precious medicines to raise his strength, he feared death immensely and never led his men personally. It was so bad he didn't dare send his rank 2 blade master bodyguard. If he did, Shazin would have suffered quite severe losses. The Duke had sent out lots of informants and messengers to request aid, only a few ever returned. Those that did, brought bad news. When they reported the situation of his allies, the other duchies, the Duke slumped into his throne, despondent. Farkle had sealed its borders and Forend couldn't even adequately protect itself. They obviously couldn't send help. Staying in the castle only delayed the inevitable. When he was informed of Tigersor's arrival, he only had one thought: escape. Escape as soon as possible. Los was caught off guard completely. He had decided to let Tigersor rest before launching the final assault, but, that night, the city's gates opened and what appeared to be every able-bodied man in the city charged out. The Duke had one division occupy the enemy, and escape towards Jigzai. Los and Shazin, just about to go to sleep, heard the alarms and thought the Duke was launching a surprise attack. As they ordered men around and had others gather information, they realized about an hour later that something was off. Some soldiers reported that the gates had been left open. The strongholds attacked also sent word that one of the duchy's regiments had escaped. The two finally realized what was happening and set off in pursuit. Before leaving, though, they had the men move in to occupy the city and wrote to Lorist. The city's easy conquest was completely unexpected. Lorist hurried there with Jaeger. He arrived just as another war was about to start. Both Los and Shazin had left to pursue the Duke. When the nobles realized the city had been taken, they demanded to be let in to collect their spoils, but, without any such orders from their superiors, the occupying forces denied them entry. The nobles' ire had risen to the point they were about to attack the city. Seeing the nobles' men chanting, "Enter the city, plunder wealth, get women," Lorist put a quick end to the confrontation. He gathered the nobles and divided the spoils. He needed manpower and Shazin needed wealth. He would take the citizenry, and Shazin would keep everything in the castle. The rest of the city was left to the nobles, divided by lot drawing. Each noble could scour his lot to his heart's content and keep whatever he found, minus the people, of course. Lorist put Jaeger in charge of overseeing the looting and keeping everyone honest. Some of the nobles were dissatisfied that the wouldn't get any women but eventually yielded. Once everything was decided and arranged, the citizenry were quickly moved out of the city. Cries and wails burst of the city walls like a dam overflowing. Lorist shut his eyes. Tell the civilians we're protecting them by chasing them out. If they fall into nobles' hands, or that of their men, well, you know what'll happen, he told Genolio. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 421 War. War. Lorist and his 2,000 guards were on their way to Jigzai. It had been more than 10 days since the attack on Mesen and Lorist couldn't have been busier. Organizing everything for moving Mesen's citizens to the Northlands was taking up most of his time. They had no homes anymore, so they were now considered the lowest class of people and they hated the Nortons for it. Lorist had no real say in the matter, though. They were at war and he had protected them as best he could already. Even so, he couldn't stop them from losing their wealth, thus their hatred. At the same time, not only did he have to deal with their accommodation and food on the journey, the old, the female, and the young had to be allocated carriages. It was beyond confounding and Lorist could only escape after Komora arrived and took over. On the way, the conscripts they passed cheered, hands full of spoils and cruddy weapons. They made way for the entourage respectfully. Lorist's face was dark and he couldn't be bothered to regard the ragtag bunch, though. To him, his so-called allies were far more worthy of hate than his enemies. He had ensured the 100,000 citizens' safety, while these conscripts raided the city for wealth. For that, they were willing to dig deep into the ground and level buildings. After they were done, they even set fire to the buildings. Had Lorist not stopped them quickly, the whole city might have burned to the ground. When he stepped in, however, they dared declare they had been given these areas and could do whatever they wanted. Lorist had hanged the nearest 10 men right there in a fit of rage. If they had really been allowed to set fire to the areas they were allowed to raid, what would the others in the city do? Were they going to burn together when the fire spread? Many of the conscripts had experienced the Civil War. They were accustomed to such behavior. Some wanted to burn everything down to vent frustration at bad plunder, while others just went with the flow. Even as Lorist began moving the former citizens out, the nobles and their men plunged the province into chaos. The provincial capital had fallen, but many villages were still ripe for the picking. The nobles, unsatisfied with their plunder in the city, turned their attention to the countryside. Messon's cleansing had begun. The nobles' retinues were very different from House Norton's military. House Norton's men were disciplined and professional, the nobles' retinues were barely any different from bandits. They killed, raped, and burned without restraint. Some even tried to capture villagers and sell them to Lorist after hearing House Norton needed people, but Camorra quickly put a stop to it. He told Lorist with utmost seriousness that he shouldn't be buying people. If he did, it would set a precedent and establish a good excuse for the nobles to continue capturing people. If the house were involved in slave trading, they would be no different from slave owners, and that went against the oaths they had taken to be against the slave trade. If the nobles knew they weren't buying, they would instead turn their sights on wealth and women. House Norton could then take in the ruined villagers, who would, in turn, be thankful. Lorist knew Camorra was right. Though he sympathized with the poor villagers, he had to steel his heart. House Norton's forces could easily wipe the nobles out, but it wasn't in his ability to stop this. He didn't have the authority. This was war, a war on Grindia. The nobles and their men's behavior was only to be expected. It was really common for nobles. Noble houses with oaths against such practices were exceedingly rare. All Lorist could do to console himself was repeat the phrase, "see no evil," in his mind. No matter what, the nobles were his allies. Fighting one's allies for the enemy's sake was something only an imbecile would do. Lorist pretended he saw nothing and made it to Jigsaw. A messenger sent by Los 2 days earlier reported that Duke Shabbage had successfully escaped with his family to Farkle. However, as the Duke had sacrificed part of his cohort every time he was about to be captured, only about 5,000 men of the Duchy's First Legion remained. The remaining ones had been exterminated for trying to stop Tigersor and Shazin's 2 light cavalry divisions. Shabbage was completely lost. Apart from a few strongly defended towns, nothing remained. Even Duke Shabbage had to escape, further sealing its fate. The few forts and towns would either surrender or be flattened. Farkle was going to send 3 legions to aid Shabbage. They managed to secure Rimad and erect a strong defense to hold off Pegasus, Fizablin's reserve legion, and Third Frontier assault. Foreign wasn't in as good a position, Freewood had already been breached. Even its capital, Petro, located in Prolina, wasn't safe. It frequently came under attack. Fortunately, Handra's 2 newly formed legions were sent to Forend. Duke Farkle also managed to recruit 2 legions of troops and send one to Samora to reinforce Forend and the other to reinforce Petro. It gave Duke Forend a decent boost. He also managed to rally 2 legions. In total, there were 5 legions, roughly 200,000 men, manning Freewood's defenses. The front was currently at a stalemate. Lorist was quite satisfied with how everything had turned out. He still had the initiative. The 3 remaining duchies had suffered because they didn't have strong cavalry to counter the highly mobile light cavalry. Though Farkle and Forend both had defenses set up and manned by nearly 300,000 men, they had to defend 2 fronts. The Alliance and House Fizablin only had to occupy Jigsaw and launch an attack on either front. Forend and Farkle could only fight back passively. Lorist decided to take a breather. There was no need to send light cavalry to attack strongly fortified defenses. He would wait until Auguslo and White Lion arrived. Reports from the rear were that upon hearing of the conquest of Shabbage, Auguslo doubled the march and had now entered southern. It would still be another 30 days before he arrived. Actually, the conquest of Shabbage did not net the Alliance and House Fizablin much. Shazin was one of the few who fared better. He had gotten 300,000 gold fords worth of plunder, while Lorist got around 200,000 from single-handedly conquering a few towns and citadels. Phelim and Fizablin got about the same, less than 100,000. Each of the minor houses got a few thousand. The biggest gains from conquering Shabbage was manpower and food. Apart from House Norton, which needed more manpower to develop southern, Shazin also took around 3,000 households with 3 to 4 people in each back to his dominion. They were influenced by Lorist in that they focused on keeping families together. Only by doing so could the new citizens acclimatize more easily to their new environment and become loyal subjects of the ruling house. What troubled Lorist was that Duke Fizablin had similar intentions. However, his method was crueler in that he only took in young men and women and abandoned the old and the weak, causing the outskirts of his captive camp to be littered with white heads. They begged to be reunited with their family, but their cries fell on deaf ears. When Duke Fizablin sought Lorist out and asked him to open the borders of southern so he could send the spoils home, the latter sighed deeply and told the Duke he was rather unwilling to let House Fizablin take so many youths into its dominion because it would only strengthen them. But as he had pledged to treat House Fizablin as he would his allies, he would have firm rock open the borders nevertheless. However, he requested the youths be allowed to reunite with their family members so they wouldn't be torn apart because of the move. Duke Fizablin nodded and left. Lorist then saw the camp's gates open, letting the old folk flood in. Cries of gratitude echoed across the plain and Lorist penned a border crossing permit. Only after sitting down did he slap himself in the forehead upon realizing that he had fallen for the old fox's trick. It was obvious the scene of tearing the families apart was made for him. The old fox was worried he wouldn't be willing to open the borders and let him through, so he came up with this trick. Otherwise, he would have chased the old people away already. He knew if he really abandoned them, the youths would hate him and his house. There was simply no way the old fox wouldn't understand such a simple principle. The reason he separated them was to stimulate Lorist's sympathy and allow them to cross the border. Lorist smiled bitterly. Whatever, there's no need to go through so much trouble. No matter how he grows his house's might, he can't catch up to me. I already have the right timing, terrain, and men on my side. If I really allow the old fox to turn the tables, I'd bang my head against a flagpole until I die. The old fox was even more careful of him than he was of the Duke. It was obvious from how he made Lorist swear to not set any traps for their forces. Jigzai used to be House Shabbaj's hereditary dominion, and it was also an agricultural province, having wide expanses of flat land. It was the perfect place for light cavalry troops to show their prowess. Following the word of Tigersor's attack on the few citadels in town spread, as well as the defeat and retreat of Shabbaj's 12,000 troops stationed at Egret Swamp by Elsa's Jaeger Legion, it could be said that apart from the Duke himself, the Shabbaj duchy was already exterminated. That war was far too cruel on the duchy. All three of its provinces were torn apart from the war. It wasn't due to the mere loss of wealth, but rather, the large droves of population that were forced to move away. Before the war, the duchy had a population of around 800,000, but only less than 300,000 survivors remained in the three provinces. Apart from the casualties of war or the refugees that escaped to Farkle, almost half of the population of the duchy had been moved to the dominions of the four houses of the Northlands or House Faisablin, causing development in those provinces to stagnate in the following 2 decades after the war. On the 7th day of the 9th month, the late Auguslo finally arrived at the camp in Jigzai with House Kenmaze's 2 heavy armored divisions. Following 3 days of rest, Auguslo held a military council and discussed how they should proceed with the attack on Farkle and Forint. The situation was quite clear-cut. Farkle and Forint were in full-on defense mode while Andanak held the initiative for attack and could hit wherever they wanted. Whether it be the defense line of Farkle and the borders of Samora or the defense line of Forint at Freewood, as long as either one was breached, the other duchy would also be affected. If the extermination of the 8 garrison legions at those locations were successful, then Forint, Farkle, and even Handra's extermination would be at bay. To the 3 duchies, their current predicament was far more dangerous than the first prince's invasion a decade ago. That was especially so in the case of Shabbaj's extermination and the infiltration of Andanak's forces into the heart of the duchy. From both terrain and military might, the 3 duchies were at a disadvantage. Auguslo hoped to leave only 1 light cavalry legion to hold back Farkle's 3 garrison legions and focus all the other military resources on breaching Forint's defense line at Freewood. Even though there were up to 5 garrison legions there, the defense line was spread out and the terrain was flat, which made it even more suitable for a cavalry attack. Auguslo was going to use White Lion and House Kenmaze's 2 heavy armored divisions to breach one of the spots on the defenses to make an opening, while House Faisablin's Reserve Legion and 3rd Frontier, House Phelim's Pegasus, House Shazin's 2 light cavalry divisions and Lorist's Tigersor would enter Forint through the opening and attack Handra and Farkle from the rear, deciding the outcome in one battle. The king said, "The 3 duchies are an egg. Their only hard points are the 2 defense lines before us, and as long as we can breach it, we'll be able to taste the sweet, delicious yolk within. I believe that the might of our combined forces is unmatched and they won't be stopped. Wars are won through might and things are fell through fights. The 4 central duchies will soon be history, so I wish that you will give this your all and make wondrous contributions to the unification of the empire. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 422 Trenches and Mud Walls. Trenches and mud walls. These moments of nocturnal prowling leave an indelible impression. Eyes and ears are tense to the maximum. The rustling approach of strange feet in the tall grass is an unutterably menacing thing. Your breath comes in shallow bursts, you have to force yourself to stifle any panting or wheezing. There is a little mechanical click as the safety catch on your crossbow is taken off, the sound cuts straight through your nerves. Your fingers grind on the grip of your sword. The encounter will be short and murderous. You tremble with 2 contradictory impulses, the heightened awareness of the huntsman, and the terror of the quarry. You are a world unto yourself, saturated with the appalling aura of the savage landscape. Knight Mika Veers, commander of the 3rd Trench Rat Squad during the First Battle of Forint. "March forward," cried one of the company lieutenants as he drew his sword. He instructed his troops to push the shield carts filled with sacks of mud forward. Auguslo's White Lion had been attacking the defenses around Freewood for 6 days and 5 nights without rest. The Legion had lost 10,000 men without punching a hole through the defenses. It wasn't Auguslo's fault, the three duchies' troops knew the defenses were integral to their survival. Even though their losses were easily 3 times greater than their enemies, they held the line. Loud rhythmic drums echoed continuously across the battlefield. Vitelian's men pushed their large shield carts and advanced to the trenches with great difficulty. They used the earth to shield them from the incoming bolts and tossed the sacks into the trenches before they turned to run. Soon, the trenches were mostly filled and soldiers carrying wooden boards rushed forward and laid them across the trench. 4 men were struck down along the way. 1 was now dead, the other 3 injured. They had all been recovered, though. The dead one had unfortunately been struck in the head. The bolt had gone through his left eye and stirred his brain. The only consolation for his comrades was that he had likely not suffered. The trenches filling didn't bring joy to the men's faces, though. They looked infinitely fatigued, they were numb to joy or any sense of accomplishment, there were simply too many trenches still left unfilled. All the land from their feet to the horizon was covered in trenches like the scars on a slave's back. They had already filled 6 kilometers in the last 2 days, and there was at least as much still left. They're likely digging even more as we speak, said Kenmaze. Nobody had expected this. The attackers had taken a month's respite after their first offensive as they waited for the rest of the invasion force to catch up. The enemy had used the quiet wisely, though, they had dug a massive network of trenches for who knew how many kilometers. The true extent of the network was still unknown, but its sheer scale was slowing being unveiled as they pushed forward. A single cord was easy to break, but a net was infinitely more resilient. Lorist was reminded of a saying in his past life. He couldn't remember the exact words, but it basically said that war was the best teacher. The mudscape that now confronted him certainly didn't contradict the saying. Trenches were nothing new to the continent, but in all of Grindia's history, no such an extensive network had ever been built. Defenses were always focused on specific points, usually castles or forts. Even when forces were small, they would at most dig a trench or 2 around an encircling mud wall. House Norton's catapults had changed everything. The castles that towered over the landscape were now basically just target practice. And none of the other defensive structures were worth anything. Tigersor's sweep of Andanak and its quest to restore Auguslo's throne had proven the catapult's supremacy. During the battle for Southern 3 years ago, Lorist had used trenches and arrows to form a perfect counter against House Fiesablin's light cavalry. During a field battle, they also used the catapults to crush 70,000 infantrymen and obtain victory. He never thought the battle would inspire the duchies so much. Auguslo thought Vitelian's strength and Lorist's 50 catapults alone could easily breach the trenches and mud walls. He didn't think the walls and trenches would extend from Hell's Gate to Heaven's Door. The realization of this reality made everyone despair. How were they supposed to continue fighting? Was this some kind of mining or digging game? During the first day of the offensive, only 1,000 soldiers manned the defenses. When they were bombarded by rocks about the size of 50 human heads, they broke and fled. White Lion managed to fill 14 trenches and breach 21 walls, but they got no spoils. All the enemies had escaped. They pressed on the second day, only to discover after advancing 200 meters that another trench and mud wall stood in their way. This time, the defenders were far braver. They resisted about half a day of catapult bombardment with the cover of their mud walls and used their crossbows to kill tens of White Lion men in exchange for the loss of 200 of their own. White Lion took 2 whole days to make a few paths across the trench before they advanced again, only to be greeted by yet more trenches and mud walls about 300 meters on. Everyone was furious. What the hell, there are only a few thousand defenders and they aren't really resisting either. All they know is how to dig trenches non-stop. Can this even be called a war? Auguslo could stand it no longer and gave an order he would come to regret. He ordered the Legion to stop pushing the shield carts to fill the trenches. Instead, he had them rush forward and cross the trenches with their wooden boards. He was trying to conquer the trench area as soon as possible. So, White Lion sent a division of sword and shield soldiers to mount an attack. They soon eradicated the enemy in the vicinity and they moved forward. However, the trench area was much, much larger than normal. By the time the division almost disappeared from sight, cries and sounds of fighting could be heard in the distance all of a sudden. Auguslo was fumbling about anxiously like an ant in a heated wok as his cavalry wasn't able to reinforce them one bit given the presence of trenches all around. The few people he sent to check the situation were killed. But if he were to send a large number of people, while they could reinforce the troops, he wouldn't be able to receive any reports on the situation and would only hear the sound of fighting get louder. The ones there were intelligent enough to know that they'd been caught in a trap. But the problem was apart from White Lion's 3 remaining divisions, they only had House Kenmaze's 2 heavy armored divisions and Count Shazin's 3 light infantry divisions, totaling about 90,000 men. While the total number of duchy troops was around 300,000, most were infantry. There was no way Lorist and the rest could send their cavalry out as footmen as reinforcements. The problem was that Whitelian's sword and shield forces had charged too fast. Auguslo didn't think something like this would come to pass. Half the battle was already lost if he couldn't even grasp the situation. Right now, all he had to consider was whether he should send out all his infantry. It wasn't an easy decision. Duke Faisablin had figured out Auguslo intended to breach the defenses a few days after the attack began. That defenses was manned by 200,000 garrison troops. It was all the soldiers Duke Forend could muster. The attacking sword and shield forces probably fell into a trap and were surrounded. The plan was possibly to lure Auguslo into sending even more forward so they could exterminate his 100,000 infantry with their numerical advantage. In the end, the cavalry would be left behind staring at the defenses, unable to do anything. Auguslo discussed the matter with Lorist before finally deciding to send the 2 heavy armored divisions in as reinforcements. It was crucial that he knew what was going on. But, just as he was pretending to mobilize, the remnants of his forces returned. They were in a rather sorry state. Less than 3,000 of the original 10,000 had returned. 1 colonel and 4 captains had died. Among the 3,000 left, the 2 highest-ranking officers were lieutenants. One was lightly injured, the other hurt rather badly. Most also seemed injured to some degree. The attack proceeded unnaturally well. After they wiped out the 1,000-man garrison, the next target they had encountered were garrison soldiers in 1,000-man units. The enemy couldn't hold against the sudden appearance of the division. Before they noticed, they had advanced by a kilometer only to discover 3 completely equipped infantry divisions waiting for them. It was like they were being clubbed on the head while under the assault of the 3 elite infantry divisions. The casualties were great. The only thing about which to be glad was that the trenches behind them had served to protect them from pursuit after the colonel gave the order to retreat. They didn't expect that the trenches and walls weren't used for defense. Another infantry division had used the mud walls as cover to circle around them and seal their escape route. The division crumbled quickly. The colonel and the couple captains had fought with all they had to break through, sacrificing themselves in the process. Not long after, the enemies cheered as they raised a few decapitated heads. The failure was a slap to Auguslo's face. He, who had thought it easy to breach these defenses, was given a harsh wake-up call. He began to ask the others for ideas, but no one had any good methods to deal with this. Neither the deeply experienced Duke Faisablin nor the witty Lorist could come up with a comprehensive plan. Lorist was the most shocked by this strategy out of everyone. Looks like they're not as stupid as I thought. They're using trench warfare. A few informants hidden in Petro sent eagle messages that reported that almost all the civilians had been mobilized to dig trenches and erect mud walls across the 50-kilometer stretch from the front line to Petro. Even the informants themselves were conscripted. They've really gone and done it. Cursed Lorist. It was obvious the mud walls and trenches were specifically designed to counter his catapults and caraballisti. The impressive weapons were now spayed and neutered. Without elevated ground, they couldn't target effectively. There were no targets and all they could do was demolish the inconsequential walls. The duchy's garrisons also snuck around in the trenches like rats. Auguslo was well aware of this. In the next 3 days, he had no choice but to fill up trench after trench to establish a new path forward. What he didn't see coming was that the filled trenches were dug up again overnight. The legion's morale fell after seeing their hard work undone. Not only that, the enemy even began to act more actively. They harassed the men at every opportunity. Currently, Auguslo was caught in a tough dilemma. The trenches they filled were dug up in the night, and the soldiers they sent to watch the trenches would be harassed non-stop. The soldiers sent to hunt down the enemy in the trenches got lost easily or were lured into traps and killed. The situation continued for another 5 days and 4 nights, after which they'd only advanced another kilometer. Everyone was beginning to despair. How are we supposed to fight a battle like this? I'd rather the 3 duchies send all their troops against us in open battle. I wouldn't mind even if their numbers are 10 times ours. But this business with the trenches is truly far too annoying. Even the soldiers are cursing out non-stop with their morale falling fast, complained Auguslo to Lorist. Lorist then dealt Auguslo the final blow by handing him the reports he received from Petro. The king read the reports with doubt and was flabbergasted when he read about how the 50-kilometer stretch of land around Petro were covered with trenches too. He was so startled he jumped out of his seat and said anxiously, "Is Duke Forend insane? How's he going to plant crops if his whole duchy is filled with trenches?" Soon, however, Auguslo realized Duke Forend couldn't do anything but this to resist his cavalry troops' attacks. At the very least, filling the duchy with trenches could stop the offensive there. There was the other half of the duchy that could be used for agriculture, and if they didn't have enough food, they could always borrow or buy more from Handra. If the front lines couldn't be sustained, the Duke wouldn't have to consider the problem of food. He couldn't even be certain he could keep his life if Auguslo caught him. It was common knowledge that Auguslo hated the four dukes to the bone. "Blow the horn and return to camp," ordered Auguslo exasperatedly. Nothing he did would be of use now. The mere thought of there being another 50 kilometers of trenches and mud walls was horrifying. It seemed he would have to think of another way to attack the three remaining duchies. Later surveyed showed that nearly 1 million people were mobilized. They dug 431 trenches across 83 kilometers of land. The entire network's trenches were all between 2 to 3 meters deep and everything was connected. The earth dug up in the making of the trenches was used to build walls about 2 meters tall. It was hailed as a military miracle and chronicled as one of the oddest sights to surface in the history of war on the continent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 423 Stalemate. Stalemate. The only true fool is the man that thinks his enemy an idiot. Ken Mays. Mountains, rivers, plains, hills, plains, mountains, egret swamp. A brief description of the terrain in Farkle and Foreign now occupied by Endenek could be no other way. In more than a month, the map had almost been torn to shreds multiple times. Heated arguments broke out all the time in the incessant military councils. The nights of non-stop brainstorming for new ideas tired out many of the higher military officials. Nothing, whether it be probing or reconnaissance, helped the situation. The four central duchies had been famed for producing the most elite infantry troops in the empire. The terrain was rather hilly, which only served to complement their strategy, defense. While they lacked cavalry, should the war continue dragging on, it would only continue to sway further in their favor. The first prince, who led an army of 100,000 against the four duchies, had been entangled for 3 years and eventually retreated, having suffered almost complete casualties. This allowed the duchies to invade Magic and force the prince to sue for peace. It wasn't that Auguslo had never thought of aiming for the hills. The current problem was that, among the troops on their side, the only ones suited for battles in the mountain were Count Shazin's 2 light infantry divisions, just 20,000 men. There was no way a force that small could carve a path through the enemy lines. White Lion and House Kenmaze's 2 heavy armored divisions were equipped with heavy armor. While they were great for besieging castles and defending them, having them scale the hills and travel across wetlands was futile. Even if they made it, they would be too exhausted to fight. Nobody could cross the large river on Foreign's borders as no one had any naval troops in the area. Boats could only ferry a few soldiers across at a time, and they were easy targets. The construction of boats would also be rather costly. Auguslo's plan to attack the 4 central duchies was originally centered around using cavalry to sweep across the plains and taking the initiative away from his enemies before waiting for the heavy armored legion's arrival to conquer the citadels and towns. He had wanted to exterminate the duchies in one go and capture the traitorous dukes. That was the main reason he gave for having Duke Faisablin submit. However, nobody would expect that Duke Foreign and Duke Farkle would dig so many trenches and erect mud walls to widen their defensive network. It completely warped the plains and rendered cavalry useless. The trenches even neutralized House Norton's siege weaponry as well. It seemed from the current situation that there was no way to continue apart from filling the trenches patiently. Auguslo was incredibly dissatisfied and had launched a few probing attacks on different locations, no avail. The results were the same. Facing them were endless stretches of trenches and mud walls. Even after Lorist handed over control of 1 Thunderbolt brigade, they still couldn't break through. As Lorist had said, there's no target to strike. What would you be demolishing with our catapults? When Auguslo discovered that no matter which location he attacked, the enemy would move through the trench network to reinforce it, he finally gave up and wiped the thought of more offensives from his mind. After returning to the camp, he stayed in his tent to brainstorm in hopes he could find a way to break through the current obstacle. The only reasonable method available was suggested by Ken Mays. He had come up with it based on how Auguslo crossed Cloudsnap Mountains in the snow to attack Redleys and conquer Frederica. Ken Mays believed they could launch a sudden attack in the dead of winter through Egret Swamp, which should be frozen over at that time. As long as they crossed the nameless mountains and hills at the side of the swamp, they could quickly arrive at Farkle's capital, Frymox. If they took the city, the rest would follow. Ken Mays' suggestion made the others see him in a different light. They didn't think a duke from a merchant family could actually have a talent for matters of war. It was truly shocking. But Lorist soon shot down the suggestion. The 3 remaining duchies understood Auguslo well. What Ken Mays had just suggested would definitely occur to them as well. The king's reputation was practically built on launching surprise attacks. the enemy would definitely pay attention to Egret Swamp in the winter and further reinforce their weak points. They could be forced to return without achieving much, or, in the worst case, be caught in an ambush. Not only would it make them suffer huge casualties, it would reinforce the enemy's confidence and resolve. Kenmaze wasn't satisfied at first and argued that the enemy probably wouldn't be so thorough, but he knew Lorist was right the moment he witnessed the acknowledging gazes of Duke Faisablin and King Auguslo. The only true idiot was he who considered his enemy an idiot. Duke Handra, Duke Farkle, Duke Shabbage, and Duke Foran were all elite tough nobles who had far more experience in conflict. They were obviously not as careless as he was suggesting. Duke Shabbage's defeat was thanks to Lorist's sudden moves. His capabilities could already be seen from how he decisively abandoned Mesen and escaped for Farkle without Tigersor and Shazin's 2 light cavalry divisions able to do anything about it. Had he been a day late or had he stubbornly continued his course, it would have ended up completely differently. He would have either died in the final battle or ended up a prisoner of war. Actually, Kenmaze's suggestion to attack Egret Lake and head to Farkle's capital had already occurred to the others long ago, and they had given up on it for the very same reasons. The other reason was that it was still only the end of the 10th month. There were at least 2 months to wait before Egret Swamp would freeze over. The military expenditure for 300,000 troops over the course of 2 months during the cold weather was astronomical. The food they managed to obtain from Shabbage was already running out and they would have to bring in even more. It was not only a huge undertaking but also a troublesome effort. The main mechanic of war was logistics, and should they emerge victorious, there would be profit to gain. The food they obtained at Shabbage would at most sustain the army for a month. Nobody had expected they would be stopped in their tracks as they had been. Their original plan was to live off the resources they obtained. But most of the food had already been expropriated. Shabbage had been cleaned. And there was the fact that Auguslo had to provide for the 200,000 civilians being moved away given his position as king. He couldn't just leave them alone, so that would have to factor into the total food consumption. So far, Kamora was stationed in Mesen and used the place as a logistics outpost. All resources transported by any house would be kept there. The food Auguslo had no longer had to go through a long way to arrive from the imperial capital. The route stretched straight through Egret Swamp and past Rimad to arrive at Mesen. Lorist was faring rather well in that there was still a lot of resources he could ship over from Windberry through the same route from southern to Rimad and Mesen. Duke Faisablin and Shazin shared the same situation in that the distance to transport food was great, so lots of it would be consumed along the way. It was already quite impressive for 6/10 of the food they made out with to end up there. The one in the worst position was Phelim. His dominion had just begun to develop. With the 500,000 civilians forced to move there, he already had to rely on Lorist for transportation costs and food for the move. He didn't have any vigor left to press the attack. Duke Faisablin suggested they retreat temporarily and wait for another opportunity to attack in the future. It didn't mean they would give up on Jigzai. They would leave a cavalry legion behind to hold any attacks off and retaliate. When he made his suggestion, he gave Lorist a look and obviously hinted that Tigersor was the best candidate. If Farkle and Foran see our troops retreating, they might want to reclaim Shabbage. At that time, having a strong force like Tigersor counterattacking would be a great blow was the gist of it. Naturally, since Tigersor wasn't a light cavalry legion and was thus slightly limited in their mobility, Duke Faisablin was willing to leave his reserve legion behind as well. If there were any who disobeyed Lorist's orders, he could do with them what he pleased as well. While Lorist didn't really understand the reason the Duke made the suggestion, there was something lurking beneath his actions. But before he could figure out what, Auguslo announced their war council would recess for a while. He would consider Duke Faisablin's suggestion and give his answer in 2 days. After leaving the tent, Lorist sought the Duke out to ask about the suggestion and was even willing to leave reserve legion under his command. There's no helping it. It's for the bigger picture. I can't allow this to go on. We'll retreat and lure the snake out of its hole. I believe you can deliver fast results. Even if they don't come out, don't worry. Hold them there for 3 or 4 years. The remaining 3 duchies will be unable to sustain the costs of defense and might crumble on their own. Old guy. As the Duke walked away, Lorist thought, that darned fellow is trying to keep me here at Jigzai for a few years so I don't cause trouble in the Northlands. That's why he's even willing to let me command even the reserve legion. However, he still couldn't help but spit in spite. The reserve legion was holy grassland barbarians. Even if he wiped them all out, the Duke wouldn't be bothered. While the legion wasn't that important, it would still make Lorist owe him a favor. He didn't imagine Auguslo would overthink the Duke's suggestion. While he understood the current situation and knew retreating was the most rational choice, the fact that he couldn't accomplish much during this war frustrated him greatly. He was really unwilling. Then came Duke Fizablin's suspicious suggestion. What's this? Has Duke Fizablin really made peace with Lorist? Why else would he be willing to hand his reserve legion over? The grassland barbarians are wild and disobedient and listen to nobody apart from the Duke. Yet, he's going to hand it to Lorist just like that? Did they come to some kind of agreement? Do they have some scheme in mind? It was as if Auguslo had developed a phobia for ropes after being bitten by a snake. When he was being restored to the throne, he fell for the Alliance's scheme and lost Delamock, Sigler, Winston, and Southern. The mere thought of it made him feel as if his heart was being cut open. He had even been the one to propose the agreement. Thinking back, he felt great regret and wanted to cut off the hand that had signed the agreement. While the 4 provinces hadn't been under his control, as he saw it, he should be the one to control them after reuniting his empire and leave his name in the annals of history as a great emperor. The agreement he signed was the largest humiliation in his entire bright career. So, to him, the Alliance's conquest of Iblia and Madras was not an honorable contribution, but a sore slap to his face instead. Even if he admitted Lorist was the best choice to leave behind and keep the 3 duchies engaged, it didn't feel right for him, who couldn't understand the reason Duke Fizablin had suggested Lorist. If he didn't have answers, he couldn't calm down. The suspicion he had about Lorist and Duke Fizablin aiming for the duchies made him delay the announcement more than 3 days. Lorist didn't plan on staying in Jigzai for a few years either. He decided that if Auguslo really wanted Tigersor to remain, he would leave it to Lose. He brought Lose to a hill just behind the front line to check on the situation and told Lose about some tactics he could use to deal with retreating enemies. "Do you think we can attack a front like this?" asked Lorist. Lose shook his head. "Your Grace, this is completely impregnable. I suspect this system is designed specifically to counter Tigersor's ranged weapons and cavalry. The duchy's infantry are moles, they burrow underground all the time. With the mud walls cover, we can't figure out their deployment. Usually, knowing the enemy's deployment is a great advantage to the attacking side. Also, we are cavalry troops and the enemy are trench-dwelling moles. As long as they stay in their holes and tunnels, we can't do much." Beside them, Dulles, colonel of the Caraballista division, spoke. "Your Grace, our ballistae are completely useless in trench warfare. It's better to use the old-style mangonels. While those don't shoot far, their shots are quite powerful and their smaller size also makes them more convenient for use in trenches like these. Our current ballistae are completely useless against these entrenchments. Our ballistae have always been famed for being able to fire further, stronger and more accurate shots, but now they are completely useless. I can't help but wonder if our research has gone down the wrong path. What would we do in the future if our enemies use these tactics again? This is troubling." Lorist patted Dulles's shoulder. "Worry not, this is but an exception. The reason Foreign and Farkle can set up such a formation is that we've given them time to mobilize their civilians. The duchies always had elite infantry, so they excel in terrain like this. If any other nation copies this without any elite foot soldiers, it would be a fool's errand and they'd just be wasting their manpower and resources. If Lord Potterfong were here, maybe Firmrock could breach their lines by attacking from within the trenches," said Lose. Lorist remained speechless. Firmrock was currently stationed at the border with House Fizablin's territory as its main defense. There was no way he would mobilize them. That aside, even if he did, they would still have to pay a huge price to breach the enemy's line. He didn't want to lose so many men for Auguslo's sake. "Maybe we can wait for winter. When the snow falls and fills the trenches, we can rely on sleds and snowboards to cross the fortifications," suggested Dulles. "Are you an idiot?" Lose rebuked. "Since when is snow stacked up to over 2 meters? These trenches are at least 2 or 3 meters deep. What kind of snowstorm would we need to fill the trenches? Well, we could wait for the rainy season. When the rain pours over the trenches, the mud here won't be able to hold its shape," countered Dulles with dissatisfaction. "Wouldn't we have to be rained on as well?" said Lose as he knocked Dulles on the back of his head. "Wait, what did you say?" Lorist snapped suddenly before he laughed. "Return to camp at once. I know how we can breach the lines. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 424 Flooding. Flooding. Move him into the sun. Gently its touch woke him once. At home, whispering of fields half sown. Always it woke him, even his trance. Until this morning and this snow. If anything might rouse him now. The kind old sun will know. Think how it wakes the seed. Woke once the clays of a cold star. Our limbs, so dear achieved, our sides. Full nerved, still warm, too hard to stir? Was it for this the clay grew tall? Oh, what made the fatuous sunbeams toil? To break Earth's sleep at all? Inscription on the drowned soldier, a cenotaph for all the dead during the Battle of the Trenches. You're saying you want to flood the trenches? Asked Duke Fisablin, his eyes flashing. Yes. As long as the trenches are flooded, the duchy's little moles can't stay for long. The moment they come out, they'll be in our sights. Locke, you really have come up with a brilliant idea. Why didn't I think of this? Auguslo slapped his forehead. The tense atmosphere lightened up immediately. They finally had a way to turn the situation around. Everyone was glad they didn't have to stay for long. They were rubbing their hands in anticipation of continuing their invasion to show the enemy what they were made of and vent the pent-up frustration they had been bottling up over the past month. It's all thanks to Dulles. Had he not brought up the fact that the rainy season would flood the trenches and force the duchy's moles out, it wouldn't have occurred to me we could flood the trenches artificially. The moles will have no choice but to come out and face us now, said Lorist with a humble smile. But where will we get enough water? Kenmaze came later than the rest but still asked his question. Lorist's smile showed his teeth in full. Simple. Nibirak River isn't far from camp. We will first dam up the river, build a small reservoir, and dig our own trenches to connect everything to the enemy's network. We then just have to wait for the reservoir to fill and overflow into the trenches. We will also have to press our attack. We have to keep the project a secret and initiate the flood in the dead of night. We might just be able to give the moles a rather unpleasant surprise, continued Auguslo. We also need wooden boards, as many as we can possibly get. If we can bridge the trench during the chaos, we can drive our cavalry all the way to Petro and force the dukes into a corner. We'll get Duke Forand in one strike, added Duke Fisablin. So it shall be, Auguslo decided. Locke, I put you in charge of the construction efforts. You can use whatever forces, including the local civilian population and any free cavalry, you need. Try to get it done in 3 days if possible. Duke Kenmaze, I'll take command of your 2 heavy armor divisions. We have to put pressure on them and keep their attention on our forces. Count Shazin, take your forces and cut down as much wood as you can. Understood, Your Majesty. With this the war is on to the next offensive. This time round, however, the defending generals felt something off. They realized the heavy armored soldiers didn't attempt to fill the trenches and knock down the mud walls. They just lay a wooden board across over the gaps to cross before they used their crossbows, javelins, throwing axes, and other short-ranged weapons in a shootout with the defenders. Given the advantage of shooting from a height, they managed to kill many more than they lost. Maybe they intend to conquer our formation by severely increasing our casualties. The duchy's generals figured this must be their enemy's plan and began moving to counter them. They withdrew their troops and gathered a large force in the rear in an attempt to lure the enemy there. They could repeat the victory they had achieved last time. Naturally, they also had a division lay in wait to intercept any reinforcements. Unexpectedly, the enemy didn't press the attack beyond occupying 10-odd trenches. Instead, they saw large numbers of wooden boards brought over from the rear and erected in the trenches. What's going on? The generals had a meeting to discuss this new development and concluded that the enemy was planning to use the wooden boards to seal the trench network so the defenders couldn't attack using them. Reasoning that it must have been a new tactic involving wooden boards, the generals were led astray in their considerations of countermeasures. They used the nights to launch sudden ambushes and set fire to the boards. In one night, they managed to burn several large stockpiles. But it proved futile. The next day, the enemy brought even more boards and re-erected the blockades. They also lit bonfires at night and had crossbowmen stationed above the trenches. The moment any movement was spotted, the alarm would ring to call for reinforcements and the attack would be repelled. It went on for 4 or 5 days, but the attacking side could only occupy around 50 trenches. It relieved the defenders. Though the wooden board tactic was really effective, it wasn't that threatening. Currently, Andernach's forces were making slower and slower progress, while the duchy's resistance only grew stronger. Only a maximum of 5 trenches was now being conquered a day. It would take at least 3 years to make it to Petro at this rate. All the dukes had to do was hold on for a few more days and the enemy would have lost all their vigor. One night, the duchies prepared to counterattack. They wanted to retake a third of the trenches. One of Forand's vassals, Viscount Sanskro, serving as the 2nd Garrison Legion's general, in command of the offensive, noticed that their enemy had not pushed as hard that day than the days before. It was like they were putting on a show. Maybe there were far too many wooden boards transported to the front lines, so many that it was muddling their offensive. The enemy's bravado is crumbling. Tonight it is our turn, said the Viscount. Didn't you notice the bastards were absent-minded today? They mobilized a division in the evening, but they don't look nearly as energetic as they were a few days ago. The time has come for us to strike back. split one division into smaller teams and harass them through the night. Our main offensive will begin at dawn. We will push them out of the trench network entirely. Only a few dozen trenches at the very front of the network were straight, the rest zigzagged all over the place. At each of the zigs and zags corners were mud lookout platforms to help with spotting enemy movement. When an attack was spotted, everyone would hide in the trenches. No wonder the enemy considered them moles. The only direct confrontation between the two sides had taken place recently as a result of a surprise push by a division of White Lion, and it ended in Whitelian's loss. The next ambush's scale would no doubt be far greater. As Dulles had said, the Caraballisti weren't of much use in this kind of terrain. Instead, the defending side's shorter ranged mangonels were far more effective. The number of heavy armored soldiers injured as a result of mangonel fire had grown beyond the hundreds. Additionally, the duchy soldiers were equipped with short swords, throwing axes, small bucklers and other equipment better suited to the tight trenches. The heavily armored soldiers couldn't battle effectively in the trenches because they were mainly armed with spears and two-handed swords. If they entered the trenches, they would be slaughtered. So, they could only sigh in exasperation as their weapons failed them. Foran's general was quite experienced. He had quite the reputation in the duchy. Be it the first prince's invasion, the duchy's retaliation on Red Lys, Augustlo's trapping, Melian's extermination, or the battle in southern, Viscount Sanscro had been involved in all of the duchy's wars. He had been promoted from a gold-ranked knight to a viscount by the duke himself and was one of the duchy's most trusted generals. Being someone who had participated in the battle in southern, Viscount Sanscro had managed to escape alive despite the severe losses. He had suffered from the experience since. His impression of the Nortons' ranged weapons couldn't be deeper. When he learned that House Norton was participating in this campaign, he stopped the standard defense's construction immediately and started figuring out how to counter their weaponry. He had been the one to come up with the trench network and so far had performed admirably. He could grasp the strengths and unique features of both the attackers and defenders, so he was filled with confidence in his planned counterattack. He would use the cover of night to harass the enemy so they couldn't get any sleep. By dawn, they would withdraw and make the enemy think the attack was finally over. When the enemy dropped their guard, he would launch a sudden attack with all his forces. The bare minimum he had to achieve was retaking a third of the occupied network. If he was lucky, he could even take back two-thirds. He believed the enemy's morale would suffer heavily from such a blow and they would never mount such a large-scale attack again. The use of the wooden boards had actually put a lot of pressure on the defenders, but it wasn't sustainable. As long as the defenders were willing to pay an even higher price, they might be able to deal with it. It was late in the night. They were just a few hundred meters from the enemy. Viscount Sanscro observed his surroundings. The trench in which he was much deeper and wider than usual. He couldn't afford to let the enemy discover he was gathering his troops. They had dug out a space the size of a small plaza. The 3,000 men were resting in full battle dress. Not a single man had undone his armor. They kept their weapons by their side. Even if they couldn't fall asleep, they tried to shut their eyes and rest a bit. They were heading into battle in just over 2 hours. There were 8 of these plaza-sized pits along the front. The weather was perfect. Clouds filled the sky and obscured the moon's light. Viscount Sanscro was worried at first. The 11th month is almost here. It wouldn't start raining now, would it? Light rain would be fine, but heavy rain would be terrible. Having water gather in the trenches will be troublesome. Though it wouldn't affect our defense much, the mud will affect our speed and we'll have to suffer even more casualties. I hope the enemy doesn't think of attacking. That would be the best result. Fires burned on the front and sounds of fighting echoed across the plains. It seemed the ambushing troops had set fire to a few wooden boards, causing them to burn pretty brightly. However, a huge commotion came down the trenches. It seemed the enemy had mobilized even more troops. The fires were a little too bright. Soon the sounds of battle and murder changed. Instead, confused cries grew louder and louder. An odd gushing sound gradually climbed out of the cacophony. It crawled down the trench towards the Viscount. The soldiers he sent to harass the enemy stopped responding. The enemy's torches came closer and closer. Was his enemy launching an attack as well? His worry intensified. He popped out of the trench and hid behind one of the mud walls. Just as he peeked over the wall, the clouds cleared somewhat and the moon peeked back at him. Its dead gray light descended on the landscape. What? What the hell? Cried one of the soldiers on an outpost as he pointed at the front. Shut up, idiot. Do you want to attract attention? Cursed the Viscount. He removed his helmet and gazed ahead. The trenches crisscrossed the landscape like veins of ore. The trenches filled with a liquid, like melted silver being poured into a cast. The Viscount quickly realized the trench toward him was filling with the liquid silver quickly as well. It rushed at him with startling speed. The clouds closed in and the silver landscape descended into darkness again, peppered with yellow orbs. The gushing grew louder and louder. The Viscount paled as he realized what was happening. "Get up! Get up quick! The trenches are flooding," yelled he with wild abandon. Thus the tragedy unfolded. The plaza-like trenches where the soldiers could be gathered were a little too deep, about 3 meters. The soldiers had been resting flat on the ground. Even though some were woken or kicked awake, they were still quite dazed. The water rushed in. Those in the trench plazas panicked and started climbing out, but only 4 or 5 made it out. The troops squeezed against each other and not many managed to get out in time. As the water flooded in, everyone became panic-stricken. They knew the trenches were the deepest of them all and their unit crumbled. Everyone struggled desperately. Those at the edges tried to climb out immediately. But, when they were digging it, they even smoothed out the wall's rougher edges. It was near impossible to get out normally, much less under such circumstances. Not many get out, most were dragged back down by their comrades. To add fuel to the fire, the soldiers were all clad in metal armor. It pulled them under no matter how hard they struggled to stay afloat. The mud at the bottom of the trenches had also become soft and clamped shut like the jaws of a hungry beast, stopping them from kicking off to get a breath. Viscount Sanscrow had screamed until his voice went. He managed to organize the remaining troops somewhat. He had the soldiers form human ladders to allow those in the rear to ascend first before they pulled the others up. It didn't last long, however. The water level soon rose to their necks. The shorter men were already unable to feel the ground beneath them and could only hold on to the soldiers in front of them. The soldiers in front, unwilling to be dragged down, pushed the soldiers behind them into the water, but those at the back were unwilling to let go and drag the ones in front of them into the water as well. They struggled briefly before sinking into the depths. The sky brightened slowly. Viscount Sanscrow stared at the now tranquil trenches with bloodshot eyes. The small plaza-like trenches had turned into small ponds where the corpses of drowned soldiers clumped together tightly. The couple hundred men fortunate, or unfortunate, enough to survive were shivering in the breeze. Looking at the submerged corpses and the soldiers standing at the side of the trenches, the Viscount screamed at the top of his lungs before slitting his throat. Blood splattered everywhere as he fell into the flooded, corpse-filled trenches. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 425: The Two Dukes' Decisions. The Two Dukes' Decisions. We burned everything. Fields, bushes, gardens, streets, the walls, the castle, everything went up in flames. Aunt Marie's shop down by the plaza was the first building in the area set alight. I've never seen flames that tall before. Even Uncle's small woodwork workshop was burned. Mother and Father's old inn wasn't spared either. I never thought I'd see my city burn. The streets were already black with soot when we set the last buildings on fire. I snuck away to set fire to my house myself. I won't let anyone else do it. Sarah and the kids are okay. She said they're heading to the Northlands to stay with her aunt and uncle. They settled somewhere near the new capital. Rose Palace, I think the place was called. Her uncle is one of the gardeners and her aunt serves as a scullery maid. This isn't my war anymore. I fought to protect my home, but it's gone now. I was willing to die for my wife and kids, but they've left now. I won't die for a duke's pride, especially not when he's the one who had me burn down my home. I think I'll slip away once we reach Handra and join them. Unknown Soldier's Diary. The wooden boards used as blockades had been converted into solid wooden bridges across the trenches. If the defenders knew they were the result of inspiration derived from a whim by the heavy armored soldiers, they would vomit blood with rage. After conquering the front part of the formation, Auguslo had arranged for the boards to be brought over so the soldiers could set up simple camps and outposts for the night watch. They would then be removed and used as bridges when the flooding came. One White Lion captain was too troubled by the network of trenches. Their plan was to attack during the day and hole up during the night. The captain believed not sealing the trenches up and building their simple camps would invite attack from the moles. They just had to use fuel and fire arrows to set their camps on fire and disturb his troops for the rest of the night. However, Auguslo's orders were clear. They were not to block the trenches. Though the captain didn't know the flood's timescale, he wasn't willing to let his soldiers lose their lives in a night attack. After troubling himself over it, he gathered his lieutenants to discuss what they could do to deal with the duchy's moles and curb their night attacks. Just as they were scratching their heads over their lack of ideas, one of the men on watch mentioned that the wooden boards were roughly as wide as the trenches. They could just use them to block the trenches. The captain was elated. He rewarded the man heavily and tried to ascertain how he'd come up with the idea. The man said shyly that he'd gotten into trouble while transporting some of the boards. He'd startled nearby horses. His fright at their loud baying made his drop the boards. They fell into the trench and dug into the ground. It took him quite a while struggle to get them out. His current shift was his punishment. When he overheard their discussion, he was reminded of how much he'd struggled. Thus the birth of the tactic that contributed to in the demise of thousands of foreign soldiers. Had the men not been distracted by the pressure the use of the boards allowed their enemy to put on them, they would have discovered Auguslo's ploy long before it could have come to fruition. It was far too obvious and easy to detect, no amount of effort on their part could have hidden it. Unfortunately, the men were preoccupied with countering the boards. The sky brightened. As the water filled the trenches, the soldiers of White Lion successfully arrived at the first of the plaza-like excavations. The men were broken, wet, and exhausted. They offered little resistance. Not that they really could, most were unarmed, having dropped their weapons and armor to get out of the trenches faster. Even had they been armed, they did not have the willpower or presence of mind to fight. They had watched their friends die, watched their corpses pulled along by the water down the trenches. They had been mere meters away as their comrades drowned, but had been unable to do anything. Soon, many were captured. Upon receiving the report, Auguslo, Lorist, and Faisablin made their way over. They were also shocked to see the large, corpse-filled trenches. They had thought the flooding would only force the moles up to the surface, they had not expected the near 10,000 blue corpses. They only realized what had been happened when they were informed of Foreign's planned counterattack. Such a huge coincidence. The enemy were to blame for their own misfortune. Their timing was just horrible. The 8 plazas had turned into corpse ponds. All in all, just over 20,000 lay entombed beneath them. Only those near their edges had managed to escape, the rest were now resting eternally. Viscount Sanscro's plaza had had the worst of it. Only 524 of the 3,000 waiting in the plaza had escaped. The Viscount's body had been retrieved. Auguslo had a proper wooden casket made for this enemy before his corpse was sent back to his family. Whitelian's men were currently still looking for survivors and overseeing the corpse's retrieval. One filled carriage after another passed by on the wooden road. Men were constantly filling in the gaps between the boards so the carriages wouldn't get stuck. The road was set to be extended, they were just waiting for more material to arrive. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty!" An officer cried as he hurriedly made a knight's salute. "The water has stopped further ahead." "Any idea why?" asked Auguslo. "The trench's end. The water overflowed and flooded a few low-lying areas. The scouts say the area beyond the network is 3-kilometer wide flatland. There's another network beyond that, though. Foreign must have either not had enough time or not enough manpower to connect the 2 networks. Either that or they had been using the flat area to house and train troops." "Let's take a look," said Auguslo as he waved the horsewhip in his hand and rode towards the road. Lorist, Faisablin, and a few others followed. "What should we do?" asked the king after his inspection. "We'll dig another trench and connect the 2. First we have to seal the reservoir again, otherwise, we'll turn this whole region into a marsh. We'll conquer this network as well. The enemy will be prepared for us this time." "We won't take out thousands again," replied Lorist jokingly. "Ah," Faisablin laughed heartily, "they were so enthusiastic about digging trenches and erecting mud walls. But now they rush to demolish what they've built. Talk about turning security into fear. Their waste of energy is really entertaining. If only I could see their faces. Ha ha ha." Everyone broke into a fit of laughter. The world's changes were truly wondrous. They had thought they would have to break their backs over refilling the trenches while Foreign's troops dug more. But now the tables had turned completely. Now they were the ones digging trenches and the enemy were the ones filling them in. Auguslo nodded. "Very well. Duke Kenmaze, cooperate with White Lion in your attack. Take at least 10 trench lines. Your use of the wooden boards was truly genius. Reward whoever came up with the idea well." Kenmaze was all smiles. "Naturally. The house will promote him and use him well." Auguslo nodded before he turned to his guards. "Have the logistics team speed up. We need a lot more boards. Also, erect a temporary campsite. White Lion and the heavy armored division will rest in shifts. Also, tighten our defenses, I don't want any counterattacks." "Understood, Your Majesty." Duke Foreign stared at the old, algae-filled walls of his castle. It had been built over 17 years and had since weathered centuries of war. Who knew how many plots it was privy to, how many life-changing decisions and declarations it had heard? Its name, Summer Palace, had been given during the time of the Christian Empire. It had been one of the most famous palaces in the empire. The Duke had lived in it his whole life. His smile and silhouette had been traced in every nook and cranny, secret or otherwise, of the place. "Your Grace, we need to go," reminded the captain beside him. The old man withdrew his unwilling gaze with a sigh. "I must be the most unfilial descendant. I'm actually abandoning my house's pride and dominion, a dominion over which we've reigned for nearly 3 centuries, to escape to Handra. If my ancestors were to know of this, they'd definitely curse me. Your Grace isn't to be blamed for this, Andinak's king is. He is far too sly. He actually flooded the network. The trenches we had the whole duchy dig." The captain felt his oratory skills rather lacking. He had wanted to console the Duke, but had, instead, taken the conversation in an uncomfortable direction. The old man smiled bitterly. "You've said enough, Rickle. Everyone knows I spent 3 months rallying the civilians to dig those trenches. It's become a huge joke. Why didn't it occur to me that a simple flood could lay waste to my effort? Poor Sanskro. He should know I wouldn't blame him for coming up with the idea. He shouldn't have offed himself. Your Grace, ... The old man waved for the captain to stay quiet. He turned to look at the lonely castle. It was no longer the merry palace in his memories. It stood now as a lonely tower, gazing out over a deserted landscape. He sighed again and cleared his mind. "Let's go. I hope I can come back again, to see this place as happy as it used to be. It shouldn't die like this, it's not right. My ancestors built it to be a place of happiness, not the solemn husk it is now." Upon stepping out the castle, the old man mounted his white horse. Several cavalrymen came galloping up the road. One dismounted and knelt before the Duke. "Your Grace," Sir Nwari refused to withdraw. "He told me to tell you that there's no way Andinak can deal with the Mountain Legion. He won't budge. He says he'll show the people you haven't abandoned them." The old Duke waved the guard up. "It's no surprise. Whatever, winter is near. Auguslo won't defeat Nwari. Even if he waits till next year, Nwari should have more than enough room to hold him back. He doesn't lack for resources either. I knew he wouldn't withdraw without fighting. Leave him be." He turned to the captain. "Have everyone else left?" "Yes, Your Grace." The first young master was the first to leave. He took everyone else from the household, the resources, and the garrison with him 7 days ago. The second young master and Sir Rimad left for Kuta. They await Your Grace. The guard regiment is all that's left. All right, let's go. Any messengers from Belias? No. Didn't Sir Belias send a messenger over yesterday? He said he can only hold on for another 2 days. Andinak's advance can't be stopped. The 5th Garrison Legion can't resist anymore. They're suffering heavy casualties. Sir Belias had to use the threat of heavy military punishment to stop the men from deserting. He hopes you will leave Petro as soon as possible." The old Duke shook his head with a bitter smile. "All right. We'll leave. I hope Belias will make it back safely." The castle's exit connected to the main street of the Duke's manor. More and more citizens gathered on the sides of the road as horses continued to pass by. Everyone knew Andinak was about to arrive. Though the Duke had them dig trenches for 3 months, they still couldn't stop the enemy. Messengers from all over had come to the city to request help. To prevent the citizens from falling victim, the Duke had decided to give up on the city and leave for Handra. Everyone began tearing up. The atmosphere was grievous. Everyone stared at the Duke until the procession vanished in the distance. Just as they were about to arrive at the southern gate, the Duke pulled on the reins. A fat silhouette emerged from the crowd and made his way to the Duke. The Duke smiled. "Merit, my friend, I am leaving the city to you after I leave. I hope you can keep everyone safe. It is my hope to meet you again in the future, Ot." "I will do my best, Your Grace," said the man with a bow. He was a merchant who had dealings with the Salt Merchant Committee and had even visited Duke Kenmays before. The Duke had allowed him to represent the citizens in their surrender to Andinak. He had hoped military discipline would be upheld and that the citizens wouldn't come to harm. "Merit, 2/3 of the food stores are still in the castle's storehouse. If Andinak wants it, they can take it." Merit froze. "Your Grace, this is..." The Duke smiled bitterly again. "Merit, Andinak is more than 300,000 strong. If they don't have enough food, they will raid the farmers and commoners. With those resources, our citizens wouldn't come to grave harm." Merit bowed again. "Thank you, Your Grace. At the same time, in the southern district of Frymox, Farkel's capital, Duke Farkel's eyes were completely bloodshot. The people have already been chased out. Why hasn't it begun yet? Start burning. Burn this place to the ground. I will not let that blasted Auguslo have my city and castle. Quick, burn everything. The wind helped the flame along. Soon, the entirety of Frymox was submerged. Tens of thousands of commoners, chased out of the city, wailed as they watched their lives crumble to ashes. Completely unmoved, the Duke turned his horse around. We leave. Head for Handra. We still have an army. We have all the time to tussle with that bastard when we reach Handra. He wants to eliminate our duchies? It won't be so easy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 426 Rescue. Rescue. Civilians are not just fuel for the fire of war, but weapons as well. Just as the woodcutter's axe can be wielded against the sword, so, too, can the civilian be wielded against the soldier. Excerpt from a treatise on war, by Norton Lorist. On the 6th month of year 1781, the four houses of Andenac and House Faisablin of the three northeastern provinces launched a sudden attack on Shabak and initiated Andenac's invasion of the four central duchies. On the 17th day of the 8th month, Duke Shabaj gave up on Mesen to escape to Farkel. The four-house alliance and House Faisablin's cavalry headed straight to Petro, the capital of Forint. Farkel, Samora and Forint's Freewood were swept by the cavalry attack and consumed by the flames of war. On the 7th day of the 9th month, Andenac's king, Auguslo, led White Lion to Jigsai to join up with the allies' forces, rallying a total of 300,000 men. Duke Forin mobilized the duchy's citizens to spend more than 2 months digging 431 trenches on the stretch of land 83 kilometers across from Freewood to Petro. More than 1,000 mud walls were also constructed to defend against the invasion. It was the first defensive battle fought mainly with trenches in the continent's history. On the night of the 3rd day of the 11th month, after a stalemate that lasted more than a month, the Andenac's forces flooded the trenches by diverting the Nibarak River, catching Forin's 2nd Legion completely off guard and killing half of its men. The survivors were captured and General Sanskro, a viscount, slit his throat and fell into the water. The army was decimated. Despite the constant flooding, Forin's garrison legion didn't surrender. They relied on the low mud walls to resist the enemy's advance, suffering severe casualties in the process. On the 24th day of the 11th month, Duke Forint announced he would give up Petro and led the 1st and 3rd legions to Handra, where he would continue his resistance. Upon the insistence of General Nwari, he was left in the hilly area near Petro to harass the advancing enemy. Duke Forint didn't burn the years of food stored in the city's warehouses before he left it to the invaders. The gesture moved the king, and thanks to the Duke's benevolence, the invaders kept discipline and didn't wrong the city's citizens. Given that the trenches in Forint had been breached, the neighboring Farkel lost the protection its flank had enjoyed until then, and the sparse rear defenses allowed Andenac to quickly overwhelm it. Duke Farkel had no choice but to give up his duchy and head to Handra with his 4 legions. Before he left, to show his determination to resist till the end, he swore not to let the enemy step into his city and castle. Right before winter, he chased the residents out of their homes and set fire to the castle, the Duke's manor, and the city. Nearly 100,000 commoners had no homes and became vagabonds. Duke Farkel's irrational decision made the whole duchy's citizens lose trust and respect for his house. The first ones to abandon the Duke were the 4 legions he had decided to take to Handra with him. Many large-scale desertions occurred along the way to Handra. It got so bad the Duke had to treat his legions like prospective criminals and monitor them intensely to prevent more from deserting. However, by the time he arrived in Handra, nearly half of the 4 legions had left him. Many of the house's knights and officials had also left without a word. Those that remained didn't even fill 2 legions. The Duke finally regretted his decisions. Excerpt from Rise of the Raging Bear Dynasty, written by Dawn Academy head and famed military historian, Lord Professor Geisthausen, year 2317. On the 27th day of the 11th month of year 1781, Andenac's forces occupied the undefended Petro. So this is the 5th-ranked palace in the empire, Summer Palace, mused Lorist as he checked the intricately decorated palace. Yes, Auguslo said in awe, when I was 5 and 7, royal father brought me here for the summer. The scenery is completely different from winter. It was practically heaven on earth. Flowers were all over the place, the trees were tall and provided good shade, different tones of green grass formed a whole layered picture. It was the haven of my dreams back then. I would roll about in the grass freely to catch the goats and ponies without anyone disturbing me, unlike now, when my retainers would remind me to watch my behavior so I don't tarnish the family's reputation. Lorist scratched his head awkwardly. He didn't think his offhanded comment would send Auguslo into a flashback. The flashback held whole group up. The king's eyes were still a little glazed. His expression suggested he was still reminiscing about his sweet forlorn childhood. Fortunately, he snapped out of it quickly. He laughed mockingly at himself. Apologies for dwelling on matters past. The impression living here left on me is truly deep. Duke Faizablin smiled. No trouble, Your Majesty. We got the opportunity to regard the famed summer palace well with our eyes after all. Come to think of it, this is my first time here. The sight really is a little beyond description. The beauty and elegance of Summer Palace are truly befitting its reputation. On the 33rd day of the 11th month, word of what happened in Farkle arrived. Auguslo was positively incensed. He swore he would never forget Duke Farkle and his house. The news also stated that a large number of refugees had appeared in all three of Farkle's provinces. If they weren't promptly taken care of, droves would die when winter came. The situation was dire. Auguslo instantly summoned Lorist, Faizablin, Phelim, and Shazine to discuss how they would resolve the crisis. He had originally intended for the army to spend winter in Petro so they may begin their attack on Handra early the following year. Currently, all the duchy's dukes were gathered there. As long as their armies were defeated, the plan would be complete. He could then finally reclaim 11 of the empire's provinces. The king didn't want Lorist and his ilk to be involved in the matter. Before he arrived with White Lion, all 5 houses had made quite the mess in Shabbage. So, during the Grand Military Council, Auguslo announced the military regulations and forbade nobles from privately raiding the lands and taking people away. He even had 2 nobles who disobeyed orders and secretly sent their troops to raid the nobles' manors in foreign punished as an example. Not only were their noble titles revoked, they were even hanged outside the camp's gates along with the near 100 attendants who participated in the raid. It was meant to be a lesson to the other nobles. A few days earlier, he didn't really mind when he heard Farkle was on his way to Handra with 4 legions and was quite glad the 4 dukes were gathering in one place. He wouldn't have to split his forces to deal with them one by one. They could be defeated in one fell swoop next year, far less troublesome. Even if the combined forces would number almost 300,000, could they resist his indomitable army? He had thought the Duke would similarly leave behind some supplies before departing and thought White Lion could send a division to occupy the towns. He didn't imagine the Duke would burn his city and render the 3 provinces a mess for him to clean. He ground his teeth in anger. He was the king. He couldn't just stare wide-eyed as more than 100,000 refugees froze and starved, could he? But sending aid was no less of a headache. It wasn't just about feeding over 100,000 mouths. Large amounts of supplies to survive the winter would have to be prepared as well. As winter was just around the corner, how would they get those supplies in time? The supplies left at Petro and those transported by the logistics sections would allow the 300,000 troops to spend winter comfortably and warmly. However, there were 100,000 more refugees in Farkle now. Even if they heavily rationed supplies to aid the refugees, it wasn't enough. Helping them or not wasn't a matter of ruthlessness, but rather reputation. It was Auguslo who had led his army to invade their home. Now, Duke Farkle had escaped and Auguslo was the victor. Those in the future wouldn't condemn the Duke for causing disasters, but blame him, the king, for not doing anything to solve it. If it were to be chronicled in the history books, then he would be described as a ruthless ruler, not a good reputation to have. He already had quite a bad name for killing off so many noble houses to clean up the peerage in the imperial capital. He didn't really bother about their rhetoric because he would be the one to have the last laugh. However, if the 100,000 refugees really died, he would never shed the label of a cruel and ruthless ruler. Such was his dilemma. Even though he wanted to help, he couldn't. But if he didn't, his reputation would suffer. Even if he were to become the emperor that successfully reunited the empire again, there would still be a blemish on his legacy. Your Majesty, let me get on it. Tigersaur is mainly a cavalry unit and they travel fast. They can make good use of the time, offered Lorist as he stood up to take the initiative. What are you planning? Asked Auguslo. Move the refugees, Lorist replied without hesitation. The winter and the rainy season will last far too long. If the refugees stay outside, their survival is impossible. We can't ensure sufficient food in winter gear. Putting aside how troublesome and difficult transporting the supplies would be, we can't ensure sufficient food and clothing for so many. The consequences are beyond fathoming if our supply lines are cut. If the refugees are left to starve, it would be over for the 3 provinces. Additionally, those refugees are mostly not farmers, but city folk. They only ended up like this because that dastardly Farkle burned down their homes. Without the city, they will still be refugees all the same next year. There's also no way to build a city overnight, not to mention the ridiculous amounts of resources it would require. I believe the optimal solution is to move them to another city. Which city? Windbury, Lorist replied. I'm sure you all know it used to be the largest livestock producer in the empire and the largest city in the northeast. The civil war and the chaotic conflicts thereafter have reduced it to barely more than a ruin. The city could house 300,000 citizens. Most of the houses are empty. Most crucially, a good number of the refugees are artisans who have no fields to farm. They rely on their skills to make ends meet and feed their family. They would be used to their new environment at Windbury. We just need to fund their endeavors and start their own workshops and businesses to revitalize the city. Auguslo was a little unwilling. Though he knew Lorist was right, Windbury was under Norton control. Lorist was still the city's administrator. It's all because of that darned agreement. I didn't want to let them move the citizens, but Lorist found a loophole and even justified it magnificently. It's obvious he wants to strengthen his house with this misfortune. Auguslo rubbed his forehead. Though he had a slight headache, he had no choice but to agree. What do you need? Let Pegasus join me. They're light cavalry, so we can head there quickly. The sooner we get there, the better. Also, we need food for 200,000 people for half a month. The food required was far less than Auguslo had expected. However, he wasn't willing to do it the way Lorist wanted. I can give you the food, but why do you need Pegasus? Isn't it the same with Faisablon's third frontier? Before Lorist could speak, Faisablon interjected. This won't do, Your Majesty. You should know Third Frontier used to be captives of House Norton. They still hold a grudge. Letting them go will spark conflict and affect the rescue efforts. And without Third Frontier, the grassland barbarians of the Reserve Legion will be hard to control. Not only will they not obey orders, they will also cause trouble. For the sake of military discipline, it's best to have Pegasus go. Huh? That's weird. Why's that old fox speaking on my behalf? Thought Lorist troubledly. Auguslo had made his decision. Alright, Pegasus and Tigersaur will head to Farkle and save the 100,000 refugees. Locke, Count Phelim, you two must complete this mission and ensure the people survive. Lorist and Phelim stood up. Understood, Your Majesty. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 427 Migration. Migration. The civilian may have worth as a weapon against the soldier, but his true potential lies in being firewood, fuel for the furnace of economy. The civilian weapon may kill one soldier, but the firewood civilian can support a soldier who can kill 10. Excerpt from a treatise on war, by Norton Lorist. In chapter note, did you guys know we put special, handcrafted quotes in the TL notes for every chapter? Open them up and have a look. As Lorist saw it, the 100,000 refugees of Farkle's the three provinces weren't a bundle of trouble. Instead, they were gifts. As Charade and Kimura had suggested, both Windbury and the Northlands required great masses of people to fuel their development. The reason House Norton had a different retirement condition for its soldiers was so the converted captives could truly become the house's subjects. Basically, most of their soldiers weren't sourced from the Dominion, but rather from the captives who had served their 3-year labor terms. After 5 years of service, they would develop a sense of belonging and would willingly become subjects. 3 years of service was enough to wipe the grudges away. After that, they would be drafted into the household forces. The captives, who had gotten used to hard labor, would accept the arrangement. However, the great benefits and treatment, as well as the strict discipline, would foster a sense of belonging. When they retire after 5 years, they would even be given farmland. They would be allowed to reunite with their families, or in the case of singles, form new families, and everyone would end up on as subjects in the Dominion. That was Lorist's conversion plan and how the house's forces had grown to the hundreds of thousands. If the method wasn't employed, allowing youths who used to be enemies to enter the Dominion would only serve to introduce an unstable variable. Fortunately, thanks to the wealth they plundered from Hanayabarta, Lorist was able to keep such a policy going. However, the policy required time. After all, military service lasted 5 years at least. So, the other method of increasing the population was to forcefully migrate commoners. To Lorist, following the extermination of Madrasa Niblia, the only enemy left around the Northlands was House Faisablon, who occupied 3 provinces on the Great Northeastern Plains. However, those provinces were even more barren than the Northlands. A lack of population was one of the Duke's most pressing problems, and Lorist couldn't scour population from him even if he wanted to. As a result of the swift migration of Shabbage following the conquest, not a single soul could be seen in the plains around the city, or in the city for that matter. 20 years since the civil war between the three princes, almost every house came to understand the importance of a huge population. Apart from plundering wealth, youths were a rare and dwindling resource. The reason Lorist agreed to deploy his troops to attack the duchies was largely so he could migrate the population. Currently, the Northlands only had a population of roughly 1.67 million. No one knew how many more years it would take to grow it to 3 million, not to mention the fact that the target was Charade's minimum manpower requirement to satisfy the development plan of Lorist's dominion. It would take too long to rely on natural population growth through childbirth, mainly because it took more than 10 years for a child to mature and there were many risks along the way. Migrating the population from the duchies on a large scale was much faster. While the duchies were known to be rich, Lorist knew the incessant wars of the last decade had dwindled their income. Especially after they lost 70,000 elite infantrymen in his last war. And after only 3 short years to recover, they were invaded by Auguslo. It was pretty apparent that gaining great wealth from them was not realistic. The only thing worth going for was the population. It was a shame that after attacking Shabbage, apart from the 100,000 inhabitants of Messene and the 160,000 refugees whose homes were ruined, the rest were taken by House Faizablin, House Phelim, House Shazin, and a few other nobles who knew what they were doing. Of the duchy's 3 provinces, Rimad was occupied by House Norton alone, Messene was split between House Shazin and the allied noble army, and Jigzai was divided between House Faizablin and House Phelim. Of the 800,000 subjects in Shabbage, only 300,000 were left after Auguslo declared a ban on migration. The king believed he had to limit the migration. Otherwise, what would he use to revitalize the economy and redevelop the land? He still had to deal with the Union after all. Fortunately, Lorist and company were aware that they were going a little overboard. Given the current state of the duchy, if Auguslo didn't stop the migrations, the 3 provinces would end up empty. So, after conquering Forint, Auguslo enforced strict military regulation and forbade the nobles from entering Farkle. Since Duke Farkle had already fled for Handra, Auguslo would be the one to take the towns. What would be the point of sending the nobles who had ill intentions out? He didn't expect that the Duke would leave such a troublesome mess for him to clean up, putting him in quite a dilemma. He knew Lorist was gunning for the 100,000 refugees, but he had no choice. After all, given the current situation, Lorist's idea was the best. Otherwise, he had to watch the refugees freeze and starve. Additionally, the cost of migrating the 100,000 refugees would be borne by House Norton. That was another reason he allowed Lorist and Count Phelim to head to Farkle and relocate the refugees. Auguslo must not have known about the saying the general far away didn't have to wait for the decrees of the monarch to act. Additionally, the relationship between lieges and vassals on Grindia was not strictly hierarchical. As Duke of the Northlands, Lorist had the right to refuse any of Auguslo's orders he deemed to harm House Norton's interest. After receiving the king's permission, Lorist was a bird flying free in the sky and a fish swimming freely in the endless oceans. Though there were refugees across the 3 provinces, namely, Samora, Fapsia, and Cribia, most were gathered in Fapsia. It was the province in which the capital, Frymox, had stood. The Duke had the food stores of the towns in the other provinces burned. The townsfolk now had no food, though they at least still had roofs over their heads. Given that the total population of Farkle was around 1 million, how could a mere 100,000 sate Lorist's appetite? On the way to Cribia, Lorist had already struck an agreement with Count Phelim. House Norton would take most of the refugees while House Phelim took only a few. After all, House Phelim had to rely on House Norton for food after the huge migration since there was no way Southern could sustain so many people in its undeveloped state. No matter what, Auguslo was still the king. He had to be given due respect. The two came to an agreement. They wouldn't raid the 3 provinces as bad as they had foreigns. It had to be slightly better at the very least. Lorist wouldn't touch the farmers properly registered as citizens. It was easily done by referencing the Dominion's registry. But as a result, the homes and lands of the nobles who had left with Handra became the target. The nobles were traitors to Auguslo anyway, and he would have to do the same thing after he conquered Farkle. Lorist might as well give him an early hand and use the resources he plundered to aid the refugees. It was a really odd opportunity, to say the least. Even though the provinces had already fallen into Auguslo's hands, the only thing that was really passed to him was the Dominion registry that recorded the subjects of each town. Additionally, subjects of the nobles entitled by the Duke were not recorded in the registry. It was not unlike the 1.67 million population count of the Northlands. The number only included the subjects of House Norton. While Delamock and Winston were also controlled by the Nortons and had a combined population of around 700,000, they were registered as citizens of the provinces and couldn't be counted among House Norton's subjects. For example, the citizens of Windbury were considered subjects of Andenac. While Lorist was the governor and had similar rights to deal with the citizens of the city as he would his subjects, he couldn't consider them his. The governor term could be revoked. Even if Lorist were to serve in the position for the rest of his life, he couldn't pass the position down to his descendants. The household dominion, however, was hereditary. That was also one of the main reasons Auguslo allowed the refugees to migrate to Windbury. They would still end up under his control. While the population was roughly 1 million, only were House Farkle's subjects. Now, around 100,000 had been forced to become refugees by the dim-witted Duke. Lorist and Count Phelan would soon arrive to move them to Southern. While it didn't seem all that beneficial to the Northlands, all Lorist needed was an excuse to rescue them. He was actually counting on the subjects of the other nobles. He was confident he could migrate them to the Northlands. Well, I should give Auguslo some face and move only 300,000 to the Northlands. With that, the conquest would add 500,000 more subjects to the Northlands. It didn't include the refugees. House Norton was the one that profited the most from the war. Lorist wasn't too worried about the migration either. The Norton forces had rich experience migrating droves of people. Count Phelan was no stranger to it either. After Tigersaur and Pegasus arrived at Cribia, Pegasus left a division behind to work with Tigersaur to rally and watch over the refugees. Its 3 other divisions continued to Phapsia and Samora. As they were light cavalry, they moved quickly and could provide aid to the refugees and maintain order sooner. Los would lead Tigersaur per Lorist's orders to clear up the dominions of all the local nobles who left with the Duke. The order was simple: the resources plundered from the dominions would be used to aid the migration. And for the subjects of the nobles who lost the resources, they would have to join the refugees on the migration so they didn't starve or freeze. It was another reason Lorist wanted enough food to feed 100,000 people for only 15 days. It would be enough to ensure that the refugees could make it to Windbury. The Duke only burned the resources and warehouses of the areas and towns he controlled, but he didn't order his vassals to do the same. Given the good weather the duchy had had for the last couple of years, the warehouses across Farkle were filled with food. Furybear's informants Lorist had installed in the houses had long investigated and reported everything. The reports were so detailed they even had an estimate of the amount of food present. Some of the reports even told of some road guides who led Tigersaur along for some good profit. Apart from sparing 10 odd nobles who didn't follow the Duke and gave Tigersaur a huge sum of money to leave them alone, there were 34 houses razed to the ground. The army was very thorough, all valuables were taken. It was no great feat, they were so used to raiding. Another 100,000 people became refugees. To other houses and forces, winter was a really threatening season. Apart from having nothing better to do for most of it, nobody was willing to be on guard duty in the chilling and windy weather. House Norton's forces were different. They had to train and carry out missions even during the coldest time of winter. With thick furs to stave off the cold and great experience making long marches in the cold, even blizzards were no issue. As long as there was enough snow piled up on the ground, their sleds and skis could see some use. With sleds, transporting the refugees to another location would be an even quicker affair. Lorist had Charade and Camorra to set up a complete transport line. Rest stations for the refugees to rest and resupply along the way were set up in Messon, Southern, and Windbury. Along the way, the refugees could get off their sleds to stretch their bodies until they arrived at their respective drop-off points. After the third bout of snow stopped, the already prepared Tigersaur soldiers led one sled after another on their long journey. It convenienced the Norton forces greatly by transporting large numbers of people during winter, as there was no need to have anybody supervise the refugees. After all, anyone with half a brain wouldn't separate from the group to wander off in the snow or cause any trouble. Leaving the wind-shielded sleds in such cold weather only meant death. So far, more than 400,000 refugees had been gathered in Cribia. Tigersaur had also swept the province clean and was preparing to carry out the final sweeping operations in Samora. Lorist gave Los a quota of 800,000 refugees. Having been under Farkle's rule for just 8 years, it was hard to find so many refugees. However, Los promised he would find a way. After clearing up the lands across Cribia and Phapsia, the most plentiful among the spoils was food. They obtained very few gold fords, around 400,000. There were far more luxury goods and collectibles that used to belong to the nobles. Those were worth approximately 1 million gold fords. It was decided that the cash would go to Phelim and the rest would fill Lorist's coffers. On the 32nd day of the first month of the next year, more than 50 days had elapsed since the migration began. The refugees from Phapsia had all been migrated, and only 40,000 remained in Samora. Lorist estimated they could settle the refugees down on the 15th day of the second month with the sleds before the thick snow melts. The rainy season and a month of good rest would follow. They could start making their contributions to the house thereafter. Potterfong, who received a secret order to lead 3 divisions from Fernrock unnoticed to Fapsia, entered the main tent in the igloo. "Your Grace, we are ready." "Shall we begin?" asked he, saluting. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 428 Hot Spring Valley. Hot Spring Valley. To the old man on the hill. Your days are short here. This is the last of your springs. And now in the serenity and quiet of this lovely place, touch the depths of truth. Feel the hem of heaven. You will go away with old, good friends. And don't forget when you leave why you came. Rabo Thrift. A beastskin map was spread on the desk, depicting the terrain around Petro. It was laid between Forand and Farkle and stretched more than 50 kilometers, straddling. Dense forests covered the region with many streams, valleys, and cliffs scattered all over. After being obstructed by the trenches and mud walls, Auguslo had tried to take the area near Petro. As long as he could breach it, he would become a threat to Forand's capital, Petro, and Farkle's capital, Frymox, at the same time. In the end, however, he just sent a division of White Lion on a probing attack before abandoning the idea. It couldn't be done. The mountain roads were long and perilous, not suited for large forces to use. The greatest difficulty was still the mountain legion Forand had stationed there. Most of the soldiers were mountain folk, incredibly fast at climbing and descending the mountains. Not only were they familiar with the terrain, they could even construct traps. Being people who loved battle, they were courageous and didn't fear death either. The division White Lion sent was 1,000 strong. They were ambushed by 400 mountaineers. Auguslo and Lorist were so shocked at the enemy's capabilities they withdrew after just a short skirmish. In less than half an hour, Whitelian's 1,000-man unit suffered nearly 700 casualties while the mountaineers lost less than half their men. While Whitelian's troops were more than double the enemy, given that the battle was fought in forests on the hills, the heavy-armored White Lion soldiers couldn't do much against the poorly equipped mountaineers armed with small weapons and who cruised between the trees like they were flying. The men couldn't do anything but fight and cry in desperation. The mountaineers were far too good at utilizing their terrain advantage. One of the rescued injured 100-man leaders reported his experience. "I never knew where they were. They jumped down from the trees and blended in with the woods, and attacked when our guards were down. They never fought us head-on unless they had nowhere to go. There were a few times we managed to force them into a corner, but they would manage to climb the trees and escape or jump down and disappear quickly. We weighed down by our armor and couldn't keep up with them. Each time, by the time we realized they were gone, they were already behind us or had already found and taken out their target. We could do nothing but watch." Auguslo unwillingly withdrew his decision to take Petro by breaking through the hilly region. The casualty rate was completely beyond anyone's ability to absorb. White Lion had 5 divisions and 1 logistics brigade, around 56,000 men. Each division had 10 1,000-man units. They had suffered a full division's worth of casualties during the fight over the trenches, so they didn't have the strength to take the hillied area. They could easily have defeated the enemy on flat, open plains, but fighting in the mountains was a completely different story. When he occupied Petro, Auguslo heard the Mountain Legion had not withdrawn with the Duke. Instead, they had chosen to stay in the mountains. He couldn't afford to dedicate troops to deal with them, however. "Let's leave them be in the mountains for now. If they dare to come down, they won't be a match for my men." Since Auguslo wasn't going to deal with them, Lorist wouldn't either. Besides, sending cavalry forces, like those in Tiger's Hour, into combat in the mountains was just looking for death. He had barely made his decision when Tigersaur came under attack. He didn't suffer many casualties, but not so few that he could ignore it like one would a fly buzzing around one's head. The Legion came under constant attacks until the snow and winds of the 12th month closed in. By that point, the Legion had swept Fapsia clean of nobles and were headed to Samora. The harassment infuriated Lorist. "You were fortunate enough to have me not bother with you, and yet you still came looking for trouble? You're pushing your luck." Had it not been for the fact that they were busy with the migration, he would have slaughtered his way up the mountain long ago. He sent word to Potterfong and Malik, dying of boredom on Southern's border, to send over 3 divisions disguised as refugees. They quietly set up camp and replaced the refugees sent away. I had Reedy take several men and reconnoiter the area while the storm was at its heaviest. If not for winter, they would have been discovered. The enemy does have winter gear and could theoretically attack us even now, but they seem unwilling to move in the cold. Lorist pointed at a red circle drawn on the map. We had our pursuit team stop at the border of the foothills after each attack to leave the impression of being unwilling to go up the mountains. Instead, I had Reedy and his men track them in secret. We've located their main camp, it's in this circle. Hot Spring Valley, the largest valley in the region. There are lots of hot springs apparently, and it's almost as warm as spring there. Their entire force is housed there. Our informants in Forint tell me 80,000 mountain folk spend winter in the valley every year. Coupled with the Legion's 35,000, there should be just over 100,000. That's why I mobilize 3 of Firmrock's divisions. 2 divisions from Tigersaur will also join you. They will dismount and enter the mountain range to seal off any escape routes. Pog, you'll take 3 divisions and attack Hot Spring Valley with me. We have to catch our enemy all at once. I'm sure you've already screened the more detailed plans. We don't need to exterminate them. We want prisoners. The mountain folk are a good source of manpower. Our development projects depend on their contributions and services. The household knights in the tent all laughed ghastly. They knew their lord had the poor mountain folk in his sights. Lorist also chuckled. He had Ginolio open another map. This is a detailed map of the valley. According to the intel Reedy gathered, the 11 hills around the valley have watch posts and smoke signals. If we attack, we first have to take out the watch posts. If they raise the alarm, the rest in the valley will be on their guard. If they seal the 3 entrances to the valley, it'll be very difficult to get in without suffering unacceptable numbers of casualties. Reedy, his men, and I will take care of this. Pog, you will take the 3 valley entrances. The north side is completely blocked by cliffs. The east, south, and west sides each have an entrance. The valley itself isn't completely flat either. It has around 10 small hills. The Mountain Legion occupies them. Most of the mountain folk use the rundown bases as residences. Forint counts on the Legion to govern the mountain folk. We have to make sure we pull the roots out completely, we can't leave loose ends. Understood? Understood, Your Grace, replied the knights and high-ranked military officials. Shut the door quickly. I'm freezing to death, barked Jack. He had become more and more susceptible to the cold lately, possibly due to his age. Every time it became wet, he would feel intense pain in the joints of his arms and legs. It was probably a serious case of cold autoinflammatory syndrome, which Jack probably got because of his exposure to cold during his youth. The treatment was simple, though, just a simple medical concoction worth 10 gold coins a bottle. 3 bottles would return everything to normal. What horrid merchants, complained Jack, do they think gold fords are so easily earned? I sold half my life to the Mountain Legion and only saved 23 gold fords. I'm already over 40. Thankfully, the Norton cavalry scout I killed had 3 gold coins. I also got 1 coin from General Nwori. At that moment, the old man was faced with a difficult choice. Upon saving up 30 gold coins, would he buy the medicine required to cure his disease? Or would he use it to wed the widow, Serena? He was rather old already, he didn't have much time left in the Legion. Serena had told him he could buy farmland with the 30 gold. He could farm herbs and hunt a decent life for a family. She would marry him if he could provide her with such a life, they could have children and he could spend the rest of his life in peace. Sigh, old Jack, the mountains are really cold. Even such a short trip froze my limbs stiff. I really miss the hot springs in the valley. Bathing and having a few shots of steaming hot wheat brew in this kind of weather is the ultimate pleasure. The one who had just entered was Masqueray. The 2 were in charge of one of the outposts together. Do you think I don't want that as well? Jack said, rolling his eyes, but for the sake of my gold coins, I have to forget about luxuries like that. If not for your gambling debts, would you be willing to spend winter here with me? His words rang true. It was precisely because General Nwori offered a reward of 2 gold fords. Jack and Masqueray were only willing to leave Hot Spring Valley to suffer the cold for the coins. As long as they could endure the winter, they would get 2 gold fords. Any signs of movement outside? Asked Jack. Masqueray shook his head. Nothing, like always. I only see white no matter where I look. Staring too long only makes my head hurt. I circled the peak a few times. The woods are quiet. I did see a muntjac deer down the cliff, though. It's a shame we can't get down there. Otherwise, we'd have fresh meat soup tonight. I'm sick of drinking salted meat soup and teething on black bread every day. They were stationed at the outpost built on the outermost hill. It was also one of the tallest, so it was incredibly hard, even outright impossible, to descend, especially during winter. The small path that required one to walk sideways was sealed. The 2 could only spend winter in their rundown shed. Their rations were also brought up using a rope that hung over the cliff. Winter's still fine. When the snow melts and rainy season comes, it'll be far worse. We'll know if our sheds have leaks then. We might have to basically rebuild the entire shed, otherwise we won't sleep all season, said Jack. I see. All of a sudden, Maskery's ears twitched. "'Dju hear anything?" "Something's outside." "Impossible, no one could climb a cliff like." Barrow Jack could finish, there was a knock on the shed's door. It was pushed open a moment later. A lone figure filled the doorway. The cold wind squeezed in around him. "Surrender now." "You have one chance," said the caped, white-scarfed figure. Jack's teeth chattered, either from fear or the cold, he didn't know which. Why you? How did you get up?" "How?" the figure mused as if it was an odd question. "Isn't there a path?" "I got up using that." Jack had calmed down. He secretly tugged on Maskery's clothes. "Hold him off. I'll light the smoke signal and help you deal with him after," whispered he. The smoke signal fire was behind the shed. However, there was an opening in the cabin that gave access to it. Jack had already thought up a plan. As long as Maskery could hold the figure off for a moment, he could get some quick-burning firewood, ignite it, and toss it out the window. The pile, pre-doused with fuel, would be set alight immediately. If he was fast, he could do it in a few blinks. The enemy's plan would fail and they'd either try to kill the two or panic and run away. Either way, Jack would have completed his mission. Jack didn't mind if it broke into a fight either. Having dwelled on battlefield after battlefield for most of his life, he wasn't afraid of tussling with a rookie. "Now," cried Jack before he took out the quick-burning wood from his waist pouch and turned to the opening behind him. From the corner of his eye, he saw Maskery draw his sword and dash towards the figure. "I did it," cried Jack. Just as he was about to open the wooden window, he felt a cold sensation in his chest and lost all his strength. He lost his balance and crashed into the wall. "What's going on?" He lowered his head and saw a blade poking out of his chest. "Ugh." He turned around with much difficulty and saw Maskery, still standing a moment before, collapsed on the ground. He didn't know if the man was dead. The figure drew his sword and complained. "You really don't know what's good for you, do you?" His vision darkened. He slumped to the ground and lay there, dead. On the 3rd day of the 4th month, year 1782, House Norton attacked Hot Spring Valley near Petro. Foran's Mountain Legion was completely defeated. General Nwari fought to his death at the hands of General Potterfong. More than 10,000 mountain folk resisted and were massacred. The remaining 50,000 discarded their weapons and surrendered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 429 Word of the Sword Saint. Word of the Sword Saint. Take a seat. Is the rain outside heavy? Lorist asked Charade, who had just come in, as he leaned against his chair. After a busy winter, he had finally dealt with the migration and returned to Ragebear before the rainy season. After a few days of messing around with Sylvia, whom he hadn't seen for a while, he finally returned to dealing with business. "What do you think?" "I really hate the rainy season. This incessant rain makes me feel moist as if I have mold growing on me even if I wasn't in the rain. The thought of having to endure this for more than 20 days really drives me crazy," complained Charade as he approached the fireplace like he was trying to bake his clothes dry. When he felt warm again, he sat on the couch and asked Genolio to get him a bottle of fruit wine. "Hey, how's it going with Howard lately? He should be making good progress training in seclusion, right?" Lorist nodded. "Yes. Reedy's gone to Firmrock to check on him. He can leave in another half a year. Potterfong also told me before he went to the border that the moment Howard comes out of seclusion, he will marry him to the beloved daughter of Count Phelim. Seeing as only Handra remains, if we succeed, Count Phelim will be made Duke of Southern. So, Potterfong is getting a little anxious. He worries that, after Phelim's promotion, he will not regard his title as Baron fondly and make changes to Howard's marriage with his daughter. Potterfang's brain is rusting. What's there to worry about?" Charade criticized him politely. "Even if Count Phelim is promoted to Duke, he would still have to rely on us. Without our support, could he develop his dominion and secure Southern? If Firmrock really was called back, the Count would only be able to sleep well if he keeps one of his eyes open at night. Would he really think the armistice signed with Duke Faisablin is a guarantee for peace? The moment frontier troops march into his castle, it would all be over." Charade's words contained some truth. Even if Count Phelim was to be made Duke after the Four Duchies conquest, he would still have to stand behind House Norton. If he really were to cut ties with the other houses, he would definitely be swallowed whole by House Faisablin. Then again, Howard already has a good carrier, and Katrina seems to be a good girl who's also a great match. The two get along well as well. "I've decided to let them get married after Howard exits seclusion," said Lorist. Taking a sip of the delicious fruit wine Ginolio served, he asked, "The new migrants are doing well, yes?" The refugees forced to migrate from Farkle to the Northlands totaled 230,000. Coupled with the ones from Forend, the number exceeded 400. That was to say, the population of the Northlands had shot past 2 million. It's going well. There haven't been any revolts yet. Even the last batch of mountain folk have been behaving. Charade saw Lorist was ready to talk about serious matters, so he motioned his attendant to get him his personal folder and searched for the relevant information. Upon mention of the mountain folk, Lorist snorted. "Make sure to watch them closely. They're really feisty and disagreeable. When we surrounded Hot Spring Valley and forced them into a corner, they actually dared to continue resisting? It took us more than 1,000 casualties to subdue them and forced us to have Malek's Carabalista division massacre the bulk from afar before they were finally willing to discard their weapons and surrender. The Mountain Legion was the same. Even though they were obviously encircled and their gold-ranked knight general, one of the mountain folk called Nwori, had died, they still persisted. They just wouldn't surrender. In the end, we had to burn their camps down to chase them out and kill them. We lost 18,000 possible captives. Those we caught were mostly injured. I've decided they will work for 8 years, not just 3. 8 years? Well, Your Grace, weren't you going to recruit them into our forces? Logically speaking, the mountain folk should be rather decent recruits, wondered Charade. Lorist shook his head. They have a really tough personality and they've always been loyal to Forend. They are proud to be citizens of the duchy. Additionally, House Forend's policies towards their subjects are aimed at gaining their loyalty. You might not know this, but there's only been one form of taxation for the mountain folk in the last century, blood tax. That is to say, the mountain folk have to serve in the military. House Forend also gave back by allowing them to congregate in the hillied area near Petro and develop as they want. Thus their loyalty, unlike soldiers from other factions or houses that join to make ends meet. Their loyalty will be hard to change. Charade nodded. Now that he knew, even he did not intend to recruit them. 8 years of labor should teach them their place. After that, they would be placed all over the Dominion so they will assimilate as its subjects. He took out another document. The plan to settle the refugees is already complete. Do you want to look it over? Lorist raised his cup. Just give me a brief. As long as the rough details make sense, I'll sign. All right. Charade cleared his throat and recited, there are 2,871 households among those who migrated to Windbury. They are 98,236 people, most are artisans and merchants. We assigned them to the houses across the nearby streets so it would be convenient to set up shops or workshops. We expect Windbury to develop explosively once they're settled down. We estimate the livestock trading centers and leatherworking workshops will be established in Windbury's northern sector next year. More than 360,000 migrants are expected to enter the Northlands in total. They will not be assigned to the 3 new settlements in the south, but rather, the east where 2 new settlements are being built. Prosperitas and Bliss will be completed later this year. As for the 3 completed settlements in southern, namely, Harvest, Vigor, and Haven, they are located near Ragebear, so we have decided to move a few loyal subjects from Felicitas, Salis, and Redriver Valley over. The rest will be assigned to the soldiers who are retiring in the coming 3 years. Additionally, the refugees distributed to our vassals are around 13,000. That is the gist of it. After the rainy season, we will bring the new subjects and allocate farmland and houses to them. We'll try to have everything settled by the 8th month. Does anything need amending? Lorist gave it some thought before he offered, let's leave it as is. The plan's fine, there's no need to change it. Just let me sign and have your subordinates execute it. As Lorist was signing, Charade brought out another document. Your Grace, this is the report Grandmaster Sid submitted last year. He has successfully used the new elastic steel to make new compact crossbows for cavalry use with a greatly lowered cost. It seems that, so far, each compact crossbow costs only 7 gold and 8 large silvers to manufacture. I already allocated a budget of 3,000 gold fords in research funds and requested the production cost to be further lowered to 5 gold fords before we put it into mass production. Lorist was elated. Finally. Now Jaeger's ranged weaponry issue can be solved. Then again, do you know what the range, force, and speed re? Charade answered a little apologetically. I'm not too sure. I was too focused on the cost. A crossbow usually costs between 2 to 3 gold fords, the compact crossbow should be at least double in performance. In that sense, it would be acceptable for the cost to even be 2 times as high. Lorist waved Grandmaster Sid's report. Since it's not stated here, I believe Grandmaster Sid intends to keep it secret. How about this, write Jaska a letter and have him pick 100 loyal and reliable elite light cavalry from Jaeger and head to the Grandmaster after the rainy season. They can do some practical testing to further refine the prototype. After all, they will be the ones to use them in battle, so they should be the ones giving input. Also, there's no need to lower the price further, it might affect the quality. Alright, understood. The two discussed a few other matters. Genolio knocked on the door and entered. Your Grace, Sir Tarkle is here. The reason for Tarkle's visit was so he could give Lorist reports about the war between the Union and the mid-southern nations. Though Lorist had been on the front lines last year, he still managed to get some snippets about the war. However, as most were sent via Eagle, they were concise and simple. Now that he had returned to Ragebear, he had Tarkle gather and bring him the reports and newspapers from Moranti. Tarkle entered the study holding a stack of newspapers half a person high. It was a collection of 7 to 8 different publications in Moranti throughout the previous year. After putting the stack of newspapers down, Tarkle handed him a folder. Your Grace, this is a gross summary of what these newspapers report. Lorist took the folder. The first page he read shocked him. What? The Windstorm Sword Saint is now living in Moranti? Charade flabbergasted. What did you say? Tarkle smiled bitterly. Your Grace, I already reported this to you in an Eagle message. Sorry, Tarkle. I was too focused on information concerning the 4 duchies I didn't give those much thought. Tarkle flipped through the newspapers and took out 10 or so. The details are in these. This sword saint is rather low profile, he went into seclusion and nobody has seen him since the interview on his first day in Moranti. The Union's law enforcement hasn't allowed the press to send people after him either. Apart from the commotion this caused during the first month, nothing else happened. But with a sword saint supporting the Union, their morale has risen greatly. Charade flipped through the newspapers quickly, but was soon disappointed. All the newspapers tell his life story and legend. It doesn't contain anything about how Kalia was wiped out and why the sword saint decided to leave and accept the Union's invitation. They also don't say anything about what the Union did to get him. What kind of bullshit reporting is this? Lorist sank into deep thought for a moment. This means the Union just gained a sword saint protector. Auguslo's ambition of retaking the provinces lost to the Union just became pretty much impossible. I bet he won't react well to hearing this news. Then again, this won't affect us much since we're so far away. Even so, he was still really curious about the price the Union paid to invite the Sword Saint over. Tell me, if His Majesty were to invite the Windstorm Sword Saint, what kind of price do you think he'd be willing to pay? Charade and Tarkle both blanked. They didn't know what this had to do with Auguslo. But since Lorist had asked, they tried their best to come up with an answer. At least 100,000 gold fords, as well as a training hall for him to pass on his swordsmanship, offered Tarkle. Not just that. Your conditions aren't much different from how it was for the Sword Saint back at Kalia. If His Majesty really wants to recruit him, he'd have to give a province as his hereditary dominion and name him a duke, offered Charade. Lorist laughed. That's more like it. However, the Union's recruitment is horrible news for His Majesty. You should know how he rambles on about reuniting the Empire. I'd really like to see the look on his face when he hears about this. Even after exterminating the duchies, he still has to face the huge pressure of a superpower like the Union. Before he comes up with a method to deal with the Sword Saint, he will cool down and not try so hard to advance. I will soon return to the front lines with Tiger Sword. Though there's only Handra left, the other duchies' forces have gathered there. Coupled with the terrain limitations, this isn't going to be a smooth fight. It may take up to a year. I leave the Dominion to you, Tarkle. Take note of news of the war down south. Inform me immediately if any major changes come about. Understood, Your Grace, replied Tarkle with a bow. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 430 Method. Method. A commander that can only come up with 3 ways to deal with a given situation is either inept or has the wrong morals. Duke Faisablin. Auguslo spent the month-long rainy season with a constant gloom on his face. The news Lorist had brought had already unnerved him so much he didn't have an appetite and couldn't sleep. Then there was the failed attack on Handra. Suffice to say, even being a rank 1 blade master, his teeth stung like a shard of bone had found its way beneath the enamel. The herbalist that had just left had infuriated him even more. It took considerable effort not to just end the man right then and there. The man just shrugged, there was nothing he could do to ease or relieve the pain. It was nerves and stress, not anything related to the teeth themselves. In herbal medicine, toothache was a huge problem. Unlike normal bodily diseases, which one bottle of concoction could usually solve, there was only one way to deal with a toothache: tooth extraction. However, it left the unfortunate patient with fewer teeth. Dental filling was unheard of. Auguslo opted to keep his teeth. A king was not truly a king if he didn't have a full smile. It wasn't that there wasn't a solution. A tooth from a dead person could be extracted and implanted in the lost tooth's place. On social occasions many nobles resorted to this, but the thought of putting a dead man's tooth in one's mouth only to remove it before a meal to avoid accidentally swallowing it wasn't exactly invigorating. With no other options available or allowed, the herbalist left to prepare some general-purpose anti-inflammatory solutions. Auguslo was in so much pain he'd have given the herbalist a beating had he been able to say something properly. Why, in the world of medicine, where ruptured organs aren't a big deal, is a simple toothache such a pain? What's this bullshit about teeth being the crystallization of human bones and different from the other parts of the body? He's just making shit up to cover his incompetence. I really shouldn't have spent so much money feeding him. Looking at the Morantion newspapers Lorist had brought, Auguslo felt his lucky stars were really misaligned. Though the four duchies' collapse was within his grasp and his ambition of reunifying the empire seemed achievable, his biggest enemy, the Union, actually managed to recruit a sword saint. With a sword saint supporting the nation, could he send his troops to reclaim the provinces? If he were to give up on them, though, would the reunification ever truly be achieved? Would he be able to claim that he was the ruler that reunited the empire? Meanwhile, Lorist was accompanying Shazin to check out the battlefield. After the rainy season, Lorist stayed at Ragebear for half a month until Auguslo had sent 3 messengers asking him to get a move on, prompting him to unwillingly mobilize Tiger Sore. He handed the king a few reports from Moranti about the Union's recruitment of a sword saint. After checking the defenses, he understood why the king was so distraught. At first, Lorist was quite unwilling to mobilize his forces, as using heavy armored infantry was the way to go in hilly terrain. Tiger Sore was a cavalry unit and they couldn't play too huge a part in such a fight. But upon seeing the battlefield himself, he finally understood that the king didn't need his cavalry, but rather, the Legion's Thunderbolt and Caraballista brigades. When Lorist arrived at the front lines, it was already the 21st day of the 5th month. After the rainy season, Auguslo led his troops of 200,000 men into Handras province, westward. At first, it went really smooth and a quarter of the territory was conquered. They were soon held back on the Welani mountain pass, however, and lost a few battles in a row. So, they had to borrow Tiger Sore's ranged forces to suppress the defenders, hence the messengers hurried beckoning. This battle won't be easy, said Lorist. That true. Westwood, as its name suggested, was a province covered in hills and forests. It was also rather large. In the common tongue, west was used to describe mountainous areas. Cloudsnap near Egret Swamp actually stretched all the way from Canbona to Westwood. It crossed 5 provinces altogether. Though it was one of the mountain range's ends, it was covered with dense forests, making it hard to attack and easy to defend. The first prince had led 200,000 men in his invasion of the duchies, only to be stopped in Westwood. Many battles were lost during the 2 years of conflict there. But the first prince had attacked from the south northwards while Auguslo was doing so in the opposite direction. Welani Pass was the true endpoint of Cloudsnap. Its terrain was a little similar to Pisper Pass, in which stood Pedro, but the opening was far wider at about 5 kilometers. While it was wide, the cliffs on either side were incredibly steep, exposing the attacking side to great risk. It was exceedingly disadvantageous. From the telescope, was clear that the Handra garrison was using the same trench and mud wall network. They also constructed a lot of archer towers, though. There were also a lot of ruined shield carts laid all over the network, with the ground around it bloodied in crimson. It was probably the blood shed by the attacking soldiers. There were also a lot of bumps and potholes of varying size dotting the slope. Look at those 2 areas poking out on the slope, said Shazin. What are they? Lorist pointed the telescope where Shazin had pointed and saw a row of man-made crane-like contraptions on tall wooden structures. Catapults, Shazin replied. When His Majesty deployed the catapults to cover Waitelian's march, he didn't think the enemy would be prepared. Those weird wooden buildings with long arms are actually catapults. Though their range isn't as great as ours, given their elevation, they have the advantage in terms of terrain. Waitelian's assault suffered a hideous loss and huge casualties. Even 10 of His Majesty's catapults were ruined. Catapults? So Handra has already come up with a lever contraption. The wooden buildings below the arms must be to hide the lever. So they're pretty secretive. Lorist counted around 40 wooden towers on one side. There were near 100 in total on both sides. How heavy are the rocks they throw? How far can they reach? More or less the size of a human head, around 20 kilograms. They can be thrown around 300 meters at most. The catapults His Majesty sent were shot down at around that range. His Majesty even threw a tantrum and said the catapults you gave him were defective and couldn't fire as far as the enemy's. That's because, when the enemy started using their catapults to attack us, our catapults also retaliated. But our rocks all fell short. Lorist snorted lightly. Defective products? Props to him for daring to say that. He didn't even think about how we're fighting a literal uphill battle. The enemy has the high ground, which means they have a great advantage. Given the difference in elevation, it's no wonder our catapults don't fire as far. Yeah. His Majesty also realized this a little later. He tried a night attack but failed because the enemy was on ready. Right now, it's exactly the opposite of how it was in Forend. We dominated in Forend's garrison had to attack at night to retake the land they lost in the day. Now, however, with the hundreds of catapults up there, the day is now their domain. We have no way of launching an attack. Those 100 catapults were a grave threat. They had to dodge rocks whenever they were in range. Their chances of victory were all but zero. Did His Majesty try attacking somewhere else? It's useless, Shazin said, shaking his head. This is the flattest terrain in the pass. I've already checked everywhere else and it's all worse than this. Some passes circle around smaller hills, even more beneficial to the defenders. The large pass here is the main highway between the duchies and the smallest threat. We didn't think Handra would install so many catapults. What is the enemy's disposition? Our scouts and the few prisoners we caught, the pass is defended by Handra's Red Dragon. Together with White Dragon, Red Dragon is one of the two standing legions, and, just like White Dragon, it has 24,000 men. They are divided into 2 divisions and another brigade. They're known as the Twin Dragon Legion, though they always fight independently. Currently, Red Dragon has 4 divisions guarding the pass, 8,000 men in each. There's also another logistics brigade of 3,000. All in all, we face 35,000. The eastern part of Cloudsnap is defended by Forend's 1st Legion, Matnamedi in the west is held by Farkel's Forestmont. We don't know where the rest are. Altogether, we face 130,000 men. Shazin was quite well informed. Lorist pointed at the distant, foggy Matnamedi stream. Has our king not thought of attacking there? Shazin smiled bitterly. Of course, and it cost me 1 regiment of elite light infantry scouts. Matnamedi sits on mountainous terrain, there's no way to bypass it. There are a number of streams in the area, which completely lock down any possible bypass route. Farkel's Forestmont only has to occupy a few strategic points to make it hard for us to escape. I sent a regiment of elite scouts to reconnoiter the area, less than 300 returned, but... Isn't the Nibarak River beyond Matnamedi? It connects Handra's innerland, Daramak province, right? Has His Majesty considered sending an assault for that way? It's useless. Duke Faisablin suggested that move, but even he lost almost a whole light cavalry division, Shazin sighed. Handra has long made preparations. Duke Faisablin recruited some worksmiths and constructed countless wooden boards to head down along Nibarak. He didn't think Handra would install chain blockades at 3 turning points of Matnamedi. In an attempt to launch a surprise attack, Duke Faisablin didn't send anyone to scout, fearing it would alert the enemy. In the end, the grassland barbarians were sent down the stream only to be stopped by the chains. The troops standing guard on shore hurriedly called for reinforcements and shot flaming arrows and fireballs at the river while dumping fuel into the water. They then set it alight and everything burned. The Legion lost 10,000 men. Duke Faisablin is really unlucky. The division he lost was burnt alive without harming a single hair on the enemy. After indulging in schadenfreude, his expression darkened as he thought back to how he had promised the king he would come up with a method to attack the defenses they now faced. I'm really dumb. Why did I have to mock them for being stranded here? Auguslo's words got on my nerve and I promised confidently I would come up with a way to conquer the duchy. Remind me to never get drunk when the king's near ever again. I really let myself get into a horrible corner this time. Show me if there are any weaknesses, Hennard. 3 days later, the herbalist's concoction began to take effect. While Auguslo's tooth still hurt badly, the inflammation subsided and he could speak normally again. With a hint of frustration, the king called for a military council to discuss how they could break through their current predicament. Locke, last time you told me you'd find a way to take Welony Pass. Have you come up with anything yet? Asked he the moment everyone was present. Who asked you to bring Tigersaur over so unwillingly? You even said you were busy migrating the refugees and bragged about how you'd solved my problem with the Mountain Legion and wanted to rest for the winter. You even said Tigersaur wouldn't fight without you present. You're really vexing. Duke Faisablin even explained how perfect the fortifications are. But you bragged that there was no such thing as a flawless defense and that we just hadn't noticed its weakness. I bet you just had a little too much to drink. You didn't leave before giving me the newspapers and kicking off my toothache. You forced me to suffer all this pain. If you can't come up with a way to take the pass, I'll mock you into your grave. Who asked you to run your mouth? Lorist raised 3 fingers. Please forgive my incompetence. I could only come up with 3 ways to take care of the situation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 431 3 Methods, 1. 3 Methods, 1. A relationship of deception is a balancing act. One must deceive one's counterpart for as much benefit as possible, without doing it so often they become suspicious of everything you do. Norton Lorist. Are you fucking kidding me? Thought Auguslo blankly. Rage followed momentarily. We spent so much time leading the troops in attempt after attempt to take the pass and failed, but you say you found 3 methods to do just that in just a few days? Aren't you saying we're incompetents? That all the experienced generals and nobles here can't compare to you? The king suppressed his rage. However much he wished to deny it, he needed Lorist's input. Perhaps he really had discovered some weaknesses that could be exploited. He silenced everyone and smiled at Lorist. Is that so? I look forward to hearing them. Lorist pulled the rack on which the map hung over. We've been stopped dead in our tracks. The enemy's trench network is similar to what we faced in Forint, but even more effective thanks to the terrain. This network is in the middle of a pass halfway up a mountain. There are no streams from which to draw water, so we can't defeat this network as we did the one in Forint. Trenches and mud walls alone, however, are not that much of a problem. Even if Handra added turrets, they can't hinder our assault that much. The real problem is the catapults. They stand far above us, which gives them far greater range than our weapons, effectively making our ranged equipment useless. We can't break through with a frontal assault. Granted, if we threw enough bodies at it, we could get through, but we can't afford the losses necessary. Ah, I see. Why don't we just dig trenches and tunnels so our men can move hidden from the enemy catapults? They aren't nearly as accurate as ours, so it's not likely they'd be able to hit into the trenches. Hold on, Lorist did mention this would cause too many casualties. This might not be one of his methods. Though Auguslo didn't mind sacrificing troops to, White Lion was the kingdom's only standing royal army. They had already lost over 10,000 men. It would be best if excessive casualties could be avoided. Will all the 3-year methods avoid burning out the men? Asked the king with a beaming smile. Well. Lorist was a little taken aback by the sudden question. About that, it's not that it won't cost us any men. It's about minimizing the losses. The first method is a little dangerous. Danger? What kind? Let's hear it, Auguslo said with a smile. War is inherently filled with danger. I'm sure no one here fears danger. Okay. My first idea is to launch an assault with shock troops, Lorist said as he pointed at the pass on the map. Since the biggest threat is the catapults, we destroy them first. Ha, you make it sound easy. It's not that we didn't think about it before. The problem is how. Without conquering the slope, we can't attack the catapults. The one who spoke was Auguslo's longtime subordinate, gold-rank knight Ripliad, whom Lorist had met when he was at Egret Swamp during his rescue of Reedy. Currently, Ripliad was Whitelian's general. I'm not talking about ordering our soldiers to take the slope, Lorist said with a smile. We'll form a small elite squad. His Majesty, Duke Faisablin, Blademaster Manst, Reedy, and I combined are 5 Blademasters. We just need 10 gold-ranked knights. I've analyzed the enemy's rear. They are ready to fight an army, not a small team. It won't be hard to sneak a dozen or so people past them. As long as we secretly circle around, we will arrive at the slope where their catapults are. There is no way that the enemy can resist a surprise attack by 5 Blademasters and 10 gold-ranked knights. Additionally, the moment the catapults are set on fire, our main force will advance. You will lead the troops in attack from below and will wreak as much havoc as we can. I object. As the king's personal bodyguard, Blademaster Manst was the first to speak out. Lord Norton, I won't oppose you if you want to head out and risk your own life. But His Majesty cannot leave, he is responsible for the entire kingdom. There's no way he can head out so easily. If something goes wrong, you will be the kingdom's most wanted and hated man. War is rife with dangers and I will not let His Majesty take this kind of a risk. Lorist shrugged, then, just pretend I didn't propose it, What does it have to do with me? Would Duke Faisablin go if Auguslo doesn't go? Would you, Auguslo's bodyguard, go? You want Reedy and me to deal with it ourselves? Since you are unwilling, why should I bother? Do you think we'd destroy 100 catapults without at least 5 blade masters? Auguslo, as opposed to his guardian, was rather moved by the proposition. Lorist's suggestion was rather suited to his tastes. However, the squad's composition was rather problematic. He was indeed a rank 1 blade master, but unwilling to risk himself. He had earned his name as a genius military strategist, not as a frontliner. Ideally, Lorist, Duke Faisablin, and the rest of the squad would ask to be given the responsibility while he remained in the main camp to command the main force from its relative safety. He thought about it for a few moments, and realized why Lorist had included him. The 2 dukes, Lorist and Faisablin, were not going to go on a dangerous mission their king wouldn't join. They weren't obedient people. To them, a king wasn't worth any more than them. Let's put the shock squad aside for now. Tell us the other methods. He decided he would slowly discuss how he should proceed after hearing all 3 methods. As you wish. My second method involves splitting our forces. Lorist used a pencil to draw a line across Nibirak. Auguslo said with disappointment, "Look, we tried that already." Duke Faisablin suffered heavy casualties as a result of its failure. The 4 duchies' defenses are really tight. Lorist shook his head. Your Majesty, your previous attempt involved leading part of the troops along the river to the enemy's rear. I'm not suggesting this. We will split a section off and send it to Handra's province, Daramak. We don't want to face Red Dragon, from both sides, we want to race Hans, Handra's capital. We can cut their supply lines. How is this different from Duke Faisablin's suggestion? There are quite a few, actually, Lorist said as he pointed at the map. The Duke's Reserve Legion was sent along the stream to the border. The plan was to chaos cause, and while the enemy was reacting, launch another attack on the pass. You forgot that the Dukes are battle-hardened generals. The Dukes have thought of this possible approach and prepared accordingly. However, aren't you suggesting splitting the forces the same way? Asked the Reserve Legion's general. He was a gold-ranked knight called Hausen, a rather rough subordinate of Duke Faisablin. The goal is different. We aren't splitting the force to attack westward from behind. We're pressing forward and sowing havoc along the way. We'll burn the whole province to the ground. How will you get through their defenses along the river? They have chains and at least a division stationed along the river, and they have numerous catapults. Simple. We won't go down the river. We'll cross it and continue east. We'll move down along the farthest banks. It may have dense forests and swamps, but we can manage. Flabbergasted, Auguslo asked, But won't the enemy discover us? So what if they do? Just look. Nibirak is the province's border. Even if the enemy discovers the troops, what can they do? Cross the river as well? It'd be great if they did, actually. We can march proudly and in the open on the other side of the river. If the enemy wishes to stop us, they'll have to line their troops along the river. Given how long Nibirak is, I really wonder how many legions the enemy will need. They'd have to line the entire river, but we can just pick a spot and cross again wherever we choose, said Lorist gleefully. No matter how the enemy chooses to react, the moment we head east, they will be incredibly riled up. Even if we choose to not cross the river, the enemy will still be held back. They'll send 3 legions to follow us. In fact, we just need 1 cavalry legion to lead them by the nose. Let's not forget the duchies don't have cavalry like we do. They can't keep up. Everyone finally understood what Lorist was planning. The moment the enemy realized the kingdom's troops were on the other side of the river, they would have to respond. The duchies would definitely not allow the kingdom to cross the river unabated and ravage their undefended belly. They would send troops to follow the split-off unit everywhere they went. Lorist was correct in that the duchy's infantry would always be lagging behind. The kingdom just had to race up and down the river to tire everyone out, attack. Auguslo was convinced. I wonder if we can split 1 light cavalry legion off to carry out this plan. After some thought, Lorist replied, Your Majesty, I believe it would be best to allow our houses Tigersaur and Phelim's Pegasus to conduct this operation together. Why? 1 legion won't be much of a threat. The enemy just has to retreat into their towns and focus on defending them. Additionally, Tigersaur's field and siege capabilities far exceed normal light cavalry. We might exterminate a few legions by working with Pegasus. Auguslo nodded. Lorist's words made sense, but just as he was about to agree, a switch flicked in his head. He thought back to what happened in Farkle. He realized he had nearly been duped. What is Lorist up to this time? Why is he so eager? Is he planning to strip Daramak clean as well? He had lost so much he was instinctively afraid something was going on. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious he became. It was worth noting that the spoils any noble obtained during war would belong to them. The king was afraid he would receive a completely empty plot of land even if he managed to eliminate Handra, and Lorist would have captured the citizens and called them his spoils. No way. I cannot allow Tigersor to go there, even if they are the most suitable candidates, thought he. His face remained a mask. You said you had 3 methods, right? What about the last one? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 432 3 Methods, 2. 3 Methods, 2. A good negotiator is not the one who can get his opponent to say yes, but who has mastered the art of saying no and knows how to get to an agreement thereafter. King Andinak Auguslo. It seems Auguslo has realized my intentions. He's actually learning his lesson, thought Lorist as he sighed, disappointed. It's over. I shouldn't think of taking advantage of him anymore. It's getting harder and harder to swindle him. It seems he isn't as much of a fool as I thought. The final option is to just continue the standoff. Continue the standoff? Yes. Think about it. According to our reports, Dukes Forant and Farkle brought 2 legions to Handra. Duke Shabbage also brought a division. There are 200,000 more people in the duchy than is normal. Additionally, Hansa's reports say Duke Handra has also expanded the Dragon Twins. Coupled with the city garrison, there are a total of 100,000 men. Handra has 3 provinces and a population of approximately 1 million. Over a third of their bodies are now in uniform. I doubt the duchy can support so many people essentially just sitting around for long. So far, the dukes are working together to defend against us. But they are running out of money and supplies very quickly. We can just sit around and wait for them to crumble. There's be complete chaos when they do, and the 3 dukes now guests in the duchy won't disband their forces and give up on their claims so easily. If Handra's supplies and money runs out, there'll be hell to pay. I doubt any of the dukes will be willing to disband their forces. They'll try to get more supplies instead. I'm sure you can imagine what'll happen then. All 3 dukes will begin vying for resources, and Handra will recruit even more men to defend his territory against his allies, which will only worsen the situation and bring the collapse about so much quicker. The longer we stay put, the worse things will get between the 3. They might be able to hold out without much issue for a year, but no more. And they will inevitably turn on one another when the food runs out. They'll no doubt try and suppress the conflicts at first, but that just means it'll burst out like a hot geyser all at once and the 3 will be at each other's throats. The dukes will likely set their sights on the commoners first. They'll raid the villages and farms for food and other supplies. As the duchy's ruler, Duke Handra will have to protect his subjects, which will pit him against the other 3. We can just sit by and watch the show. We don't need to lift a finger or lose a single life. Handra will fall apart on its own. If your majesty can be patient enough, just wait until they start fighting amongst themselves. It might even be that the losers will defect and lead us into Handra. If we march in at that time, the victor will be too battered to fight back. The tent was completely silent. Everyone was analyzing Lorist's third and final suggestion. After a while, Duke Faisablin stood up and gave sound to his doubts. Lord Norton, while what you said makes sense, you seem to have forgotten an important point. Handra's magic province neighbors Anderwolf, which is currently under the Union's control. The Wessia Merchant Guild occupies Bodalger right next to Anderwolf. The duchies could request support from Wessia or trade with the Union to get more resources and continue to resist. Lorist laughed heartily. Your criticism is fair, Duke Faisablin, but you presuppose the guild will choose to trade with them. Merchants prioritize profit above all else. If the duchies still exist, Wessia's dealings will at the very least break even if they don't profit. But 3 of the dukes have already lost everything. They still control many men, but they can't trade in people if they want to continue fighting, and they have nothing else. Wessia might only provide minor support on account of their cooperation in the past, but they won't truly support them. The guild might instead be the first to crumble if it did. Given that Wessia occupies the former imperial territory of Bodalger, they will rely mainly on the Union instead of the duchies. As for the 4 dukes trading with the Union, that would depend on whether the dukes have something to trade as well. Among them, Duke Shabbage escaped in a hurry and should be the one who brought the least resources. Dukes Forant and Farkle left with the wealth of their house and duchy, so they might look like they are loaded, but given that they're no longer in their dominion, they don't have an income. Their forces will only consume their resources, not generate any. After we occupied the 2 duchies, we estimated they each took around 1 million to 2 million gold fords. I believe Duke Handra's pouch is in more or less the same state. He still has his duchy, yes, but the war is sapping its vitality, not to mention that most of his tradable produce probably goes to feeding the guest armies. How long do you think 2 million gold fords can sustain 2 legions? Foreign and Farkle have already been conquered, and the two dukes have a combined 90,000 men. No matter how savvy they are, they will still be spending money like water. They can't invest their funds in trade with the Union. They'll rely on Handra completely instead. Handra might be forced to give his produce to feed the 2 legions, but I doubt he'll do so willingly, or be happy about it. Ah! Thought Auguslo as he clapped his hands, I see. The more pressure I apply to them, the more united they will be. But if I let them be, they will fight amongst themselves. Lorist's right. The duchy can't support 300,000 soldiers for long. They can't sustain that kind of consumption. How long do you think we have to wait until the enemy caves? Lorist smiled, the whites of his teeth showing. He stretched out 2 fingers. 2 years at most, nothing more. Probably less. That may be good, but we have forces to feed and pay as well. True, we have an entire kingdom's resources, but that also means we have far further to transport them. It is no cheap endeavor. 2 years is a long time. We also have so many cavalry troops here. The food we need is at least double our enemies. Auguslo furrowed his brow at the thought that Lorist's proposal was a double-edged sword. Your Majesty seems to be forgetting that you have 2 new territories nearby. You could spend the 2 years governing the 2 properly. We can use its produce supply the army. Each noble can look after his own forces in terms of any other supplies as long as your Majesty remembers our contribution in eradicating the duchies and reward us accordingly. Auguslo paced around, his head lowered. The others present gazed at him, waiting for his final decision. He appeared rather troubled. Lorist's first suggestion was the simplest: keep up the assault. But the shock squad his participation and it had already been shot down. The second method was to split off a portion of the troops, and the best candidate for the job was Tigersore as Lorist had said. But, out of worry for any hidden intentions, he'd mentally crossed that off as well. The third option was to stand off without fighting. Everyone understood from Lorist's breakdown that it was the best method, they just had to sit around and wait for the enemy to implode. However, it would take quite long and a lot of supplies to pull off. However, it wasn't a big deal in that the supplies would have to be spent either way regardless of which choice they made. Apart from White Lion, the standing armies of the various noble families were gathered under Auguslo's banner. Lorist had specified that they only needed food since they could take care of the other supplies. What troubled Auguslo was what reward he would give to the nobles if he chose this path. Usually, the nobles got to keep what they pillaged. The right to pillage was their reward. But the enemy this time was practically sucked dry already, and would certainly be if they waited for them to collapse. There would be nothing left to give away as spoils of war. He would have to reward the nobles from his own coffers. After pacing about several times and checking the expressions in the tent, it was obvious most of them preferred the third method. It's true that fighting an enemy that occupies strategically advantageous terrain is really taxing on everyone's forces. It's better to sit and watch as the enemy crumbles on its own. Though it might take longer, they could gain victory and be rewarded without much cost. Let me consider this a little longer. We'll discuss this again in 2 days. In the end, Auguslo didn't settle on a method immediately and adjourned the meeting. What in the world is he planning? Thought Lorist curiously. The next morning, he noticed Duke Faisablin had been called for a private meeting with the king. Thereafter Kenmays, then Phelim. He was just guessing who would be next when Kenmays came over. "Do you know why the king summoned me?" asked he. "How would I know? His Majesty asked me what reward I would want for having the 2 heavy armored divisions stationed here for 2 years. Lorist finally understood what was going on. "What did you request?" Kenmays stretched out 2 fingers. "I want the Salt Merchant Committee completely exempt from tariffs in the kingdom for 2 years. Phelim soon came over as well. "What did you request?" asked Kenmays. "I asked for 50,000 young laborers for Southern's development, but His Majesty only agreed to give me 30,000. "What about Hennard? He should have been summoned already." In the evening, Auguslo sent 2 guards to invite Lorist for dinner. "You should know my intentions for inviting you. Tell me what you want." "Don't be greedy," said Auguslo frankly. "Your Majesty, have you decided on not fighting?" The king nodded. "The part I'm most satisfied with is that it'll cause the 4 traitors to fight each other. Just like you said, the moment they turn on each other, a lifelong grudge will form. The most troublesome part of the 4 central duchies is that they're 4 nations in one and they'll support each other no matter what. Regardless of how this turns out for them, I'll be satisfied as long as they're at each other's throats by the end. I have more than enough patience to watch them tear themselves apart. But, I'm sure you know how worried I am about not getting any spoils as a result. I wanted to set the reward beforehand. Lorist smiled. Your Majesty, may I know what Duke Faisablin wanted? He didn't ask for much. He just wanted enough equipment to outfit a legion and 50,000 migrants. Oh, Lorist said, then I'll have. Stop. Locke, don't even bring up migrating people. I will not allow it. I regret letting you deal with moving the refugees in Farker the most. You should know what you did, interjected Auguslo. Fine, Lorist conceded with a shrug, but what else can you give me apart from people? Any ideas? Locke. Auguslo slapped his forehead in preparation for the impending headache. As long as your request is not overboard, I will agree. Fine. Exempt my dominion and the territories I control from taxes for 5 years. Lorist had no choice but to come up with such a request. No way, Auguslo objected, before he stared Lorist in the eye. Fine, 3 years at most and not a month more. Deal. Lorist stretched out his hand. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 433. All quiet on the Southern Front. All quiet on the Southern Front. I am young, I am 20 years old, yet I know nothing of life but despair, death, fear, and fatuous superficiality cast over an abyss of sorrow. I see how peoples are set against one another, and in silence, unknowingly, foolishly, obediently, innocently slay one another. But now, for the first time, I see you are a man like me. I thought of your pommels, of your spear, of your sword, now I see your wife and your face and our fellowship. Forgive me, comrade. We always see it too late. Why do they never tell us that you are poor devils like us, that your mothers are just as anxious as ours, and that we have the same fear of death, and the same dying and the same agony? Forgive me, comrade, how could you be my enemy? Excerpt from Memoirs of the Soldier, a collection of soldiers' memoirs by Crown Prince Norton Staggen, year 2227. After deciding to take on a passive stance, Auguslo gathered his generals and reorganized his forces. The main camp would be moved back 25 kilometers to Westwood's border. They still had to erect outposts and defenses at the new location to protect against any surprise attacks. The camp itself would be split. Kenmaze's 2 heavy-armored divisions, Tigersaur and Pegasus, would be in the left camp, standing between Handra and Farkel's Caribia. White Lion, 3rd Frontier, and the Reserve Legion, they would be in the right camp, their backs facing Petro. The 2 camps on the 2 sides of Westwood were 2 blades. Handra did not know what to make of this arrangement. Had Auguslo stayed where he was, Red Dragon would have been tasked with defending Wellany Pass, and Foran's forces, stationed at the end of Cloudsnap, and Farkel's forces, stationed to the east of Matnamady, would have launched ambushes. Now, however, the enemy's forces had withdrawn by 25 kilometers. The defenders had no idea how their enemy planned to attack. Each of their 3 staging grounds could now be assaulted with equal chance. Handra sent lots of scouts down the mountains to find out why the enemy had withdrawn. Unfortunately, the enemy had set up their new camp on flat terrain, the perfect place to use cavalry. Almost none of the scouts returned, they were all captured or killed. Barely 6 managed to limp back and make their reports. A withdrawal was not the same as a complete extrication. The kingdom's forces still had a strong presence in the area. It was a tactic often used to keep up the pressure even when a side had taken a passive stance. Auguslo had struck this balance well. Despite moving the camp back, he had Tigersaur and 2 of Faisablin's legions move out and surprise the enemy with their presence every now and again. The enemy was not allowed to relax and become complacent. Auguslo relegated field command to Lorist and Faisablin, granting each command over their camp, after sorting everything out. They were to keep the enemy pressured and try to force them to make mistakes that could be exploited. He then returned to Petro with Shazin and his forces. He planned to make Summer Palace his headquarters for the time being. He would manage the entire kingdom from there, as well as the 8 newly acquired provinces. They had to be developed rapidly to support the frontline forces. Looking at the distant multicolored military banners, Kenmaze, who had come to send Auguslo off, spoke. Hennard's just too stupid. He didn't just not get any benefits from His Majesty, he's even being used like a gopher. I bet His Majesty will start dealing with Foran after he goes back to Petro, and Hennard will be the blade he uses, said he to Lorist. In return for their cooperation with the new strategy, Faisablin had requested enough military gear to outfit a legion, and 50,000 migrants from Handra. Kenmaze got a 2-year tax exemption within the kingdom for the Salt Merchant Committee, Phelim got 30,000 youth laborers, and Lorist got 3 years tax exemption for his dominion and the areas he governed. Each had gotten something out of it one way or another. Shazin, however, had been too straightforward. He had asked before the campaign to be enfeft mineral-rich land, when this round of negotiation had come around, he had not made any further requests. Fools have their own kind of luck, you know, Lorist said. Actually, Hennard being used as a blade to cull the nobles is His Majesty's reward. Now that our forces are stationed here, the costs of shipping resources from so far away had gone up. Though Foreign hasn't really been torn apart and ravaged by the war and the winter harvests are decent, it isn't enough to supply them for long. The next harvest is still 4 months away. No matter how resourceful the king is, he can't get food out of nowhere unless he relies on growing it here. Shipping food from elsewhere will be very expensive. The best option available to him is to clear out Foreign's minor nobles. The king can easily get a year's supplies this way. Hennard's going to be used to do this. Do you really think he'll allow himself to come out of this empty-handed? His Majesty would shut one eye even if Hennard snuck away 200,000 or 300,000 gold fords. Phelim humped a little unhappily. That bastard is really lucking out. I hope he isn't poached. He. Kenmays came in to back Shazin up right away. He was in a sense related to him, after all, his cousin was House Shazin's matron. Don't worry. Though Hennard isn't that sharp, he knows well that we 4 houses are a united unit. His Majesty is only using him. There's almost no chance he'll be recruited. Also, didn't your 2 houses eliminate the Farkellan nobles last year and piss His Majesty off? His Majesty is targeting the nobles now because of you. Phelim was completely speechless. He had kind of stepped out of line when it came to sweeping the nobles. You don't know the predicament we were in, Lorist countered. His Majesty only gave us 15 days' food. Would it have been possible to transport so many refugees all the way to Windbury? If we didn't raid the nobles, where would we have gotten food and clothing? It would have had to be done anyway, we just saved him the trouble of doing it himself. He didn't just fail to thank us, he even got mad. How ridiculous. Kenmays and Phelim laughed uncontrollably. Even the king had no way of dealing with Lorist. Auguslo was a great schemer, but he suffered every time Lorist was involved. The other 3 houses also profited at Auguslo's expense quite a bit. Lorist was rather dissatisfied. On what grounds did Auguslo disband the minor noble's army, refuse to let him return to the Northlands, and, instead, put him in charge of the front lines even after he had elected to take on a passive stance? What was there to deal with anyway? It wasn't like they were like to fight any major engagements soon. If the only thing required was to put pressure on Handra's defenses, Los was more than enough. There was no need for him to be present personally. He had dug himself an even deeper pit, it seemed. The prospect of having to stay there for the next 2 years turned his insides the wrong way. But, seeing that Faizablin was also kept there, he felt a little better. Such was human nature. Suffering together was far better than suffering alone, especially when one could indulge in schadenfreude. After some careful thought, Lorist came to the conclusion that Auguslo's arrangements regarding him and Faizablin were rather interesting. If the 2 were allowed to return to their own dominions, Lorist might think of messing with Faizablin some more. It couldn't be helped as they were the only remaining target in the region. Given how close they had become to the king, and how he didn't want a threat like that to exist near his dominion, he wouldn't hesitate to apply pressure whenever he could. Though Auguslo was rather hostile to the 4 houses, given how far he was, and the appearances he had to keep up as king, there was no way he would shed all pleasantries and fight them directly. That's why Lorist was so careful whenever it came to messing with the king. As long as he didn't grab hold of anything he could use against Lorist, there was nothing he could do. Other than that, he also had to be wary of House Norton's might. Even if he wanted to turn against them, he had to think twice about whether he could afford to be their enemy. Now that Auguslo had forcefully made the 2 dukes stay at the front lines and given them command over the troops, his intentions for the 2 were obvious. He wanted them to cool down and stop gunning for each other the moment they returned to their dominions. Given how the kingdom was in the final stages of the war with the duchies, Auguslo didn't want Lorist causing any more waves between House Norton and House Faizablin lest it affected the front lines. If you're that trigger-happy, vent it all on Handra. Don't dare mess around under my watch. It seemed the king understood well that even though House Faizablin had signed an armistice with the 4 houses, the matter of them submitting to Auguslo and receiving lots of help from him frustrated the houses greatly. No matter who it was that led House Norton, they definitely wouldn't allow him and House Faizablin to form a joint front against them. There was no way Lorist would let an opportunity to screw things over for the Faizablins pass him by. As for the armistice, he just had to avoid open armed conflict until he could properly justify it. Excuses to start wars were easy to find if one bothered to look. If only Lorist was left behind, he would definitely not feel safe enough to stay put. He might even leave with his forces without a word. If only Faizablin was left behind, he wouldn't sit there calmly either. Maybe word of House Faizablin being uprooted would soon spread. Only by having both stay could they be assured. At the very least, they could hold each other back there. Maybe that had been the king's plan all along. As he was residing in Summer Palace, he could also make sure no huge conflict erupted between the two. A few days after Auguslo departed with his entourage, Kenmaze and Phelim bid Lorist farewell. They generously handed command of their forces over before departing lightly. Kenmaze was heading to the 8 occupied provinces to build a network for the Salt Merchant Committee, while Phelim was returning to Southern to take care of its development. Auguslo had only told Lorist and Faizablin to stay on the front lines, so they were free to come and go as they pleased. They also felt assured that Lorist wouldn't use their men as cannon fodder, so they were comfortable leaving them in his care. As Kenmaze himself had said, "We 4 houses are one. I feel assured with you in charge of the forces." After they left, Lorist became bored. Though Phelim said he would rush back in 2 months, Lorist was still exasperated. So, he turned his attention to dealing with Handra's 3 defense lines. "So their catapults occupy the higher ground and can shoot further, huh? Those lever-style catapults aren't nearly a match for our catapults otherwise." He got a few worksmiths to build several tens of gigantic lever-style catapults and placed them right in front of the 3 lines. They periodically launched their stones at the defenses and caused a lot of chaos. Lorist's actions were far too eye-catching, even Auguslo was shocked. He quickly rushed to the front lines to see what was going on. Lorist didn't mind. While his crude gigantic catapults could fire far, they weren't accurate at all. They were also quite troublesome to operate. Each toss required 10 soldiers to pull on the lever. They also needed heavy counterweights. They were terribly inefficient. Despite this, Auguslo and Faizablin were incredibly impressed. The design was simple: a huge wooden rack and a strong log made up the level and counterweight. On the opposite end of the log from the rack was a leather scoop that could hold a rock up to the size of a human head. Cutting the rope that pulled the lever down and lifted the counterweight, would cause it to swing, sending the rock half a kilometer away into the enemy's defenses. It was an unexpected surprise for Auguslo. He asked whether Lorist could have more of them made to destroy the defenses so they could give another go at breaking through. Lorist shook his head. "This isn't very useful. It's way too inaccurate. It has a spread of 200 meters at just 500 meters. You can't hope to hit anything smaller than a town with it. It's only useful for annoying the enemy," replied he. Auguslo left angrily. He did make sure to sketch the catapults before he left, though, not that Lorist particularly minded. He actually looked forward to seeing the king use them in battle. What a joke that would be. When his bronze cannons were fielded, the catapults would be completely useless, nothing but targets. Though he didn't hope for anything and only used the catapults to harass the enemy, the 3 duchies' garrison soon couldn't take it anymore. The catapults were completely unpredictable. No one knew where the next rock would fall. The men had to keep a watchful eye on the sky all the time, lest they not even know what had squashed them. As such, the 3 garrisons came together and arrived at a solution. They launched a surprise attack in the night. They managed to break through the perimeter and set the catapults on fire. Angered, Lorist ordered for the worksmiths to build even more and even funded them out of his own pocket. He fielded double the previous number of catapults. Within a few days, the weather forecast once again became sunny with a chance of rockfall. This time around, the catapults fired not the human head-sized rocks from before, but rock shards. Large fist-sized pack of rocks rained over a large area. Though they weren't fatal, they were more than enough to badly wound their victims. The men were soon at wits' end again and descended the slope for another attack. This time Lorist was prepared. He put Tigersor's Caraballista division in covered positions and ambushed the enemy as they approached. They were all but wiped out. Lorist was inspired by the fuel the attackers had brought along. He shipped large amounts of fuel and put it into jars to be flung at the enemy with the catapults before sending waves of flaming rocks after. The defenses were soon engulfed in flames. The garrison there was pretty capable though and quickly put out the fire with sand and mud. 1. Editor's note: No. Rope is expensive and labor-intensive to make. Why would you ruin a perfectly good piece of rope just to fling a rock, every time you want to fling a rock? On a calmer note, watch this video by the great and entertaining Lindy Beige that explains why this is such a ludicrous idea. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 434: The Line of Succession. The Line of Succession. You cannot escape the responsibility of tomorrow by avoiding it today. Lowe's. We're back to this week's first release. Enjoy. Great news, Your Grace. Great news, cried Lowe's as he ran into the tent with a dozen guards. He barged in it with Dulles hot on his heels. The latter was smiling so brightly he appeared foolish. Great news? What news could merit such jubilance? Asked Lorist, somewhat annoyed. He had been studying Handra's 3 defensive lines. He'd spent the whole night brainstorming ideas to turn the tables after they'd suffered some casualties in several skirmishes the day before. The stalemate had remained unchanged. The 3 lines' garrisons couldn't do much about the catapults, so they moved their camps a few hundred meters back, out of the weapons range. It flabbergasted Lorist. Just like that, he had lost all use for the damned contraptions. The things weighed way too much, it was impossible to move them forward up the slope to get them back in range. Additionally, unlike his mobile catapults, these couldn't be quickly set up if they were packed, so they had no way of retaliating if they came under attack during the move. Faizablin had wanted to try his luck, but his catapults were destroyed soon after they started moving. The enemy threw rocks and logs at them down the slope. The men couldn't do anything, 100 died or were injured before they finally retreated. Lorist's forces occupied the low ground, his enemy the high ground. The 2 lines were 500 meters apart, so even though the enemy had pulled back a few hundred meters, they could still react in time to any offensives, and there was nothing Lorist could do about it from his position. The defenses didn't just cover the flats of the pass, but ran up and down the slopes on either side of it as well. No matter how he tried to get around the defenses, he always ran into more. Lorist couldn't do much to the situation personally, either. He may be somewhere between a rank 3 blade master and a sword saint, but even he couldn't do much to the enemy's defenses. He had led a night assault with a small force the night before, but everything fell apart very quickly. The first trench was filled with broken glass. Whilst he wasn't personally harmed, his men didn't fare as well. They were clad in heavy armor, but the soles of their feet were exposed. The moment they descended into the trench, men cried out in pain up and down the trench. Arrows rained down on them moments later, followed by rocks flung from the slope above by the enemy's catapults, a few fireballs mixed in. He ordered a retreat the moment he noticed something was off though, and saved many of his men. He still lost around 400 of the 1,000th though. He was so infuriated that he'd lost so many without doing anything to the enemy he almost lost it entirely. He only calmed down after reminding himself it could have been worse. He sent a recovery group in as soon as they had regrouped. They managed to recover all of the downed men. Of the 400 taken down, luckily only a dozen or so were killed, the rest were only injured. He was greatly troubled by how to make up for this loss, so he didn't have the energy or patience to deal with Loza's ridiculous joy. A messenger came over from Ragebear. He brings good news. What good news? Madame Sylvia is with child. She is 2 months along. Sylvia's with child? Lorist was dumbstruck. It's the beginning of the 7th month now, so if she's 2 months along, it should have happened around the end of the 4th month. When Sylvia learned Lorist was staying on the front lines for who knew how long, she stuck to him like glue for several days. She even called all the concubines, including Diliana and Dixie, over and arranged for them all to sleep together. She made sure she was the one in whom he finished each time, however. Her efforts must have paid off since she was now with child. Good news indeed. Why should you be happy about it, though? Lorist wondered. It's not like I don't have a son already. Irina already gave me 2, and Anna's child is also a boy. Telesti gave me 2 daughters as well. It's only natural for Sylvia to get pregnant. What are they so happy for? If Madame Sylvia's child is a son, you'll finally have a legitimate heir. The knights now have hope for the long-term future, explained the foolish-looking Dulles with a beaming smile. Buzz off. Lorist cried angrily, I'm not even 40 and still full of life. Do you really look forward to my son taking over so much? Dulles knew he had said something better left unsaid. He crouched and hugged his head fearfully. Loz stood beside him awkwardly. Hey, come back. Dulles, who was just about to leave, turned around. Your Grace, mumbled he. Where's the messenger? Asked the Duke glaringly. Outside. Why haven't you called him in yet? Lorist recognized the messenger. He was one of his 3,000-strong personal guard. He had brought just 2 of the 3,000 along to the front lines. He'd left the rest in Ragebear to look after his family. The messenger, a young man named Wallen, was a lieutenant. Wallen had with him a letter penned by Sylvia herself. She had written of her pregnancy and her pride at it. Lorist couldn't help but smile when he read her arrogant tone. She also wrote a lot about how much she missed him. She had left the capital for Cherry Blossom Ridge, where she would stay until the child was born. The place was quite a bit cooler than the city, so it was indeed the best place to stay for the summer. Once he finished the letter, Lorist told Wallen to rest for a while. He would call for him once he had a reply for him to take back. His brows furrowed as the man left the tent. I already have 3 sons. Irina's first is 11, staying with Malik, her younger is 7 and I'm still looking for a good tutor for him, and Anna gave me my third, now 4. I don't want for successors and I promised all my children would be on the family registry and thus have a place in the line of succession. While it's great Sylvia will also give me another child, it's only to be expected. I certainly am happy, but not ecstatic like you two. Tell me, honestly, how many of the men share your view? How many are skeptical of my concubine's children? Lois and Dulles stared at each other for a moment. Lois stepped forward. I'm not trying to be a busybody, Your Grace. Actually, I believe having the concubine's children registered in the family registry is one of the most important things to ensure the house stays stable across generations. If Your Grace hadn't gotten married, I wouldn't have had anything to say about letting all of the concubine's children be in the line of succession. But you're now married, Lady Sylvia is your wife. Her children are your legitimate and primary descendants, they should also be the first in the line of succession. Most of the house, if not everyone, agree with me. Dulles wanted to say something, but kept silence. Lorist glared at him. Speak freely. No matter what you say, I won't hold it against you. Though the house has developed a lot, those willing to speak the truth have become fewer and fewer. Tell me your honest thoughts. Think about the hardship we suffered on the way north all those years ago and what we have now. You were my first vassals, I've never doubted your loyalty. Please, share with me your thoughts. Very well, Dulles surrendered and raised both hands. It is not that we don't have our thoughts and opinions, we just feel they aren't appropriate to voice to your lordship. You made it clear with Sylvia marriage, after all, that we have no place interfering in your personal matters. However, the matter of succession is not the same, it is at the core of the house's future, something that deeply affects all of us. If you are followed by an incapable or unsuitable heir, the entire house's future could be in doubt. We are very loyal to your majesty, but we also have families to look after, and those of us with land and titles, like Charade, also have to think of our subjects. Take the first young master as an example. We have kept a close eye on him. Baron Malik said that he has great potential to become a fearless knight, but he has no aptitude for governance, he won't be a good duke, his personality is too crude and cruel. Lady Malik tried her best to educate him in etiquette and restraint, but he still kills small animals in awful ways. Keeping him as your heir apparent is a disaster for the entire house. He's still young, argued Lorist hopelessly. It wasn't that he didn't know about the reports concerning his first son. Tarkle had sent a few informants to check on the child's progress. The one that left the deepest impression was the time his son was punished by Malik's wife. He went out of the house, shot a squirrel with a bow and turned the poor critter into minced meat with his short sword. This is not something age will solve, Your Grace. A child his age should know right from wrong. Venting his rage on a weaker being is not courage. We believe he became this way because his mother spoiled him too much when he was younger. We don't think his younger brother will be much better. They are not fit to succeed you, continued Dulles. Lorist kept silent for a while. He knew this was a minor act of rebellion by his vassals. He didn't know when the two factions had come to be, but they were undeniably present. The old faction included the house's original members, specifically Maplewood's members. They were prideful and looked down on the newer members as being not true members of the house. They were the new ones. They believed only those who'd, like them, been brought up in the house were truly loyal. The rest were opportunists who couldn't be trusted. Hansk was at the faction's head. They believed that despite being only a concubine, as the only of Lorist's lovers to have been brought up in the house, and being the first to give birth to possible heirs, her children were the true heirs to his title. The new faction was composed of most of the knights and officials who'd followed Lorist to the Northlands or had joined the house since. They didn't see the old members of the house in a good light. They believed they were cowards who could only stand tall because Lorist gave them shade. Just look at the state they were in when Lorist first arrived. They were just country bumpkins barely hanging on to life. The new faction's members believed they'd proven their loyalty through the hardships they suffered on the way north and through their outstanding service to the house since they joined. They were the ones who'd walked alongside Lorist to bring the house to its new heights. The old faction's members had overseen the house's downfall and had contributed little to its recent rise. What right did they have act all high and mighty in front of the new faction and boss them around? Not everyone had chosen a side, though, many were still neutral. Charade, Potterfang, Spiel, Kedden, and Belnick were among them. They did not concern themselves with the faction of the person who made a proposal, they made decisions based on the option's merits alone. They had worked hard to keep everything between the factions under control. Lorist knew about the rift between the two factions, but wasn't too concerned. If anything, the rift made the house easier to control. He hadn't thought, however, that the old faction would make so much of a ruckus when he chose to make Sylvia his wife. Now the new faction was trying to get back at the old faction by kicking their candidates from the line of succession. Can't they tone it down a bit? What about Anna's child? She gave me a son too, right? Asked he finally. Dulles shook his head. Madame Anna's status is not suitable. She's not even your concubine, so the house's reputation will be severely damaged if her child becomes your heir. Lorist understood Dulles was hinting at him about Diliana's identity as a widow as well as a participant of Queen Carrie's Paradise Gathering before becoming Lorist's concubine. Paradise Gathering was famous among the nobles. Though Queen Carrie was now dead, and the noble who participated dead, knowledge of the party was widespread, and who knew if someone could associate his concubines with it? If Diliana's son succeeded him, she would have to appear before other nobles eventually. Should anyone find out about her past, they could use it to blackmail her or cause trouble by spreading it around, possibly bringing her son's legitimacy into doubt. Diliana preferred a peaceful life above all. She just wanted her son to support her in her old age. She had no ambition for her son in the line of succession. Sigh, I didn't think Sylvia's child would cause so much trouble. News of her pregnancy was both good and bad. No matter his stance on the matter, some things couldn't be avoided. This really wasn't as simple as a personal matter. His decision in this regard affected everyone in the house. He couldn't justify doing this without considering them as well. Dismissed. Let's leave it for today. Don't get too entangled with this. We're worried about this a little too soon. Right now I just want Sylvia to give birth safely. Lorist waved as he sent Lowe's and Dulles out before he sat in his tent, smiling bitterly. Now that the house had conquered the whole of the Northlands, its future was immeasurably bright. But the way he saw it, he had only gotten strong enough to defend himself. Just as the house's situation appeared good, internal strife brew. This was probably unavoidable. But it didn't make it any easier. Those bastards. I'm not even 40. If I really become a sword saint, I'll easily live for another 200 or 300 years. They have too much time on their hands. They're not considering my feelings at all. This should have been good news, not a troublesome matter I should worry myself over. He spent the rest of the day writing a love-filled letter for Sylvia. It was filled with line after line of his longing for her. He also urged her to take care of herself and promised he would go back to spend time with her whenever he could. He had Wallen take the letter back. He deliberated whether he should hold a banquet to celebrate the occasion or keep it private. The decision was only complicated by the fact that this concerned Duke Faisablin. He was Sylvia's grandfather, after all. Should I invite him? Will he even accept? Pondered he. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 435 Round Up and Hunt. Round Up and Hunt. This is how a grandfather should be, a man with silver in his hair and gold in his heart. Norton Lorist. Duke Faisablin accepted Lorist's invitation without any trouble. He didn't even bother to ask why Lorist had invited him and only brought a single attendant along. It made Lorist feel a little like he was the bad guy, seeing how the Duke wasn't worried whether Lorist would harm him. Then again, if he really did invite him over with ill intentions and word got out, it would tarnish the house's name. Putting aside the huge loss of trust, a good portion of the household knights might leave as well. On Grindia, a house's reputation was sacred, as was that of the individual noble. At the very least, most nobles, knights, and commoners held the same belief. Some nobles and knights were even willing to sacrifice their lives to uphold their house's honor. In Lorist's case, he had no choice but to serve Auguslo to protect his house's reputation of being loyal to the imperial family. Even though it might already have exceeded Andenac might, Lorist still had to stay put obediently as the Duke of the Northlands and put up a cordial front to Auguslo. In Grindia, keeping one's word and being loyal were considered virtues. Even if two nobles were at war with one another, they had to justify their actions proudly. In the millennia of the continent's history, traitors were far and few in between, and every one of them were nailed onto a rack SD examples for all to see. Such were the continent's traditions. Should a lord be unfair, his vassal may resist, but not rebel. Fine, this is all that slimy of Fox's fault. Why would he accept my invitation out of nowhere like this? Does he really not think I'll harm him? Or is he looking down on me? Does he think I don't dare touch him? Lorist grit his teeth and tried to push the blame on the old man who had chosen to attend the banquet. Yet, he still had to force a smile and welcome him warmly. Lorist chose a private function. He had a table set up in his tent for himself and the Duke. He wasn't going to get all the troops involved. The main reason was that he already had 5 children, so Sylvia's pregnancy wasn't a big deal in any way. He was also worried celebrating this with the troops would instill a misunderstanding in some minds that he was preferentially inclined towards his legitimate heirs. After much thought, he decided to host a private banquet and break the news to the Duke without spreading it around. In all seriousness, this was the second time he'd met the Duke in person. The first time was back at Windbury when he'd privately discussed the matter of wedding Sylvia with him. As he didn't agree to the Duke's third condition to abandon his concubines and children, they had parted on bad terms. A year later, he led the alliance and chased the Duke and his troops all the way back to his dominion, forcing them to present Sylvia to him and sue for peace. Auguslo visited Eastwild soon after and the Duke submitted to him and became his vassal. It resulted in the Duke joining the same faction in which Lorist was. Not only was the old man incredibly thick-skinned, he was also incredibly adaptable. This made him even more wary of the old man. Even though he was in the same camp as the Duke now, Lorist had never met the latter again. They only met during Auguslo's military councils where many others were present. Perhaps the Duke thought Lorist wanted to ask him for advice after the loss he suffered a few days earlier during his attempted night attack. He was in charge of the attacks against the 3 defense lines, after all. The Duke had long gotten wind of the failure. However, even an experienced general like him didn't have a solution to this new problem, as he didn't have any methods to counter the defenses either. He could only advise him to be patient. Lorist didn't know how to react to the Duke's consolation. "You are mistaken, Lord Duke. I didn't call you here to ask for advice on dealing with the enemy. Sylvia is with child and I thought it only right I tell you personally. I also thought we could have a small celebration." "Sylvia's pregnant?" It was rather surprising that the old guy was even more worked up than Lorist. He was so happy he didn't touch any of the wine and circled the table constantly as he muttered about how Sylvia should take care of herself and be careful. He even began to consider where to hire an experienced midwife. "Gosh, aren't you thinking a little too far ahead? Sylvia's belly isn't even visible yet. God's willing, it'll be another half a year before we even need to consider what to do about the birth." It wasn't easy for the Duke to realize that he'd lost his grip. He made a toast to Lorist despite being the guest and got drunk in no time. Lorist had no choice but to have someone send him back to his quarters. 2 days later, Lorist received an invitation from the Duke. Thinking that it was a reciprocal invitation, he brought only Genolio with him. He'd not expected the camp to be so merry. "Why everyone to jolly?" he asked one of the guards. "We heard His Grace's granddaughter got knocked up. His Grace was so happy he's paying out of his pocket so we can celebrate for 3 days straight. Not only do we get to eat all we want, there are even bonuses being flung around. Everyone's so happy." "We hope she's knocked up every year," replied the guard. Genolio burst out in laughter, while Lorist just stood there, not knowing what to do. "Damned old man, you should have been clearer about why you're celebrating so much. Now it's turned into such a huge joke down the grapevine." However, he didn't intend to take what the guards had said to heart. He just barked outside the tent, "All right, old man, you want to make a big deal out of this? Genolio, pass this on to Lowe's, have the army throw a celebration for 3 days. Double the bonus they're giving out over here. I will cover all the costs." In the end, even Auguslo, residing in Petro, learnt of Lorist knocking up the Duke's granddaughter as well as the 3-day celebration. He sent Lorist a huge gift to congratulate him. Lorist felt he was being chased off the stage by the others. The whole debacle did have an upside, though. The enmity built up between Lorist and the Duke vanished. The Duke would frequently visit him to inquire after news on Sylvia or to chat about the war. Lorist realized the old man was pretty self-aware and that he knew Sylvia didn't want to meet him, her own grandfather, given how hung up she was on being sent to him as she had been. So, he collected lots of precious herbs and gave it to Lorist so he could give them to Sylvia. For instance, he heard some locals say that gold-scale crimson-lip fish could be found in Nibirak. The fish was an incredibly rare ingredient in the field of herbal medicine and was really good for stabilizing pregnancy. However, they were slowly vanishing and it was really hard to catch any these days. So, he had a large number of worksmiths build boats to catch the fish. The enemies noticed and thought Auguslo was preparing to attack down the river, so they fortified their defenses there. Through his informants and scouts, Lorist quickly grasped the change in deployment and understood the situation. He called Faisablin over to discuss how they would apply even more pressure on Handra. His plan was simple. He would have House Kenmaze's 2 heavy armored divisions defend the main camp, and Pegasus deployed on the field for launching feint attacks on the 3 defense lines from time to time. At the same time, he would lead Tigersor and House Faisablin's reserve legion towards Nibirak, loudly proclaiming that he would construct a road on the other side that stretched southward to Daramak. This was the third method he'd suggested to Auguslo, splitting their forces. However, Lorist didn't really intend to go all the way. He only wanted to apply more pressure on Handra and force them to strengthen their defenses near the river and thus consume more resources. He caused a lot of commotion by sending his troops all over the place after they crossed the river, though that was actually just a welcome side effect. His true goal was to make some extra pocket money for himself and his grandfather-in-law. While the road's construction was only being done half-assed, the hunting was intense. Nibirak was considered a natural border that separated the civilized lands from the wilderness. On one side were rich farms, well-maintained orchards, and peaceful villages, on the other the ancient forests, swamps, and ever-stretching mountains. Even the duchy's hunters only dared to hunt within 5 kilometers of the riverbank. They didn't dare to go any further east. Foreign had once had plans for the other side of the river a few decades ago. They had wanted to develop the land there and recruited nearly 1,000 commoners to build a few villages. Magic beasts attacked the villages during the winter. If not for the fact that the river didn't freeze during the winter, the villages within the duchy would have been attacked as well. He crossed the river after the rainy season to check the villages, to find only ruins. All the villagers had been killed. Only blood and destruction was left. Almost all of the 4 duchies' inhabitants feared the other side of the river and even began to call it the demonic lands. According to the hunters, the most common magic beast they encountered was the dire wolf. They were incredibly cunning. According to folklore, they could understand the human tongue and would exploit it to lure the hunters into the deeper parts of the forests and become their prey. The huge wolves, easily bigger than cows, were the rulers of the demonic lands. Dire wolves lived in packs and were the most dangerous. They also never forgot their grudges. When Duke Handra had still been young, he had brought a regiment of troops across the river for a hunt. However, he was unfortunate enough to encounter a pack of more than 20. They managed to exterminate most of them, but 3 or 4 wolves slipped away. In the end, the 3 gathered others and attacked his party day and night. By the time he returned across the river, only 300 of the original 1,000-man regiment was still alive. Lorist didn't really care about the dire wolves. Usually, hunting was something undertaken when there was no other option. While the army did have food support from Auguslo, meat was incredibly rare. The food provided was only enough to keep the men's stomachs full, but far from well-fed. Transporting meat from the Northlands added a lot to the costs, so much that it wasn't much of an option. Duke Faisablin had ordered a large number of cows and goats brought along only to realize that the livestock had lost most of their weight by the time they arrived. So, the construction of the boats was both for capturing some gold-scale crimson lip and procuring meat. Lorist's idea of hunting the magic beasts had the Duke's full support. Hunting magic beasts was but a common affair for Tiger Soar. From the time they had hunted the magic beasts that remained in the Dominion following the beast wave to the time when they went into the wilderness to hunt the beasts down, they had slain more than 1 million. However, the grassland barbarians considered beasts like the resilient and ridiculously strong cliff bear, the savage and sharp-toothed sword-toothed tiger, the terrifying giant pythons, or the giant swamp crocodiles whose skin seemed stronger than metal, something against which they didn't stand a chance. Even though they were accustomed to various types of wolves, the gigantic dire wolves could still inflict heavy casualties. But the moment Tiger Soar struck, their eyes were opened. They witnessed the escaping magic beasts being used for target practice firsthand. In just 2 short months the meat started overflowing. The processors couldn't keep up with how quickly more was being brought in, so an entire division was dedicated to the task. Tiger Soar and the Reserve Legion had stormed half of the demonic lands and were beginning to head south. When Handra's soldiers discovered enemy cavalry on the opposite bank, they got even more anxious and hurriedly constructed one watchtower and signal fire point after another. Lorist was so busy rounding up the magic beasts on the opposite bank that he had tossed his other directive to the back of his mind and forgotten about it completely. He had just set his sights on the magic beast's fur. It was a good source of income. Given that there was no cotton on Grindia, winter clothes were made of various animal pelts. Even though he had started a large livestock farm in the west of the Northlands where near 1 million goats and cows were reared, their skins weren't the best material for winter clothing. Instead, the fur of magic beasts was ideal. Some fur from rare magic beasts were priced in the thousands of gold fords. Apart from fur and meat, other parts of certain beasts were considered precious medicinal ingredients and sold for great prices on the market. Lorist roughly estimated that the 2 months of hunting had netted him nearly 1 million gold fords, not included his grandfather-in-law's share. He was pleasantly surprised that he could still make so much money on the side even though he was at war. He didn't even bother with answering the king's inquiries on the situation. In the blink of an eye, the 10th month came around. Duke Faisablin had to send 10+ messengers to call Lorist back. The moment he entered the tent, the old man rushed over to tell him that Duke Handra had privately sent an envoy. The envoy had already been waiting for 4 days. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 436 Envoy and Conditions. Envoy and conditions. People who enjoy meetings should not be in charge of anything, people who enjoy secret meetings even less so. Norton Lorist. The moment he heard Faizablin say Duke Handra's envoy had been waiting at the campsite for 4 days, Lorist stopped in his tracks. Wait, something's amiss. The gears in Lorist's mind started turning. Looking at Faizablin glumly, he thought, what is this geriatric planning? Handra's envoy should be seeking an audience with the king. What does he plan to achieve by staying in the campsite I'm in charge of and calling me? Is he going to keep it from Auguslo and drag me down? A single look told Faizablin that Lorist had misunderstood him. He hurriedly explained. We know the envoy and he came to find us specifically to ask what price the king wanted to stop this war. I don't dare make any decisions on my own. You know the king far better than I, so I need your advice. You know my campsite is under tight surveillance, I can't just bring him in there, especially not considering that I've only recently returned to the fold. Come on, isn't that basically trying to pin part of the blame on me? Also, since when were we close enough for you to be bothered by my opinions? Despite his skepticism, his interest had been aroused. I know him too? Who is it? You must have had some sort of complicated relationship with the duchies. They even sent 70,000 of their elite infantrymen to aid you. But now you've suddenly submitted to Auguslo and even led your troops against them, a thankless traitor. Don't tell me you haven't heard how the enemy curse your men. How dare you have the balls to hook up with them again? And that Duke Handra is really something. Why would he even bother sending an envoy to negotiate with you? If I were in his shoes, I would fight to the bitter end. He understood such things were only common for nobility, however. Everyone was making their decisions for the good of their house. He didn't have much control over what Faizablin did. It was common for people to switch sides overnight and no one thought it something immoral and appalling. The envoy is Count Chudway. You met him during the knighthood tournament. You even invited him to the inn called Anna's abode for a talk once, whispered Faizablin, his eyes keeping close watch over their surroundings. It almost seemed like an incredible secret was being revealed. Lorist quickly took 2 steps back. Oh, it's him? And what does he have to say? Faizablin hesitated, you should talk to him yourself. Given my relations with them, it's a little awkward for me to deal with him. It's good you're aware, Lorist nodded, where's he now? Count Chudway dallied in a corner in the back of the camp. There stood a few ad hoc wooden houses. They used to be isolation cells for Tigersore soldiers who broke regulations. However, Faizablin had Pegasus's general, Painawar, clean it up and refitted to be a guest house. Lorist was speechless. If Tigersore had remained in the camp, Faizablin and even Lorist himself would have had to be announced before they could enter the camp. Now that Tigersore was in the demonic lands, the old man could come and go as he pleased. However, Lorist understood Painawar was a knight of House Phelim, whose dominion in southern bordered Eastwild. Though House Phelim was a member of the alliance, he couldn't afford to offend the Duke for no good reason. Additionally, the old man was technically Lorist's grandfather-in-law and had been visiting him quite frequently as of late. The least Painawar could do was make it easier for him to come and go. The moment the two entered, Count Chudway was ready to receive them by the door. He bowed to the two respectfully. Lorist immediately noticed the joy in Chudway's eyes when he saw he had arrived. He might have believed Lorist was the only one who could call the shots. Faizablin was surprisingly quiet once they sat down, as if he wasn't willing to speak at all. Lorist didn't have to beat around the bush for long for Chudway to cave in and stated outright why he'd come. Duke Handra wished to effect Auguslo's moves through the two to stop the war. Lorist played around with the teacup in his hands as if it contained some sort of interesting secret. When he became a little annoyed by what Chudway was saying, he asked softly, "Oh, so Duke Handra can't resist anymore?" "That's not what I said." Chudway denied firmly as he started like a person being injected with chicken blood injected. "Duke, all our nobles and commoners are prepared to resist you to the end. We've formed 3 legions so far. Coupled with the garrison legion in the capital, Hans, as well as the various garrison forces across the land, our duchy alone has 200,000 soldiers. Additionally, the 3 other dukes brought over 200,000 men. We have at least 400,000 between us, far more than your 300,000. The duke can mobilize another 200,000 youths at a moment's notice. However, my lord is benevolent and treasures our history with the empire. That is why we have not launched any offensives." Lorist put the cup down and applauded. "Well said, Lord Chudway. Do continue." "Continue? What's there to continue?" Chudway looked at Lorist blankly. He didn't understand what the Duke meant. But, seeing how attentive Lorist was, he had no choice but to turn to Duke Faizablin. The Duke felt a huge urge to laugh, but suppressed it by coughing loudly a few times. Well, Duke Norton, do you think given our numerical inferiority, we will really be successful in attacking Handra? Old fox, you're feigning ignorance again and pushing this bad cop role to me. Lorist smiled and spoke frankly, Lord Chudway, Handra has 3 provinces and a total population of around 1 million. I'm sure feeding an army of 400,000 is quite challenging. Chudway reddened immediately but was still unwilling to concede. It's not difficult at all. The last couple of years had great weather and amazing harvests. Food fills our warehouses to the brim and we can feed our army for even 5 years. The Union has also been very generous with their aid. They've been sending streams of resources since they first heard of our predicament. They hope the army can teach your king a lesson and wake him up to reality so he drops his reckless ambitions. The Duke was too kind and wasn't willing to go to all-out war, hence his sending of me to inquire as to your king's intentions. If His Majesty's requests aren't outlandish, we can cease hostilities and restore peace. Hee, what a load of bull. Nobles are so shallow. If it's really as you say, then why would your Duke bother to send you? Let's see who can last longer. Lorist smirked disdainfully but refrained from bursting his guest's bubble just yet. Instead, he acted as if he was really troubled. Lord Chudway, I completely believe you. But you should know what our king's temper is like. He's been holding a grudge for your betrayal for years and believes had you submitted to him and returned to the Empire when he first asked, his dreams of reuniting the Empire to its former glory would have been successful. It's not that I don't want to give you a hand, but our king's mind is made up. He wants to wipe you all out no matter what. It's best they turn themselves in and beg His Majesty for forgiveness. I am confident His Majesty won't them. Impossible. Chudway barked. Face red, we have 400,000 men. We won't go down so easily. Lorist slapped his thigh. Wonderful. Since you're unwilling to surrender despite understanding our king's stance, you might as well send your 400,000 troops over all at once. We'll unravel our defenses and prepare for a grand battle. As long as you defeat us, our king's anger might just subside and we can finally get the peace we all want. Chudway understood the situation in a moment. He had taken his threats too far. Currently, his side had no other option available but to defend, especially with Lorist standing with Auguslo. It wasn't that the Count hadn't witnessed the might of House Norton's forces before. His strong act had completely backfired. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Chudway laughed dryly and hurried to change the subject. Well, Lord Norton, I have come on the orders of my Duke to sue for peace. I wasn't going to suggest we engage in a huge battle. My lord truly wishes to end the war. He sent me over to ask what the two of you think about whether there'd be a way to end this needless conflict, but... Really? Lorist mused, then tell me, what kind of conditions did your lord suggest? Well, he said if the two of you could convince His Majesty to restore the 4 duchies, then the dukes will pay 2 million gold fords as compensation and even relinquish their sovereignty. They are also willing to pay the royal family 1 million gold fords in annual tribute. Lorist was so angry he felt like laughing. You expect Auguslo to accept these conditions and even want me to convince him? No wonder that old fox isn't saying anything. Had the war not happened, Auguslo might really have taken these conditions seriously. But now that 3 duchies have been conquered, that's all they're willing to offer? Has Duke Handra had his head kicked by a mule? Do you think the king will accept this? If Duke Handra doesn't have the intention to be sincere, he shouldn't have sent you over. How about this, why don't I send you to the king and you tell him these conditions yourself? Asked Lorist discontentedly. Chudway's face greened and paled. In actuality, even he felt the conditions were a little ridiculous. But there was nothing he could do, the conditions had been agreed upon by all 4 duke. Given how unstable the duchy was, the force relationship was rather strained. Forant had promised his subordinates, and Duke Shabbage wouldn't be able to cause any commotion even if he wanted to. The most troublesome was Farkle, who acted completely without tact. Though he was a guest, he didn't consider Handra with respect at all. That was especially so with Duke Farkle's knights, who behaved no differently from bandits. They actually dared to raid villages in the duchy and violate the women. They even proudly proclaimed they had abandoned their own nation to come protect Handra, so it didn't really matter what they did to the wenches. Handra was enraged and sent his knights to apprehend Farkle. Considering their status as allies, he left the fate of the knights to the Duke. But the latter just released them and even argued it wasn't a big deal for a few commoners to be killed. He even invited the Duke's knights to go along and rape some of his subjects when the Dominion was conquered. It was Handra's own misfortune to encounter such a ridiculous person, an ally, no less. Though he still had lots to spare after forming 2 legions, a duke formed the 3rd Black Dragon Legion to keep an eye on Duke Farkle's blood spears situated within the duchy to prevent them from messing with the villages. Chudway was aware of the current situation. While there really were 400,000 soldiers, his statement about being able to feed them for 5 years was a lie. Even if the duchies had had great harvests for several years running, their consumption was immense. The latest estimate predicted their food could last them only 6 months. Even if they included the fall harvest during the 10th month as well as the following spring harvests of the winter wheat next year, they could drag the war on for another month or two at most. During such a critical lack of food, Duke Farkle even wanted his legion to be supplied with good grain and meat. It wasn't that the dukes didn't try requesting aid from the Union. But the Weshan supervisor, the nearest to Handra, said they couldn't help even if they wanted to and expressed his sympathy. Currently, the Union was caught up in the war with the Mid-Southern Army, they were unable to provide aid. But, given how Wesia had old ties with the duchies, they said they could sell weapons and other supplies at a discount on account of that. While they claimed it was a discount, the price was actually 3 times normal and the quality was bad. The supervisor's answer was that he had no choice. Given how war was all over the place, all sorts of supplies were in short supply. Being able to procure some to sell was already the best they could do, causing Duke Handra to question on the spot whether Wesia was worried Auguslo would turn his sights on Baudalger after the extermination of the 4 central duchies, given that it used to be Christian Empire territory as well. The supervisor proudly replied that Wesia Merchant Guild was not the least worried about that happening, given how they were backed by Ford Trade Union, Grindia's #1 superpower. The reason the 4 dukes wanted to make peace with Auguslo was because they were unable to procure aid from the Union at all. However, their first condition to restore the 4 central duchies to the state they were before the war was akin to saying that they wanted the conquered territory of the 3 duchies to be returned. There was no way Auguslo would agree to that. It was like asking him to spit out a piece of meat he already swallowed. As for the 2 million gold fords, that was even more unconvincing. If Handra's defenses were breached, the money wouldn't be going anywhere either. If the 2 of you are able to convince His Majesty Auguslo to agree to our request, the 4 dukes are willing to gift each of you 500,000 gold fords. Chudway still tried to make his best effort. Lorist felt his anger rise. I already earned close to 2 million gold fords from the demonic lands already. Are you mocking me with your measly 500,000? Lord Chudway, since you're an envoy, I can tolerate your impolite transgressions. However, I will not allow you to humiliate us like that. You may leave. Tell the 4 dukes to keep their necks clean. I don't want my longsword to be dirted when the time comes. You. Chudway glared at Lorist angrily. Lorist shrugged him off and ordered, Men, send the guest off. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 437 Moonlight Stones. Moonlight Stones. When a son and a father can speak openly, honestly, and sincerely to one another, only a bright future can await their family. Duke Faizablin. Watching as Chudway left on horseback with his 2 attendants, Duke Faizablin finally spoke. Is it really all right to refuse? Lorist snorted. Come on, stop putting up that act. Isn't the reason you called me over because you couldn't bear to refuse them because of your history and wanted me to play the bad guy? I'm sure you understand Count Chudway had come to ask us to speak to His Majesty on their behalf as well as to find out more about what we thought about the 4 dukes. In actuality, he's here to check whether we are having the same supply problem as them. They want to make sure whether His Majesty is going to see this through. Duke Faizablin shook his head with a smile without refuting Lorist's hypothesis. Don't you know I had Count Chudway sent to your main camp and even welcomed him with a banquet? He was so surprised when served the magic beast meat and even felt bad for eating something so luxurious. When I told him even our soldiers ate it, he didn't believe me. So I led him around the camp. He was speechless when he saw the soldiers making jerky. He hurriedly requested to try to make peace between them and our king. I only called you over because I couldn't refuse him. It's obvious they're really tight on supplies. They might have begun rationing already, Lorist said, understanding the subtext of Faizablin's words. While what Count Chudway said about them having 400,000 troops is true, the claim that they can sustain them for 5 years is definitely fake. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so surprised by how rich our meals were. I suspect the claim that they're receiving lots of aid from the Union is false as well. There's no way they'd take the initiative for peace talks if they were indeed being supported by the Union. But their conditions are a little too insincere, right? How could they expect His Majesty to agree? The first clause itself required him to give up the 8 occupied provinces and return the territory to how it was before the war. The kind would never agree, Duke Faizablin argued. Their request was just an excuse. The commotion you caused on the bank on the other side of the river is what worries them most. If we really head to Daramak from the demonic lands, we can strike their weak points. Even if they have the Union's support, defending the whole riverbank will require lots of soldiers. They've sent this envoy over to see if we can avoid exactly this outcome, but perhaps, Lorist continued after some thought, I believe the four dukes think that we're in a similar situation as they are. If they are lacking in supplies, they'll believe that it's the same with us. Though their troop numbers exceed ours by around 100,000, our dominions are quite far from here and transporting resources here could prove difficult. They believe the 8 provinces we've just occupied can't be used for the next 2 or 3 years. What they don't know is that His Majesty has already effectively cleared out and organized them. And there's your call for those worksmiths to craft boats upstream and my proclamation that I'll build a road at the demonic lands. Logically speaking, there's no way we could afford the supplies. Maybe the dukes believe we're just putting up a front, so they sent Count Chudway over to check. It would certainly explain why he changed his mind so quickly and asked for our help. It's a shame the conditions the dukes proposed were predicated on the fact that we're in a similar situation. They consider us on equal standing with them and believe that their conditions are a good exit for His Majesty to step out of this situation while maintaining his reputation. The other conditions are merely empty promises. If we really are to negotiate with them, we'll demand they pay up right away. They are tests as to whether we really want to negotiate with them, so I refused them immediately. Duke Faisablin nodded in approval. Your inference is sensible. However, I think it's better to lead them by the nose a little longer. We can fight while we negotiate and find out about the internal situation of Handra and whether they can hold on from their envoys, but there's no need. Lorist refused the suggestion immediately, since Count Chudway already found our supplies are far more than 3 years, coupled with our swift refusal of his request, the four dukes will be faced with an immediate dilemma. Continuing to defend the riverbank will only make their supplies tighter. But if they don't, they'll have to fear our advance into the heart of Daramak. My refusal of their request will also reinforce His Majesty's resolve to eradicate the duchies. Next time they send an envoy, their conditions will be far better and their attitude will definitely be sincere. Surprised, Duke Faisablin asked, do you think that they'll send envoys again? Lorist nodded. Yes. They don't have any choice. They have to start negotiating while they still have cards to play. If they continue on like this, it's either extermination or exile. If they know what's good for them, we can put in a good word or two. There's no real need to stay here for a few more years in a standoff. Oh? Didn't you say their supplies were dwindling? They shouldn't be able to last much longer. No, Lorist smiled bitterly, I miscalculated. The duchies are far wealthier than we imagined. Didn't you hear Count Chudway say they were willing to pay 2 million gold fords as compensation and said we'd each get 500,000 as a token of gratitude if we helped them out? I expect the 3 million gold fords is but a third or fourth of their wealth. Otherwise, they wouldn't even make this offer. If they choose to escape, that wealth could let them spend a few lifetimes in luxury in the Union. Similarly, if they choose to resist, it can buy supplies that'd last a year or two. His Majesty doesn't mind spending 2 or 3 years here. He has already cleared up all the nobles in Forand and Farkle and started managing them effectively. Shabbaj's 3 provinces have also begun to regain their vigor and their development is on track. The king doesn't mind taking his time. But do we really want to stay here for 2 or 3 years? Faisablin was speechless at how unwilling Lorist sounded when he spoke. While he had agreed to help Auguslo conquer the duchies and spending a year or so wasn't a huge issue, dragging the war on for 2 or 3 years for the meager rewards Auguslo had promised was not an option. However, honoring promises was an exalted virtue and he couldn't just drop everything and leave. Seeing that the 3 duchies were already gone with only Handra struggling at the brink of death, he was determined to not waste a number of years on the battlefield. It would be best if he could withdraw and return to his dominion rather than remaining here. If he could make the 4 dukes submit, everyone would have saved their faces and it would for the best. Oh, when is Sylvia expecting the child? Faisablin changed the subject. It should be in the first month of next year. When are you going back? Maybe in the 12th, Lorist said with grit teeth. Before I leave, I have to take one defense line and put more pressure on the 4 old bastards. I have to force them to send an envoy sooner to discuss their surrender. Otherwise, I won't hold back. Though he had agreed to help the king, his forces didn't really have a chance to perform. Instead, they'd been acting to prevent as many casualties as possible while taking advantage of the enemy's weaknesses from time to time. It was mainly because he felt sacrificing his forces for the sake of reuniting the empire was incredibly wasteful and only wanted to do the bare minimum to fulfill his obligations. One look at Faisablin and one could see he only used the reserve legion for dangerous missions. Grassland barbarians were not in short supply on the plains, after all. Third Frontier had been sitting in the back and watching the show the whole time. But isn't it winter in the 12th month? How will you attack the defenses? Lorist rolled his eyes. Stop pretending, old fox. Wasn't your third frontier forced to surrender to me in the winter? I'll tell you frankly that my men aren't affected by winter. In fact, it's an opportunity to show off. You'll see how we launch our assault when the time comes. Faisablin smiled a little awkwardly. Fine, I'll finally see it for myself. But aren't you worried it'll delay your return? It's Sylvia's first child. I'm worried for her safety. Worry not, I've already written a letter to tell her I'll make it back before she gives birth. As long as there are a few heavy bouts of snow, I can travel back in 3 to 4 days. It's 5 to 6 days faster than traveling on horseback. Could I go with you? I know things have gone awry between me and the girl, but she's my granddaughter. I really want to be there for her when she gives birth, asked Faisablin shyly, his head lowered. Lorist was taken aback and found it a little funny. Fine, come along if you want. We can go back together. Thank you, Lord Norton, exclaimed he, elated. Lorist looked at him, sighing. Call me Lorist, it's just us. You're Sylvia's grandfather, my father-in-law. There's no need to address me by title. All right. Thank you, Lorist, the Duke responded. You're welcome. Also, these are the profits we got from the demonic lands. You can have a third according to our agreement. Lorist took out a small pouch and tossed it to the Duke. What's this? Duke Faisablin opened the sack and found 10 smooth oval-shaped pebbles, glowing white like jade. Moonlight stones? They were very well-known jewels. Some scholars believed they were a kind of fluorescent stone, others thought they were a variant of jade. Perhaps they were produced when jade was washed onto shore and gradually molded into the round pebbles one usually discovered, beaten by waves and bathed in moonlight for centuries. The silver moon's light gradually caused the jade to become fluorescent. Whenever its light fell on the stones, they glowed like stars. It was said that on the southernmost tip of the continent, the Roman Empire had a very famous palace which roof was decorated with a circular arrangement of moonlight stones. When a candle was lit in the middle of the palace in the night, the stones would reflect the light as white light and make the whole palace bright as day. The palace was named Bright Moon Palace as a result. The value of moonlight stones varied depending on the strength of their glow. The most expensive ones could go for up to 10,000 gold fords while the cheaper ones cost only around 10 gold coins. Most moonlight stones on the market sold for hundreds to thousands of gold coins. The sack Lorist had tossed to the Duke contained 10 moonlight stones of high quality, even the cheapest was worth over 1,000 gold. Where did you find these? Asked the Duke as he toyed with one of the stones. Lorist turned to the demonic lands. Your grassland barbarians were rather lucky. They discovered a huge creek as they were chasing down a herd of magic goats. While it looks normal during the day, it shines silver during the night. They thought some deity lived there and instantly dismounted and started worshipping the creek. When we received their report, we knew they had discovered a stash of moonlight stones. We harvested nearly 1,000, worth around 700,000 gold fords in total. Don't worry, you'll get a third. We've signed an agreement, you don't have to worry about me breaking it. These are your third of the best batch. As for the grassland barbarians who discovered the creek, I've given each 5 gold fords. Duke Faisablin was speechless. It was a gap in knowledge. The grassland barbarians discovered a moonlight stone-filled creek and thought it sacred and didn't dare to enter it. They even dismounted and started kowtowing in awe. Lorist, on the other hand, knew it was treasure waiting to be found and managed to get nearly 1,000 stones and profited greatly. It was no wonder he was so happy hunting in the demonic lands and didn't want to return. After some thought, the Duke put the stones back into the sack and handed it back to Lorist. I think you should keep them. Use the stones to decorate the house after Sylvia gives birth. That way, you won't have to worry about the possibility of a fire from using too many lamps to light the house. Lorist wasn't the least bit surprised and accepted the sack. Fine, I'll accept your gesture. On the 21st day of the 12th month of year 1782, House Norton's Tigersaur launched a surprise attack on Wellany Pass's defenses under the cover of snowfall and crushed Handra's Red Dragon in a single fight. Red Dragon lost at least half its forces, the remaining men only barely managing to escape a similar fate by retreating to the second line of defense. At the same time Wellany Pass was conquered, the 2 defense lines in the flanks were assaulted as well. Foran's 1st Garrison Legion and Farkle's Forestmont had no choice but to give up on their defenses and retreat. Countless troops died from the frost. Forestmont raided and burned the villages they came across in accordance with Duke Farkle's scorched earth strategy, resulting in some 30,000 dead civilians, sowing the seeds for the coming strife between Duke Handra and Duke Farkle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 438 Argument. Argument. Never do what your enemy expects, unless that is what they don't expect. Excerpt from Treatises on War by Norton Lorist. Why have you come? Blade Master Xanthe had returned to her residence. She was surprised to see Fizeblin seated near the fireplace drinking tea. They were at Cherry Blossom Ridge. The moment Xanthe received Sylvia's letter about her being with child, she had rushed from Crouch Tiger Castle all the way there, ignoring Fizeblin's order to guard the Dominion, opting instead to stay by Sylvia's side. It was only after Lorist returned that Xanthe returned to her residence for not wanting to see him. I came back together with Lorist, the Duke replied. Also, how's Sylvia doing? Not bad. She should be giving birth in a month or so. Now that the guy has returned, she's so happy she stopped caring about me, her adoptive mother, complained she. Hee, someone your age is jealous of their juniors? Fizeblin teased laughingly. Come, sit down. We haven't spent much time together for quite some time now. Xanthe walked over and sat down, leaning on the Duke and snuggled into his embrace. Every time the two were together, she would turn into a little girl and stick closely to her man. You've come so far in this cold, stormy weather. You must be worn out, right? Asked she as she reached her hand out to touch the Duke's face. I bet you wouldn't believe me if I told you I didn't suffer at all. I traveled from Westwood all the way here with Lorist without rest. It took only 4 days and 3 nights, said he, sighing. Impossible. How many provinces did you have to cross? Let me count. Westwood, Parolina, Freewood, Jigseye, Messon, Rimad, Southern, Winston, and the Northlands. Look, even if you travel on horseback for a day and a night, you'll only cross 1 province. How could you go through 9 provinces in this kind of weather so quickly? It's true, I'm not lying, Fizeblin said as he gave her face a kiss. She giggled and buried her face even deeper in his chest. I bet you never would have imagined we didn't come on horseback. We came on sleds. Apart from the mountainous paths where workhorses had to be strung, we only used sails to travel down the mountains and across the plains. I didn't think sails could be used in such a way as well. The heavier the storm, the faster the sleds. It was like a bolt of lightning. The scenery whooshed by so fast I couldn't see it at all. Lorist said House Norton only experimented with 2 kinds of sleds with the aim of solving the problem of transportation during the winter. We'd used one of them. Unfortunately, you can only transport small amounts of supplies like this. You still need animals to pull larger loads, said he with much insight. That kid loves to use these unconventional and devilish methods, said Xanthe. Devilish? Ah, you look down on them too much, said the Duke, a little crestfallen. I only now understand they were holding back when they attacked us. Had he not been worried that nobody would keep the grassland barbarians in check, he could have long sent his troops to Crouch Tiger Castle. Don't tell me we have a huge population in East Wild with limitless potential and that our frontier legions are best at hit-and-run attacks. As long as it's winter and our soldiers huddle up in the castles for heat, House Norton's forces can use sleds to send their forces to encircle us. There'll no way we can escape. Xanthe's eyes widened. It can't be. If even you're so pessimistic, are the sleds really that amazing? This isn't really a problem of sleds. While they are indeed quite suitable for use on the plains, especially when snow covers them, I am more concerned with the mindset behind it. The is far more conservative than House Norton. There are no talented people in the next generation that stand out with creative ability and tolerance. Oh, and 6 days ago, House Norton's Tigersaur used the cover of the snow and their skis to attack the defenses in Wellany Pass. I watched the battle myself. I saw Lorist lead his men across the snow to the defense's rear quickly. The defenders would never have imagined that the enemy would show up behind them in that weather. The many blizzards have packed snow hard on the ground. Using the skis, Lorist can attack quickly and easily from anywhere. Red Dragon was completely swarmed. They didn't even know how the enemy had appeared. The 100 or so catapults along the mountain pass fell without inflicting any casualties, and the number of enemies that escaped was negligible. The defenses that had held us back for 8 months were conquered in a few minutes, with few, if any, casualties on Lorist's side. I understand completely why Lorist says winter is his friend, not his foe. Then we can also train House Fizeblin's forces to fight like that. I'm sure you can do whatever that kid can, consoled Xanthe. Fizeblin laughed bitterly. I already told you it's a problem of mindset. I've seen how the soldiers of Tigersaur are armed in their response to orders. It isn't something a quick training course can achieve. It's the result of years of regular winter training. Each soldier is given a set of specially made insulating clothing. They know how to not lose their way in the midst of a blizzard as well as how to camouflage themselves in the white, snow-covered fields, and even how to prevent snowblindness and keep their body temperature up. I really can't fathom Lorist investing so much into his forces. I asked around at one point, it's not just Tigersaur that has that training. Every Norton soldier has to go through it every year. Faizablin sighed. I've always thought my fate was unordinary and dreamt of ushering in a new age for the house. But compared to Lorist, I am worthless. Whether it is personal power or the might of our armies, I'm not his match. I'm not saying this just because I'm sour. We're just too far apart. It really is unfortunate we have such a neighbor. The only thing I can be happy about is that this kid married my granddaughter and can be considered my son-in-law now. As long as I don't step out of bounds, I don't have to worry about House Faizablin being exterminated. I'm sure the kid will give us a hand in consideration of Sylvia. On the 11th day of the first month, year 1783, House Norton's matron, Duke of the Northlands, Norton Lorist's wife, Sylvia, gave birth to a healthy child Lorist named Anderbale, peaceful bulling in the language of the Fae. Auguslo's envoys traveled to the Northlands one after another after the rainy season ended, with the order to return to the front lines. Duke Faizablin had already returned. After the attack on Wellaney Pass, the entrance to Handra was opened. It wasn't known whether the four dukes would react in desperation. So, Duke Faizablin rallied his troops after the New Year's and rushed back to the pass. Lorist used the excuse of accompanying his wife and child to delay his return. He only started packing in the 5th month. Had it not been for the king's consideration of how a monarch should behave, Lorist suspected he would have cursed in his letters already. As expected, the front lines were in complete chaos. The successful attack had been a pleasant surprise for the king. When he received word of it, Lorist had already returned to his dominion. As it was due to Sylvia's upcoming labor, there was nothing he could do. When he rushed to the front lines in the blizzard, he quickly realized it was thanks to the skis he had obsessed over so much that the attack could be carried out successfully. In Egret Swamp those years ago, he had seen how fast Lorist had traveled across the snow with the skis and even learned how to make them. He had forgotten one important factor, though. When he returned and wanted to form a ski assault corps, he realized all the men would have to be provided the skis and a set of expensive heat-retaining clothing. The reason Lorist could outfit his men was that he had a massive surplus of the necessary material from the magic beasts they had hunted. He had exterminated millions of them and obtained their pelts. But, lacking any way to ship them for sale in large quantities, he had used them for winter clothing for his troops. Auguslo didn't have that kind of fur. He realized every soldier being given a set would be a huge burden on his finances. So, out of consideration for his coffers, he dropped the plan. He was really envious of the equipment Tigersaur's men had. He had wanted Tigersaur to press on and continue raking in the victory while winter lasted, but Los refused. He had told the king that Lorist's orders were to defend the pass so their efforts wouldn't be wasted if the enemy launched a counterattack. Additionally, the skis could only be used to catch the enemy off guard. Now that they were aware of their presence, they'd definitely be ready. Any further attacks would only lose them more men. What a load of bull. So what if the enemy is prepared? There's no way they'd stay in their trenches during the blizzard. They'd freeze to death before you even fight. Who else would have such priceless winter gear and the ability to show up out of nowhere in this kind of weather? It was too bad Tigersaur wasn't under his direct command. Los could rightfully refuse his orders because he wasn't their commander. He returned, anger-filled, and swore he would spend even the last gold coin in his coffer to form an assault corps he could deploy in the winter as well. All he could do in the moment, however, was watch as the opportunities slipped away. After the rainy season passed, he kept on sending envoys to Lorist to have him return. What are you doing in your dominion now that your child is born? Get your ass back here. Wellaney's conquest meant that at least half of Westwood was now controlled by Andanek. With Handra losing their advantageous defensive position in Cloudsnap, they had no choice but to retreat a further 100 kilometers. Fortunately, there were a few low hills there where the duchies had set up defenses to resist the first prince's invasion. The legions made their way there, reformed and took up position. For now, 6 legions were stationed there. The 4 dukes had basically deployed all their forces in that single location. Foran's 1st and 2nd legions, Handra's White Dragon and Black Dragon legions, as well as the horribly defeated Red Dragon, joined ranks. Farkel's Forest Mont and Bloodspear were also there. As for Duke Shabbaj's division, it was stationed along Nibirak to keep the enemy from passing through. Perhaps because of the stimulation of Tigersaur's attack, Auguslo had led White Lion and Duke Faisablin's the Reserve Legion in attacks on the defenses multiple times. But the defenses held and he was unable to break through. Look, only the defenses in front of us are left. As long as we break through, we can completely annihilate the enemy. I believe it's possible with Tigersaur's capabilities. I hope you'll take this on, said the king during their council. After inspecting the troop layout diagram a scout had drawn, Lorist shook his head. Not possible. Why? Auguslo's face darkened. Simple. The reason I led Tigersor to attack Welony was to apply even more pressure on their defenses. The 4 dukes will soon crumble on their own. One look at the defenses and you'll understand they have to form new legions now that they've stationed the 6 available legions they have there. They also have to make sure the riverbank is defended to keep us from launching an attack there. We can only imagine how many soldiers they need to ensure their full defense. There's no way they can keep this up with only 2 provinces. As long as we maintain this stance without going all out, Handra can only keep trying to increase their defenses until they can no longer keep it up. Why would we then waste our men in battle? But our attack could apply even more pressure on them. If we succeed in crumbling this line, the enemy will fall even faster, argued Auguslo loudly. Perhaps. But it will kill our men as well. Since victory is already assured, why sacrifice unnecessarily? A voice interrupted the exchange from outside the tent. Reporting to His Majesty, Duke Handra's envoy is requesting an audience. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 439 House Nordingham. House Nordingham. I pity those who think negotiations come after the war is over. They will be slain by their enemies' words and lose even a war they had been winning in the field. Ken Mays. The envoy Duke Handra sent was the familiar Count Chudgway. However, this time he looked paler than the last, with a gloom on his face. Upon entering the tent, he respectfully bowed to Auguslo. Count Chudgway of Handra pays his respects to the King of Andanek. Auguslo's expression was stern. Lorist's refusal to obey his order to attack had enraged him a lot. He didn't really react much to Chudgway's greeting. He only came back to his senses when Duke Faisablin coughed a few times beside him. Well, you watch 'em, McCallet. Just say what you want. What does that traitor Handra want you to tell me? He said, waving his hand annoyedly. Chudgway's face reddened immediately. Auguslo's nonchalant attitude and impolite words nourished his anger. He stood up and glared at Auguslo. Your Majesty, please honor the dignity of nobles. I have a name and it is Nordingham Chudgway. Our Duke isn't a traitor either. He's never betrayed the Empire. Traitors never admit their sins. As for you, a count appointed by a traitor, you should be grateful that I even acknowledge your presence, said Auguslo with a snark rather than blowing up in anger. That's so? Then your Majesty considers your ancestors traitors as well? I have nothing to say in that case. However, I really wonder how a person who considers their own ancestors traitors can claim he wants to further the Empire's glory, argued Chudgway, not holding back. What did you say? Barked Auguslo angrily. He was most concerned about his family's legitimacy. Chudgway's accusations enraged him so much he was about to draw his sword and end the envoy. Chudgway smirked without moving. Faisablin had no choice but to step in to keep the situation under control. Your Majesty, please calm down. The envoy is the current head of House Nordingham, a descendant of Blood Knight Nordringham Jade Weiss. His title is bequeathed by Chrisson VI, not Duke Handra. Stunned, Auguslo stood absent-mindedly for a few moments. Blood Knight Nordingham Jade Weiss? Why is he with Duke Handra? Auguslo understood he had spoken wrongly. While he could call Duke Handra a traitor, he didn't have any right to say the same of House Nordingham. If word of this really got out, it would become a massive joke. In the history of the Chrisson Empire, Chrisson VI was a rather ordinary emperor who was in power for only 17 years. Within that term, he resumed Chrisson V's policies of invading the Union. And during that time, he only led his armies to the Union once. House Nordingham had risen to fame in that single march. Chrisson VI's invasion was one of the biggest military failures in all recorded history. Not only was the army completely defeated, even Chrisson VI was completely surrounded. Fortunately, the Union's forces didn't know and tried to pursue the escaping forces before dealing with those they had encircled. One first had to bite through the meat to reach the bone. Baron Nordingham, arriving late to the invasion, came onto the battlefield with 1,300 men, most of his retinue, in that time. The battle had already passed its climax and there was no way to change the outcome. He could only help cover for the retreating forces. The surviving nobles gathered in the evening and realized Chrisson VI was not among them. They were so terrified of the Union, however, that no one wanted to save the emperor. They argued incessantly about who should save Chrisson VI. Baron Nordringham Jade Weiss was infuriated and led his forces back onto the battlefield to look for the emperor on his own. No one knew how many engagements he and his men fought, but they eventually returned, triumphant. But of his original 1,300 men, only 13 remained. The Baron collapsed, a bloody mess, the moment they reached friendly forces. He had suffered 46 wounds and it was a great struggle to save him. Looking at Nordingham Jadewise's bloody form and thinking back at the heroic sight of him charging into the enemy formations to make way for himself, Christian VI was greatly touched and named the Baron his blood knight and made him a count. The Emperor's failed invasion had cemented House Nordingham's reputation as a house of loyalty. They became the idol knights strove to mimic. Auguslo hadn't heard Chudway's self-introduction properly and had mistaken him as a count entitled by the traitor. He had slighted his own reputation. Christian VI was his great-grandfather, and it had been that emperor that had entitled House Nordingham. It was common knowledge to every noble in the empire. Your Majesty, House Nordingham's dominion is in Westwood. During the Civil War, Duke Handra was given jurisdiction over Westwood by the late king. So, House Nordingham is a vassal house of Duke Handra, explained Faisablin. Upon hearing the explanation, the king did something shocking. He walked up to Chudway and bowed incredibly respectfully. Apologies, Lord Nordingham. I am truly sorry for my rude behavior. Please forgive my ignorant transgression. Chudway was moved and hurriedly pulled the king upright. There's no need for this, Your Majesty. I apologize for not being clear when I requested an audience. This apology is too heavy for me to accept. Auguslo smiled. I shall correct my errors. It's all right as long as Lord Nordingham doesn't fault me. Chudway hurriedly waved his hands. Please address me by name, Your Majesty. Oh? May I know why? Before my father passed away, he handed me the dominion. His last words were that while the house was now loyal to House Handra, its name belonged to the empire. So, until the empire is restored, I cannot in good conscience use my family name. As such, I will only be known by my title and given name. House Nordingham truly is an exemplary noble house. The symbol of loyalty indeed, the king exclaimed. The king glanced at Lorist as he said so, making the latter pout. Come, take a seat, Lord Chudway. Men, bring us some refreshments. Have the butler arrange a banquet. I wish to properly welcome the Lord Count, yelled Auguslo. Lord Chudway, I wonder for what reason you have requested to meet me, said the king once everyone was seated. I have come on the instructions of Duke Handra. He wishes for peace. The king shook his head. Lord Count, I cannot forgive the traitorous actions of the four dukes. I respect House Nordingham's loyalty and would be more than glad to welcome you to the kingdom. I hope you don't remain entangled with those traitors. You are mistaken, Your Majesty. The four dukes aren't traitors. They never betrayed you, argued Chudway. Never betrayed me? Ha ha. Had the duchies agreed to come back into the fold when I asked them to after I'd conquered Redlease, the empire would have been united again by now. But the traitors didn't want to give up their independence and refused to rejoin the empire. Instead, they got together with the Union and the Redlician traitors and continued to resist. They are the ones who prevented the empire from reforming by taking Frederica from me. They are traitors and I have sworn an oath to bring judgment down on them. They will not extinguish my dedication to reforming the empire, said the king, standing furiously. Chudway applauded. I really look up to your efforts and I'm sure the empire's nobles also understand it. But you are wrong that the four dukes betrayed you. They are not traitors. Everyone knows their houses have remained loyal. From quelling revolts to sending forces to attack the Union, they've always played a huge part in maintaining the empire and have never disappointed. Many members of their houses have sacrificed themselves on the battlefield for the empire's sake. Even when the Civil War broke out, the dukes supported King Andenak and believed he was the late emperor's true heir. They resisted the pressure and temptations the first and second princes laid on them to get them to join their sides. They even sent their forces out to help the late king quell rebellions and suffered retaliation from the other kings as a result. These retaliations have ruined most of their dominions. Their loyalty is what prompted the previous King Andenak to grant them jurisdiction over their provinces. I'm sure Your Majesty won't deny this. It was thanks to the Duke's continuous support that the late king's forces could defeat his rivals. Duke Madras rebelled just as everything was about to calm down and the duchies were cut off from the kingdom. The land and the people were too exhausted to go on another campaign, so the dukes had no choice but to hunker down and rebuild, waiting for the kingdom to expand its borders and meet up with them again. Your Majesty knows the war stopped when the Union intervened. But they did not allow the four duchies to become part of the kingdom, and instead declared that they were to be independent. The dukes secretly contacted the king and let him know that if the opportunity ever presented itself for them to rejoin the kingdom, they would do so. Somehow King Redlease learned of this and invaded. The war lasted 3 years and left the duchies exhausted again. King Andenak suffered an assassination attempt and everything fell apart. It wasn't until Your Majesty took power that the situation stabilized. Your Majesty was preparing for battle and the dukes answered your call with supplies and funds despite how poor the last war had left them. When your Majesty launched a surprise attack and conquered Frederica, all the nobles celebrated the renewed hope for the empire's restoration. But then you demanded that the dukes give up their land, be moved to Madras and accept a demotion. On what grounds? Your Majesty, what have the 4 central duchies done to upset you and the kingdom? What sin have they committed for you to treat them so poorly? Just because they didn't send their forces to reinforce you? Is that a justification others would accept? When they heard about it, the duchy's nobles were in an uproar. You hadn't even shown us the courtesy of telling us yourself, you just sent a knight with the message. We could not accept such disrespect, so we broke with the kingdom. We are not traitors, we are resisting an unlawful command. Every noble has the right to do so in good conscience. Chudway became more charged as he spoke. Lorist laughed. He had already heard the story once, but hearing it again as an accusation against the king was novel indeed. The king was indeed the kind of person who'd make such an unreasonable demand, especially considering that he had been on a roll. He had just conquered Frederica and had 300,000 men in his army. He had let his successes go to his head. Auguslo glared harshly at Lorist. Apologies, Lord Count. I was injured from crossing Great Snow Mountains and had been recovering in bed after the surprise attack on Frederica. I've never given such an order before. My subordinate knights must have misinterpreted my decree and caused such a misunderstanding. Auguslo pushed responsibility for his ridiculous actions on his dead knights. Though it was true that he had been suffering from an illness and hadn't revealed himself to anyone. Chudway, not expecting such a reply from the king, froze for a moment. If it was truly just a misunderstanding, may we discuss peace sincerely? This war only harms the empire's vitality. We have never been against becoming a part of the empire again. We wish to see the empire restored. Auguslo remained silent and sat back down. Lord Count, I'm sure Duke Handra told you their requests before you left. Let me hear them. The dukes are willing to relinquish their sovereignty and submit to you. They will also pay a tribute of 3 million gold fords. Their only request is to be allowed to remain in their hereditary dominions. Lorist shot Faisablin an eye with the intent of conveying something along the lines of the 1 million gold fords they promised the 2 of us have all gone to Auguslo now. Rest here a few days, Lord Count. I will consider their request seriously, offered the king politely. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 440 Submission. Submission. Most men do not get to choose their own fates. Those that do, tend to not choose wisely. Duke Faisablin. Though he had agreed to seriously consider Handra's requests, Auguslo didn't really wish to. Whether it was a misunderstanding or not was of no concern. The key lay in the fact that he had a good chance of victory at the moment. Everyone knew the dukes were on the brink of defeat and tethered on their last lifeline. As long as he gave it another push, Handra's second defense line would collapse. What remained would be stomping on a losing hound. However, the thing he most hated was Lorist's attitude. Lorist didn't agree to press the attack at all and believed there was no need to continue and sacrifice the lives of his soldiers given that the whole situation was set. Since the dukes had already admitted defeat, even though they had brought up conditions, they were still surrendering. What need was there to kill them? Additionally, they had also made it easy for him to step back from the war without harming his reputation by agreeing that it had started because of a misunderstanding. People didn't know whether the duchies had actually betrayed the empire. Lorist had told him to accept the olive branch instead of dallying. He was the one in the wrong in the first place anyway. The dukes had been on good terms with the kingdom during the late king's reign and were also famed heads of prestigious houses during the empire's era. Not only had they been loyal, they had made great contributions to it. Yet they were now called traitors. He should clean up his own mess before accusing others. The ING was pissed off a lot by Lorist's arguments, but he couldn't do much about it. He was inferior to the man in both personal strength and military might, and House Norton had made huge contributions during the expedition as well. Lorist himself had also solved the king's refugee problem. While he had poked around where he shouldn't have, it was still a great help to the empire's reformation. The attack on Weleny Pass had also been the deciding move that had placed the king in a superior position on the battlefield and had forced the duchies to send an envoy to sue for peace. In stark contrast to the amazing performance of House Norton's forces, the other nobles' forces were just tagging along. His own White Lion was used as a labor force. They had lost nearly half their numbers for meager results. House Faisablin's reserve legion had accompanied White Lion and served as fodder. Though, since the ones who had died were mainly grassland barbarians, the Duke didn't really care. In fact, the more he lost, the stronger his loyalty to the king was. It was the king's greatest tragedy. Lorist's achievements were great, but his men didn't obey their king. The four houses of the alliance were in cahoots, since Lorist, the alliance's unofficial leader, couldn't be ordered around, neither could Kenmay's, Phelim, or Shazin's forces. No matter how he tried to divide or tempt them, it was useless. Shazin had appeared infinitely grateful when he had ordered him to sweep the dominions of Foreign's rich nobles, so Auguslo had thought he was now loyal to him, someone he could use. But the moment the man returned to the front lines, he obediently took up his place behind Lorist again. The mere thought of that particular failure incensed Auguslo all over again. While Andernach's army numbered 300,000 in name, he was aware he could only command White Lion and House Faisablon's reserve legion. White Lion had lost nearly half its men during the campaign so far and only had 30,000 men left. The reserve legion was formed from grassland barbarians, and their casualties had filled with resentment. They may be barbarians, but they weren't idiots. They had become very willing to follow Lorist's orders since Hay didn't incur as many casualties and even profited quite handsomely on occasion, while Auguslo had lost his ability to easily command them because he would only send them on suicide missions. As for Third Frontier, it was Duke Faisablon's treasure. The king knew there was no chance in hell the Duke would give him command of it. It wasn't quite like he wanted to shatter it anyway, he preferred it remain intact to cause trouble for Lorist when they returned home. At times, when he was calmer, he would ask himself whether the expedition's casualties would have been this low without Lorist's help. If he had been in total control on his own, he would have opted for a brute force approach and might have not even taken a single duchy by now. It wasn't that he considered his achievements in military strategy inferior to Lorist's, he just had to consider the bigger picture since he was now the king. From this perspective, the ideal result was for both the duchies and the alliance's forces to be battered and defeated by the end of it, while he would deal the final blow and conquer everything. It would cement his superiority over his disobedient vassals and shave off a considerable portion of their power. He also had to keep both Lorist and the Duke on the front lines so he could keep an easy eye on them. It had the unfortunate side effect of allowing Lorist to rake in great achievements. House Kenmay's two heavy armored divisions had suffered the most casualties, around 1,300 men, of the four houses' forces. Shazin's men had suffered the worst next, losing around 800 men during their sweep of the Furundian nobles' dominions. House Phelim's Pegasus came thereafter. They had been in charge of defense and scouting, and had lost around 500. Tigersor had lost the least men, just 400. These numbers could barely be considered casualties compared to Whitelion's losses. It could even be considered an insult to Auguslo. It had even gotten so bad that rumors were spreading that he wasn't really the genius strategist he had been thought to be. He was incredibly frustrated. He couldn't do anything about Lorist, and the rest of the man's alliance had stood behind his decision to not press the attack firmly. Even Duke Faisablon had privately told him to leave a thread of mercy for the dukes. They had already admitted their loss, after all. Though he had his worries, they weren't something he could speak of publicly. It wasn't that he didn't want to spare the dukes, he had already set his sights on their dominions. While Andernach's territory was vast, most of it wasn't under his direct control, he only had command of a couple around the capital and they had long been stripped of all their worth already. He had been sucking the provinces dry since the day he decided to reform the empire. That was why he had killed all the nobles involved in the rebellion after he retook the throne, even at the cost of his reputation. Without the resources those nobles had, he couldn't maintain the forces he needed to achieve his ambition. He had planned to use the four duchies to rebuild his forces, to assemble an army 500,000 strong and to march on the Union. Them having a sword saint supporting their position as the continent's largest nation, but it would cost them dearly. Even they had to be wary of creating a death feud with a nation with an army 500,000 strong. He believed the merchants would make a wise decision. His requests weren't excessive. As long as they returned the provinces of the old empire they now occupied, there was no need for war. He might even consider trading with them, even giving them special privileges, once the empire had been restored to its former glory. He looked especially forward to using them to deal with the alliance and its salt merchant committee. In order to achieve these things, he couldn't accept Chudway's conditions, even after considering it for several days. He had decided, the Duke would not get their dominions. They were crucial to his future and his ambitions. Lorist and Faisablon continued to pester him, so he wanted to finalize his decision as soon as possible. He summoned Chudway and gave him his conditions. He could forgive the dukes, but they would not get their current dominions back. They had to accept new dominions around the capital. They would also have to pay way steeper fines than they had offered. Handra, Forint, and Shabaj each had to pay 1.5 million gold fords, and Farkle had to pay 3 million because he dared to burn his city and the surrounding settlements. Finally, the dukes were only allowed to take 45,000 men with them, everyone else had to be left behind and would be under his direct command. The duke's vassals would also no longer be such, they would fall directly under the king and would be demoted depending on their house's historic contributions to the empire. His conditions were unexpectedly harsh. Though Chudway had wanted to contest, the king withdrew to his quarters and refused an audience. His attendants simply said the conditions were final and couldn't be negotiated. Chudway had no choice but to return and pass the message along. Ken Mays and the others were confused. They went to Lorist for clarification. Why had the king come up with such ridiculous demands? Wasn't he forcing the dukes to fight to the death? Would continuing the war be beneficial to him somehow? Lorist smirked and pointed at the map. Our king has his eyes on the duchies. It's simple. To him, while gold is important, it can't compare to the manpower the duchies can provide. Reforming the empire with the provinces near the capital is a pipe dream. With these provinces, however, he stands a chance against the Union. The rest gasped. Lorist warned them to be prepared just in case the dukes decided to fight to the death. Nobody could predict how long the war would last if they did. They might even resort to underhanded methods like assassination, so they had to watch out. Lorist was more hopeful that the dukes would accept Auguslo's conditions. What? Why would they even consider it? Shazin exclaimed, if it were me, I'd rather die than accept those demands. Lorist shook his head. You don't understand. This concerns their house's survival. It's not something the dukes can decide on a whim. They have no choice but to seriously consider it. The demands are unfair, but not so much so that it's completely unacceptable. While wealth is important, it can't compare to the house's legacy and continued existence. The most important thing is that they won't lose their peerage or be demoted. Granted, they will lose their current titles. Their new dominions will be poorer, but they can rebuild. They haven't lost the right to have levies either. They can each keep a force of 45,000. If they bring these men's families along, they will have secure control of their new lands in no time. They don't have to be too concerned about their future. On the 6th day of the 7th month, year 1783, more than 50 days since Chudway's return, Andinak's army remained stationed opposite the second defense line. Auguslo was still rather mad at Lorist for not wanting to press the attack and couldn't command White Lion and House Faisablon's reserve legion to go on a suicide mission either. Duke Faisablon tried his best to appease the king and had managed to get him to agree to stay on the defense for a little longer. That night, the sounds of fighting echoed over no man's land into Auguslo's, Lorist's, and the others' ears. Fires lit up the night soon thereafter. It appeared Farkle's Forest Mont and Bloodspear's camps were under attack. It was incredibly odd, Auguslo believed it a trap to lure them into attacking. A few scouts soon brought over a bloody Chudway. He reported that Handra, Forint, and Shabbage had accepted his conditions and were willing to surrender. But Duke Farkle wanted to resist to the end and swore he would rather die than surrender. Though they managed to convince him otherwise after much difficulty, he then said he didn't have that many gold fords. Just as they were considering whether they should send a messenger to ask for the Farkle's dues to be lowered a little, he actually ordered his 2 legions to raid the duchy's towns and villages. They took, killed, and burned, committing every sin imaginable. Handra had sent his men to stop him, but the latter said that since the rest were going to surrender anyway, and that the territory would soon no longer be theirs, he might as well take what he could and leave nothing for Auguslo. Angered to the point of coughing up blood, Handra led his troops into battle against the Duke and managed to push him back to the front line. He convinced Forint and Shabbage to surround Farkle's 2 legions. But before they could mobilize, Farkle attempted to escape. Fortunately, Handra's garrison troops had long been prepared and didn't allow him to go anywhere. The situation had been thrown into chaos and Forint's forces had broken into Farkle's camp and were slaughtering everything on the hill. Chudway only barely managed to make it out of the mess to request reinforcements. Greatly elated, Auguslo hurriedly ordered his generals to reinforce the front lines to prevent the criminal ringleader from escaping. Lorist actually obeyed his commands without protest for once. The mobilization of cavalry was the last nail on Farkle's coffin. They crumbled like withered barks as the cavalry charged into their lines. Many died or surrendered. Perhaps because the 2 legions had committed too many evils in Handra's men began to slaughter the surrendered soldiers after gathering them up. By the time Lorist realized what was happening, it was already too late. Most of the 30,000 captives had been slaughtered, less than a third were still alive. Handra and Farkle's clash marked the end of the campaign. The 3 dukes surrendered without further ado. Farkle, unfortunately, managed to escape towards Magic with 100 riders and sought asylum in the Union. From that day forth he was a renegade noble. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 441 Distribution of Rewards. Distribution of rewards. I would rather a Norton Legion in front of me than an Auguslo squad behind me. Duke Forend. Hey guys. Big apology for the late release. That's my Prince fault. My class this morning went on for a lot longer than it was supposed to, so my editing was late. But here it is. I'll do an early release tomorrow to make up for it. The war was finally over. Auguslo was fraught with tasks. There was much with which he had to deal as king. First, he had to arrange the new dominions. After negotiations, the two southwestern provinces became Duke Handra and Duke Shabbaj's new dominions. Jungchandler, which neighbored Delamoch, became Duke Forens. The two southwestern provinces, now formally named South Derica and West Derica, used to be known as the Derica area. Chris and I had split it into two provinces. West Derica was also known as the Northwestern Province, and the two bordered Canbona, which was forcefully occupied by the Union. In some official documents, they were known as the two southwestern provinces, but recently they were often called the frontline provinces. When Auguslo vanished after his military loss at Frederica, Queen Carrie had ceded them to the Union, who didn't absorb them directly. Instead, they formed the allied duchies of Brit to serve as a buffer between them and Andernach. But after Auguslo returned to power, Tigersor destroyed the nation, returned the land to the king's control. The provinces had served as Waitelian's main base since and contained most of the kingdom's defenses against the Union. However, given that it had been rather tumultuous over the years, less than 10% of the population remained. Civilian life was desolate. There used to be as many as 500,000 refugees at one point. Though Auguslo had tried hard to restore their economies, their sieging had sapped them of the last of their vigor. The provinces were mostly plains, but everything had been devastated and was now largely desolate. The king had decided to give the provinces to his new vassals to get rid of their burden. He was intent on having houses Handra and Shabbaj serve as a barrier between him and the Union, and leave the land's development to them. This was the only reason he was willing to let them bring along some of their subjects. With the 45,000 soldiers and their families, the lack of manpower could be solved. When it came down to it, manpower was the most important resource. As for Duke Forend, he was given the title the Duke of Jungchandler. Though the province was small and poor, it was in a strategic location. Between the Northlands and the country's center, where the imperial capital was located, was Delamoch, Jungchandler, and Walbasia. Auguslo enfeoffed Jungchandler to Duke Forend as his new dominion for less than pleasant reasons. He was intent on building a wall between himself and the alliance. What's that guy up to? He's trying to raise his guard against us at a time like this? Thought Lorist as he stroked his chin. Upon knowing about Auguslo's arrangements, he couldn't help but praise his abilities as king. It was no wonder he allowed the three surrendered dukes to each bring a legion along. Not only could he retain the citizens, who would move to the new territories, loyalty, which would reduce unrest, he could also let the three dukes serve as his guard dogs. He was a true schemer. Lorist believed that, if Duke Farkle hadn't escaped, Auguslo would have given him Rimad, right next to Southern. It would have been as good as closing the Empire's doors to the alliance. However, fate was ever elusive. Duke Farkle wasn't willing to submit and had escaped to the Union. No one knew whether the Union would cause trouble for the king in the Duke's name. It was a busy time for everyone. The king was so busy taking over management of his new territories and planning the defenses and patrols so the folk could start producing without worry that again he was virtually unseen. The three remaining dukes were also busy rallying their forces and families in preparation for their move to their new dominions. House Faisablin was given the task of reorganizing the soldiers left behind before handing them over to Gold-ranked Knight and White Lion General Ripliad, who would then integrate the elites into the legion's ranks and form two garrison legions from the rest. Ken Mays, he was busy doing business with the dukes. Though they had each given 1.5 million to the king, it should still only be half of their available wealth. Ken Mays had his sights on the rest and unleashed his silver tongue on the dukes. He wanted to convince them to purchase the supplies they needed from the Salt Merchant Committee. He had even thrown in free delivery. Phelim and Shazin were busy looking for Auguslo. They were going to demand their rewards. After the battle, the two were made dukes as was promised. However, they weren't trying to confront Auguslo about their titles. Phelim wanted to have the 30,000 youths sent to his dominion to help out with its development, while Shazin wanted Auguslo to enfeoff him a province with lots of mineable resources. Auguslo was elusive, however, nobody knew where he was at any given time. Lorist suddenly found himself the freest of his peers. Apart from being invited to socialize in the banquets organized by the three dukes, who thanked him for not pressing the attack, he spent the rest of his time listening to his two companions' complaints about their inability to find Auguslo. He advised them to stop looking for him. His Majesty would never avoid you intentionally. Maybe he's just surveying his new provinces. I'm certain he will return in time. Though he said such words, he was becoming annoyed with the king as well. He could just return to the Northlands with Tigersore and his 2 guard regiments even without receiving the king's signature on the contract that recognized his 3-year tax exemption. He didn't care about the document at all. He'd love to see whether the man would risk his rebellion for not acknowledging the promise. When he thought of Sylvia and their child, that the baby was half a year old now, the urge to return became overpowering. However, the cursed king chose now of all times to go survey his new lands and had the others wait for his return to Hans. How ridiculous! Rather than sit around spending money on his forces and having both himself and them grow lethargic, he would much rather return to the demonic lands on the other side of Nibirak. He could keep his men fit and sharp there. And make money instead of bleeding it. The 8th month soon passed and he finally received news of Auguslo through an envoy. The man asked him to not dally around the demonic lands anymore. He hurriedly returned to Hans, Delamoc's capital. There he realized the 3 dukes had brought their remaining subjects and were on the way to their new dominions. Kenmays had long received proof of kingdom-wide 2-year tax exemption for the committee, so he'd hurried back to organize the transportation and distribution of various goods. He left a letter for Lorist which said it was a huge deal estimated to rake in 1 million gold fords in revenue. If he could satisfy the 3 dukes and receive more orders from the 3 new dominions, it could turn into a long-term business relationship. Duke Faisablin had also left with 3rd Frontier and the Reserve Legion with the rewards Auguslo had given him without meeting Lorist first. Only Phelim and Shazin had remained at Hans with their forces. The 2 new garrison legions were there as well. As for the restaffed White Lion, they had left for Magic half a month earlier on their king's orders. They were tasked with guarding Anderwaf's border to keep the Union from invading. Lorist's 2 companions didn't look good when they received him. They appeared rather frustrated. Phelim spat on the ground harshly after handing over Kenmays's letter before he told Lorist what had happened. Auguslo had duped him and reworded 30,000 youths into 30,000 people. There were less than 7,000 youths among them and the rest were their families. Phelim complained that even though his reward was similar to Duke Faisablin's, who received all 50,000 youths and had a total of 170,000 people, their families included, Auguslo suppressed his complaints. The reason was that Duke Faisablin had expanded the empire's borders and required more people for his dominion to prevent the lands from returning to being a breeding ground for grassland barbarians. Southern, however, was well within the empire's borders and faced no threats, so its population could grow naturally with the passage of time. Additionally, Auguslo also compared Duke Faisablin and Phelim's forces. He had said House Faisablin's reserve legion suffered heavy casualties during the expedition, with more than 10,000 dead, while Pegasus hadn't suffered nearly as much since it was tasked with scouting and patrolling. So, his reward was naturally inferior to Duke Faisablin's. While he could only accept his bad luck. Shazin's matter was different entirely. Auguslo had given him 2 options. The first was to choose either Rimad or Messin as his hereditary dominion, the second, to wait until the kingdom reclaimed the territories the Union currently occupied. The latter would yield the House Badalger, home to Frederica. Shazin didn't want either. Rimad only produced lumber and stones and high-quality materials like gold crystals, black crystals, and red maple wood. However, there was no demand for such things in the chaotic time of war they were currently in. Messin also produced quite a bit of mineable resources, but it was worth something because of its quantity, not its quality. For example, the 2 silver and 1 copper mines only had smaller veins that would run out after some 30 years of mining. The quality of the mine ore was also disappointing and it was considered a rather bad place to mine. Shazin didn't want to pick either Messin or Rimad, mainly because the 2 provinces had been ravaged thoroughly by the minor nobles' army at the start of the Civil War, becoming barren and unpopulated. Naturally, the alliance had obtained some benefits, but Auguslo's decision to give either of the provinces to House Shazin felt like an insult even to Lorist directly. No matter which province Shazin received, he would have to invest huge sums of money to gather refugees and spur development. It wouldn't recover for at least 2 to 3 decades. Auguslo's second offer also greatly enraged Shazin. Badalger was the dominion of one of the Union's Big 7, Wesia. While Badalger was a huge mining province, the question was, when would Auguslo reclaim it? Shazin was very worried the answer was, not soon at all. He might not even live to see the day. Additionally, he was worried that if he accepted Auguslo's second offer, House Shazin would be pushed to the forefront of battle in the name of reclaiming its dominion, which would push it into conflict with the rest of the alliance. While he appeared the rough one of the 4, being greedy and a little daft with a common family background, he was no idiot. He understood on what House Shazin was dependent. Without Lorist's, House Kenmay's, and Phelim's care, he would be nothing. He might even be wiped out before he managed to truly establish his house. He would rather remain at Lorist's side than join Auguslo. After all, Lorist's words were far more trustworthy than that king's. Lorist, at the very least, wouldn't forget to share some of the benefits. If it were Auguslo, he couldn't count on getting anything out of him other than trouble. He would be lucky if the man cared at all. The king praised someone to high heavens and tossed them away with the same mouth. Shazin could see this clearly. He had refused the king's offers and asked for Cribia instead, one of Farkel's old provinces. Its main products were rock salt, gold silver, purple bronze, white lead, and black iron. There were also dozens of other resources and it provided around 1 million gold fords annually. He had long had his eyes on it. The king would have none of it, however. By what right did this duke demand such a jewel? Whether it came to his contribution to the empire generally, or during the campaign specifically, he had done far from enough to deserve Cribia. The province had always been under the imperial family's direct control during the empire's days. And it had only ever been handed over temporarily to the dukes during the Civil War. Farkel had been supposed to return it once the war was over. The king told Shazing that he would pick one of the options he'd been given, or not get anything at all. Cribia was out of the question. The duke had stormed out furious. "Does that mean your efforts were in vain, Hennard?" asked Loris. Shazin shrugged hatefully. "I guess so. I can only blame my shitty luck. I'll never trust him again." Lorist patted his shoulder. "Just endure for now. You didn't suffer much either. You also earned quite a bit from Foreign's nobles. It's a shame we didn't discuss our conditions with him beforehand." "Whatever. I'll go see him and see what he has to say. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 442 Big Business. Big Business. Hey guys. So because yesterday's chapter was late, here's today's chapter early. Catch a man a fish, and you can sell it to him. Teach a man to fish, and you ruin a wonderful business opportunity. Charade. You're back, Locke. Auguslo was really busy and only briefly greeted Lorist, who had just entered the hall. In front of him stood a thick stack of documents which he gave some thought before he started penning. "Good afternoon, Your Majesty," replied Lorist with a bow, stealing a quick glance. His eyesight was pretty good and he could clearly identify that the documents contained personal information about nobles and their houses. It had to be information about the nobles who had followed the 4 dukes. The king was in the midst of deciding what he would do with them. Seemingly not noticing Lorist's greeting, the king continued to focus on the document in his hand. Lorist didn't mind much, though. He straightened himself before checking the palace that was now the king's residence. It was one of the 10 famed palaces of the old empire, Incubi Palace. Cubi was a thumb-sized fairy that existed in Grindian folklore said to bring bliss and luck. Legend had it that there was a black-haired fairy among the Cubis who liked to make dresses out of black-colored flower petals. It was called the Incubi. It liked brave and battle-hardened warriors. If a warrior was lucky enough to gain an Incubi's favor, he would be endowed with courage and endurance and dominate the battlefield. One of House Handra's heads was a warrior that frequented the battlefield and rarely emerged with any injuries. Rumors quickly spread that he had gained the blessing of an Incubi. The Lord didn't waste the admiration of his people, he used the wealth he gathered to commission Incubi Palace in his old age. The artisans of the famed palace had hidden 1,000 different Incubis among its engravings. Legend was that, should a person find the 1,000 Incubis, they would receive its blessing. Incubi Palace used to be House Handra's residence, but now it was being used by Auguslo. Lorist stared at the decor. He wanted to see how many Incubis he could count. "What are you up to?" Auguslo came to Lorist's side after a while and stared at the roof as well, curious to see at what Lorist was looking. Incubis. His effort was wasted. Though he had managed to count 53, Auguslo's disturbance made him forget whether he had already counted some of them. Whatever. There's only about 60 in this hall anyway. Counting them is a waste of energy and effort. Auguslo almost lost his wits from laughter. "You believe that legend too?" Lorist shook his head. "No, I only counted them out of curiosity. The legend is a trap." "A trap?" Auguslo hadn't expected Lorist to respond thusly. "How so?" "The effort required to count the Incubis would be better spent training oneself. Training will naturally elevate one's strength to the ranks of indomitable warriors." Auguslo nodded. "Makes sense. Actually, House Handra has records of such an incident. Around 70 years ago, one member made an oath to find all the Incubis and gain their blessing. He scoured the palace for 30 years but could only find 997. No matter where he looked, he couldn't find the last 3. He finally lost his sanity, what little he clearly had to begin with, and spent the rest of his days wandering around the palace muttering to himself incoherently. He fell into a pool one night and drowned. What a sad end. Lorist sighed. A tragedy indeed, Your Majesty. Yes. House Handra forbade any searching for incubies. Auguslo looked at the engravings above. Just as you say, if he had spent those 30 years on battle force training, no matter how average his talent, he would have reached the gold rank. It would have been a great result for both himself and his house. Lorist chortled lightly. Auguslo was acting rather weird, as if he had completely let go of the matter of his non-compliance with the king's orders. Currently, he appeared as friendly as he used to and completely let go of his seething hatred. All right, enough with the idle chatter. You're here to claim your reward, yes? I already wrote it down for you. I'm really reluctant to see you depart, said the king as he returned to his desk and handed Lorist a beastskin. It was the proof he needed. Both the seal and decorative border proved Auguslo didn't plan to mess with him. He had already been completely prepared. However, as Lorist scanned through the date, he felt surprised. Your Majesty, did you get the date wrong? Though the exemption was agreed to last 3 years, the document in his hands presently put it at 5 years. Weird. Had the sun risen from the west today? Why was Auguslo being generous all of a sudden? It had to be a mistake. Auguslo waved casually it off casually. It's what you deserve. It was thanks to you that we were able to wrap this campaign up so quickly and easily. Nobody contributed as much as you. We've had our fair share of difference, but it is because of our differing views. Time has proven you right. I am the king, I cannot afford to hold grudges when I was clearly in the wrong. I must keep the bigger picture in mind and act in accordance with what is best for the kingdom. Your contributions merit a reward greater than what you demanded, so I adjusted it accordingly. Lorist bowed. I am grateful for Your Majesty's generosity. Drop the pleasantries. I'm just trying to be a king whose judgment isn't clouded. Do you then not agree that your treatment of Duke Shazin is a little unfair? Lorist took the opportunity to confront Auguslo. Well. The king was a little taken aback. He was a little troubled, but maintained his composure and smiled as he shook his head. I see Duke Shazin went to you to complain, which is totally in order. But think about it. I already gave him 2 choices, yet he didn't accept either. Can you really blame me? I already did what I said. Rimad and Mesen are both provinces with rich mineral resources that produce more income than his current county. He just needs to invest in his chosen dominion a little. I can't do anything if he doesn't want my offers. I'm sure Your Majesty understands Mesen and Rimad's current situation. It's obvious that Duke Shazin wouldn't want such provinces. He isn't very good at management, so how could he choose dominions that require exactly that? Ha, you can't blame me for his shortcomings, though. Auguslo laughed. Who was it that ravaged Mesen and Rimad? It certainly wasn't done by my order. Consider this, Duke Shazin wanted Cribia, yes, but do his contributions merit such a reward? Is he not satisfied that I've given him the title of Duke? Even if I give him Cribia, can he accept it without feeling any shame at all? Lorist shrugged. There was nothing he could do about it either. Auguslo was right in that Shazin's performance had been mediocre at best. He was a character cheering from the sidelines. He had followed Lorist closely, yes, but he didn't contribute much. Lorist could argue little with such a reason. Fine. Your Majesty is correct. Duke Shazin shouldn't have had such blind ambitions. I take my leave now. Lorist felt he should leave now that matters had been settled. Locke, wait. There is one more thing I wish to discuss. Oh? Lorist thought, the show's finally starting. He definitely has something in mind, he would not have increased reward otherwise. Wise, objective king my ass. I knew he had something in mind. What exactly does he want, though? What is it, Your Majesty? Do you have any instructions? Well, it's like this. You've been hunting magic beasts in the demonic lands for the last month, correct? Yes. You were surveying your new lands and I didn't want to sit around in Hans until you returned. So, I went to demonic lands to train alongside my legion. The hunting was to put some meat in my men's diets. I have no intent to fault you for your actions. I just wish to know if the furs are still here. They are indeed, Your Majesty, Lorist replied, slightly reserved. Would you like a few? I just recently put together a selection of the best ones. I'll send someone over with a few. I can pay for them. No need, Your Majesty. There are only 10. Just consider it a gift, said Lorist generously. That's not quite what I had in mind, Locke. I wish to purchase all the furs. All the furs? Can you really afford it? Lorist wondered. Apart from the more precious ones I shipped back to the Dominion last year, all the furs are still here. Altogether they should be worth at least 1,000,000 gold fords. A spark suddenly lit up in his mind. Of course. You just took 4 duchies. Funds are the one thing you don't lack right now. 3 of the dukes had paid him 1.5 million each. He had also taken 1,000,000 gold fords left behind in Duke Farkel's camp. There was also the money the minor nobles had paid to avoid further prosecution. The king was a complete tycoon now. He looked at the man with blazing eyes like he was looking at a statue made of gold. Then again, what does he want with the furs? Some clarity returned to his mind immediately. Maybe he's trying to train a unit or legion that can act during winter as well? It didn't take long for him to guess the king's intentions. Whatever, I'll sell them first. It's only a waste not to profit. I'll regret it if I miss this chance. Does he think training a winter force is easy? Does he really think winter clothing alone is enough to let men move around freely in the middle of a blizzard? You're thinking far too simply. Auguslo nodded slightly. Very well. The furs I have on my should be worth about 1.45 million. Since my client in your majesty, I'll lower the price to 1.2 million. How's that? I'll also throw in a few dozen precious pelts as a gift. All right. I'll just give him all the precious furs if that's what it takes. Wait, how many furs do you have? 1.45 million gold fords? Do you really have that many? Auguslo was a little taken aback. He hadn't expected Lorist would have that many. How many magic beasts did he kill? He was going to form a small legion named Blizzard Blitz. He would train them to use skis and launch surprise attacks in winter. His march on Frederica had taught him a harsh lesson. Of the 30,000 troops he mobilized, only 8,000 made it to the city. He didn't think he'd need so many if their casualty rate could be lowered with their equipment and training. He only planned to purchase 10,000 sets. He wasn't going to train every soldier under his command in winter combat. It would be a waste. He had known of Lorist's hunts for a year now. He didn't really mind since it let the men eat more meat and bewildered the enemy. Personally, he believed sacrificing soldiers to hunt magic beasts was incredibly wasteful and foolish. He had no idea the Nortons had begun their rise to power with killing magic beasts. Lorist had shipped most of the valuable furs back home. Only the lower quality dire wolf and magic goat furs were left. He thought Lorist only had furs worth 400,000 and enough to outfit his new detachment. He might even have some left over. That was the only reason he had not specified a number but had offered to buy them all. The difference between his expectation and Lorist's quote shocked him. Naturally, Your Majesty. I have been hunting for a whole month and those are the furs I brought back from the hunt. Don't worry. The furs are in great shape. I wouldn't throw in any torn ones to inflate the number. I can assure Your Majesty. Then again, I didn't think Your Majesty would be so adept at business. I'm sure you will resell them for quite the profit in the capital. Lorist pushed the sale with all he had. Auguslo had forgotten about the new furs. He had overpromised and found it hard to deliver. Surely Your Majesty wasn't joking around with me, asked Lorist gloomily. Of course not. I have to keep my word as king, after all. I'll send someone over to appraise the furs later. Auguslo forced himself to swallow the pill. Very well. I'll take my leave. I'll wait for your men in my camp. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.